Okay, here we are. I guess, well, Matt, we're live. The start,
Fantastic. The start.
the start
Exactly.
of the 24-hour podcast in aid of Rocking Horse. I'm in what I'd class now as this is probably known as my happy place now. I spend most of my life in here, which I absolutely love. So, and look, couldn't be better than to be welcomed by my first guest, and obviously sponsors for today, and joint CEO and co-founder Matt Hunter of the amazing Plus X, and here we are in the Plus X studio doing it all.
Well, thank you, Sam. It's an absolute honour to be here. Complete delight that you're using this place for such an impressive bit of work. 24 hours. So yeah, couldn't be happier.
Amazing. Well, look, we're gonna kick off with the first episode. We're gonna delve straight in, mate. Just tell listeners a little bit about yourself, about your business journey and your story.
Yeah, well, maybe I should explain a little bit about sort of where I am now, and then
Yeah.
I'll say a little bit about how I got here over it's getting on for 30 years. So
Wow.
so it's quite a winding path. But look, here we are in Plus X in Brighton, right? And Plus X is a network of innovation hubs. And innovation hubs for us are the places where innovators and entrepreneurs, or just, modern ambitious business leaders want to put their business. And it's pretty straightforward in some ways. It's, create a great building which brings together a great community of people, give them some additional really specialist facilities like physical maker spaces with laser cutters and all the rest of it, VR suites, and guess what? A podcast studio, because that's how you get work done, right? You really want to maximize your productivity, but then also some fantastic advice from experts, academics, whatever else, everything you need, like a one-stop shop for building a business. And our main point is we want to make 25 of these across the UK, because we just don't have enough support, especially outside of central London. Central London's probably got quite a lot of support for innovators and entrepreneurs, but what about everywhere else? So, Brighton's been a fantastic place for us to build our first kind of full-size hub.
Yeah, and it is. I'm here, like I say, use the amazing facilities with a podcast studio, but also I was part of the Bright program, and we launched County Business Clubs, which again, a great level of support over that 6 month, and makes you accountable for where you are with your business. And that's I've run businesses for nearly 15 years now, but that starting point, you need that bit of help, that little bit of guidance, stuff that maybe you don't know about.
I think that's absolutely the case. And so the starting position absolutely is, I'm running a small business. Maybe this is the first time I'm doing it, or maybe I'm experienced, but I'm trying something new. Not only is there a hell of a lot to know and learn, and so therefore there's a kind of knowledge sort of acquisition. You just got to grab all this knowledge, but also psychologically, it's stressful, it's intimidating, it's all of these things. And so I think for us, it is psychological as much as it's practical. And then more than that, I think, really, I would say 21st century, everyone knows they have to innovate. I could be leading a government department or a big corporate or whatever else, right? And so for us, it's not only about the smaller businesses, the newer businesses. It's actually making sure the bigger businesses get involved. And of course, actually, huge part of the success of this place was to do with the local authority, the local government. The way they said, we need this in our city. Let's do all we can to make it happen. So they were instrumental as well. And then obviously collaboration with the universities. So like for us, it's about everyone. Maybe we'll come into this in some ways. It's about bringing all of these things together. And funnily enough, over the past, I think literally month, when I've been chatting to people about this, and maybe people I knew across my career, sometimes they said to me, oh, that's like what you were doing there, or look what you're doing here. And I really feel, for me, and of course this has been with my co-founder and co-chief executive Paul Rostus, who brings a really fabulous complementary perspective to how we do Plus X. But for me, I suppose I'm really excited because it's almost like using everything I've ever learned to make this work. That's
you're very much like from design background and that sort of space and innovation.
This is it. I started first as an industrial designer, so that's like design for manufacture. We almost don't do that much in this country anymore, which is possibly why I slightly retrained at the Royal College of Art to become a digital designer. And what was happening in the early 90s was that all of this design skill that had been used for making manufactured goods, all the consumer goods that we sort of experienced in the 20th century, everyone went, oh God, we need that for software as well, or these digital things we're using. So of course, I got my first job in Silicon Valley. I got an internship, age 24, in Silicon Valley. And then I phoned them up after I finished my degree. And I said, you got a job? And they said, yes. So I was phenomenally lucky in being able to land in Silicon Valley, the place of innovation. So absolutely, I'm trained as a designer.
What's that? So just quickly then, what's that experience there, like being in Silicon Valley? How was that as a?
Well, I mean, to some extent, you could argue I hadn't got a clue how lucky I was, right? It was like normal. You kind of go, well, of course I'm going to Silicon Valley, you know.
That's what I want to get into.
Yeah. I mean, that was the amazing thing. In other words, I never had an ambition to go to Silicon Valley. It's just the particular program I was on at the Royal College of Art around this computer design. It was such an early thing for designers to be involved in the design of software rather than the coding of it, the engineering, that we would go to an annual conference called the Computer Human Interaction Conference, and it was in Boston in 1994 or 93. So and it was a very American-led thing. So I went, okay, yeah, it's a school trip, you know, let's go out to Boston. So I think that's the thing for me. I never had an ambition to be there, so it wasn't like I'd been grasping for it and reaching for it. I was just phenomenally lucky to land there, and of course, I just really enjoyed it. I mean, there were some great people, some great projects. I was working for some fantastic corporates or startups, you know, yeah. I mean, what a way to start. I mean, I can't say much more than that, really.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm keen, obviously, with Plus X, obviously, opened in sort of July 2020, so bang during a global pandemic. Yeah. Talk to me about that experience, like co-working space in.
Well, I mean, on the one hand, it's funny looking back at that time of lockdowns, you know, March 23rd, 2020, or whatever it was. And somehow, I suppose, you know, the whole thing was a remarkable example of how adaptable humans can be and organizations can be. Look, on a really practical level, we were lucky because we had a team, probably about 20 by then. I'm not entirely sure how big we were, but we all had laptops. We all had the kind of the sort of the right software, so we could work remotely. So actually that move to working remotely, working from home or whatever, that was pretty straightforward. And as you say, this building wasn't open, but we had our West London hub. Sure. So the first thing we did, March 23rd, was close our West London hub because we had to sort of take stock, right? It was lockdown, work from home. But actually we had such a massive negative reaction from our members because our West London hub is even more than here focused on physical manufacture. And so people were making physical things. You can't do that from home. We do have the big equipment, the laser cutters, the milling machines, all the rest of it. And so it took us 2 weeks in order to speak to our insurers, really go through the health and safety stuff and work out, could we open in a safe way? And we opened and everyone thanked us for it. And they started making personal protective equipment for the NHS. So using the laser cutters, using the 3D printers to make the kind of the masks and all of those things that were in short supply, if you remember. So in other words, so this was sort of late March, let's say. So we'd begun to work out how to operate our existing hub so that when finally we got the keys to this place and sort of, you know, a plan to open in June, we were like, firstly, we believe we can operate these things in a safe way. And we believe authentically we can ask business owners, can you work from home? Or do you need not to work from home? And secondly, we knew that our communities were saying, actually, it can be really tough for me to work from home. And of course, as I'm saying, part of it was to do with physical making, but actually here, it's a much more mixed community. It isn't all about physical making. So then that was much more about the psychology. Then it was like, yeah, but my business is tanking. What am I going to do? And actually what we began to do was collect this community together, and people realized they would really be helping each other out. As I said earlier on, psychologically as much as practically. So we grew month on month. And now, you know, we're 90% full of our main flex office space. So we kind of really hit our targets for filling up a community. And for me, and anyone, of course, who builds a business in a recession or a crisis or whatever, says, I'm so delighted to prove that we can, you know, our proposition is so strong, we can punch through the bad times. Because we all know, hopefully, we can survive in the good times. But the real question is whether or not you are relevant and meaningful, even when things are difficult. And obviously now, when we're heading into potentially an economic recession, we're equally asking ourselves the question, what is it that we do to help all of these businesses, especially the smaller businesses, to fight and survive and thrive, even in the face now of a recession rather than the COVID lockdown?
What I really take from that, and certainly something I guess I've definitely embraced running my own businesses for many years, last 10 years I'd worked from home, never had an office space, and because I was always out and about. Actually, when COVID happened and lockdown, etc., you did you wanted to reach out, and a community was something for me that really become even more relevant. So, and we've got such an amazing community within Sussex, Brighton, especially, but in Sussex in general. And I couldn't run up. Obviously, one of the reasons I've got a space here was because of the podcast shoot, which is amazing. But just to be part of a community within something, you could reach out and say people friendly, you build relationships, you bounce ideas off people. If you're struggling, you can openly talk. And I think certainly what you've created here, one, it's an amazing space, let's be honest.
Fantastic architecture.
Phenomenal. And raise the bar when it comes, I guess, to co-working spaces in that level. But ultimately, still the core being that we've created a community here and support.
Yeah, and what I would say is, especially in the world of real estate, the word community is used a hell of a lot. But how you actually make that is phenomenally difficult. And in many ways, that's what we pride ourselves on at Plus X, is that we aren't from a classic real estate background. We don't just think about the building. We sort of think about the building because we want to create the community. Our mission is to create, amazing entrepreneurial, innovative communities. That's our mission, rather than building lots of buildings. It happens to be, for multiple reasons, that the act of creating a physical building makes this thing work, because we believe fundamentally in that bumping into people, the casual chat, the water cooler stuff that still is alive and well in the 21st century post-pandemic, right? But also, actually, it's even from an economic sustainability point of view, because let's face it, as you're doing, we're building a business. And so a very purposeful business, but you've got to build something that economically can survive, right? And to scale. And ultimately, that is all about saying the base level is people need space. They're willing to pay for space, but all of the stuff all the value we layer on top of it is what makes it more than just space. And as you say, so our real job is to make a community, but we're using physical space as a sort of an engine of that community creation, and thereby actually, the outcome in many ways is economic growth, jobs, better wages, all that kind of stuff, which is the more meta level idea of what we do for cities.
So, mate, again, taking from that, we've done a lot of work. A lot of people know about Simon Sinek and the Golden Circle, and we've done a lot of work with the guys at Inside Stories, who are fascinating, like just getting to the core of what County Business Club is about, and that how, what, why. And just listening to you talk is amazing. Actually, your why. We're creating communities. We happen to build spaces that are brilliant for people to excel, and then that's going to lead to, like, you just listen. How you describe that as well, in that way, just your how, what, why in that format.
If I was to do my design training, one of the big things about design, how it's evolved, and I think become more powerful over the past few decades. Often people use the phrase design thinking, which is sort of how designers work, and of course it's something we helped to pioneer at IDEO, the company where I was for 15 years. The point for me is about saying, understand properly the problem that you're trying to solve. And indeed, what you need to do is fall in love with the problem, not the solution, right? And that, for me, is very close to Simon Sinek, start with why, right? So for me, the most powerful thing as a designer is always to understand, what are you trying to improve for someone, for multiple people? And it's by falling in love with the problem that you keep on trying different solutions. And some solutions are right, some are wrong, some will sustain, some will need to be replaced, but the constant is the problem and the beneficiary, the impact you want to have in the world, and the solution are all, these are all these different solutions around the edge. And so I'm a big fan of start with why, but I think that's how I tie it back to my design perspective.
Absolutely. And any business owner, entrepreneur you speak to, I do different groups and we sit around them, and even on the podcast, and when I talk about it and stuff, is ultimately, what problem are you trying to solve? Like, as a business, if you're starting out, you speak to someone, I've got this idea, but what problem are you trying to solve? And when they take it back to that, I'm just doing this the same as that, but you're not what problem are you? And then once you get to the core of that, that's where things grow.
It's such an anchor, and of course another thing that we, because we do it so much, working with different businesses. There's another sort of classic phrase which is used these days, which I also like. I think it's really valuable, which is, are you making painkillers or vitamins. So what problem are you solving? Sometimes vitamins are seen as things that are nice, but not necessarily something that everyone really needs. Whereas painkillers are things, almost back to my point of how do you find something that will endure through different economic cycles? What's an enduring need that people have? Trying to find those painkillers, those real pain points that you can create a painkiller for, rather than just a vitamin, a nice to have, not a must have. Those are some of the nuances of how we coach people exactly to say, what problem are you solving? How do you know it's a problem? Is it a real problem? Is it an enduring problem? Is it a real massive pain? I know it's a bit sort of dark and dystopian in some ways, but the bigger the pain, the more good you're going to be doing in the world if you can fix it.
No, absolutely. I think I'm keen to just still touch on the community side of things. Like I said, it's something I'm really passionate about, and like I said, what you've created here is amazing. I always talk on podcasts about culture. So you're obviously creating a culture with your members, etc. But talk to me as well about the culture you're creating within Plus X from the staff and how that sort of filters down. Talk to me a bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think one of the things is that we as a team, actually, as a Plus X team, we have kind of 6 organizational values. And I won't take you through all of them, but a lot of them are about having a real purpose. Also, though, being very empowering and empowered and learning, that whole idea, I guess, within a startup of just adapting and learning the whole time. But another one of them is really important, is having a business mindset. And of course, one of those classic challenges is how do you create purpose in the world and find that underlying economic sustainable engine that allows you to scale up that impact and that purpose. So I think that, and I think there's another aspect to it, which is around inclusion. How do you have such richness and diversity of perspectives? I mean, again, I was really lucky because the place where I started, I could be working in healthcare one moment, issues of actually I was working for the Home Office on security when I was at the Design Council there, working on young people and them getting jobs. I could be doing consumer entertainment. I mean, I've been so lucky to work in very, very diverse sectors. And what it proved to me, as I said earlier, is that everyone's got to innovate. Now, one of the challenges is that so often people think that innovation or business is a very sort of narrow concept. So one of the things for Plus X is how do we encourage a really diverse group of people in here? And for me, that's really important. So one of the things whenever we were talking as a team about, well, who comes into the building and do we sort of interview them? We were doing some research in Dublin a few years ago. And we sort of said, can we come and see this innovation hub? And we're slightly in stealth mode, so we're slightly pretending not to be potentially a competitor. And they said, well, are you from a startup? So we sort of said, well, yes, we are from a startup. And they were interviewing us to essentially say, were we worthy of walking through the doors? And I suppose one of the things that we would discuss as a team here, and I suppose I tried to champion, was to say for me, no, I don't care whether you're a lawyer or an AI coder or an accountant or a movie producer or anything like that. The question I want to ask you is, do you want to make something amazing and new? Do you need to collaborate? So for me, it was merely, what is your attitude towards collaborative innovation? I don't care what your background is. So I would call it attitudinal segmentation, because otherwise people sort of think, oh, well, we'll definitely get a software team in here. A bunch of lawyers, less so. But actually, if we got a bunch of software coders that, frankly, were going to shut the door and not talk to anyone, maybe there was a bunch of human rights lawyers who wanted to create a whole new chatbot app for immigrants to better access their human rights law, which has been a fantastic innovation that I've read about in the past. I'd like the lawyers, please, because maybe they'd be collaborating in the building. So for me, so part of the community is all about saying, again, what is our common purpose? So we talk about wanting ambitious businesses to come in. So we certainly say nothing about who you are or what your background is, or to some extent what you're trying to do. It's more like, what do you want to get out of it? And so for us, therefore, if you are ambitious and hopefully purposeful and want to collaborate, well, this is the place to be. So that for me has always been the point. Wear your values on your sleeve, tell the stories and celebrate the collaborations and the positivity and the inclusion, and people will naturally be drawn to you. So that's the way I think about it. It is this positive collaborative spirit, really.
And that, again, for me, something certainly I think was heightened and come out of lockdown massively, and the whole pandemic was collaboration. How many people actually prior to lockdown, you look at collaboration, it become a real buzzword, I guess, during that period. But it was that actually, because we were all in a really unknown, tough space,
Yeah.
and actually, I needed to reach out to people in the same sector as me, and how are you dealing with this? Can we support each other? How can we work together on that basis? And what an amazing thing it created, because, and I'd like to think that there's been a shift in that way, that people have changed their mindset around. It's not about that very, you use quite a lot, the hashtag, collaboration over competition, which I think is such a powerful message. And I've always been about that. My passion is about community and working with people and supporting people. And it's not about then, this is my sector and I'm going to take that and concentrate on that.
Yeah, I think it's sort of by understanding how huge the world is in terms of possibility, but also understanding how big and complex so many of the problems are that we face. And what I've always said is that you will know that you need to collaborate and partner with other people if you're trying to achieve something you cannot achieve by yourself. And frankly, anyone that's trying to achieve anything of note, I think, should be going, how the hell am I going to do that, right? And you understand that better than anyone else, how you, again, are just pulling these people together. And hopefully what you're doing is you're helping them to elevate their ambition, to be even more ambitious, perhaps because they are buoyed up by other people and increasing their confidence. But then there's kind of, oh, wow. I've agreed to do that. Right now you need to help me to do that. So I do feel it's a sort of a ratcheting thing where we should all be making bigger ambitions, and then we have to collaborate to make that happen. I mean, just for me as an example, I think if I was running PlusX by myself, we wouldn't be aiming for the scale that we do, because Paul, as a co-founder, is just wonderful in his sort of energy and ambition, going, right, 25 in 5 years, come on, let's do it, So again, I think we complement each other very well, but it's not just his finance knowledge and his real estate knowledge, but his kind of his ambition, which helps me then to go, yeah, right, let's do this, right, how are we going to do it? So I love that idea, I think, of both collaboration being about the goal setting as much as the achieving of those goals.
I want to talk, because obviously you mentioned about the community, about some of the great innovators that you sort of worked with, and certainly people that are here. Tell me, is there, since obviously PlusX, obviously with the other side, and especially in Brighton, any particular companies that have really stood out for you?
Yeah, I'm going to start by answering that in a really annoying way, saying, I'm sorry, I'm not going to pick on one, right? It's that classic point of, I can't pick, a favorite child, right? But it is really serious that I am impressed by every single business and every single founder. And that's what I love, is that you can speak to every single person and learn something. You can, every member of our team at PlusX, speak to and go, wow, I've learned something from you. So I suppose I love learning. And for me, each different person that I speak to, I learn something from. Secondly, I've already spoken about diversity. Yes, I started in Silicon Valley doing digital things, but I love the fact that, here in this building, we've got people making novel bioplastics, making ethical materials, sort of non-leather materials. We've got people using AI to transform, make financial investment more democratic. We've got people making custom musical instruments and clocks. We've got people using AI to make GPS more accurate by removing timing. I mean, again, for me, it's so many people don't realize how diverse all of this is, and everything is valid. And it's back to this point, like each person coming in, into a community saying, well, this is my vision of what needs to change in the world. And this is what I'm doing about it. So yeah, I can only answer that question in the main about the richness. On the other hand, there are occasions, I'll just give you a few examples. Maybe I'll give you a theme, which I've been deeply impressed by, and that is novel materials. So in this building, we've got Lucy Hughes with Marinatex, turning fish waste and red algae into bioplastic. But equally, we've had companies, Biophilica, turning plant waste into vegan leather. With a multi-million-pound valuation now. We've got potato waste into bioplastics, multi-million-pound valuation. Mycelium fungus into construction materials. What is so exciting for me is to see a whole new vein of innovation.
Yeah.
Especially because I come from a world of physical manufacture originally,
Sure.
where we didn't think about this in the late 80s and early 90s. I can tell you, we said, "Oh, I'll have that plastic."
Yeah.
And also, I think maybe this is another of my points about diversity. None of the people I've just spoken about are material scientists. The guys who turn potato waste into bioplastic are two guys from design school, Kingston University, design school.
Wow.
Lucy Hughes, design, from Sussex University. We've got loads of people who are practitioners. They are the people who understand how to make materials, and they become frustrated, and they go, "I'm sick and tired and embarrassed, perhaps, about being a designer using these materials I no longer have faith in. Let me try to cook up some new materials." So again, this idea that material scientists are going to create the materials of the future, but also no. So again, I think that's the kind of stuff that I find amazing, and I'm deeply proud of businesses at any scale. Some of them are more kind of turnover based businesses. They're selling hundreds of thousands or even millions of pounds of product via e-commerce, and some of them may be a bit more like a classic startup where they've got a lot of investment and they're worth millions. But in either case, there are times when I've seen almost that idea born, and I've seen that individual start going, I don't think I'd call myself an entrepreneur, but I'm willing to start, right? So to go from that genesis, it's a bit like seeing my kids grow up from being newborns to the teenagers they are now. It's a miraculous journey, seeing not only ideas turned into thriving businesses, but people being turned into more confident business leaders. And both of those things I find magical.
And it really is, and that must be just being surrounded by that. I guess one of the reasons I probably love coming in as well and speaking to different people about it, it's being just inspired by those people. I think it just fits so brilliantly, and actually with like the tagline I've come up with actually since I've started. I'm nearly up to 50 odd episodes of the podcast now, and the tagline for it is "Everyone has a story to tell," and that's what I find fascinating. I think no matter who's come on, like I've had people that have come on and sold their businesses for, like Kevin Byrne, sold Checkatrade for nearly 100 million or whatever, and people have come on and they've built businesses for 40 years and then retired and gone away, and they've come on and told their story. So people who have just started, they're in their first year of running a business, and all the problems that comes with, but the excitement, and you can tell the excitement. Like Lindsay Clay come on, who's running a company called Connected Brighton, and it was just fascinating to listen. She started it in lockdown, and this sort of growing this little baby of hers, and you can tell the passion she's got and these huge ambitions to grow it, globally, and just and everyone in between that as well. And just I think he's amazing.
Exactly, and on top of that, I think, because I think those are such good points, there are also the you and me in this as well, right? It's the infrastructure, what you're doing to create that environment, how we work, together, or with people like Silicon Brighton or Wide Sussex or all the rest of it. I mean, that is the other layer, right? And I think that's where I think I'm also excited, and because it's not so much the stars on the stage, but who are the technicians in the background who are trying to create these platforms. And again, I think that's what's so exciting, is that more city leaders than ever before, hopefully more real estate developers, but also others are saying, actually, we need to create these ecosystems, and hopefully, it all stitches together into something wonderful.
I love it. Well, look, coming towards before we go into our quick fire questions and sort of finish up, I want obviously you, as you sort of mentioned, 25 in the next 5 years. There's some big growth plans for PlusX, but talk to me. What does the future hold in that regard? And talk to me. What does success look like to you?
Yeah. Well, I think success for many businesses, especially innovative businesses, looks like more people understanding what you do and going, well, of course, why wouldn't you do stuff? At the moment, for us, it probably still feels like quite a lot of work to persuade local authorities or property developers that this is what they should be doing. So I think we're still in this education phase, saying that this is the right thing to do. And I think one aspect of success will be that everyone goes, oh, of course, I believe in what you're doing, and I've heard of you, and so I think we'll, definitely that's what it feels like for us. We want to feel like we're doing less spade work. Sure. But clearly there'll be a lot of scale. What we will want is thriving innovation ecosystems in every major city in the UK. Now, might that include international things as well? Yes. But for now, we're sort of saying even just the UK itself is a challenge. And I think what's going to be amazing about that, I think, is that not only will these communities reflect local talent and local capability, each will be, unique. But at the same time, I think each one will differently contribute to some of the big sort of high level challenges in the world, right? So how are we going to think about environmental sustainability? What might a Brighton hub do that's different from a Manchester hub or an Aberdeen hub where they're trying to get beyond oil? Or a Glasgow hub, right? That's hosted COP26. So for me, I'm going to be fascinated to see not only the scale of the things, but what each one uniquely does, because we're not trying to create a sort of a supermarket here where it all feels like it's the same. Yes, there's a sort of a method to our approach. That there'll be a certain amount of similarity to what we do everywhere, but each one, of course, will be built from a unique community. And indeed, that will continue to be a challenge for us. How do we go to Glasgow? How do we go to Birmingham? How do we go to Manchester, and almost bring our qualities and our excitement, but make sure that it is still collaborative with the local groups? And that's why, again, it's another of the things we've loved about being here is the partnerships with the other entities, the networks, the institutions, whatever, because we have to weave together with everyone, and hopefully we'll find ever better ways to do that. That'll be another marker of success, I think. But at the end of it, I just really want to look back and say how many lives we've improved, how many innovations are well known. Again, it's sort of, what do the results look like in terms of human stories and kind of innovation and impact stories? I think that's going to be pretty amazing. What does the portfolio of output look like as well?
I think that's good. Like, listening to you alluded to it earlier, saying it's great to see these startups come in and then they grow and all of a sudden they're multi-million-pound valuation businesses, and like you said, even like almost must be similar for you, I guess, like with your children, like you say, you're seeing them things growing. That must be such an exciting space to be as a business owner, to create that space where you've got that and seeing that around you all the time.
Yeah, I must admit, part of my journey is obviously moving from being a consultant to doing what I'm doing now, and I think this is just even more powerful for me, because as a consultant you're kind of doing stuff and occasionally things will launch, but here it's more, some people liken it to being a gardener or something. You're tending a garden, and okay, some things wither and you forget to water some things, but overall it's, in a garden's case, it's sort of, Mother Nature doing its thing, and you're proudly standing back. But frankly, you had a relatively small input into this amazing thing, and mostly it was the amazing nature that took off. I think similarly for me, it feels like it's very rewarding, because obviously it's hard work what we do. All of us work hard to do what we do, but the return on that hard work for the whole team, I think is wonderful when we see, as we've said already, the community, the energy, as much as that growth and confidence in people, and then the growth in the business, the businesses themselves.
Brilliant. It gives, I guess, like, ultimately gives us and the people we surround ourselves with purpose. That's what we strive for, isn't it? I guess as business owners, we go down. I always ask about success, because for me, there's still that narrative out there that a successful business, successful people are based on that financial gain, where for me, I've changed that narrative a little bit in my head around success, that it's not necessarily just about that, but what impact am I having, what purpose for me as an individual, because you could set ourselves targets goals wise financially, which most businesses have to do, and we do. what happens when you get to that point and you go, okay, I'm going to grow again, and you always move in that barrier, whereas if it's more purpose driven.
Yeah, and it starts with why. I mean, and again, don't get me wrong, like I said, one of our organizational values is about having a business mindset.
Yeah.
We know we cannot grow unless we are financially successful, but maybe it's also a point about diversity and inclusion again, that actually different people are motivated by different things, and we're trying to say, look, it's a very rich and wonderful mix of things that we're trying to achieve here, and hopefully everyone gets something out of it. But I think there's no doubt that, especially when you're trying to build a really fantastic team, having a lack of purpose beyond money, I think, is probably problematic these days in terms of trying to attract and retain the best people. And I would, I've definitely heard that more and more, that people recognize that it's a little limiting just to say, I'm going to be rich.
Absolutely. Look, what a brilliant way to start our first episode of the 24. And I'm gonna finish all 24 with these quick fire questions that I similar do with my normal podcast. So, first one, what one piece of advice would you give to your 18-year-old self?
So I have no advice for my 18-year-old self. I was so well supported by my family, who guided me actually to go to art school, which was quite a shift. However, I would like to give my 38-year-old self some advice, because that was much harder in terms of stress at work and young family and all the rest of it. And I don't know, get some counselling, get some external support, maybe quite seriously, actually, get more external support. I felt I probably had to kind of really, my wife and I, grit our teeth to get through that classic midlife stretch between, between kids and work, right? And I think maybe eat my own dog food, seek support, yeah.
I like that. Who has been your biggest inspiration throughout your life, and why?
I think I would have to say again, everyone who inspires me. I was thinking about this the other day. I have no heroes, because but everyone is brilliant. And I suppose I hold myself to that as well. Of course I'm flawed, right? So I don't take myself too seriously either. So for me, again, I try to seek out new people and understand them, because I'm inspired by it. Well, almost everyone. Let's face it. Sometimes people are a drain, not a fountain.
Yeah, of course,
but in the main, I try to be inspired by everyone. But by the bit that they're doing, I think I'm inspired by behaviors. As a whole person, no one is perfect. So I think that's out. So I'm looking, you're doing that. What you're doing here. I'm thinking, right, how could I learn from this, right? Just as much as anything else. So I learn from everyone's behaviors that I admire. I think that's it.
Love that. Could you recommend a book or podcast for our listeners that has had an impact on you?
Yes. So I'm going to cite Exponential View by Azeem Azhar. It's a podcast, and he's just written a book called Exponential. It's got a slightly different name in the US, so hopefully that's the right one. But anyway, Azeem Azhar, he's roughly the same age as me, interestingly. He's been through the same sort of journey and was a journalist for a while. The reason why I like him is he comes from a tech background, but he puts it in a political and economic context. In other words, he does sort of what I'm always trying to talk about, is how do we see this in a wider context? So Exponential View is all about these technologies, AI, robotics, all the rest of it, these things that are growing at this sort of doubling rate, this crazy rate that it's almost hard to comprehend. But he brings in economists and military experts and politicians and others to show how this reality of technology in the 21st century is going to have these societal and these economic impacts. So I find it very good for sort of stretching my brain. Yeah.
Love that. And finally, what is your one rule for living a fulfilled life?
Do what excites you. Actually, because it's almost like the advice to my 38-year-old sense is change your job. Part of it was I was sort of come to the end of my time at IDEO, and I needed to move on. So I've always been fired up by what fires me up. And if I'm not fired up, I've got to change it. And so I think that's that general sense of do what you love and work hard at it and be nice to people. That's the core of it, right?
What a great way to finish. Listen, brilliant way to start. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for your support with this challenge, but as a whole, from working with PlusX and creating this amazing space that I spend most of my time in, which I absolutely love. So, and thank you for your support with this. It's going to be a great day, I'm sure. And,
Well,
it's been brilliant.
Thank you to you, because as I say, we do a small amount of stuff, and it like an amazing garden. It flowers and it blooms into something amazing, and you're fantastic in doing this. And just let us know if we can bring you drinks and snacks.
We're all good. We're going to get there. And that, they say, is a wrap for number one. Thank you, mate. Brilliant.
And that is the human love of stories. That's the joy that we get from hearing a story. And the one thing I want the world to recognize is business stories are no different. There is always an opportunity to find that moment where people go, I've just heard something that has rocked my world. I've just heard something that has changed the way I see things that I, for the longest time, taken for granted. But the purpose is like being able to reach down into your soul and pull out this glowing orb that defines who you are and why you exist. That's a little bit harder. So you've got a stream here where it's the thing that you're really good at, that you can't imagine doing anything else. And then here you've got a separate stream. See if you can guess which film reference is coming up. You've got a separate stream over here, which is about the things that drive you as a human being. The instinctive, buried down deep, tied into your genetics. If you cut the person in half, it'd be written through them like words in a stick of Brighton Rock. But what you've got to do to find the purpose is you've got to cross the streams. That's a Ghostbusters reference. You've got to cross the streams because the purpose has to be both of those things. It's getting your story straight before you start telling the rest of the world your story. You know, one of the things that's frustrating for me when I hear people talking about search engine optimization is until you've figured out the story, you could spend a fortune on SEO, but it's like drawing a treasure map and forgetting to bury the treasure. Yeah, you lead people to that big X on the beach, but when they dig it up, it's just wet sand. And what they actually need is the treasure. So you've got to think about the treasure first and then bring people to it. Meaningful, memorable, and moving. So if it's meaningful, it means it's got to resonate. It's got to feel authentic and true. If it's memorable, there's got to be a hook. There's got to be a point to the story. When someone says, what is the story about? It's got to be about something, and that's the bit that you take away. And finally, it's got to be moving. It's got to trigger an emotional response. And what's interesting is, right back to what you were just saying, if you're telling somebody something, and it's meaningful, memorable, and moving, that's where the people buy the people. I'm going to buy your service because I believe in you, because I'm enthusiastic about what you're bringing to the world. I'm enjoying seeing your enthusiasm for me reflected in your eyes. I can see myself in your eyes thinking, yeah, they get me, they understand me. That's a different kind of a connection, and that is representative of a business that has a purpose beyond financial return.
Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here, we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick. I'm going to ask a quick favour. If you're listening to this, please hit the subscribe button and the follow button. Like, share, rate, review the podcast. It helps more than you realise.
You know, the key for me is obviously when my father passed away rather suddenly in 2014. The bank at the time then quite quickly after that said, we're not supporting you anymore. And then my brother about a few months after that, went into hospital for a year with major heart issues and having to have a heart valve replacement. So if you can imagine all of that in one go, that to me was perhaps the most challenging time of my life. We won on that night the very, very top Pinnacle Award, which beating all wines, so not just English, not just sparkling, but every single wine that had entered that competition in that year, we came up as winemaker of the year. And that was to do with the performance in the year in terms of one of our wines, and that one wine was the first vintage really that my brother made without my dad as well, so it was 100% his wine, because they used to wine make together a lot, all the time. And then and based on our sort of performance to date in that competition led us to that point. So it had the past and the present all wrapped in one, but it was the one thing that I think Simon and I really just felt hugely elated about, I have to say. Yeah, as an employer, they said, well, we should ask staff if they're happy, and I'm like, but we can't make people happy. It's an impossible target, and you'll be chasing that impossible thing. People make themselves happy by understanding what makes them content and having their purpose and those sorts of things. And I think this is something I learned a long time ago, is that actually the only person who can make me happy is me. Perhaps my passion from that has always been around the people. And I've thought, and I think when I talk about sustainability, it's not just about the environmental sustainability, which is obviously one pillar of that, but it's how do you make the business properly sustainable across it all. So you've got to be profitable. The business has to run profitably to be sustainable. And the way that businesses run profitably and are successful is by looking after the people in the business, because the people make that happen.
Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick.
Young people can come to the art therapy group every week, and this is a safe, supported, confidential space for them to talk about anything that's important to them. That might be their ongoing chronic health condition, but it could be anything to do with mental health and emotional well-being that's affected on a day-to-day basis because they're living with a condition. Every aspect of their mental health and emotional well-being is impacted and can be supported by coming together in this group, making art together, and having this quiet, supportive space to be honest and really start to feel into what's true for them without pretending. That experience of being heard and listened to and taken seriously means that a young person feels less isolated and can go out from the group feeling more confident, feeling less anxious about their experience and what's true for them.
I was diagnosed with leukemia when I was 2. My treatment lasted 2 years. And then as I got older, about 10, like early teens, I developed some sensory disorders, which hurt a few of my relationships with my friends and my family. So coming to art therapy was a nice mixture of having artwork and being able to create art in a nice environment, having a really calm space to come to with other people of a similar age to me and who've had similar experiences, and then being able to have Saskia, who I could have advice from, and just talk about anything, get my thoughts out in a really safe, calm space, because coming to art therapy has helped me sort of move away from it, and now I'm in a much stronger place emotionally.
And that is the human love of stories. That's the joy that we get from hearing a story. And the one thing I want the world to recognise is business stories are no different. There is always an opportunity to find that moment where people go, I've just heard something that has rocked my world. I've just heard something that has changed the way I see things that I, for the longest time, taken for granted. But the purpose is like being able to reach down into your soul and pull out this glowing orb that defines who you are and why you exist. That's a little bit harder. So you've got a stream here where it's the thing that you're really good at, that you can't imagine doing anything else. And then here you've got a separate stream. See if you can guess which film reference is coming up. You've got a separate stream over here, which is about the things that drive you as a human being. The instinctive, buried down deep, tied into your genetics. If you cut the person in half, it'd be written through them like words in a stick of Brighton Rock. But what you've got to do to find the purpose is you've got to cross the streams. That's a Ghostbusters reference. You've got to cross the streams because the purpose has to be both of those things. It's getting your story straight before you start telling the rest of the world your story. You know, one of the things that's frustrating for me when I hear people talking about search engine optimization is until you've figured out the story, you could spend a fortune on SEO, but it's like drawing a treasure map and forgetting to bury the treasure. Yeah, you lead people to that big X on the beach, but when they dig it up, it's just wet sand. And what they actually need is the treasure. So you've got to think about the treasure first and then bring people to it. Meaningful, memorable, and moving. So if it's meaningful, it means it's got to resonate. It's got to feel authentic and true. If it's memorable, there's got to be a hook. There's got to be a point to the story. When someone says, what is the story about? It's got to be about something, and that's the bit that you take away. And finally, it's got to be moving. It's got to trigger an emotional response. And what's interesting is, right back to what you were just saying, if you're telling somebody something, and it's meaningful, memorable, and moving, that's where the people buy the people. I'm going to buy your service because I believe in you, because I'm enthusiastic about what you're bringing to the world. I'm enjoying seeing your enthusiasm for me reflected in your eyes. I can see myself in your eyes thinking, yeah, they get me, they understand me. That's a different kind of a connection, and that is representative of a business that has a purpose beyond financial return.
Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here, we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick. I'm going to ask a quick favour. If you're listening to this, please hit the subscribe button and the follow button. Like, share, rate, review the podcast. It helps more than you realise.
You know, the key for me is obviously when my father passed away rather suddenly in 2014. The bank at the time then quite quickly after that said, we're not supporting you anymore. And then my brother, the following, about a few months after that, went into hospital for a year with major heart issues and having to have a heart valve replacement. So if you can imagine all of that in one go, that to me was perhaps the most challenging time of my life. That we won on that night the very, very top Pinnacle Award, which beating all wines, so not just English, not just sparkling, but every single wine that had entered that competition in that year, we came up as winemaker of the year. And that was to do with the performance in the year in terms of one of our wines, and that one wine was the first vintage really that my brother made without my dad as well, so it was 100% his wine, because they used to wine make together a lot, all the time. And then you know, and based on our sort of performance to date in that competition led us to that point. So it had the past and the present all wrapped in one. But it was the one thing that I think Simon and I really just felt hugely elated about, I have to say. Yeah, as an employer, they said, well, we should ask staff if they're happy, and I'm like, but we can't make people happy. You know, it's an impossible target, and you'll be chasing that impossible thing. People make themselves happy by understanding what makes them content and having their purpose. And those sorts of things. And I think this is something I learned a long time ago, is that actually the only person who can make me happy is me. Perhaps my passion from that has always been around the people. And I've thought, and I think when I talk about sustainability, it's not just about the environmental sustainability, which is obviously one pillar of that, but it's how do you make the business properly sustainable across it all. So you've got to be profitable. The business has to run profitably to be sustainable. And the way that businesses run profitably and are successful is by looking after the people in the business, because the people make that happen.
Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here, we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick.
Young people can come to the art therapy group every week, and this is a safe, supported, confidential space for them to talk about anything that's important to them. That might be their ongoing chronic health condition, but it could be anything to do with mental health and emotional well-being that's affected on a day-to-day basis because they're living with a condition. Every aspect of their mental health and emotional well-being is impacted and can be supported by coming together in this group, making art together, and having this quiet, supportive space to be honest and really start to feel into what's true for them without pretending. That experience of being heard and listened to and taken seriously means that a young person feels less isolated and can go out from the group feeling more confident, feeling less anxious about their experience and what's true for them.
I was diagnosed with leukemia when I was 2. My treatment lasted 2 years. And then as I got older, about 10, like early teens, I developed some sensory disorders, which hurt a few of my relationships with my friends and my family. So coming to art therapy was a nice mixture of having artwork and being able to create art in a nice environment, having a really calm space to come to with other people of a similar age to me and who've had similar experiences, and then being able to have Saskia, who I could have advice from, and just talk about anything, get my thoughts out in a really safe, calm space. Because coming to art therapy has helped me sort of move away from it, and now I'm in a much stronger place emotionally.
And that is the human love of stories. That's the joy that we get from hearing a story. And the one thing I want the world to recognise is business stories are no different. There is always an opportunity to find that moment where people go, I've just heard something that has rocked my world. I've just heard something that has changed the way I see things that I, for the longest time, taken for granted. But the purpose is like being able to reach down into your soul and pull out this glowing orb that defines who you are and why you exist. That's a little bit harder. So you've got a stream here where it's the thing that you're really good at, that you can't imagine doing anything else. And then here you've got a separate stream. See if you can guess which film reference is coming up. You've got a separate stream over here, which is about the things that drive you as a human being. The instinctive, buried down deep, tied into your genetics. If you cut the person in half, it'd be written through them like words in a stick of Brighton Rock. But what you've got to do to find the purpose is you've got to cross the streams. That's a Ghostbusters reference. You've got to cross the streams because the purpose has to be both of those things. It's getting your story straight before you start telling the rest of the world your story. One of the things that's frustrating for me when I hear people talking about search engine optimization is until you've figured out the story, you could spend a fortune on SEO, but it's like drawing a treasure map and forgetting to bury the treasure. Yeah, you lead people to that big X on the beach, but when they dig it up, it's just wet sand. And what they actually need is the treasure. So you've got to think about the treasure first and then bring people to it. Meaningful, memorable, and moving. So if it's meaningful, it means it's got to resonate. It's got to feel authentic and true. If it's memorable, there's got to be a hook. There's got to be a point to the story. When someone says, what is the story about? It's got to be about something, and that's the bit that you take away. And finally, it's got to be moving. It's got to trigger an emotional response. And what's interesting is, right back to what you were just saying, if you're telling somebody something and it's meaningful, memorable, and moving, That's where the people buy the people. I'm going to buy your service because I believe in you, because I'm enthusiastic about what you're bringing to the world. I'm enjoying seeing your enthusiasm for me reflected in your eyes. I can see myself in your eyes thinking, yeah, they get me, they understand me. That's a different kind of a connection, and that is representative of a business that has a purpose beyond financial return.
Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here, we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick. I'm going to ask a quick favour. If you're listening to this, please hit the subscribe button and the follow button. Like, share, rate, review the podcast. It helps more than you realise.
You know, the key for me is obviously when my father passed away rather suddenly in 2014. The bank at the time then quite quickly after that said, we're not supporting you anymore. And then my brother, the following about a few months after that, went into hospital for a year with major heart issues and having to have a heart valve replacement. So if you can imagine all of that in one go, that to me was perhaps the most challenging time of my life. That we won on that night the very, very top Pinnacle Award, which beating all wines, so not just English, not just sparkling, but every single wine that had entered that competition in that year, we came up as winemaker of the year, and that was to do with the performance in the year in terms of one of our wines, and that one wine was the first vintage really that my brother made without my dad as well, so it was 100% his wine, because they used to wine make together a lot. All the time, and then and based on our sort of performance to date in that competition led us to that point. So it had the past and the present all wrapped in one, but it was the one thing that I think Simon and I really just felt hugely elated about, I have to say. Yeah, as an employer, they said, well, we should ask staff if they're happy, and I'm like, but we can't make people happy. It's an impossible target, and you'll be chasing that impossible thing. People make themselves happy by understanding what makes them content and having their purpose and those sorts of things. And I think this is something I learned a long time ago, is that actually the only person who can make me happy is me. Perhaps my passion from that has always been around the people. And I thought, and I think when I talk about sustainability, it's not just about the environmental sustainability, which is obviously one pillar of that, but it's how do you make the business properly sustainable across it all. So you've got to be profitable. The business has to run profitably to be sustainable. And the way that businesses run profitably and are successful is by looking after the people in the business, because the people make that happen.
Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here, we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick.
Am I allowed to put these cans on?
If you want me. Okay, here we are.
Here he goes.
Live for the second episode of the 24-hour podcast.
How was the first?
Mate, awesome.
Good.
I had a chat with Matt Hunter, who's obviously a co-founder of Plus X.
Yeah.
This is my new happy place.
I was here for the first time a couple of weeks ago. I was talking to the guys from Creston Reeves, and I was beyond impressed with it in here. I heard one thing about the stairs being designed so that the chances are you'll always walk past someone. There's someone to say hello to, stuff like that. Amazing.
Yeah, great. It's all about community. We just talked about that over the last hour, all about community and building that. And I think for me, like I say, I fell in love with this place. I'll spend more time in here than I'll do at home, to be honest. I love
Sometimes that's a blessing, mate, isn't
Yeah,
it?
of
Let's
course.
be honest. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is. Well, listen, good for you for what you're doing. I absolutely salute you, mate.
Thank you, mate. Listen, I'm grateful for your support and jumping in. And look, delighted, my second guest, the legend, is Jack the
I
Lead
don't know about
Hayes.
that. I don't know about that, mate.
Absolutely.
I don't know about that. It's good to be here.
Mate, it's also, this is like home from home for you, I guess.
It is. That's why the cans have gone on.
Yeah.
I can't come in the studio and not put cans on. But it does feel weird sitting this side of the desk with someone else asking me questions and stuff like that. So I was thinking about it as I was driving in, and I was thinking, wow, it's going to be really, really interesting, because usually it's me that sat there with the prep sheets interviewing others. So this is like a novelty for me. So I'm going to enjoy it.
Mate, I hope so. So much. Let's jump straight in. Tell listeners a little bit about your story and career.
So yeah, Jack the Lad. I wasn't born in Sussex. I was born and raised in South London. I'm a council house boy, very proud of my roots. My parents moved down here when I was 16. I stayed in London for another year till I was 17. Then I came down, and I didn't really know what I was going to do, Sam, to be honest with you. My first ever job was at the King Alfred Leisure Centre, the mighty King Alfred Leisure Centre. And I sort of jotted about for a few years. I got into the pub game and clubs. I used to run some of the big clubs and pubs in Brighton. Spent a bit of time in Tunbridge Wells, and then a call came from a guy that I knew that had DJ'd for me, good friend of mine called Mike Pantelli, who was working at, do you remember Southern FM as it was?
Yeah.
And he said they wanted a breakfast street boy, a character that goes on the breakfast show, goes out in the mornings and gets up to mischief and interviews people. And he said, I know a guy. And I got the call, and that was in 2004. So that's when my radio career started, and it's what we now, 2022. I'm still on air. I can't quite believe it, really. It's extraordinary, the fact that it's lasted this long. I mean, it still overwhelms me a little bit, to be quite honest.
Yeah, I bet. So what did you like when you was at school and stuff? What did you think about doing? What was your passions? Or
I didn't really know. My passion when I was at school was football, and I was a good footballer, but that was never going to happen. I think the percentages of that happening for so many young lads who dream of it are very, very small, because it's a very, very popular thing for people to try and do. But I don't really know is the answer. I didn't have a good time at school. I was bullied at school a lot, an awful lot at school. And because my family were very poor, I didn't have nice things at school that other kids had and stuff like that. So I struggled, and I struggled academically. So when I came out of school, I knew I wanted to hopefully do something involved with sport. So I did a year at college doing a sport and leisure management course, which was great. But then, yeah, it started off in the leisure centres, and then I sort of just fell into the pub game, I think, because I got a bit of chat and that, you know. And so I sort of fell into that. But radio was never, ever, ever anything I'd ever considered until I got a call from a mate who said he knew some people that needed someone. So I absolutely fell into it when I was 29 years old.
Wow. And so nearly 2 decades on the air.
Yeah.
Tell me some of the highlights. Tell me the highlight.
There's been highlights. I mean, I did 2 after I started at Southern FM, as it was. I started in March, and in July they put me in a Ford KA and said to me, we want you to drive to Portugal, where the European Football Championship is just about to start. And I had to drive from the radio station to the hotel I'd booked. And whoever could guess the exact mileage that it took me to get from the radio station to the hotel in that car would win that car. And I did that within 3 months of starting on the radio. So that was a bit of a trip. And I did that a couple of times. I did it also to Germany for the World Cup. I enjoyed doing that sort of thing. My highlight, the thing I'm most proud of, is the fact that I stayed on that station on breakfast for 15 years. Because that meant I'd been away from Sussex, I'd come back, and then all of a sudden I was working, if you will, in the public eye. And what that meant was that the people of Sussex really took me into their hearts. And that's the thing I'm most proud of, because 15 years on a breakfast show, that doesn't happen. That's super, super rare. And I'm proud of that, because if an audience want you gone, you're gone. I mean, they're the ones, if they're not listeners go down, you're gone. So I'm proud of that. And I just love meeting people. Normal people far more than famous people. Most famous people I've met are really quite boring. But I'm a firm believer that everybody you meet has got a story to tell. everybody's got a story to tell you. And I used to love getting callers on the show and stuff like that. But if you ask me for a highlight, it would be the fact that I must have connected with the audience somehow, which, as radio has changed, is becoming more and more rare. It's now we've got to get some famous people to host the show and that, because they're on the TV and stuff. And I don't think radio is as relatable as it used to be. So I feel very fortunate that I was a presenter before all of that happened.
Love that. And listen to you talk about it. Like, basically, with the podcast, the tagline that's just come out of it over the last, I've nearly done 50 episodes now, is my tagline is everyone has a story to
They
tell.
do.
I was like, really, but I'm the same as you. I believe that. Like, and I just feel honoured and privileged, like, to have this space to be able to speak to. And I mentioned it in the previous one that, you know, I've had people who've come on here who have sold businesses for 100 million, and then I've had people who've come on who are just starting on their journey, and that excitement and not knowing what's happening, and everyone in between that as well at different stages. But at every stage, people have got a story to tell.
Well, they have.
What's fascinating.
I had an idea once, and I'll never do it, so I don't mind telling you, because someone can nick it and do it, because I'll never get around to doing it. And it was called Tales from the Lobby. And I had this idea that you go to a hotel for 2 weeks, anywhere in the world, sit in the lobby, and you just have a banner or something that says, if you've got a story, come and tell me it in 15 minutes. And I figured you'll get so many guests from all over the world that would come and sit down and say, well, this happened to me once. And you could write a whole book on just short stories about people you've met for the first time and call it Tales from the Lobby. Someone's going to do that and make millions and millions of pounds now. You watch.
Mate, I'll tell you what, I'm in.
Yeah,
Let's do it
let's do it together. Yeah. First, we've got to do is copyright the title and that. I mean, get it locked down so nobody can nick it. And if anything, if it doesn't work, we get a 2-week holiday together. So it's a win-win. You know what I mean? You could put up with me for 2 weeks, Sam.
Mate, I'm in.
Good man, top man, top man.
Oh, mate, listen, I do love that. I think for me, like I say, just having the opportunity to sit in this space and being able to get there, because it's and people often, I love the fact you said about celebrities and you know, people, ordinary people, whatever you label it. But I'm the same. Anytime I get interviewed or people ask me a question, who inspires you, and what for me, it's the people around us. I feel so similar to, I come down from Essex, didn't know anyone. I've been here nearly 14 years now in Sussex, but the Brighton community, Sussex in general, but Brighton especially, people here, just if you're a good person, you can get on with people, report, and they will help you. And it's so that a mutual friend of ours, Gary Peters, who a bit of a mentor to me really, and has been, you know, done some great stuff with what he's done. And I think, you know, people like that who just take you under their wing and they're what they're doing inspires you, and I think that's amazing. And we're surrounded by those people in Sussex, I think. Yeah,
we are. And you're right, Gary's a mutual friend, and he's an extraordinary man, Gary, because the things that I'm doing that we're going to talk about in a minute come from him. And yeah, there's a lot of love in Brighton and there's a lot of love in Sussex, and I think if you're the right kind of person, people are going to have time for you. And the older that I've got, the more I certainly embrace that treat people how you want to be treated kind of mindset. Do you know what I mean? And I certainly believe now at 48 years old, I know it's hard to believe, but it's true, that I've earned the right to choose the people that I want in my life and the people that I choose to have in my life. And you talk about the people we meet, and that for me to come here today, to be able to sit opposite you, who's doing this extraordinary thing for an extraordinary cause that's very personal to you, is a thrill for me. And I don't blow smoke up anyone's weenie. I don't. It's an extraordinary thing for you to do. So for you to just ask me to come and be part of it is lovely. You know what I mean? And we've had to jiggle a few things about it, haven't we? But there was no way on God's green earth I was going to miss this. No way.
You were leading. And I said when we spoke on the phone a couple of times, the one thing you said to me, Sam, I won't let you down.
No.
And here you are, true to your word, and we're having this conversation, and I'm buzzing about it, mate. I'm not going to lie. It's great to have you on it. And I really want to talk, because I maybe sort of spoke a little bit offline, and I've known for a little bit of time, but I always talk on the podcast about challenges that we face throughout our lives, careers, whatever that looks like, and how people respond to them. So I just want to talk to me about a period, 2019 through to the sort of pandemic. So you've finished 15 years career on the radio, lost a good friend, your mum passed away, you had to witness your dad suffer a heart attack just a week after that. During the pandemic, your wife contracted pneumonia.
She's got pneumonia, yeah.
In the middle of lockdown, your son was taking an ambulance to Worthing, collapsing one morning. Mate, as challenges go, just talk to me a little bit about about your mindset around that that year, that period of time in your life. Like, talk to me a bit about that.
Yeah, so, and you're probably right to say about a year, because everything that you just said then happened. So I finished in Heart at the end of May 2019, which was fine, because I was at the point there where I had wanted to change, but I'd gotten used to doing that job. Worked for me and Sally Ann, my wife, because Sally Ann owns a dance school in Hassocks, so all of her work is post school. Whereas, so she would take care of the boys in the morning, get them to school. I would do my bit. Smash the mic then. I would do my bit, and then I'd get home and I had them after school. So it worked. And when something is, I thought, how could I ever go and get a job? I say, yeah, I'd love to, but I need to finish at 2. You know what I mean? It just doesn't happen really. So it was from about May till about the end of 2020. And it was, without a shadow of a doubt, the toughest part of my life, the toughest period of my life. And it certainly isn't lost on me that it was actually the toughest part of many people's lives, because of what we went through in the pandemic, and people were losing loved ones and they couldn't go to the funerals, and people couldn't marry the people that they loved. And yeah, it all really kicked off in January. I lost my mum at the end of January, who I was very close to. She had cancer a couple of years before. She'd beaten it and then it came back. And I was with her, with my dad, when the doctor said to her, there's nothing we can do this time, which, looking back, is an extraordinary thing to sit and witness. One of the people that you love the most in the world being told that, in fact, you are going to pass away. And they said to her that they hoped she would have around about, they said the prognosis of time is hard, but they said we hope maybe 4, 5, 6 months, and she died 10 days later. And that was bad. I took comfort, bad, it was awful, it was worse, but I took comfort, Sam, from the fact that my mum had been in pain for a long time. And growing up in London, where we grew up, my mum was a strong, proper woman, you know what I mean? And she'd really sort of crumbled for a while. And I didn't like seeing her like that, as no son would. So I tried to take comfort from the fact that at least she's not hurting anymore. But at the same time, to see my dad, who is my hero and who is the toughest, and I don't mean physically, I'm hard, just the toughest man I've ever known, just to be broken was as upsetting as anything I've ever seen. And the grief for him was just too much. He'd had trouble with his heart, and then it was a couple of weeks later he had a heart attack, and he was in the hospital for a while, and he got out of hospital just in time to fly back to my mum and dad's home in Spain before we were locked down and the flights were cancelled, which was actually a blessing, because my mum and dad's whole life was there. Yeah, their kids were here, but their friends and their lifestyle was in Spain. I was glad that he got back, but then it meant I didn't see him for 18 months when he actually needed me the most, because we were really close. So you had two things, and you asked about my mindset, and I was definitely a little bit, I was like, Jesus Christ, give us a break.
Yeah.
And then lockdown came, which was awful for everybody. And then, Sally Ann, the love of my life, had pneumonia. And she was told in no uncertain terms, even though we're locked down, don't go near anyone or anything, because if you get COVID on top of that, it's curtains. And Sal's a really gregarious woman. She likes to be up and about. She's a social butterfly, and she couldn't do anything for about 6 weeks. You couldn't do anything for more than 5 minutes without needing to lay down. And that was tough, because I was still doing a breakfast show. I had the 2 boys I was homeschooling. We just got a dog. And again, then you're like, Jesus Christ, what is going on? I can't have much more of this. And then Ruben collapsed one night, and then that's my eldest, collapsed one night at home. And that's hard to think about, because, and I know that you have had to deal with a child that's been poorly, but I get quite emotional about it. It's fine. He hadn't been well, and then he woke up in the middle of the night, and Sally Ann was screaming for me, and he was falling over on the landing, and I picked him up, and his eyes had gone back of his head, and then his bowels opened everywhere. And I was, God, you've got to call an ambulance, got to call an ambulance. And Sal had to go with him. I had to stay with Eddie, our youngest. And that was probably the longest 2 hours of my life I heard from her again. And again, it was another one where you're thinking, Jesus, give me a break. And I'm not a guy that likes to feel sorry for myself. I sulk. I'm a man. We all sulk. But I was like, give me a break. Give me a break. And it turned out he had an infection. And I think someone told me, the nurse told me, that when your normal infection level should stay at about 13, you've got an infection marker, I think the word is, and his were like 104. So he was ill. And my mindset at that time was, give me a break. But you have to keep moving. And I had to keep moving for my wife and for my children. If all of that had happened to me before I had a wife and a child, so if my mum had passed, I'd got sick, my dad had a heart, I probably would have gone to the bottom of a bottle for a little while, like we all did when we were younger, or like some of us did when we were younger. But you can't do that when you have people that rely on you. And my wife and my children, I'm very blessed to say, I'm the most important person in my life. I think we should all accept that we are the most, but they're it. Sally Ann was a it. So you have to keep going for them. It was hard getting up and going on the radio and trying to be funny every morning.
How was Sally Ann at that point? Like with your wife, what?
She,
with your son and stuff like you said, was it you that I've just got to step up as a father, as a husband?
yeah, well, I'm not. Sally Ann and I, we're a wonderful team because we bring different things to the table. And I'm a certain parent, so I'm the one that I'm more of a disciplinarian, if you will. Sal thinks that any problem can be solved with love, which 99% of the time it can. But then, you know what I mean? When Ruben's nicking biscuits out of tin and not telling you, then I think he deserves a rocket. You know what I mean? But she was still, Sal, I think, got pneumonia in the start of September, middle of September, and she was ill for like 2 months with it, about 2 months. So I didn't let her worry about any of that at that time. It's like, no, you got to get better, bub. You know what I mean? This is fine. We're doing it. But it was a hard time for her as well because she was very close to my mum. And she still is very close to my dad. They're great friends, Sal and my dad. But yeah, I guess the older you get, the more responsibilities you have, the more people in your life you really care about and really love, then I think it almost gets easier to just keep moving forward because you can't afford to not to. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and I'm not the most resilient guy. I have it. We all have it. And like I said, sometimes I sulk, but I'm aware now the older I've got, and I'm far from perfect, that there's a time to sulk and then there's a time to step up and keep going. So when I lost my mum, I needed to focus on my dad. And then when my dad got better, we got locked down. Then Sal got ill, I need to focus on Sal. And you can't always focus on yourself because you've got people that love and depend you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, as a period of my life, absolutely shocking. Shocking.
Like you said, then to go in, because from a mental health point of view, I guess then to go in to do this as a radio show, did it help you in a way because you've got to be a certain character, you can put that mask on and you go in and be a certain way, or how did you feel like going into work that day and getting through it?
So the radio show, because now I work for a station called More, which are based in Burgess Hill, and it's a lovely station. It's a proper local radio station. There's not many of them left anymore, and they're a really lovely bunch of people and a lovely team. And so I guess what you're asking me was getting out of the house and being able to go in there for that 4 or 5 hours and escape, and it was because the thing with Jack the Lad is he's actually just a pantomime character. He's just an over exaggerated version of who I am, really. Sally Ann will often say, "Why does everyone else get Jack the Lad and I get you?" You know what I mean? When I'm having a bad day, you know what I mean? When I'm being miserable. So it was an escapism, and I was very fortunate to be able to do that because obviously in lockdown there were millions of people that didn't get to leave their homes at all. So I had that escape, and it helped. But yeah, there were certainly times, Sam, mate, when you're getting up and it's still pitch black outside and you're thinking, well, I've got to go in and make people laugh now. But it's hard because I'm worried about my dad. I've just lost my mum. We're in a pandemic. Sally Ann is at home unwell. But again, I have to go because you've got to put food on the table. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it was an escape that I'm grateful for. And I'm grateful for everything that radio has given me, really. Because I bumbled along, not really living a life until that call from my friend Mike came in 2004, and then an opportunity arose. I thought, well, I'll take this. So I was grateful for the radio at that point, that escapism, but I'm grateful for it overall for what it's given me.
Because I think that like one key thing for me there as well, like with the opportunity side of it, is being open-minded to those opportunities as well, though, isn't it? So as I talk to entrepreneurs, business owners, various different people that come in, but I think for me, life's an opportunity. So there's always going to be things, but there's certain people that will bumble through life and as you saying you were prior to that, but will that they wouldn't see that opportunity to come around. They go, oh no, it's not really for me, not done that or whatever, and they would not take that opportunity. I think it shows a lot about a person's character when they go, you know what, it's an opportunity. I'm going to jump out of that. I've not done it. Let's give it a go and see. Look at, you made a 20-year career out of it, and that's inspiring to hear. Like for me, and I'm sure people listening as well. Like that's to just grab life like that.
Yeah, well, it came at a weird time, that call, because I was living in Tunbridge Wells. And me and 3 mates had a couple of pubs up there, and I'd been there for about 2.5 years in Tunbridge Wells. And before that period, I'd had a bit of a rocky time. I hadn't been well with my mental health and stuff. And before that, I'd been in the clubs and pubs in Brighton. Now, when you are working in that environment, you tend to live a certain lifestyle, and your listeners will be able to put that together, I'm sure. So my lifestyle was very hedonistic from my early to mid 20s to when I left that industry. And when I got that call from Mike saying Southern FM are looking for this, I saw it as an opportunity to get back down to Sussex, which I was missing, and B, to get out of an industry that is really hard work. And I'm not fighting the hard work, but it's really hard work for not a lot of reward. And I'm not driven by money either, but it's not a lot of reward. And B, there are things to distract you for you to misbehave with everywhere.
Yeah, sure.
And I'd been living that lifestyle for a while. So I thought, no, I'm going to have a go at that. I believe your life goes in chapters. And I thought at 29, this could be a new chapter. But it was very much up to me coming in as a complete rookie. When I did these demos and they liked them, thankfully, gave me the job. And my current job, which I know we're going to talk about in a minute, one of the things that I talk to school students about, which we're going to get onto, I think, is I had a decision to make at 29. And the decision was, this is an opportunity that you can either use to just earn some money, to carry on living the lifestyle you've been living, or you can listen, you can work hard, you can dedicate yourself to something, and you might turn it into something special. And that's what I did. So I would say the first time I've ever felt really proud of a decision that I made and an effort that I made probably was when I was 29. Because before that, my life was dedicated to just having a good time. And if I hadn't taken that opportunity, I met Sally Ann, who worked at Southern FM 2 weeks after I started that job.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So what would my life look like now if I'd have said, no, I'm going to carry on staying up here and partying 2-3 days on a trot? You know what I mean? Where would I be now? So I'm proud I took the decision, and I'm proud of myself for doing that. I'm a humble guy. I don't often say I'm proud of myself, but it was a massive, massive turning point in my life. Huge.
It's amazing, and because we get to that. We get to those, and throughout our lives, don't we? Like you said, I love that. Like our lives come in chapters, because I believe that as well. And we often come to these crossroads in our lives, and it's making those decisions on what way we go and what way we don't. And, you know, like you say, you look back now and as a proud decision, and what a great decision, because of what you've achieved.
Because the easy thing to do, Sam, would have been to stay. In Tunbridge Wells, I had a home there. I didn't own a home, but I lived above one of the pubs. But I had a home. I had access to all these things that I enjoyed, even though I was getting tired of them. I had friends there. It was about me coming back down to Brighton, where I'd live on my own. When I first started on the radio, I mean, I still don't earn great money, but I'm not driven by it. But my point is, when I first started at Southern FM, I wasn't on good money at all. So the flat I lived in wasn't nice. I was on my own. I was getting up at 4 a.m, which I'd never done. So I was trying to adjust to a whole new lifestyle. The easy thing to do would have been to stay. But you can't always take the easy option, because if you do, what are you going to find out about yourself? Nothing.
And it's about for me, definitely. Like I said, I really want to touch on that coming up next. It leads us in nicely about the Love Local Jobs Foundation, Dare to Dream, and stuff like that, and inspiring that, obviously, that next generation. But it is about that, isn't it? It's about taking opportunities in life, looking at those things and believing in yourself. Because if you keep doing the same thing, there's that famous saying, you do the same thing, you'll get the same results you've always got. And that's the path you do. But if you're questioning, if there's anyone listening, and I guess talking to the students, people that go, this is not right in my life right now.
No.
I need, you're the one in control to try and change that and take those opportunities to go, I need to change something to take a different path.
And the thing is, you can live your life by a million cliches, and I don't mind a cliche. There's some amazing cliches out there. Yeah. You know what I mean? But you live and die by the choices that you make. And if you sometimes need to make a choice that you're not comfortable with because you're looking at what that choice and that decision is going to look like a couple years down the line. Do you know what I mean? And if you stay in one place long enough, you become that place. And I didn't want to stay and live the life that I was living. So it did take a bit of bottle, I guess. But at the same time, that opportunity, when I look back at it now, it wouldn't have arisen unless I was a certain kind of person where people thought, well, we can have a punt on this lad. He looks like he might get it right. So, yeah, but there are lots of people that work for a long, long time in radio, in hospital radio and on really small stations, some of which do brilliant work, by the way, to just try and get the opportunity to be on a breakfast show the size of the one that I was plucked from and put on. Because at the time, that was a monster of a breakfast show in our part of the world. So I'm very grateful for that. It would have been an insult for me, and I didn't think this at the time, but looking back, it would have been an insult to those people if I'd have just gone in there and not taken it serious. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I do. Well, look, let's talk a little bit about the Dare to Dream program. What inspired you to get involved in that? I guess, like, I know obviously, like I said, we've got a mutual friend with Gary and stuff, but what inspired you to get involved in that? And what sort of, you obviously, just your story alone, I guess, is inspiration to those people. But what type of other things do you talk to the kids about?
So when I left Heart, I had a couple of bits lined up, so we weren't going to be destitute, you know what I mean? But I didn't have. That was where people were saying, "Oh, people know Jack the Lad. We can use his profile and whatnot to help us out and stuff." And I did that, and it was great. Kept some money coming in, but I knew I hadn't got anything that I thought could become a long-term thing. Gary, as you know, Gary Peters is the founder of lovelocaljobs.com and ICP Search, which is its kind of sister company. And I phoned him up because he had a job board. You know what I mean? And I was going to say, Gary, do you know any decent jobs floating about? Because I would have gone on the bins. No, but I would have done anything. And it's just another twist of fate. We talk about twists of fate coming in. And he said to me, come in. And he talked to me about the foundation. And he said, I want to get this out to as many kids as I can across Sussex. He's passionate about the next generation in people in Sussex, as you know. He knew that I could present and talk to people because that's what I've been doing. And he also knew that I'd had a challenging upbringing. And he kind of said to me, if we can put all of that together, I think you can go out and inspire young students to change the way they see themselves, change the way they see their futures, change the way they see their place in the world, and get them to understand that if they can apply themselves in this way and in that way, there are things out there for them. Because one of the things that I'm a big believer in when I look back at my youth, and I say this to the students, is where you come from doesn't have to have a damn thing to do with where you can go. It doesn't. And some people can use it as an excuse. And so we do that, but that's what I do now with them. And I love my job. I'm one of and I say to the students as well, I want for you what I have got, because I don't spring out of bed. I'm a 48-year-old man, you know what I mean? I creak when I get up, but I never get up thinking, oh no, not that again, ever. And I say to these students, you can have that if you decide to implement this, and to not listen to the people that are telling you that you can't have that. Screw them, get rid of them. We encourage them to go and find a job and a career that they love, but we also talk to them, Sam, about the fact that it's going to be far easier for you to get on if you are the right kind of human being. Because one of my go-to lines when I talk to, and it's predominantly year 9s, so 13, 14, is people employ people. You can have the greatest CV. You can turn up for an interview in a perfectly immaculate outfit and you can smash your interview, and that's great. You can have a degree, that's great. But what are you going to do if an interviewer says to you, everything so far is perfect, but we've been through your social media and we can see that you've been racially abusing Marcus Rashford on your Instagram? I said, because if they find that out, you're gone. Because people employ people. So we get them to understand that being kind, being decent, being loyal, being humble, and really wanting to dedicate yourself to something, in my eyes, means just as much as any degree. I really do believe that, because I would give you a job, and it's a hard time for students these days, because the year group I predominantly talk to, 13, 14, they got locked down when they were 11. Now, when I was 11, I knew what I was doing. Riding my bike, playing football, trying to get Frenchie. You know what I mean? That's what that was my life. And these guys and girls have missed out on that. And it's a hard age anyway, because you're turning into an adult, your body's changing, your hormones are everywhere. And I didn't have to go through what I went through as a young boy with social media and with a pandemic. So when people say we shouldn't have to worry about the kids, all they did was learn from home for a little while. No. And I really
made the impact that had on
huge. And I see it in every school I talk to. And because also a lot of them now are behind, because when and I know, and I'm sure you did homeschooling, I ain't no teacher. I'm trying to talk to Ruben about fractions, and I said to him, Ruben, I've never in my adult life added up 8 14ths, 2 16ths. I can't help you, dude. You know what I mean? And so a lot of the work they were doing, Sam, they didn't really understand, and they are playing catch up. But the problem they have is that social media is encouraging too many young people to look at a lifestyle that they think is easily attainable when it not necessarily is. You have to be perfect. You have to look like this. You have to have this car. You have to. And I say to these young students, that stuff really doesn't matter, man. You know what I mean? And if you've got people in your life that are trying to twist and turn and manipulate you into someone you're not, so that they decide you're worthy, screw them, man. How can anybody tell a 13, 14-year-old you're not worth it? You got nothing to offer. I get really passionate about it because it's true and it's real. And I was there when I was young. Do you know what I mean? And it's also a way. One of the things I love about the job that we do at Dare to Dream at the foundation is, for me, I definitely feel when I can go and talk to these students, it's almost like I'm giving something back to this county and to these people that gave me so much. Because I wouldn't be anything without this county and these people. So it's a joy. I truly love my job, and to make a difference like that is wonderful.
It's so, mate, one, to obviously hear you talk so passionately about it, but it's something that I love the fact that, one, there is that program now to encourage, because I similar to yourself, I wasn't great at school, to be honest. I done okay, but I went to school in Dagenham, in a sense, the worst school in the borough, and you know, I done okay. But that's similar. If I weren't going to be a professional footballer, I didn't know what I was going to do, and it wasn't people like yourself coming in and inspiring me to go, you can go and achieve anything. And I've got a great mum and dad, and they're amazing, and they helped me and made me believe that I could go and achieve anything. But you know, it was very. Entrepreneurship weren't even a thing back then. Let alone, I couldn't spell it. I still can't now. But
you and me both.
You look at it and you go, that wasn't. It is encouraged now. And there's people like yourself and the programs that set up like this. People that go in and actually really. And I guess listening to your story as well, and especially like you alluded to earlier about being bullied at school, and I guess some of these kids maybe going through that, and the fact that maybe they can then relate to you if you're able to share that with them, and that must help in a massive way for them, seeing someone like that.
Well, I hope so. I have to point out that I'm just one cog in an incredible team of people. There's 4 of us, myself, amazing Christina, lovely, brilliant Lisa, and fantastic Paula, you know. And we're really lucky because the 4 of us love what we do together. I'm just the guy I'm the show off that gets to go out and stand up in front of the students. But yeah, it's about getting them to understand all sorts of things, but just, God, if you're right and if you're kind and if you're decent, the world needs that, and companies are looking for that. Because if you don't know how to treat other people, do you think you're going to work your whole life on your own? Because even if you're a sole trader who does carpentry, you're going to have suppliers, you're going to have customers, you're going to have people that you need to treat the right way. If you can't do that, you ain't going to get on. And don't get me wrong, I wasn't always like this. I was a bit of a tearaway, you know. But what I love about the job as well, Sam, is it makes me check my brain. I probably treat people better now than I did before I started doing that job. Because if I don't, then it just makes me a hypocrite. And I don't like being that person, you know what I mean?
But I think one thing as well that I take from that, again, why I think it's so brilliant is because there's that. Look, we don't teach this in school, but you're right. People buy from people, and you go out. Like I said, I didn't do great at school, but I like to think, because of my mum and dad, I was brought up to be a decent person. I might be a good person, and that's what I was taught. They were the fundamental things. Grades and stuff, okay, they're but when you go into that interview, what's got me through my life and whatever, whatever level of success or whatever that looks like with business and whatever you're doing, ultimately it's all been about building relationships with people, but we don't teach that, and that's not measured in schools.
No, it's not. And don't get me wrong, schools, they have a hard job.
Cool.
My respect levels for teachers have gone through the roof since the pandemic and homeschooling, and then doing what I do. But you're right, there's not excuse
Is that
me.
not a problem with the education system? Not with the schools or the teachers, they're great, but fundamentally the education system as a whole, the way we measure, or like with tests and exams and stuff, and what they're taught.
Mhm.
Is that what's your take on that? Like, do you still think there's maybe that needs to change? Right
I
from the top?
think it does to a certain extent, because, and to put this into context, I have two boys, Eddie, who's nearly 9, and Ruben, who's 12. And every time Sally Ann or I, or both of us, go to a parents' evening, the thing we want to know from the teachers of them two more than anything is, are they kind, decent, loving lads? Because, and I say that to Ruben all the time because he's 12, so he's going through it a little bit now. And I'll say to him, Ruben, as long as you tell me every day you've done your best, that's all I want, man. I say, if you mug me off and tell me you haven't, and I find out you haven't, then I'm going to have the ump. I say, but even more than that, be kind. Don't forget who you are. Be decent, because that's what I want you to be. That's what I want you to be. I would rather my boys went and sat down next to a lad or a lady, young lady that was getting bullied, put their arm on her shoulder or his shoulder and said, are you okay? Is there anything I can do? That means more to me as a parent than an A grade. And I think schools have a hard job. I think stuff like what we do at Dare to Dream could be done more, because if you're a student who is struggling academically in some areas and in some schools, when you're hitting 13, 14, you might think, well, the dream is already over because I'm not as smart as that person and I'm not going to get that grade and stuff. And that is a shame. If you tell someone at that age you're no good enough times, they'll start to believe it.
Because they're labelled. Then that's where I guess for me, our struggle, because me and Kelly are exactly the same with Luke and Senna. Exactly the same. They're only 7, so you go into parents' it's obviously a little bit less than it is when they get a bit older, but still, ultimately, they're still tested. They still had SATs last year. They're 7, and Luke, we got rung by the school and saying, "Oh, Luke, like Sienna's really academic. She's like Kelly. Luke is a bit more like me." But Luke is a little bit behind, and I'm like, he's 7 years old. Like, he can be. He doesn't engage as much as Sienna does, maybe with the education. So, but his level of his emotional intelligence is like unbelievable for a 7-year-old. But again, he's labelled from a young age already that he's a little bit behind. And do you know what I mean?
Well, what they should be saying to, what I think people should be saying to Luca is, and obviously with the job I do an awful lot of research on this, that, and the other, and emotional intelligence. Yeah. Research will show you that emotional intelligence is responsible for 80% of what we achieve. 80%. I mean, that is huge. It's absolutely huge. I don't want Ruben and Eddie to not do well at school. I want them to do well at school because I want their journey into work to be easier than the one I had. But it's not as important to me as them being decent. I think with regards to exams and stuff, it's tricky. And one of the things that I say to the students in the school, Sam, is if these grades don't go your way, that doesn't define who you are, because no one's got the right to tell a 16 or 17-year-old student you have failed and you are a failure, because that's like telling a 16 or 17-year-old, this is the best version of yourself that you are ever going to be, which is not. I'm 48 and I'm still trying to learn and develop every day. Am I perfect? Christ alive, no, ask my wife. But I'm trying. And I think I can't bear the word failure. If you can embrace that word and think, right, so here it is, failure. What did I do wrong? Why hasn't it worked out? How can I change it next time? Then it can be a beautiful thing. But not enough young people understand that. They just think, well, I screwed it up. I'll move on now. I've screwed it up.
100%. Look, I've done a talk recently about failure, because first business brought me to Brighton. I took over a hair salon that failed, lost money, I had to sell my house, it didn't work out, and that was a failure in a sense. But it's not. What I learned from that was amazing. That experience, I guess, and someone. Got a guy come on once on here called Steve Salis, really great guy, and he one of his things was there is no failure, there's only feedback. I love that, and I think that you're exactly right. That message needs to be to kids.
It does.
It's okay to try things and it not work out. Learn from that,
yeah.
And then you try something else.
But what I would imagine, Sam, that you also learned from that hair salon that didn't work out for you, and this is one of the messages again that I really try and drum into the kids, is what you probably would have learned from that is, yeah, that's gone belly up. These are the people that have picked me up and said, Sam, don't worry about it. We're going to go again. we go again. We got your back. If you had changed who you were to impress another bunch of people, they're the ones that the people that say to you, it's not going to work enough. When it doesn't work, they're the ones that say, I told you, I'm not going to bother supporting you again. Whereas the ones that really believe in you and love you and see the beauty and the potential and the ability for who you are, when it does go wrong, because life is hard and it will kick you in the nuts a lot. When it does go wrong, they're the same ones that say, it went wrong. I still believe in you. Come on, we go again. And so I think when you do fail at certain things, it teaches you the value of people and the value of the people that you've got in your life. When I left Heart as Jack the Lad, you know what I mean, radio presenter, oh, Jack, he's funny, that mate. There were people in my life who disappeared like a fart in the wind because I wasn't on the radio again. And there are people that stayed, and they're people like Gary, and they're the people that matter to me now. And at 48, I've got a right to choose. And I think every time you do fail at something, you learn not just about yourself, but about the people that matter, because they're the ones that pick you up and say, no, we're going again. Whether you want to or not, we're going again. So if young people can embrace that early enough and understand that the people that matter are the people that see them for who they are now, what they represent now, what they stand for now, and the beauty that they've got inside of them now, if they can see that early enough, their journey is going to be so much easier, because they're always going to have that support network, not these ones that say, you know what's like at school? Well, look, you want to be in our gang or our clique or whatever, you got to go nick a Mars bar or something. You know what I mean? Like, no. Be true, man. Be true to who you are.
I love it. I think that for me, the overriding message is exactly that, because I've done a mental health awareness episode on here. We talked about, and the guy I was interviewing, he said there was a book, 5 Regrets of the Dying, and the main regret of the dying was from a palliative nurse. The main regret of the dying is I didn't live a life true to myself. And that message, no matter what, that comes across, and what you guys are doing with Dare to Dream, and those type of messages is so powerful. I think.
It doesn't, for me, Sam. It comes down to, again, choices and that, and the choices of. I don't need 10 fingers to count the people in my life who I trust 100%. They're also the people whose opinion of me matters to me more than anyone. They're the ones that will support me. People like Gary, who will say, yeah, you can do that. Easy. I'll back you up. I've got you. If I'm being a melt, they'll also tell me you're being a melt. Don't act like that. And if that certain group of people say that to me, then I listen. You know, because nobody's perfect. Perfection doesn't exist. It's just a race you have in each day against yourself. Try and be ahead, and you're doing a good job. But yeah, I think that's really powerful that I didn't live a life true to myself. I don't want to be laying thinking about that when I'm taking my last breath. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. Well, before we go into sort of our quick fire questions,
yes.
Just want to. You mentioned in a recent post that you're starting the second part of your life.
Yeah, it feels like that.
What does the future hold for Jack the Lad?
I don't know. I try to not think about tomorrow too much. Although Sally Ann would disagree with that, because if you ask her, I say to her, I'll do it tomorrow a lot. But in the grand scheme of things, I try not to think about tomorrow too much, because I've got today to focus on first. The things that are most important to me are to be a good husband and a good dad. That is my biggest ambition, bar none. And I don't always get it right, but I don't think any of us do. That's my biggest goal, is to be happy and to be a good father and a good dad. When it comes to work, I think what we're doing at Dare to Dream now is just the start. I think because of everything that young people have been through the last years with the pandemic and everything, I think there's so much demand for the work that we're doing, and I'm really excited to see where we as a team can take this program, because I'm so passionate about it, and we all are. I want to be working for this foundation and for this program until the day I retire and don't work no more, whenever that'll be. Excuse me, I just did an inside burp. You might have got it on the mic. And as far as, I just want to be happy, man. I mean, that's all I want. I don't care about fancy things. I'm not driven by money. I like going on holiday, and I believe that for everything that money can buy you, there's a dozen things more that it can't. I saw a thing Money can buy you the best doctors in the world, but it can't buy you health. Money can buy you the best holidays in the world, but it can't buy you the sun. You know what I mean? Money can buy you the best bed in the world, but it can't buy you sleep. So money's great and that, but it's not my ultimate goal to be wealthy or to be rich. My ultimate goal is to be happy. I want to be happy because I've had some dark points in my life. I've been very, very low before now. I do struggle with my mental health at times. My anxiety levels can go through the roof. So if I can manage that and get away from anything that antagonizes that anxiety, then my journey to being happy will be easier. And that's all I really want. And you say to me, well, what is happiness, Jack? I haven't got a clue, because what it is for me is different to what it is for you, what it is to your wife, and what it is to everybody that will be listening. It's a different thing. What helps me be happy is liking who I am, which I haven't always done. I like who I am and I like what I stand for. Again, I'm not perfect, but I've got a good idea of who I want to be, and that makes me happy.
Again, it's been such a fascinating conversation, man. You've been so open and honest, which is amazing. I think there's so many inspirational bits that come out of it. But one for me, like a person's success measured is still that narrative out there that someone's success is measured by their financial wealth. And I'm so much trying to, on this podcast all the time, because I used to say to people all the time, what does success look like to you? Whereas more important is what is happiness to you as an individual. Like you said, it is different for everyone, but that people's success is not measured by their financial gain, but measured by their happiness and what that, because from whatever level of financial wealth people, I've never got to that stage where so it's not about that for me. But similar to yourself, I've struggled a little bit with mental health in the past, and I changed that narrative a little bit around what success looked like, because I was driven by money. I wanted to be that. I've been with Kelly 25 years, and for 25 years I've been saying this time next year I'm going to be a million, and never got there. And that's what was my struggle. And then all of a sudden you change that narrative that it's not about money, it's who you are as a person, and that happiness and where that lies, and that's got to be surely the most important thing.
There's a great quote by Jim Carrey. I mean, Jim Carrey, Ace Ventura himself, you know what I mean? He does commencement speeches, graduation speeches in the States. So he's done a couple at least, I know. And he says to a huge auditorium full of people, he says to them, the greatest currency that you will ever own is the effect that you have on other people. And I was absolutely spot on, because I was bullied so badly at school 35 years ago that I can still, if I close my eyes, can still see what those boys look like, and I still know all of their names. That is the power that they had, and they abused it by treating me and others the wrong way. So I say to these students, forget the wealth, forget the power, forget the Porsches, the Ferraris, the swimming pools, the houses, the holidays. The most valuable currency you'll ever own is the way that you treat other people. I think that's absolutely spot on. That means more to me than any car or any holiday.
Mate, what a great way to sort of wrap up. Look, we're going to finish always, as I've done with every episode, with our quick fire questions. So,
we need something to lighten the mood in there, didn't it? Got a bit heavy there for a minute, you know what I mean?
Honestly, I'm so grateful for, like I said, just being so honest with me.
It's a pleasure, man. It's a pleasure.
Like I say, the inspiration for me sitting here listening to it, but certainly people listening as well, and what you do with Dare to Dream and go out and inspiring that next generation.
Oh, I'm so fortunate to do it. I just adore my job. I'm so lucky, so lucky. What you got for me? Quick fire.
Right. One piece of advice would you give to your 18-year-old self?
Oh, Jesus Christ. How long have you got, man? How long have you got? Embrace gratitude. Be grateful.
Who has been your biggest inspiration throughout your life, and why?
My dad. Because my dad is not an academic man at all. He's dyslexic. He didn't do well at school, but he taught me early on to have a work ethic. If you want something, you've got to go and get it. And when he came into our lives, because he's not my biological father, when he came into our lives after my biological father had gone, we were living in a council house, 2 up, 2 down. My mum didn't have any money. I had 1 bath a week. We used to eat Spam, crisps and beans for dinner. We'd have sausage and mash on a Sunday if we were lucky, so we could have some meat and veg. We had nothing. And he fell in love with my mum, regardless of the fact she already had 4 kids. And he gave us a beautiful life. Excuse me. He's my hero. Absolutely.
That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that. Brilliant. Wow. Okay. Could you recommend? Could you just wrapped up there? You've done me, mate. You've done me. Could you recommend a book or podcast for our listeners that's had an impact on you?
If you haven't read Green Lights by Matthew McConaughey, what a book! What a man! He's one of my heroes as well. Unbelievable. The actor Matthew McConaughey, incredible thinker. Incredible thinker. He had a book called Green Lights, which is his autobiography. Get that, but get it as the audio book because he's got that amazing Texas drawl and it's just remarkable. That's the best book. That or Storyteller by David Grohl, but I'll probably say Green Lights by Matthew McConaughey. If you get that on audio book, you will fall in love with it. That's the best book I've read for a long time. And I'm a true crime fan. So if you like true crime, there's a podcast called Case File, which is really, really good.
Awesome. Finally, what's your one rule for living a fulfilled life?
Choose the people that you let into it carefully. Be choosy. You have the right to choose the people that you have in your life. And I think that is a great help.
Honestly, it's been one of the brilliant conversations I've had.
I really enjoyed it, man.
Absolutely loved it. And you are a true inspiration. And it's fascinating to chat to you. And mate, I could have sat here for 24 hours chatting to you.
Yeah,
to be
bless you,
honest.
man.
So,
And listen,
thanks
and
so
don't
much.
think, I mean, I'm an inspiration. Look what you're doing here. Look what you're doing in here. Talking to amazing people. You're staying up for 24 hours and you're doing it for an amazing cause. You know what I mean? Pat yourself on the back, dude, because this ain't easy what you're doing in here. You know what I mean? Especially come 2 o'clock in the morning when you want to have a little kip.
Yeah, that might be a struggle. We'll get there.
You will.
Listen,
And I'm humbled that you had me in here. I'm really humbled and I'm really grateful.
Thank you.
Really grateful.
As they say, as always, that is a wrap. Thank you, my friend.
You're welcome, bud.
Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here, we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick.
We're an egalitarian, I am, they still are, an egalitarian business. So the managing director is just as important as the cleaner. You can't, the cleaner cleans and they've got to do a good job. The managing director has their job. Everyone has their jobs to do. And I would let people see if there was a spillage on the floor. I wouldn't call someone else to go and do it. I let people see me get down on my knees and clean the floor myself. I would clean a toilet if we had someone come in and, I never expected anyone to do a job for me because everybody is as important as anyone else. And I think that engendered a sense of loyalty from my staff to me because I would never ask anyone to do anything I was not able to do myself.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So it's like, how can we just inspire other businesses to see even small shifts they could be making that could have a deeper impact on people, planet, and ultimately on their business, because it does, right, when we consider these things. When it first happened, because there was a moment, but the moment was me eating an avocado toast. Genuinely, I took a bite and felt really ill, and I thought, oh, that's weird, I must be ill. and I went to lay down, but I suddenly then realised my brain was like genuine, because I now realise it was a panic attack, which I had never experienced before. But my brain was like, oh no, you're dying. That's what's happening right now. So I was like, oh, okay, this is what's happening right now. But I'd never experienced that sort of perception of what success is as well. So the biggest thing, actually, the longest time it took me to start getting support was because I had so much shame around it. I didn't tell my family because I was so ashamed of how I was feeling. And that was because I was looking out in the world and no one who I was looking up to was going, oh yeah, I get anxious. Do you know what I mean? Or like, I've had depression. And I found that actually the more I've shared this story, the more I connect with people deeply. And that was my fear when I tell everyone, I'm like, oh, if I tell anyone, they're like, you're really weak, and all that mumbo jumbo we have in our head. And actually, it's been complete opposite, where everyone's like the same thing. They're like, wow, you're so brave to share that. And I'm like, oh, and it's that connection. And for me, people is so important. So, and I want connection all the time. Being ambitious for recognition and that external validation of who I was. But in the last couple of years, that has definitely like dropped down. And what has come up much stronger is how can I contribute to the world?
Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here, we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick. Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here, we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick.
We're an egalitarian, I am, they are, they still are, an egalitarian business. So the managing director is just as important as the cleaner. The cleaner cleans and they've got to do a good job. The managing director has their job. Everyone has their jobs to do. And I would let people see if there was a spillage on the floor. I wouldn't call someone else to go and do it. I let people see me get down on my knees and clean the floor myself. I would clean a toilet if we had someone come in, and I never expected anyone to do a job for me because everybody is as important as anyone else, and I think that engendered a sense of loyalty from my staff to me, because I would never ask anyone to do anything I was not able to do myself.
Here we are, guest 3 of 24.
Yeah.
Delighted to welcome good friend of mine, Alex Jones, 365 Employment Law. How are you, sir?
I'm very good. Thank you for having me. Fantastic. Mate. What are you doing over the next 22, 21 hours?
Yeah. We're still going. Just put that down there, mate.
Yep.
Just a little bit. Yeah, perfect.
Yep. Thanks.
We're mate. It's been a great start and really delighted. Thanks for your support. It's a great service.
No problem,
mate. We're going to jump straight in. Just tell listeners a little bit about your story and career.
Yeah, so I run a solicitor's firm, 365 Employment Law. Does nothing but employment law. Specialises in employment law across the board for employees and employers. And I'm 20 plus years doing employment law. And I first decided I was interested in law really when I was 16, 17, doing A-levels, went to university, did a law degree. Wasn't really academically right at the top of the tree, but I liked the practicalities of it. And by the time I did my legal practice course, which teaches you about the practice of law, there was this new growing subject, employment law, which hadn't really existed in a specialist sense much before that. It was all quite new, lots of new employment rights coming in. And I thought, well, I quite like this, and I quite liked it because I think, it's practical problem solving. Identify the problem, sort it out, which is I've always saw as one of my strengths. And then I did a training contract, qualified, decided I wanted to specialise. Got my first job in Hove, specialising in employment law with a firm there.
Did you, from growing up, was it always the plan to go into law? Then did you want to go into law when you were younger, or?
It was something that I was definitely considering. There's lawyers in the family, and it was something I liked the idea of. Like a lot of people, when you first start doing it, it's academically really challenging, a law degree. But a lot of people as well, and I was definitely one of those, like the idea of things like criminal law. They like the idea of the excitement of it all, and then
my wife's a criminal.
Yeah,
we know, we spoke about it.
Yeah.
Not the greatest pay, but it's exciting.
Yeah, and but employment law just grabbed me. You do a bit of it when you're doing your degree, but quite historic. And then when you do the practical side on the practical side on the legal practice course, it was just I just found it so interesting, and I liked the fact that it gave you balance. If you do it, you should act for both sides really, and you get to hear stories from both sides. And then a specialism opportunity came up, and specialised ever since, and various law firms over the years. And then in 2019, I made the call to set up on my own.
So what led you to that? Yeah, like you said, you've been a partner at different firms, haven't you, over the year, 20 odd years of different firms, and like you said, up the ranks and then partner, etc., etc. So what was it in what got you to that point in 2019? Going, you know what, I'm going to go and do this on my own.
I thought, and I had thought over a couple of years, that it was an area that works best when it's on its own for a whole variety of reasons. If you were setting up a new business from scratch now, you wouldn't put a lot of traditional law areas together. You wouldn't necessarily put private client with family law, with criminal, with corporate. They're all different turnovers, different profit margins, different, insurance, different risk. So I thought, I fancy doing this on my own, because technology was getting better and better. A lot of the technological barriers that I would have had 5 or 6 years earlier just weren't there. Apps were available to run a lot of stuff, voice recognition technology, all of that stuff was available. And I thought, well, now's the time. And I spoke to a couple of people who had made the step themselves, and they encouraged me to do it. And I thought, well, let's go for it. And the thing that was really pushing me towards it was, as an employment lawyer, as a specialist 100% employment lawyer, there's not many of us around, and you get a lot of work referrals. You get it from existing clients and professionals like accountants and people like that, but you get it from other lawyers, and other lawyers are
because
often,
because you specialise in that. There's certain areas that they might have an employment lawyer department, but that's a different level.
Or not do it at all.
Yeah.
And when you're in a firm where you specialise in employment law, but they offer the service in other areas that might be competing with those firms, you can struggle to get those complex referrals. So that was something that made me do it, and I thought, give it a go.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And then so let's talk. So because I remember speaking to you before actually you was going to start as well.
Yeah.
You said,
and you were very encouraging, so thank you for that.
I know. I still remember the lunch and having a conversation and going out with me. Mate, great. I knew you'd smash it as you have done. But 3 months after you start, then obviously there's a global pandemic. I've started my own business, global pandemic. What goes through your head at that point?
Well, the practicalities go through the head, like a lot of people had. The kids are going to be at home. My wife's going to be at home. We're all going to be there trying to work and trying to do everything under one roof, and you can't see clients physically. But employment law was just really busy in that period, because it was one of those situations where suddenly, you know, every employer in the country was faced with a situation where they couldn't, unless they were exempt, have their staff in the workplace. You know, what do you do about that? Some businesses, you know, service businesses, you know, the restaurants, the pubs, the hairdressers, they were in real trouble as COVID developed. So whilst it was uncertain as it was for everyone, it was actually pretty hectic time.
Sure.
Both dealing with all of the issues that came up for existing clients and new clients, both employers and employees, but also adapting as announcements happened. So, you know, I can recall having lots of conversations when it was obvious that everything was going to close down, and I had clients contacting me who were saying, well, you know, we know the lockdown is coming, we know we're going to be sending our staff home, and we can't afford to pay them, you know, we might need to make them redundant. And then the rumours of support came in, furlough came in, which changed everything. Furlough then adapted, where, you know, you could have your staff back on a part-time basis, and it was just a period unlike no other in terms of the type of advice that I was giving.
I guess your advice needs to change, but like the law is what it is. But then with unprecedented things coming in, obviously the law's looked at in different ways. I'm assuming.
Yeah, well, the law was the law. I mean, it was a situation where you know, employers had the financial support to be able to pay staff in part, but all of the considerations about whether or not they made them redundant, whether or not they were entitled to come into work, what happened at the end of that period, you know, were they cutting their pay completely? They all applied. So it was you know, an interesting period, and it almost put everything on hold for a bit, not just for me, for lots of businesses. But my firm was fortunate in that period because it was a busy period, and we were, you know, it's very lean. You know, it's limited amount of IT, you know, small office. You know, it wasn't one of these over leveraged businesses, so it was a interesting period.
Sure. No, I can imagine, like you say, from your point, there's certain industries, certain businesses that started at that point that would have been massively affected and couldn't carry on trading, maybe, and gone, taking the wrong time to this plan. Where, like you said, from your point of view, almost become busier at that point in a way, with the amount of people wanting to reach out, and look, we started doing a load of stuff together with SBT and some of the advice that you was able to give in a lot of the articles that you wrote, and keeping people updated within our community on stuff that's going on, which is people needed. And I guess people remember that as well, don't they? Like that period of time, like you reaching out and helping support and with that advice, that people remember that. That obviously holds you in good stead for the business moving forward.
Definitely.
It's cool. Look, I want to, obviously, you know, over 20 years in the legal profession, talk to me a little bit about some of the changes in like employment law over the years. It must have been huge. But, and talk to me about that, like how that's changed, but also like with the future, how do you see?
Well, employment law is an interesting one, because when I first came into the law and did my training contract in the late 90s, you know, employment rights were pretty limited. You had basic but really financially limited unfair dismissal rights. You know, discrimination law only applied to sex, race and disability. And then the Labour government at the time had a programme of introducing rights across the board. So from 99, 2000 to about 2005, we had completely new rights. You know, it's amazing really that non-discrimination rights didn't exist prior to that in respect of sexual orientation, religion, age. All of those came in, part-time worker rights, enhanced maternity rights. And that period, for the first 5 or 6 years after I qualified, new law all the time. Then slowed down in terms of new developments. You know, you always get case law interpreting the existing statutes and regulations and everything else. But the speed then slowed down. But what didn't was the pendulum between whether or not rights are going to increase or decrease, and that historically was always a political one. You had the Labour Party essentially was in favour of all of them, and the Conservative Party weren't really in favour of many of them. It became a almost politically toxic position to say that you weren't in favour of them. So by 10 years ago, every party was in favour of them. Every party had a manifesto commitment to protect employment rights, but in different ways. And the way that has changed over the past 10 years or so is we had employment tribunal fees, which was pretty dramatic. 10 years or so ago, the coalition government introduced a fee if you want to issue an employment tribunal claim, which meant that claims dropped off a cliff. Massive reduction statistically in claims brought often by the lower earning employees, and that served in two ways. It meant that actually the more complex claims, which the reality is that's the type that the likes of me would deal with, they got to trial much quicker than they used to. But it meant that lots of people just didn't have the ability or the finances to assert their rights. Then the Supreme Court declared that fee regime illegal, overthrew it. Every single fee that was paid had to be refunded. And then suddenly the claims cranked up again. The issue that we face now in terms of how employment rights have developed and how employment law has developed is it just takes a long time for individuals to assert those rights. From issuing the claim to a final trial on a basic unfair dismissal claim, you're looking at the best part of a year. Years on discrimination claims, and that's the wider issue to do with funding of the justice system and funding of the courts, which I'm sure your wife has talked to you about in terms of criminal justice and access from in that respect. So occasionally there's talk of changing employment rights. There was talk last week that there might be a change in the 48-hour working week. There might be a removal of entitlement to holiday pay. I mean, again, it's a brave political position to suggest that those things would happen because there's almost immediate pushback, and they sort of disappear. So we're in a bit of a holding pattern really at the moment, in that all the rights are there. They're quite hard to assert. They're quite hard to follow through. But eventually, you get there, and it's almost a two-tier approach because a lot of employers now have become quite good at keeping staff with incentives, with benefits, and those are the employers that always do better. The employers that treat their staff well, look after them.
Because that leads to a lot, I guess. Ultimately, that's about culture, isn't it? Within a company, you must talk to so many. Being interested to talk to you about some, obviously, your clients or people businesses that you spoke to over the years. People that struggle with employment issues. Are they ones that you look at and maybe that they've got the culture potentially wrong? Or
well, I mean, I see it from both sides. I see it from the employee side when I bring claims in from the employer side, and I can put the employer clients that I've acted for over the years into two brackets. There are the ones who are always communicating. They always ring you up when there's an issue. They're always contacting you. They always take your advice. Those are the ones who will be much less likely to face a claim, and even if they do face a claim, be much more likely to be able to defend it. And then there's the ones who, despite my best intentions and saying, please call me, please email me, you don't hear from them for 3 years, and then they contact you and say claims dropped in, and you spend much more in the way of legal fees if you do it that way, and you have much more disrupted workplace. So the ones that take advice and understand that actually if they treat the staff well, they will do better are the good ones, and particularly the ones that understand that with their staff. Incentivize them, listen to them, because often for a lot of employees it's not necessarily about pay, it's about incentives, it's about culture, it's about so
I completely agree with that, and I think certainly from my, like I said, I talk about culture on the podcast a lot. Large organisations, smaller, whatever it looks like. Even when I had the salon, I always talk about I've struggled with getting the culture right. I wasn't a hairdresser. So I feel like I've got that wrong. And I guess for me, it's looking at, like you said, how you look after staff. What, especially since lockdown, how many more people have gone, I don't need to work at that place anymore because they're looking for more purposeful. And it's not necessarily, like you say, about money, but it's about how do they look after me?
Hybrid working, remote working.
How is that change? Like, is that from an employment law point of view? Like, what's with hybrid working and stuff like that? Has there been some? I get the feeling there's quite a lot of grey area there. Or?
Yeah, you're in the workplace. Doesn't matter where you're working, and a lot of employers don't really seem to understand that. assessing how safe things like their confidential information is. What about the equipment? Is the person going to get injured? Sat uncomfortably at the kitchen table. All of these things. And everyone, it was a real shock to everyone, wasn't it? 2 years ago, go home, sat up at the kitchen table, with the family all doing exactly the same. And now it's not like that, but there's not enough staff for jobs, and employers that offer hybrid working get the better staff. And my experience is, particularly over the last 6 months to a year, is employees, particularly senior employees, don't want to be fully in the office, but they also don't want to be fully at home. They like the idea of not having to get on a commute, not having to come in, particularly when you have a lot of remote meetings that you never used to have. But they also like the idea of workplace culture and meeting their colleagues occasionally and that type of issue. And
Kit, like, what's your take on it? What do you think about that in regards? Because there's a lot of talk around that, about that. A lot of, especially maybe the younger generation, people are learning their skill, whatever that be in the office. If they're not in an office environment, they don't have those water cooler moments or that bouncing ideas. Like, you think when you was learning your trade, you just done your legal practice course, you're in your first years as a qualified solicitor, bouncing questions off of a partner. Whereas if you're working from home,
it's harder.
You're probably not going to just email that person.
No, that's invaluable, isn't it? Those office interactions, and some employers recognise that and have things like in-person team meetings. But often those interactions are informal, aren't they? They're you don't feel, you're not sure about something, you don't feel you can say it in a team meeting, but you'll chat to someone who's a bit more experienced over coffee, or as you say, at the water cooler. And it's not just practical, it's social as well. What did you watch? Cool. Did you watch on TV last night? Have you been on holiday yet? And it's harder to have those conversations when you don't have some sort of interaction.
Oh God, because there's so much. Then just look, one of our main, I guess, from us county business clubs, one of our main things come about our manifesto thing we've done with Inside Store Business. People still buy from people, and that building relationships, and that's what we fundamentally about. And I think we're creatures of that. We need to be around other people and want to thrive. There are some people that you speak to, maybe, I don't want to stereotype, you look at maybe in the tech industry, coders and stuff like that, they're okay with going, you know what, I just want to be locked in a room and I'm okay working at home and just doing that. But ultimately, like, me and you are both very social people, go to networking events and out and about. I love being around people and having that thing. And I think that if you go down that particular route where it is more home working and not being in that environment, I think I don't know. I just feel we're missing something.
It's not an either or, though, is it?
That human connection that we crave, I think.
It's not an either or, though, is it?
No.
So, I think the employers that blend that well will be the ones that do well in terms of having staff satisfied, avoiding problems, dealing with problems quickly.
Do you think then that, certainly from, I guess, an archaic way of looking at it, like, especially maybe some professional services like law firms or accountants, where they was like, everyone had to be in the office 9 to 5, and then all of a sudden we're going, we've got to change, and they've had to embrace. They was forced to embrace it, wasn't they?
Yeah, some were. Yeah,
and I think that for the better as well in that sense, because you if someone's working for you or working with you, whatever that looks like, and as long as they're doing their job, that they need to be sitting in front of you 9 to 5.
And it's not a 9 to 5 job, never has been, never will be, as a lot of professional service firms are. But it doesn't mean that you have to be physically at your desk the whole time. The performance is often in the results, isn't it?
You must have seen a change in, I guess, from people use it, like from cultures and stuff like that, from COVID. That's changed
definitely.
The shift has been
definitely, and a lot of employers that seem unable to keep staff or lose a lot of staff are resisting the change.
Sure.
Resisting the change. The ones that are embracing the change and saying, we've got hot desking, or you can come in, we only require you in 2 days a week or 1 day a week, or you can come in the whole time if you want. The flexibility. That's what people want.
That's what I guess you're right. That's what we're in Plus X now, co-working space, which is phenomenal, and we've got various different sides of businesses here, from Creston Reeves of 40 or 50 staff here, and other people are just, there's one or two people in the office, and some people co-working. But great spaces to be able to do that, and you still then get that, like, you still get that interaction, don't you?
Yeah, definitely.
Although maybe even from a smaller firm point of view, you're able to come in and still build those relationships, I guess, which is where it's key for me. I think that's where there's key. But I mean, tell me then, what like from your point, like with the firm that you started now, been going since January 2020.
Yeah.
What's the plans for the future with it for you?
Well, just continuing to grow it in terms of clients, continuing to get that reach out of the Brighton, Worthing, Sussex area, and potentially expand depending on how that develops. I sort of view that COVID period, which was essentially a whole year and a half, as a bit of a stopgap, and we're really only in proper year two now. So and focus over the next 6 months on where that might go.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. What talk to me. I guess I'm keen to as well, like the employment, because I guess I sort of struggled a little bit with that at the start with like I say, I always go back to the salon because that was probably one of my biggest learning curves.
Yeah.
And I had so many staff. It seemed that at the point, because I had like an employment lawyer sort of on tap and from HR and that side, so it all sort of ties in, and it was really difficult for me because it seemed like the support was so much for the employee as opposed to the employer. That's how I felt when I was there. So, for example, a staff member doesn't come in that day, and then they're and don't phone in, and then just come back and work 2 days later.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then the impact that has on the other staff, they go, well, why is he getting away with that? But the process I had to go through to discipline that person or whatever that is. Like, to talk, I'm keen to just talk to me a little bit about that.
It's about connection, though, isn't it? Because you need to connect with your client. It might be that sometimes, I would say to someone in that situation, you haven't been there that long, they haven't turned up to work, just deal with it now.
But can
and then at other times, the fundamental right in employment law is the right to claim unfair dismissal, which you get after 2 years qualifying service. That qualifying period should probably be less than that. That's quite a long time if you're looking at a balanced argument. But prior to that, as long as there's no other issues, no discrimination, no health and safety issues, no whistleblowing, simply someone hasn't turned up to work and they haven't told you, well, that'd be enough to probably terminate their employment in those situations. So it's about communicating, and it's also about not being afraid of your shadow as well, because you've got to be a bit careful about not doing anything. But you've also got to be a bit careful about going in too hard, and that's why it's not just about rights; it's about communication and engagement. And is there any reason why you're not telling me what you're in? All of those things, and having that friendly person on the end of the phone, you can just say, "What do you think about this?" Because my role has developed over the years in that when you first qualify, all the questions are about the law. All the questions are about, well, can we do this? And then time develops, and you almost become that sort of trusted advisor. What do you think we should do about this? And you can, the opposition is as a lawyer, you can tell them the options, but you can't decide for them. But you can steer them in direction of what you think is the best option for the business, or if they're an employee bringing a claim, the best option in terms of whether or not they might succeed or whether or not it might settle, and just make yourself available to do that.
Yeah, that's interesting because, like I said, for me, it always seemed like I couldn't. There was a point where you go, I'd love to have just gone. Actually, get your stuff.
You might be able to do that in certain situations, though, mightn't you?
and you can. Because
of course.
Like you said, level of communication. So for me, I guess part of me, first business, quite scared of marriage.
Yeah.
Can't say that, or I can't do that.
Yeah.
That's not possible to go down that route. I'm going to they're going to pull.
Yeah.
But you're saying that actually, I guess, like you said, the key is having a good advisor. To be
Yeah,
able to
yeah,
speak to
absolutely,
someone.
yeah. Because of course, it might be that I say, right, don't do anything. Come and see me. Or
Yeah.
let's have a Teams meeting as we do now, and let's work out what we want to do.
Yeah.
Because of course, there's a whole load of balancing issues there, isn't there? The person might be back; they might actually be quite good at their job. You might think actually they're not up to it, but I haven't got a replacement. It's difficult to get a replacement.
Yeah.
If it's going to cost me a lot more money. What whole host of issues that you have to sort of strategically think about.
And ultimately, that's the part of being a business owner and having that responsibility to make those decisions and choose that right path. And it was the thing for me. It was so much surrounded by, because it's exactly that. There was them questions. That particular person I'll talk about was actually really good.
Yeah,
and they did actually, when they were there, they put in a lot of money. But then the negative impact that has on the business.
Yeah,
because when you
everyone else is
going, well, he's getting away with that. Why are they getting away with that?
Yeah, it's tough running a service business as well like that, because the customer is front and center, aren't they? And so
my biggest learning for me, I guess, looking at not being a hairdresser was a tough thing for me. The fact that had that happened, I'll just go, well, all them clients that he's got a fully booked column on a Saturday, all those clients that are coming in, I'll make sure I do them, and I can work that out. You wouldn't want me cutting your hair, mate. So people coming in, he's like, I couldn't do that, and you have to then cancel them. You lose your clients, and there's such an impact on the business as well as the other people. So it's but for me, there always seemed to be that one a little bit of a grey area around employment law, and it was always, which listening to you talk was possibly not so much of a grey area. There is actually but more.
I mean, you have to. I mean, the whole point of employment rights is it's fundamentally an unequal balance, isn't it? If that's the whole point, is to offset the imbalance between employer and employee, as you have in many situations. If you if you buy a food product and it causes you to get sick, as a consumer, you've got those rights that are there to protect you. And the balance is right. It could arguably go further. If it was clearer from an earlier stage, it might make matters easier. But the problem's always there to be solved. I mean, that's the
that's the best thing. Listen to and actually, it's really interesting. My first talk that I was talking with Matt Hunter, who obviously co-founder of Plus X, and he was talking about innovation and design and stuff like that, but being a problem solver and listen, actually completely different industries and completely different areas. Yet listening to you talk and describe your role, I guess, and part of the employment law is just that there's a problem, and so I'm there to try and solve it, and that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, definitely.
It's brilliant. Well, look, mate, it's been fascinating. Well, look, we're going to finish as we always do, these quick fire questions I've got for you. So I want to tell me, what one piece of advice would you give to your 18-year-old self?
Build your network, get your connections. Academics will get you so far, but once you start in any professional area, in a lot of areas, your career develops through contacts. I mean, I'm speaking to the converted here, but for example, I got the in on my first training contract through a guy I was at university with. He said, they're looking for someone, go and meet them. And that was someone who I'd met and, networked, although I didn't even know what networking was in those days, and the same, because one of the reasons why I was able to set up my own firm was because of those connections that I had built up. So, and you can always offer people something and vice versa.
I love that. You're so right, and definitely for me, as you know, my belief in that and building your network and the people you surround yourself with is what it opens doors.
Yeah, completely.
So many, and people buy from people. Like,
of course they do.
Whatever, and this is what I find fascinating. Whether it's selling hairdressing services or talking about the law. Magazine advertising, whatever that is, people still, they've got to buy into you as an individual. You've got to build those relationships with people, and that's where I totally agree. Okay, who has been the biggest inspiration throughout your life and why?
This is a tricky one. I mean, I was thinking about this the other day, and there's so many different people that touched my life and done different things, and both in a positive and negative way. And I actually remember a conversation that I had with a law lecturer, maybe first year or second year, and I was at university in London. It was very city driven. It was very, you have to get to X to be able to work in a city law
Yeah.
firm. And at the time, some of the academic side was actually quite challenging. Some of the stuff that we were doing, and he said, "Oh, well, you know, with the academic level that you're at, I'm not sure you're going to end up practicing in law." And at that time, I thought, you know, I walked out of that meeting and I thought, well, you're just wrong on that. You know, it's not just about, you know, it's about, as I say, problem solving. It's about practical solutions. It's everything like that. And that actually gave me a bit of a jump to, you know, to study harder, to do more, to get over that hurdle, to get to the next hurdle. And it's strange when you think about stuff, you know, how it comes.
That's really interesting. Like, because again, I was just talking with Jack the Lad was on previously. We was talking about education. We were talking about that he goes into schools to inspire the next generation and stuff like that. And it's unbelievable, really, the impact that teachers, lecturers, whatever that is, can have on individual and children can get labelled from a young age. You know, you're not academic. I was not the most academic person.
See, I was labelled as academic.
But that's the. But I think you can be. We're from the education system. We're so quick to put people in boxes and label them. But the impact that some comments like that can have. It's great to think that in your head you took that on board. Actually, no.
And there's other, you know, there's other examples of lecturers and teachers who had the opposite. But you know, it's interesting how some things spur you on and some things don't. And
I love that. What could you recommend? Could you recommend a book or podcast to our listeners that's had an impact on you?
Freakonomics, a book about economics, but from a understanding and practical point of view.
Okay.
So it breaks it how money works down into an everyday. It's a brilliant book. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Finally, what is your one rule for living a fulfilled life?
Just don't let things worry you. Just try your best. Carry on. You know, try and you know, keep calm, and eventually you'll find a solution to something or everything.
Love that. Mate, listen, thank you so much for coming on and supporting
No problem.
today and coming on and having a chat. And there's some great little insights, and certainly, like I said, for me, employment law was it's very much was a difficult thing, especially from the salon. So it was really interesting to just pick your brains about a couple of them bits. And you know, sure,
delighted to be here. You're not looking too tired yet.
Mate, we're doing all right. You got in early. We done all right. But hopefully, I think you're sticking around for the live show later, which would be awesome. So mate, thanks again.
No worries.
Appreciate it, and look, wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Mate.
Thank you for having me.
And that is a wrap.
As a business leader, I think very often people overlook the importance of being able to join the dots. And if you can do that, if you can see trends, whether you're just starting out and starting a new business or in a business that needs to change and needs to innovate, if you can join those dots and be really active to look for them, they could be really minor. That's what's going to make you successful. A lot of that's actually culture, and as well. And the pandemic actually, even in our business, even though we try to mitigate that, I definitely had a sense when people weren't in the office, they became that sort of more siloed mentality. And so one of the most important things for me is what I call one team. We are one team. Clients see us as one team. And so it's about making sure that we've got each other's back across the whole organisation. If something's not working, it's not about blaming another department. How can we work together? Culture is not something that just happens. In fact, it's easy to go south quickly. So it's about hiring the right people and celebrating the things the behaviours and the things that are important. And you probably get a sense, I love working with people who are ambitious to get on and learn. And if I can bring more entrepreneurs into the world as well, I think that our economy could definitely do well out of that. And I'll be doing what I can to lobby the government to support entrepreneurs with helping them establish their businesses and getting more people into work and following their purpose.
Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here, we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick.
And then she looked at me and she just flipped. So it was a very severe issue she had. And she produced a lighter out of her pocket. And she said, "I'm just going to blow us all up." And she really definitely meant it. It wasn't just a, you know, I didn't even know she had, it's just incredible. And I could tell that she literally held it in front of my face like that. And I literally had the flash of, right, that's it, I'm done. But I wouldn't change any of it. I learned so much about myself, and the best thing I really learned from it is that we are all only ever equal, no matter what you are doing, whether you're sat on the street begging for 2p or if you're in your beautiful 8-bed mansion house. Those two people will always and forever be equal. And often the ones that have obviously the least are actually the more humble, kindest people on the planet, ironically. It's not just about the numbers. It's about doing something more. And those are the kind of people that come my way because there's something in my message that appeals to them, and actually they've realised that the numbers are in the bank accounts, the charts are all looking fantastic. However, that has only fulfilled them to some degree, and you mentioned it at the beginning in the intro, what I call empty success syndrome, and you've achieved that, but actually partly it was never about that. It was about, again, you're proving something to someone possibly, and also that there's only a certain level of fulfillment that gives, and it's what do I do now? Who am I now? What have I learned? And what can I do to give that incredible experience? The negatives of that is the guys have to, it's all about striving for more, bigger house, bigger car, better car, holidays, holiday home. There's this continuum that obviously companies, corporates, we're a market economy. The corporates encourage us to feel and think like this as well, and it's all BS, quite frankly. And I've met too many miserable millionaires. So it is absolutely BS, because one question I'd like to throw in is very hot potato for me at the moment. If this is resonating, the key question to ask yourself at any point in your life, but especially if you're on that ladder, it's like, what is the feeling you're looking for? What's the feeling you desire that you feel, that you believe you're going to get when you've achieved that? The existence for humankind in the developed world, there's an irony, is up here. The existence is here. This is where all the stress is. We're not just in our brain. We've forgotten our hearts, and dropping into the heart consciousness and allowing yourself to breathe you start breathing, your internal systems, your chakras will start engaging with each other more. And that's where our truth is, that's where our presence is, that's where our richness is. It's in our hearts, and dropping into that and allowing that true sense of feeling and of love. It's real simple. All you need is love.
Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick.
Hi, my name's Freddie, I'm 12. I love coming to the swimming group because it helps with my mental health, and just coming out weekly, and the sea's not even that cold.
As a business leader, I think very often people overlook the importance of being able to join the dots. And if you can do that, if you can see trends, whether you're just starting out and starting a new business, or in a business that needs to change and needs to innovate, if you can join those dots and be really active to look for them, they could be really minor. That's what's going to make you successful. A lot of that's actually culture, and as well. And the pandemic actually, even in our business, even though we try to mitigate that, I definitely had a sense when people weren't in the office, they became that sort of more siloed mentality. And so one of the most important things for me is what I call one team. We are one team. clients see us as one team. And so it's about making sure that we've got each other's back across the whole organisation. If something's not working, it's not about blaming another department. How can we work together? Culture is not something that just happens. In fact, it's easy to go south quickly. So it's about hiring the right people and celebrating the things the behaviours and the things that are important. And you probably get a sense, I love working with people who are ambitious to get on and learn. And if I can bring more entrepreneurs into the world as well, I think that our economy could definitely do well out of that. And I'll be doing what I can to lobby the government to support entrepreneurs with helping them establish their businesses and getting more people into work and following their purpose.
Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here, we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick.
And then she looked at me and she just flipped. So it was a very severe issue she had. And she produced a lighter out of her pocket. And she said, I'm just going to blow us all up. And she really definitely meant it. It wasn't just a, you know, I didn't even know she had, it's just incredible. And I could tell that she literally held it in front of my face like that. And I literally had the flash of, right, that's it, I'm done. But I wouldn't change any of it. I learned so much about myself, and the best thing I really learned from it is that we are all only ever equal, no matter what you are doing, whether you're sat on the street begging for 2p or if you're in your beautiful 8-bed mansion house. Those two people will always and forever be equal. And often the ones that have obviously the least are actually the more humble, kindest people on the planet, ironically. It's not just about the numbers. It's about doing something more. And those are the kind of people that come my way because there's something in my message that appeals to them. And actually they realise that the numbers are in the bank accounts, the charts are all looking fantastic. However, that has only fulfilled them to some degree. And you mentioned it at the beginning in the intro, what I call empty success syndrome. And you've achieved that, but actually partly it was never about that. It was about, again, you're proving something to someone possibly, and also that there's only a certain level of fulfillment that gives, and it's what do I do now? Who am I now? What have I learned? And what can I do to give that incredible experience? The negatives of that is the guys have to. It's all about striving for more, bigger house, bigger car, better car, holidays, holiday home. There's this continuum that obviously companies, corporates, we're a market economy. The corporates encourage us to feel and think like this as well, and it's all BS, quite frankly. And I've met too many miserable millionaires, so it is absolutely BS. Because one question I'd like to throw in is very hot potato for me at the moment. If this is resonating. The key question to ask yourself at any point in your life, but especially if you're on that ladder, it's like, what is the feeling you're looking for? What's the feeling you desire that you feel, that you believe you're going to get when you've achieved that? The existence for humankind in the developed world, there's an irony, is up here. The existence is here. This is where all the stress is. We're not just in our brain. We've forgotten our hearts. And dropping into the heart consciousness and allowing yourself to breathe you start breathing, your internal systems, your chakras will start engaging with each other more. And that's where our truth is, that's where our presence is, that's where our richness is. It's in our hearts, and dropping into that and allowing that true sense of feeling and of love. It's real simple. All you need is love.
Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here, we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick.
Hi, my name is Freddie. I'm 12. I love coming to the swimming group because it helps with my mental health and just coming out weekly, and the sea's not even that cold.
As a business leader, I think very often people overlook the importance of being able to join the dots. And if you can do that, if you can see trends, whether you're just starting out and starting a new business or in a business that needs to change and needs to innovate, if you can join those dots and be really active to look for them, they could be really minor, that's what's going to make you successful. A lot of that's actually culture, and as well. And the pandemic actually, even in our business, even though we try to mitigate that, I definitely had a sense when people weren't in the office, they became that sort of more siloed mentality. And so one of the most important things for me is what I call one team. We are one team. Clients see us as one team. And so it's about making sure that we've got each other's back across the whole organisation. If something's not working, it's not about blaming another department. How can we work together? Culture is not something that just happens. In fact, it's easy to go south quickly. So it's about hiring the right people and celebrating the things the behaviours and the things that are important. And you probably get a sense, I love working with people who are ambitious to get on and learn. And if I can bring more entrepreneurs into the world as well, I think that our economy could definitely do well out of that, and I'll be doing what I can to lobby the government to support entrepreneurs with helping them establish their businesses and getting more people into work.
How do you make that one? How do you make that one bigger? So you can see on there.
You can't.
Can you do it or not?
No.
How do you get that off there?
Close that message one there. Yeah.
Hello.
How you doing?
Yeah, good, thanks. You?
Very well, mate. Very well. Welcome. Episode 4 of the 24-hour podcast.
Lovely.
to be welcomed by the man, Bournemouth Sevens festival owner, Eventful Entrepreneur podcast host, co-host with the Harry Redknapp podcast, founder of Event Crowd, Roger Woodall. How are you doing, mate?
I'm very good, buddy. How are you?
Mate, really good. It's great to have you on. I'm really pleased. Thanks for joining me today, mate.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. It's a great cause.
We're gonna delve straight in. Just tell the listeners a little bit about your story and your career.
Cool, Jesus Christ! Throw it off the bat.
Jump in, mate.
Put me on the spot. I thought it was my story. Grew up in pubs, living in London as a young kid. Started earning money as an entrepreneur, buying and selling. Started selling tickets to the nightclub next door to our pub in London. Earning as a 10-year-old, earning £20 every Saturday night. My tickets got people queue jump into the club next door. I'd buy them for £1, sell them for £2. I'd earn my £1 and I'd get 20 quid at the end of the night. And did that every Saturday. And it was a very different upbringing compared to most. But it was an upbringing that I certainly wouldn't change for the world. And it taught me lots and lots of things on how to read people, and you sense what was going on in a room. You saw people wheeling and dealing and earning money. And from a young age, that was sort of instilled in me, really. And that's kind of grown into throwing parties for a living for the last 25 years and lots of other businesses. And then obviously now I had 12 nightclubs every week all around the UK. I throw parties in and I'll take the door money, they take the bar money. And did that for 10 years and then moved into creating my own sport and music festival, which has been running now, coming into year 16 with 30,000 people partying in a field for 3 days, listening to 100 DJs and bands and enjoying life. There's loads of other stuff thrown in there as well. We also created a sportswear brand, which we sold in 2018. That went global very quickly, called 5 for 10. We have launched a podcast called The Eventful Entrepreneur for the last 2 years, which is now in the top 0.5% of podcasts globally and listened to in 140 countries, where I interview people who've set up businesses, to sporting icons, to ex-international drug smugglers, to the owner of Reebok, to Michael Jackson's bodyguard, to you name it, Harry Redknapp. And I've had a mad couple of years and interviewing Rod Stewart and Piers Morgan and Eddie Hearn, and the list goes on. It's been a lot of fun. And in the pandemic, we also created a new business called the Event Crowd, which is a new online events course that people can do. I brought in 40 of the world's leading experts, industry experts from Glastonbury, Wimbledon tennis, London Fashion Week, the Olympics, etc. All done a pre-recorded video at our HQ here. And people can learn everything you need to know about events and get you into the events industry within 3 months rather than doing a 3-year degree and it costing you 27 grand. You can do our course for 2.5 grand and you will learn everything that I know and all my team and all the experts we've brought in. So it's we saw a huge niche in the market, gap in the market, and we've gone for it. That's my little world. There's loads of other stuff thrown in there.
Wow. I needed to book out a couple of hours for this one, mate.
Listen to episode 100 of The Eventful Entrepreneur. It's all in there.
Right, love that. Well, look, I mean, interesting listening to your story, your obviously upbringing. So, was you always destined then to be an entrepreneur from a young age? You think that was always in you?
Oh, it's always in the blood. It's always been in the blood. Yeah, it's interesting. In fact, my mum passed away this year, and I got she's a proper entrepreneur. She was from Manchester, and she was in the casino world, as was my dad. Was a croupier in the casino world, and there's a photo that come out of the loft, and they used to do a lot. They used to run pubs in London after the casino world in the late 70s, 80s. And yeah, there's a photo of me that dressed up one of their fancy dress nights, dressed up as an entrepreneur, all the watches inside. Yeah, I guess it's in the blood, and you know, it's just myself growing up with entrepreneurs like Arthur Daly or Del Boy. And you had no real sort of mentors out there and stuff. Then it turned into Richard Branson in the 90s and what have you. And now entrepreneurs like the coolest thing in the world. And I've always been an entrepreneur. I've never worked for anyone, never had a job. I've just created my own businesses. And, you know, I learned from a very young age. you know, to create win-win situations. And that's taken me to the stage I'm at now in my 40s, and nothing's changed. Always constantly creating win-win situations and creating great experiences where people are having fun, dancing, enjoying themselves, and meeting new friends for life. And I try to keep business very simple, and I have done over the years. And I'm very lucky to have a wonderful team around me who are a lot better than I am. But, you know, there's a lot of leaders in the world. There's also a lot of soldiers in the world, and I was definitely a leader from a young age. And that's and obviously with my sporting background, it's really helped me in business over the years.
I was going to say, obviously rugby was your sport, wasn't it? And you know what I guess what things have you taken from sport and, you know, playing rugby at the level you did into the business world as well, I suppose?
Leadership and bringing people on your journey, leading from the front, empowering your teammates. I can't hear you. Sorry.
Was you a leader on the rugby pitch? Was you a leader on the rugby pitch as well?
100%. Yeah, 100%. Always going through the ranks as a kid and up to school level, up to uni, and up to, you know, Leicester Tigers and everything else. There was always like the captains growing up, and you led from the front. You know, I was a leader of people, and I enjoyed that. I really did enjoy that. It's just carried on in business life, and yeah, it's been an interesting three odd decades.
Yeah, mate, it's an amazing story. I'm really keen to, obviously, being involved in the events industry as you have done, and running, you know, Bournemouth Sevens. Talk to me about March 2020, global pandemic. What's your mindset around that point? Running events, you know, couldn't go ahead, and tell me about your mindset around that point.
I loved it. Really weird.
Really?
This is really weird to sound, right? I lost a lot of money. I lost £1 million. In March 20, it was the 23rd of March, 2020. I don't watch the news. I don't watch telly. It's not my thing. But my wife said, "You got to come and listen to this." Boris spoke on the 23rd of March, and he said, "There's a pandemic on its way. COVID, Corona. I haven't heard of any. I didn't know what a pandemic was." So straight onto Google to find out what it was all about. And I genuinely thought, it'll be gone in 3 months. You know, they're talking about this flu come over us. It'd be fine in 3 months. But you got to remember, we'd sold out 30,000 tickets to our festival. Our festival was always the last bank holiday in May. So we had 2 months to go. So all our tickets were sold out. Everyone was excited to come to the festival. 400 teams, people flying in from different countries. So we had to make a big decision very quickly to move it to the August bank holiday weekend. I thought, there's plenty of time. This will blow over and we'll be fine. And we got to sort of the June and July, and then obviously Boris said again that no festivals are happening this summer. So at the time you're thinking, shit, you know, this is real. First of all, you go, well, to move the date of a festival is not easy, by the way. To move the date, people have bought 30,000 tickets. You've got to speak to all your customers and let them know you're moving to August. You've got to speak to the venue. You've got to speak to all your contractors. You know, we have 1,000 staff working each day on the festival. You know, we have a team of 10 full-time staff working throughout the year. So there was lots of bills to pay, and the whole industry was wonderful because they moved with us to the August bank holiday. We spoke to the police, licensing council, and being an entrepreneurial company, you know, we have a real quick turnaround. You know, if you're a corporate company like the QE2 taking, 3 miles to turn around, we're like a speedboat. You know, we can turn quickly and make things happen, and that's how I like it. And we moved quickly. What really shocked us was for those first, when we said we're moving the dates to August, for that first 2 weeks, every single day on my phone coming through was, I want a refund, refund. I was like, oh my God, this is mad. And then after the 14th day, everything stopped. And we added it all up, and only 20% of the people who bought tickets wanted a refund. So 80% of people kept their tickets and we're supporting you and backing you. And that to me really sort of gave an amazing feeling that was such a loyal crowd we've built up over the years. And so within that period, all that going on, I also know that whatever happens, I've been here before. You know, I'm very resilient, and I was excited. I was really excited of what businesses I can now create in a real problematic time, and that's what we've done for the last 2 years. We created 2 wonderful businesses on the back of it. And listen, you lose money, and £1 million quid's a lot of money to lose, but I didn't lose sleep over it. There's nothing I can physically do to change that. So there's no point of losing sleep and being upset and everything. It's like happy days. Here we go again. So I can start creating a new business now, where I guess majority of people were maybe curled up or sitting on their hands and with the fear of what's going on. I've been here before in 2008, so and in 2001, and I found it really exciting, and it gave me the opportunity to get back into the business, because prior to that, from 2016 to 2020, I had a mini retirement to spend time with my family and my wife, and go traveling around the world and go to many festivals and party and enjoy ourselves. But I was ready, after you're doing that for 4 years. There's only so long you can keep doing that with not that serious purpose, because the festival was a well-oiled machine. By the time 2020 hit, we'd been going for 13 years, and I put a wonderful team of managing directors and commercial directors and event managers and social media managers all in place. So it allowed me to step away from the business and give total freedom and empower all of our team there to be entrepreneurs within an entrepreneurial business. So that was wonderful. But, when it got to 2018, 2019, after 2 or 3 years of traveling and enjoying and eating good food and long lunches and all the stuff that goes with it, after all these years of graft, I was chomping at the bit to find something to get my teeth into something. So this was the perfect storm for me. Because
it sounds to me like just it's fascinating to listen to you talk about it in that way, like, because so many people, I guess, they run businesses and have failures and things that don't work out, and the resilience that they need to show to bounce back. I guess one thing I've learned, like, I've run businesses myself for 15 years. Some have worked, some haven't, but the lessons you learn from the things that don't, what make you stronger. That's how I've always looked at things. Like, I don't see failure as there's no failure, there's only feedback. That's one thing I always sort of look at. So whatever's gone on, whatever challenges you go through, you look at them as that's a problem at the time. You got to look at, like you said, listening to you talk about, you can tell that passion that you've got for business as a whole, like you can tell that you love it. And that obviously comes across with the people you work with staff, with, like you said, your clients. To have 80% of them go, no, we believe, we want to support you. That, what an amazing feeling to have at that point.
Absolutely.
And I'm keen, because obviously then you talk about, I guess you're talking about, the challenges that you face over the years. What your relationship with failure or relationship with things not working out, you just don't seem to have any fear of it. Would I be right in assuming that?
Fear of what? There's no fear there. I don't even have the word failure in my vocabulary. I don't understand why people say you have to fail, you have to fail, you have to fail. You don't have to fail. The way I see it is I constantly just tweaking. Something's not working, I'll tweak it. Something's not working, I'll tweak it. The only time you fail is when you have to fold your business.
Have you ever folded a business?
You're the one who's stopping, but there's so many opportunities to keep tweaking. If you are resilient and you are persistent and you are consistent and you are out there constantly trying to improve to make your business model work, just keep at it. Just tweak and tweak and tweak. But there's a lot of people who have got very strong minds, and there's a lot of people who may not want to push it that far. All depends how hungry you are to be a success. And I'm driven not by a pound note anymore. I'm just driven by creating really nice brands that people like and really enjoy, and I can make an impact in their lives, whether it's a festival or whether it's throwing 1,500 parties in nightclubs all around the UK, or whether it's creating an event for entrepreneur podcast where I'm bringing people together again because people weren't allowed to go to events. I didn't know what a podcast was 2 years ago, but I wanted to create something that are going to give people joy. And I've, for the last 25 years, I put smiles on people's faces and got paid to do it. So it's, I just don't like the failure thing. I think people on social media are jumping all over. You have to fail. You have to fail. You learn. You don't have to fail. You just keep tweaking and improving until you get to a point, because no one's ever taught us business. You don't go to school. If you go to school and do business study, you're not learning business studies. You're learning from some old boy who's written a book 30 years ago and someone regurgitating it. That's not business. You go to university and do business study. I've got some students in the other day. I said, talk to me through what your business studies is. Okay, yeah, this, and this. I was like, oh my God. You're about 20 years out of date there. And how much did you pay for that course? Oh, £27,000. And it's taken me 3 years. And now I've got a degree like everyone else has got a degree. But you're 3 years behind in business because no one's taught you business. No one teaches us business. All we're doing is working it all out. All I've done is working it all out. And the working it all out, and I say this on my TikTok and my Instagram and when I mentor other young entrepreneurs, the working it all out is the fun bit. That's where the fun is. When you get to the destination I've exited companies before, there's no fun in that. You get £1, you get a good chunk put in your bank account. Wonderful. Don't get me wrong, that's wonderful. I'm not saying money's not a good thing, you know, it's a great enabler to travel and eat good food and stuff. Yeah. I could go for hours talking about this.
I love it because honestly, it's fascinating for me. But I'm keen to just touch on something you mentioned there about your success for you. Like, it's not driven by a pound note like now, but was it previously? Was you driven by money previously, or have you never been?
100%. 100%. I grew up and living above a pub in London, a 2-bed flat where you've got 1,000 people downstairs in your house essentially, and the toxicity in that pub, whether there is villains in there, whether there's nice people in there, whether there's fights going on, you got the old bouncers doorman on the door, you got police coming in, you got loud music, you got partying, you got a nightclub next door to you. My sleep patterns as a kid were non-existent. You know, I was going to bed at midnight every night, and the nightclub would keep me awake because my bedroom was there and the nightclub was literally next door, one brick away, with 1,200 people in there stamping their feet to "Come On Eileen," and the DJ on the mic. You know, so my sleep patterns were all over the place, but I knew I was earning money from everything going on in the pub, whether it was earning money selling tickets in the pub or taking people up the back stairs of the pub, have a secret knock on the door for the doorman open up, and I'll get 20, 30 people piled in the back, and I'll take the door money for that as a 10-year-old, 11-year-old, 12-year-old. Or on bank holiday weekends, it was on the River Thames. You'd have walk by trade because people were going down to the Thames. There'd be tens of thousands of people. So I'd go to the cash and carry as an 11, 12-year-old with mum and dad. I'd buy all the hot dogs and I'd buy all the ice creams. So I'm edging my bets on the weather. And at the end of the weekend, if it's a sunny day, I'm selling all the ice creams and taking all the hot dogs back on Tuesday after the bank holiday weekend. And if it's raining or poor weather, I'll be selling all the hot dogs. You know, and as a 10 to 13, 14-year-old, all around the ages group, I was coming out £600-700 profit, net profit, every bank holiday. That's a lot of money in the 80s as a young kid. So it's just grown and grown over the years. So whatever I've sort of put my mind to, you know, I could go on to talk about 10, 20 different businesses that have had money as in my teenage years, let alone when I come into a real business world at the age of 18, 19, up to where I am now. But I just constantly see, you know, an entrepreneur as a seeker. What's that?
So that drive for that at that young age, that drive was to nick a pound note to get more money and to reason I asked that is because I'm interested to gauge between, because what I find fascinating, what you talked about just now about the journey and not that destination, because we're often where people's success is measured by their financial wealth. That's how sometimes people's narrative is.
They think it is. They think it is.
Yeah.
They think it is, because I've got a lot of multi-millionaire friends who are so unhappy just because they got a nice motor and a couple of cars and the kids are at a private school and they got a nice house. There's nothing else to them. They've got a lot of money, but they earn their money by not doing something they enjoyed. It might be working in a city. It might be having a recruitment company. Whatever it is, they're at a point now that they're in their 40s. They're not actually happy, you know. But going back to your original question, I was striving for money as a young kid because I didn't have the luxuries that all my friends had living in nice houses. So I wanted a comfy upbringing. I wanted silence. I didn't want a nightclub next door to my bedroom banging music till 2, 3 in the morning. I didn't want people leaving the nightclub screaming and shouting, fighting, or whatever it may be to wake me up. I didn't want the draymen at 5 o'clock rolling the barrels to get into the pub. We had 2 Alsatians and a Doberman at the time. So the draymen would wake up the Alsatians and the Doberman. They'd bark. Up in our flat above the pub, we had a cockatoo called Bubbles, because we're all West Ham fans. The cockatoo woke up our pet monkey. It was madness. Having a pet monkey, a cockatoo, budgerigards, dogs, noise. As a kid, all I wanted to do was earn money, and I got a huge buzz of earning money. I got a huge buzz of not having to ask my old man or mum for any money, because I was earning my own money, and it was sometimes more than they were earning at a very young age. So I was always going to friends' houses, and I would see their mum and dad cooking together, cuddling and kissing, and they'd all have dinner together over the table. And I always remember like beautiful thick carpet under my feet when I went to their houses. And when I went to bed at night at their house on sleepovers, it'd be silent, it'd be quiet. I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Then I'd go back to the pub and it'd be madness, but I loved it as well. I loved the madness because I was hanging around, a young kid, hanging around on the door with all the doormen, them all wheeling, dealing, earning money. I saw things kids should definitely not see. I saw a lot of happiness. I also saw a lot of violence as a kid, with people being thrown out the pub and fights happening, etc. But I absolutely loved it. But in the back of my mind, I just wanted to earn money because I enjoyed the buzz of it and I was good at it. That I then wanted to dream about owning my own home, my own house with silence, with a nice wife that I can cook and have all those lovely comforts that we didn't have by living in a 2-bed flat above a pub next to a nightclub. That's essentially is the answer.
That was your driver. That was your driver. Then that's what's interesting. That was your driver, and that you then again, it's a lot of back to that thing I sort of mentioned about where it's life, especially as an entrepreneur, and what taking something you mentioned a little while back about got to enjoy that journey. Got to be enjoying what you're doing, whatever businesses you run. Similar, I run 2 or 3 different businesses. Obviously, got the podcast and other bits, but each one I bring people together. I enjoy it, and you enjoy what you do. You enjoy that journey, and of course, like you said, that financial gain at some point. If you make money and you're able to maybe take some time out, like you did, and great, you get to that thing, but you're never going to change. If you've got that inbred inside you, you've got to have that purpose, haven't you? You still want to be doing stuff, and you still want to have that mindset to go out. And are you ever going to switch off? Are you ever going to get to a point you go, I'm not going to do that anymore? Never going to nick about.
No, never.
Exactly.
To the moment I die, because I enjoy the game. It's one big game. I think people
see it as a game.
Pressure. I see it as a massive game, but there's too much pressure on this word business. No one's been taught business. They just see it on telly and they go, oh, that's how business people should be. I don't wear a suit. I go to every meeting in a pair of jeans and trainers, whether I'm doing $100,000 deal or selling a business or doing a $10,000 deal. I don't use a computer. I use my mobile. From a very young age, I was drilled into my head from my mum, everyone you meet is a contact. I was drilled at a young age to earn a pound note and make sure you create win-win situations in everything you do, that they're happy with a smile on the face and you're happy and everyone's winning. And all I've done is brought that into adulthood. And the very simple things about looking people in the eye and shaking their hand and doing deals. I've got contracts I've got for 10, 15 years I've been doing that on a handshake. A handshake, look me in the eyes, we're doing a deal, let's go again. Listen, there are contracts that have been signed. Don't get me wrong, they have to be in the business we're in. There's big money flying around in the deals that are being done. But I do everything on a handshake. It's really important to me that these old school traits and everything that I've been brought up with, a very strong dad, who's my best pal, and a very strong mum, and they're the ones who give me the freedom as a young kid, and they're the ones who gave me the belief as a young kid. And it's a real powerful gift to give someone, a child, the power of belief and the power of freedom, and let them roll with things. So I'm just passing that on to my little boy now, and it's the light to see. But yeah, I've never spoken about this before. It's quite cathartic.
That's good. Yeah. It's strange, isn't it, being a podcast host and actually then having someone interview you. I've been interviewed myself, and it's a it's a strange one, the thing. But no, mate,
Yeah.
listen. So, how old's your boy? How old's your son?
He's 8, Alfie, lovely little kid.
Amazing. And for you, I'm interested because I've got twins who are similar age. So we're 7, they'll be 8 in May. But what can you see him growing up to be an entrepreneur?
I can see it 100%. He listens to me on the phone. It's actually interesting when you're a dad and you're on the phone and having conversations, cutting deals, and or the celebrities you have on the podcast, or amazing conversations I've had, or talking about sponsorship or tickets or camping and glamping and the DJs and what acts would get. He's talking to me about it all at 8, just because he's picked it up. You know, it's lovely. He'd be watching a Champions League footy game. I don't think there's many 8-year-olds are going, Dad, how much sponsorship around the pitches are they getting at the moment? See that sponsor on the front of the shirt? How much do you reckon they're getting, Dad? What's the capacity? How much is a ticket to get into that stadium, Dad? You know, how much is a pint, do you reckon? How many people have any pints? 2 people, 2 pints per person average. This is all coming out because he's listening, and it's very powerful. You know, you are your parents, and some people that's not a good thing, and some people it's a great thing, and some people it's an okay thing. But you know, I can only go on what I've been blessed with 2 wonderful. My mum's gone now, but 2 wonderful parents who are clued up and humble and well mannered. It's nice. It's nice, and you know what? They worked their nuts off to. You know, I got sent to a private school as a kid. You know, I was living a double life. I was going to a private school where kids were turning up with briefcases and mummy and daddy dropping them off in rollers or whatever it was. It was a sports school. I was a talented little sportsman. I got a sports scholarship there, but still you had to pay. And mum and dad were living above the pub, working 7 days a week, 18 hours a day to make ends meet, you know. And it was a real vibrant pub. They're the first ones to bring DJs and doormen. They were called bouncers back in the day. They're the ones they created fancy dress nights and everything that went with it. And you know, and they gave me a wonderful sort of step up in life, going to a school with wonderful facilities to play sport and have a laugh. And I was no good in the classroom. I just didn't understand that you had to concentrate, and I didn't understand what all the other kids. All I wanted to do was be disruptive in a nice way, muck about. And all I wanted to do was be on that sports field, but it was living like a double life because I'd go to this private school. Dad was a bodybuilder back in the day, and we had 2 Alsatians, and we walked to school every morning, rain or shine, with the dogs. He'd have his bodybuilding tracky bottoms on. Remember the Gold's Gym things down the side? I'd be there in this posh little school outfit with a cap on, and I'd have my West Ham rucksack on, and they were great times. And on the way back, all the kids were like, I want to be walking back with Dodge and his dad, you know, and Dad would be singing "I'm Forever Blowing Bubbles." We'd have 20 kids, and he'd be dropping all the kids off at their houses and stuff. And you know, it was a very different upbringing, but you know, it was a double life. You go in there at school, and then you're coming back to the pub, and then it was like go, 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 money, people, craziness going on, police turning up, loud music, you know. But like I said earlier, I wouldn't change it for the world, but I wouldn't want my boy to be brought up in that environment today.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I think for me, I'm keen to just touch on that about the education side of things. You went to a private school. We're obviously talking about your son, 8 years old, and obviously learning from you as an entrepreneur. But what's your take around the education system in the country? Like, so for me, like similar age, I guess, and I think for me, like entrepreneurship wasn't necessarily encouraged. Certainly not at school back then. I went to school in Dagenham, worst school in the borough, and you look at it, but you know, people's expectations or limitations of what you could go on and do afterwards were quite limited. Entrepreneurship, like I said, wasn't encouraged, where it is a lot more now in schools, isn't it? But I still don't know, like necessarily the way it's structured, the education system, that we don't encourage more entrepreneurship. What's your take on that?
I think the whole education system is 100 years out of date.
100%. 100%.
Listen, nothing teaches you in the education system to be in the big wide world, to know about mortgages, about paying your tax, about paying your bills, about God, the list can go on and on and on, about business, about life skill. Nothing's teaching you there. Very little. There's probably someone might pick me up on this. There might be a small amount, but you know, it's a shame. It's a shame. There's a whole episode on this, but it's and the same as universities as well. Listen, if you're going to you want to become a lawyer or a dentist or a doctor or a vet, I understand that university is for you, but there's 3,000 ologies out there that kids are just going, oh, I'll just do that. I'll just do a history degree because I did an A-level in history. You come out of there, 92% of them are never going to use that degree again with history. They'll go into a completely different occupation. So I think a lot of it's really, really out of date. And that's why we created this online events course, because we're teaching you skills that can be transferable in any business. And it's a really powerful course, and because I didn't like exams at school, I've made sure they're not exams in this one. You know, you can get a diploma within 3 months, and you're learning from the creme de la creme of people. So that's why we created it in lockdown. Invested maybe £250,000 into it. It's a wonderful course. It's called theeventcrowd.com, and it's something that I created because I knew there was a gap in the market, because everyone's going online these days. But the education system, I personally think it may be okay, but I don't think it's right for, if we're wanting to be a successful country of people leaving school and going, well, okay, we know what we're doing, we know where we're going, everyone knows, everyone's just working it out. That's why the whole country's in debt.
But me and you share such a similar view on this. So I've talked on my podcast a few times about, like I said, I've got twins with 7. I'm exactly the same. I say that if they come to me and they go, Dad, you know, want to go to university. Like, my wife is a solicitor. She wanted to do that since she was at school. So she had to go and do a law degree and get that. I understand. But they come to me and go, I want to go and do a degree just because I don't know what I want to do. I just don't buy into it. I would go out, travel the world, I'd rather them come. I'm going to start a business. I've got an idea, whatever that looks like. Ultimately, we just want them to be happy. But I do think that I totally agree with you. Just to go and do a degree for the sake of doing a degree doesn't. And even to the point where employers now, like I've noticed a few, because I said I follow you on social, and some of your posts are brilliant, and you talk about the people you employ. It's not about necessarily what qualifications they've got or what a good person, can they do the job.
I don't read CVs. I don't read any CV. I don't care whether you've got a degree or not. Are you a good bloke, good person, good woman? Are you sharp? Are you quick at replying to people when they contact you? Do you write a good email? Are you kind? Are you good with other people? Are you a team player? Are you looking out for your other teammates in the office? They're the simple. Everyone else we can teach you.
Brilliant.
These are simple, really good skills to be nice and being able to work alongside someone. The amount of people that I know have got businesses with, for me, anything over 13 full-time members of staff creates hierarchy, gossip, and all the other stuff that comes with it. People are going, how much are you on? How much are they on? When you've got a team of 12 and under, it feels like a real nice lifestyle business. And people sort of may go, oh, lifestyle business. That mean you don't earn enough money? It means you're just ticking over. No. A lifestyle business is something you really enjoy doing with people who you really enjoy being around and making it profitable. Now, 70% of businesses do not make money. People don't know that. 70% of businesses do not make money. But people who've got those businesses aren't making money may not want to be seen as a failure, so they'll carry on and get in more debt.
It's crazy. Yeah, crazy.
80% of startups fail. There you go. There's another one. 80% of startups fail. No one's teaching you how to start a business. No one's teaching you you've got to go to the bank and set up a bank account. No one's teaching you to set up a limited company. No one's teaching you about the accounts. I could go on about accountants. I still don't understand. I've run some big of my own businesses, some big businesses. Even when the accountant comes to me, he shows me the sheets. I said, that is so confusing. Brackets, numbers all over the place, names that I've never even heard of. The whole paperwork's confusing. How are normal people like us who just want to simplify everything meant to work it all out when everything's confusing? Because it's 100 years out of date again.
I love it. I love your whole ethos around business and life in general. It's let's just keep things simple. Because it can be,
100%.
can't it? If you keep things simple,
Yeah.
it doesn't become yes. But mate, look, I couldn't not talk to you about podcasts. Obviously,
Yep.
being that you started yours 2 years ago, the Eventful Entrepreneur. Talk to me a little bit about that. So obviously you've had the situation in lockdown, you've had to keep pushing back, and you've had to cancel Bournemouth Sevens and push the date back, etc. Then you launch an Eventful Entrepreneur podcast in 2 years. You're in the top 0.5%. You've interviewed some amazing guests. What inspired you at that point to launch it?
To bring people back together again, because I couldn't do it in a field.
Brilliant.
So how can I bring people together that they can listen to amazing stories where I'll interview amazing people who have all lived eventful lives, crazy people. You know, open up my black book. Like I said earlier, my mum said, everyone you meet is a contact. I'm one phone call away from anyone in the UK. And if I can't get hold of that person, I'm 2 phone calls away. You know, and when people want to talk about themselves and tell their story in a really nice way, in a really nice manner, that's only going to help people who are listening. You know, you might listen to a podcast episode, you might learn 3 or 4 tips. You go, oh my God, that might change the whole outlook to my business if I tweaked it like that, or I did it like that. You know, so I've personally absolutely loved it. And if you flick through the 106, 107 episodes I've done so far, and someone says to me, which is your best, I can't put my finger on it. There's so many good ones on there. And I guess that's why it's grown so quickly, because people, the feedback that I get is that once you start, they listen to one, you get hooked. You go, oh God, I really enjoyed that style. Because I let people speak. You know, a lot of podcast hosts don't let people speak, and just take them on a journey. I freestyle everything, no notes, no research. I do 5 minutes the night before, a little bit flicking around, nothing written down. I just freestyle it, and we have a wicked conversation for an hour, or maybe an hour and a half.
Love it. Look, mate, we share a similar power. I'm just coming up to my 50th episode, I think, now, and it's been, out of all the businesses I've run and stuff I've done, this is probably one of my favourite things. I love having today, mate, so grateful for you coming on and having a chat with me. It's brilliant. Like I said, it's been fascinating actually following you on social media and seeing that, and really engage with your posts and the stuff that you talk about, and just your ethos. I think we just share quite similar values and stuff, certainly surrounding business and what that looks like. So it's been and really grateful, obviously, you coming on. I want to before we go into our quick fire questions, I just tell me what the future holds for Roger Woodall.
Roger Woodall, God, I haven't been called that in years.
I call you Dodge.
Mate, everyone knows me as Dodge. We've just launched. We've got coming into year 16 of the festival. We've got. I've been 6 months now trading with the Event Crowd, which is the online events course, which is going extremely well. The podcast is flying, and I'm just enjoying life. I'm literally just enjoying life. As you get older, you just get more and more grateful for things, and even from a kid, you know, I'm very lucky to have nice stuff in life. I'm not into fast cars. I'm not into watches. I like nice holidays. I like a nice comfy home, quiet, calm home. Enjoying being with my missus. Love the bits. Been with her 19 years. Got a lovely little boy, and I've got this unbelievable team of 12 people in our headquarters here. And everyone really enjoys what they do, and everyone's kind, and it's working. So I'll never sit on my hands. When you've got a one-log machine like on the Sevens Festival, I'll never sit on my hands, go, it's going to work again, because you don't know what's around the corner. Like my mum always said, 11 minutes, 11 hours, 11 days, 11 months, you do not know what is around the corner. So make sure you actually really do enjoy the day. And it's quite a cliche thing. People go, oh, live in the present, actually just enjoy the day. Enjoy your food, enjoy the trees around you and people around you, and don't get aggy or aggro if someone cuts you up, and just be nice. And, you know, the world is in a very different place now than it was even 3-4 years ago. But I think the reason why I don't watch the news is because of the fear factor. Everyone's being drilled in this country of fear. I don't have any fear. Don't want to watch the news, because when I did watch it, it would be 10 negative things, and then they would show you the football goals. I'm like, this is odd. yeah, I just try to see. I've always have done keep everything simple and just keep fit and healthy. I love
So
smashing the
refreshing.
gym. Yeah.
So refreshing to hear though, like that outlook on it, and especially regarding the news and stuff like. Because there's a lot of negativity, even social media and stuff. There can be a lot of negativity around, and like it's not what you want to. It's not what the people. I'm the same with people. Like you want to surround yourself with positive people, and because positivity breeds as much as negativity, you want to surround yourself with positive people. I've always been an optimist. I guess things are always going to be all right. Whatever's going on, what's the worst that can happen?
Everything falls into place. Everything
does.
falls into
Yeah.
place. I just think there's a nation of people who like to magnify problems. If you wake up and you think of a negative thought or two negative thoughts, your day's going to be neg. So it's about being understanding your subconscious mind. If your subconscious mind realizes, if your conscious mind realizes your subconscious mind is thinking about something negative, it's like, okay, let's flip to something really happy and positive, which may be thinking about your mum and your dad, or thinking about what you're doing this evening, or thinking about a wicked holiday you just come off the back, or making a nice phone call with someone you haven't spoken to for ages because you do everything on WhatsApp or text, or you don't even communicate with them anymore because you see everything on Facebook and Instagram. Pick up the phone and have a conversation, because conversations are wonderful. And I can vouch for that because I've met 107 plus the Harry Redknapp show. So what's that? I've had like 120 odd conversations with people in the last 2 years where I've sat with the headphones on for an hour and a half with new people who I've become friends with. And it's so refreshing to give people your time and have a proper laugh at whatever you're doing. And the thing now, if I'm at home, I go, right, I'm going to flick through my phone. God, I haven't spoken to him for, God, Jesus, about 9 years. And it's so good for the soul. It really is.
I love that. Love that, mate. Listen, we're gonna finish up. We've got some quick fire questions I've got for you. So, what one piece of advice would you give to your 18-year-old self?
18-year-old self. Think big. If you've got an idea, follow through and go and do it.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Who has been the biggest inspiration throughout your life and why?
My mum and my dad. My mum has got me the entrepreneurial spirit. My dad is an absolute rock, my best mate. And they both give me belief in being able to do whatever I want to do and believe in yourself. And I can't stress that enough, how powerful being given belief as a young kid is, and how it is for me as an adult now.
Amazing. Love that. Could you recommend a book or a podcast for our listeners that had an impact on you, other than your brilliant podcast, of course?
Well, I don't read books, and podcast-wise, I've got a friend called James Sinclair, and he's got a podcast called The Business Broadcast, and he is one of the best entrepreneurs in the country, in my opinion. And he's a wonderful guy, and he's created unbelievable businesses. He's a £20 million business. He's got a number of businesses, from farms to kids' playthings. He's done everything, and he's a proper character. And yeah, I would go and have a listen to some of his stuff. He speaks real sense on the business level and entrepreneurial level. So yeah, that's James.
Amazing. Love that. And finally, what is your one rule for living a fulfilled life?
Being happy. Happiness. Just happiness. Actually, break it all down. Are you happy today? Because nothing else really matters. How much money you got in the bank, or how much money you take the grave of your cars, and it's just happiness. What does happiness mean to you? If I said to you, what does happiness mean to you?
Seeing you having this conversation, mate, that's for me. It's all about it. I love it. People, being around great people.
People don't know. People don't know. You ask that to my mates. Are you happy? Oh shit, where's that come from, Dodge? No, ask you a question. Are you happy? People have got to really think.
Yeah, love that, mate. Listen, what an absolutely brilliant conversation, and so much great stuff that's come out, and I'm sure loads of listeners and certainly me on a personal level actually learning so much from it. So I'm just genuinely grateful for your support and jumping on this with me today and having a chat. And listen, I wish you continued success. I'll keep following you and keep being inspired by the stuff that you're doing. And listen, really grateful for your time, mate. Thanks ever so much.
It's my pleasure. Just before I go there, we just launched Dodge Woodall. You can get me on all different socials, but check out Dodge Woodall on TikTok. I never thought in the life of me I'd be on TikTok. My team have got me on TikTok, and take a look. There's some good stuff on there.
Mate,
on the podcast.
Ledge. I certainly will. I'll subscribe, mate. Legend. Thank you so much for your time, mate. I wish you all the best.
You're a gentleman.
Yeah, genuinely grateful. Thank you.
Have a lovely day. Be happy. Take care.
Thank you. All the best.
Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here, we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick.
I hope we all reminisce on these days, on these last 20 in years to come, with some degree of fondness. I know it's been really tough. People's physical, mental health has been absolutely knocked. But no, I totally agree, and I think it's how we measure or value success and wealth. Yeah. So I can have absolutely, if I haven't got a penny in the bank or a penny in my pocket, so I still think I'm the richest man in the world because I've got everything I need within those four walls, and that's my wife and two daughters.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I actually took the choice to close my business. Like, I could have continued, I could have found a way, and there's always a way. But I chose to close, and that was because of my mental health, my physical health. I didn't want to do it anymore. I'd run its course. I'd got everything I need. Like, all these reasons that are very personal to me. People are going to judge me for that. I don't want to work with you. I don't want to know you, actually. I don't want you to stay well away from me. If that is your attitude in life, just very politely, just stay away from me. You go and do your thing over there in your world of judgment and criticism, and I'll be over here with people like yourself having great conversations, you know, supporting one another and lifting each other up rather than pointing fingers and going me. We'd created this business with no plan. It was a family business. Me and my mum and my dad had built it up out of nothing into this, production facility, employing lots of people, churning out tons of cake every week. We had our name on the door, and you went on the website, it was all our family, and it was us. For 12 and a half, 13 years, it was us. I was the cupcake man in Brighton. I was the guy who owned the bakery. My mum was, our identities were intertwined with the business. We were in debt, and to me it was a lot of debt because we'd invested money in the retail shop and invested in the business, and it hadn't worked out the way we planned. We'd failed, to use the correct term. Failure is lack of success, and success, the true definition is to achieve an aim or a purpose. So we'd not achieved our aim or purpose, and we'd failed.
Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here, we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick.
So we organise the days and offer them to children at the hospital with long-term medical conditions. And we know that being outdoors is good for everyone's mental health. It's good for our physical health and it's really good for our mental health.
Initially, it really affected her mental health because she's missed quite a lot of time at school, so she wasn't with her friends. But then after the second Woodland event, Venus, then her terminology changed, and it just seemed that she had a more awareness and more understanding of what her situation was.
They're really nice if you feel like you're the only one who has a disability, because you can meet other children who have them. I would love to be able to go on more Woodland Wellbeing Day events.
Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here, we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick.
I hope we all reminisce on these days, on these last 20 in years to come, with some degree of fondness. I know it's been really tough. People's physical, mental health has been absolutely knocked. But no, I totally agree, and I think it's how we measure or value success and wealth. Yeah. So I can have absolutely, if I haven't got a penny in the bank or a penny in my pocket, so I still think I'm the richest man in the world because I've got everything I need within those four walls, and that's my wife and two daughters.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I actually took the choice to close my business. Like, I could have continued, I could have found a way, and there's always a way, but I chose to close, and that was because of my mental health, my physical health. I didn't want to do it anymore. I'd run its course. I'd got everything I need. Like, all these reasons that are very personal to me. People are going to judge me for that. I don't want to work with you. I don't want to know you, actually. I don't want you to stay well away from me. If that is your attitude in life, just very politely, just stay away from me. You go and do your thing over there in your world of judgment and criticism, and I'll be over here with people like yourself having great conversations, you know, supporting one another and lifting each other up rather than pointing fingers and going me. We'd created this business with no plan. It was a family business. Me and my mum and my dad had built it up out of nothing into this, production facility, employing lots of people, churning out tons of cake every week. We had our name on the door, and you went on the website, it was all our family, and it was us. For 12 and a half, 13 years, it was us. I was the cupcake man in Brighton. I was the guy who owned the bakery. My mum was, our identities were intertwined with the business. We were in debt, and to me it was a lot of debt because we'd invested money in the retail shop and invested in the business, and it hadn't worked out the way we planned. We'd failed, to use the correct term.
Failure is lack of success, and success, the true definition is to achieve an aim or a purpose. So we'd not achieved our aim or purpose, and we'd failed.
Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here, we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick.
So we organise the days and offer them to children at the hospital with long-term medical conditions. And we know that being outdoors is good for everyone's mental health. It's good for our physical health, and it's really good for our mental health.
Initially, it really affected her mental health because she's missed quite a lot of time at school, so she wasn't with her friends. But then after the second Woodland event, Venus, then her terminology changed, and it just seemed that she had a more awareness and more understanding of what her situation was.
They're really nice if you feel like you're the only one who has a disability, because you can meet other children who have them. I would love to be able to go on more Woodland Wellbeing Day events.
Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here, we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick.
I hope we all reminisce on these days, on these last 20 in years to come, with some degree of fondness. I know it's been really tough. People's physical, mental health has been absolutely knocked. But no, I totally agree, and I think it's how we measure or value success and wealth. Yeah. So I can have absolutely, if I haven't got a penny in the bank or a penny in my pocket, so I still think I'm the richest man in the world, because I've got everything I need within those four walls, and that's my wife and two daughters.
Thank you.
Hello, mate.
Hi, Sam. Hi, Sam. You okay?
Mate, I'm good. How you doing?
Yeah, all good. I just seen the number 5 then of 24, so we're still early days, aren't we? Still should have a lot of energy.
Exactly, mate. I'm all good at the minute. Not going to sleep or anything. So we're winning. We're winning.
Yeah, yeah.
Mate,
good.
Mate, thanks so much for coming on. It's brilliant to catch up with you. And yeah, mate, really grateful for your time. So, mate, we're going to jump straight in. The legend that is Will Buckley joining us as guest 5 of 24. So, mate, look, I just want to. So many people, obviously, a lot of listeners and people from our community will obviously come and seen you at the MX when you played up there. But just talk to me a little bit about football growing up. Like, what was it like as a young kid growing up playing football?
Yeah, it was brilliant. I think it was just obviously why we all start the game is just pure love of the game. Literally everywhere I went, I used to take my ball with me. Going round to the corner shop, playing out with my mates. It was constantly had a ball by my side, so I always remember that. Obviously in school, before school, at dinner time, after school, it was just everything was just football, and I think that just leads to then playing Sunday League with your mates, then obviously getting scouted and turning it into professional. But yeah, it was just pure love of the game, I think.
What age were you when you got scouted? What age was you then?
I think I was probably about under 8s or under 9s when I got signed for Oldham.
Wow. And seeing that and always been like, was you always at that point like a winger, an attacking player, and was that always your role?
Yeah. To be fair, I started as a striker, as a number 9, number 10. Alan Shearer and Michael Owen were my kind of idols. So I was my game was a bit more like a Michael Owen, kind of making runs off the defenders, running in behind. I was never a header of the ball or holding it up, a big striker. So obviously Shearer was just, I love it because the way he just used to score goals. But my game was more like I'm running off the back of defenders, stuff like that, using my speed, timing of runs kind of thing. So yeah, I always started as a striker. Kind of moved to the wing once. It was only really once I kind of broke into the Rochdale team that I kind of got put out wide. I think that was just kind of when you first break into a professional team. Sometimes it's a bit difficult putting a young lad up front, especially in like League 2 when I broke in. So it was just kind of a natural, put me out wide, use my speed, and it just kind of went from there really.
Mate, you were rapid. I'm not gonna lie. Coming and yeah, mate. I mean, talk to me because you played obviously such a long period at such a top level of the game. Can you talk to me about like maybe like what was a career highlight for you other than that goal in the opening game at the Amex? Talk to me about what was a career highlight.
Yeah, there's probably a few really, at different stages of your career. Like I say, I think number one was obviously the Amex, the first game, just the occasion. Obviously, what it meant, not just to me, obviously, obviously you're kind of a little bit selfish as a footballer. It's what you look back on, what was good for you. But really, that was the team, the supporters, the whole occasion of moving to the new ground. So that was obviously my main highlight. I did obviously break into Rochdale's team quite early, and I managed to play at Wembley when I was 18 in the playoff final. So obviously at that age, that was massive. Then obviously signing for Sunderland after Brighton, playing in the Premier League, something that I'd always wanted to do. It was kind of like once I was a professional, the goal was then kind of get to the Premier League. To achieve that was obviously another massive part of my career. But yeah, there's no beating the Amex feeling that day, that just the emotion with everything really. And so, I mean, just my time at Brighton, like everything, like I was even just thinking about obviously how we met with Essentials and walking around the lanes, going out for nights out, having food, stuff like that. Like the buzz around Brighton at that time was just unbelievable.
You're right. It was. That's what I mean. I go back to that time. We did, like you said, you used to come in the salon and get your hair done, and just it was such a magical time at that point because obviously I'd moved down from Essex to Brighton, and you start to build your network. And then I remember like it was so much talk about going up to the Amex, and obviously Brighton hardcore fans have followed them for years, been to the Withdean and the Goldstone ground, and then all of a sudden it's an amazing stadium with a great side, with great manager and the guys, and you sort of go in, and it was just I'll still remember that day. We're all there with flags and waving them around, and then some last minute goals, and mate, it was an exciting moment for sure.
Yeah, I think it was like a culmination of everything, wasn't it? What the fans had been through for 10, 20 years prior to getting to the ground. It was like obviously winning, and the way the day turned out was just unbelievable. But I think it would have been a great day anyway, no matter what the result was. It was just a celebration of being at the Amex after everything that they'd been through, and just kind of celebrate that kind of moment, really.
Yeah, no, mate, absolutely. So talk to me about, I'm always keen about obviously leadership, management and stuff like that within the game. Talk to me about maybe who's your best manager that you played under and why?
I think I played under some good managers and some like different, every manager that I probably played under had a different way of getting the best out of certain players. I think for me, just the time and the period of my career was obviously Brighton and Gus Poyet. The faith he showed in me when I was at Brighton, and then obviously to take me to Sunderland as well. I think that just kind of the confidence that it gives me going onto the pitch when you've got a manager that believes in you so much, it just gives you that extra percent, I think, on the pitch. I think football is a confidence game, and I was definitely a confidence player. So to have a manager that would back me and know that he thought I was probably the best player and someone who could help the team out at any point, that just helped me get onto that next stage and really play at my best for a long period of time at Brighton, I think.
Yeah, I agree. It's interesting. It's always I talk about it on a podcast a lot with sort of leadership styles and because I'm such a big football fan, I always relate so much of it with sport and business together. There's so many similarities, I guess, that as a good leader, it's knowing those people, isn't it? Like, so would you say you didn't, like, if you had a manager that maybe criticised or was a little bit more forward, you wouldn't respond as well to that? Or
yeah, I think so. I think it's probably just human nature, isn't it, as well? When you've got someone who believes in you or someone who's kind of getting on your case. And I mean, there's some probably players that needed that maybe to get motivated. A bit of criticism sometimes works, but I think I was a player where, I think probably Gus kind of was good at man management as well. So maybe them players that needed that, maybe he dealt with them in a different way. But for me, it was just the confidence given to me to kind of go, you're the main man, just kind of go out and do what you do. Basically, that's telling you to be who you are on the pitch, and what more confidence can you take from that, really?
That's great, and like you say, to give you that freedom, because especially as a flair player, someone that is an attacking player with skill, and you don't want those restrictions, I guess, do you? You want to be able to just have the confidence that every time you get the ball, I'm gonna drop a shoulder and take someone on, and that comes from building you up, I guess, and having the confidence to do that.
Yeah, definitely freedom as a forward attacking player. I think that's number one in it. You don't want to be kind of going on the pitch with kind of like things in your head, you need to do this, you need to do that. It's kind of go out and play. I think there was one rule with Gus, with kind of me, Luar, Nooney. If the fullback goes forward, you go and track him back. That's it. But most of the time, we had the ball for 90% of the game anyway. So it was just kind of stay up, stay out wide, wait for the ball to come to you, and literally try and terrorise him. That was the instruction for us wingers, really.
And what is it as a manager like? But in training, was he, obviously, because he was a great player, Gus? Did he still get involved on the pitch? Did he still have a bit in the locker?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he used to join in. Tano as well, Tarico, he used to join in. I think they used to do it I think it was one day a week they used to join in. Maybe on a Sunday if we had a game and then we was in with the lads maybe who didn't play, would then go in the day after and train, and they would kind of join in to even the teams up. But yeah, I mean, his legs had gone a little bit, so he wasn't as quick as he used to be. But you see some of the technique and some of the goals that he used to score in training, you used to think, yeah, that's obviously why he was so good.
He's got, fair play. And what about in regards to players that you've played with as well over the years? Who sort of, name a couple that sort of stood out for you that you've gone, wow, it was great to play with them, or they were great players?
Yeah, well, obviously when I went to Sunderland, I was playing with the likes of Jermaine Defoe, Lee Cattermole was a lot better than people kind of giving credit for. But I mean, at Brighton, I think Brighton was good because everyone was kind of at the peak. So all the players, the reason why we had such a good season, because everyone was kind of playing to their best ability. I mean, playing in front of Bruno was just made it easy. Wayne Bridge, when he was there, you could see why he'd played for England, even though obviously he was getting on to later in his career. Gordon, who's going to come on, I think, a little bit later, he was just a leader. Yeah. Matthew Upson came in, obviously another ex-England player. Vicente, obviously fans loved him, and he was just come out with, just did some outrageous stuff, really. The team at Brighton was probably one of the best players I played with.
Yeah, it was strange with Vicente because he obviously suffered from sort of injuries as well, didn't he? A little bit later in his career, but you could tell that sort of like a technique, and he come on that pitch, and even if he was on for 30 minutes or 40 minutes, whatever he did, he had he had an amazing ability, didn't he, in that middle of the park?
Yeah,
just to
in
slow the game.
Yeah, in training he was just like, you think you could get close to him and take the ball off him because he kind of moved quite slow, but the way he used his body, I don't think we'd ever seen it as like English players. He was just like completely different to what we'd ever seen, and literally you couldn't get the ball off him. If he went dribbling, he wouldn't use pace, wouldn't really do any step overs or skill or anything like that. Just the way he moved the ball and used his body, you couldn't get near him. He was definitely, I think he's probably up there as one of the best players I've played with, I think.
Yeah, wow. I'm keen to just touch on actually something that's got the World Cup coming up. What's your take on it, like being over in Qatar and you know, different time of the year, and what's your take on it on the World Cup coming up?
I think it's going to be a bit of a strange one, really. I don't think it's going to have the feel of, say, like Brazil a couple of years ago, South Africa. I remember being unbelievable. Because it's not like a football place, I think all the grounds are like being built just for that. It's obviously breaking up the season. I mean, it might turn out to be good, but I just don't think it'll have that feel of a real footballing place where all the fans will be kind of getting together and getting that atmosphere of kind of a party atmosphere. I don't know. It might surprise us, but I just don't think it'll be very good, to be honest with you. But you never know, I suppose. Yeah.
What do you think England's chances?
I think we'll do all right. It's hard to say, innit? To say you're going to win it, it's just like, it sounds outrageous. We say it all the time, don't we? But we've not won it for so long, but we've done so well in the last two tournaments. So, you know, why can't we go on a bit of a run again? I think obviously Southgate probably needs to kind of go with some players who are in form rather than players who have done well who are not playing at the minute. Because I've been there. Sorry, I've been there where you know, you're one of the better players in the team, but if you've been out for 6-7 weeks, like, you know, I did a couple of times at Brighton with my injuries, to then go straight back in, I'm probably not performing at the level of someone who's been playing well, who's maybe not as good a player as you, but they're playing every game and they're sharp. So I think it's going to be difficult for, you know, if he plays Maguire, if he's not going to play and then he's going to go straight into a World Cup, you're going to, sharpness-wise, you're going to be so far off it. I just don't think it's not going to work by sticking by them players who are not playing at the clubs, I don't think. So I think Southgate's got a big choice on his plate, I think.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I mean, what's your thoughts on how there's been a shift, obviously, though, within the England camp? Do you not think, obviously, since Southgate's taken? Because if I'm being honest, I wasn't a massive Southgate fan when he first came on board. I was thinking, like, he's not the right man for the job. Like, you know, it's going to be the same old. But he really went in. We talk again about leadership, I guess, and culture, and he really has gone in and changed the ethos a little bit around what the England team was about. Do you not think?
Yeah, I really like him, to be honest with you. And I think obviously they're going through a bit of a patch now where it's like, you know, is Southgate the right man and stuff like that. But you're going to have little spells like that. And any football team, any manager is going to have a spell where they have a bit of a blip. Like I say, he changed. I think he changed like the psychology of the team, to be honest with you. I think he's obviously clever and he's worked on things like that, especially what he went through as a player with missing a penalty for England. I think he's probably been through all that and has passed a lot of it down to the group now, which is obviously working well. Because a lot of it probably is mindset as well, the way you go into tournaments, the way you react to certain things. You know how big kind of social media is these days. If you're not mentally strong and know how to deal with certain things, I think you've got no chance these days. So I think he has definitely brought something different into the England team. And yeah, I think he's definitely the right man, and hopefully he can prove it with some kind of win of some sort.
Be nice to get that trophy, mate, wouldn't it?
I know, yeah.
You see, it seems like we're at least we've got that little bit closer than we have done over the years.
Yeah, exactly. It's exciting now, isn't it? And to watch tournaments, you kind of got a little bit of expectation. We kind of had expectation years ago, but we probably shouldn't have had any expectation. But at least now it's warranted, isn't it? So.
Yeah. that's the thing. Me being an optimist as I am, I always go. A massive football fan as I have all my life. You just go every tournament, I come round, you deal with that disappointment, but I believe this time we're going to do it. We're going to do it, and you get disappointed. But you do feel like this crop of players, maybe, but just the ethos and the way he's, like I say, for me, I think the way he's really come in and change. He's brought a little bit more of a team mentality. It seemed that we'd lost that a little bit. So I guess I go back to '96, and I remember, you look down at, Gazza and, Stuart Pearce and Paul Ince, people like that, and just Shearer, you mentioned earlier, just all leaders. And you looked at it and they was a team, and they went out and they worked as a team. You felt like, they was all there for each other. And I felt like there was a period where we'd lost that in England. Like, it looked like we lost that in the England camp. And I think he certainly seems to have brought that back, I feel.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's probably two things with the leadership and kind of the team. And I think the tactics were never there. When they had the golden generation of Beckham, Scholes, Lampard, Gerrard, unbelievable individual players, but I don't think the tactics were ever there. Where I think Southgate is more of a tactician and has got different ideas of how to kind of win football matches. And I think he'll definitely knows how to get the best out of this group anyway.
Yeah, amazing. Mate, I want to talk a little bit about, obviously, where you are now as well, and a little bit talk to me a little bit about life after football now, where you are and what's happening.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm really enjoying it, and I think when you do stop, the pressure kind of drops as well. I don't think you really realise when you're playing how much pressure you're putting on yourself. I used to think about the game all the time, think about what I was doing, on whether I'd drive somewhere for an hour, I'd be thinking, should I be doing that? Is that going to be good for my body? It's all little things like that you kind of don't realise that you're doing when you're playing. So, yeah, I'm obviously now gone into the football intermediary side, started up Web Sports Management, and getting to more games, watching rather than playing now. So it's a lot less stressful. A lot less preparation. Just need to get there at 3:00 or 7:45, so it's easier. But yeah, enjoying it and just trying to guide the players and kind of feedback my experiences to them, and hopefully it'll help them throughout their careers. Then.
Yeah. No, mate, that's amazing. What leading up to coming to the end? Because obviously, any football career, there's a lifespan on it, and you get to Did you have in mind what you wanted to sort of do afterwards? Had you started to think about it as you was coming towards the end of it, or had you given that much thought? Or talk to me about that, because a lot of people you speak to, especially professional athletes, like that after that game, not actually thinking about that. They just think, I want to play football for this amount of time, and then not giving that much thought. Had you given that thought, or?
Yeah, but not a lot really. Like I say, I was always kind of so intense in what I was doing, how long. I didn't really think how long am I going to keep playing for. It was just kind of like, I'm playing now. What do I need to do to make my best now? There was always talk, like you hear it throughout your career. Even when you're young, you hear about the older lads talk about what they're going to do after and stuff like that. And I'd always thought about going into the agency. That's the only thought I'd really had, but didn't really take it that serious because I thought, I've still got a long time left in football. But yeah, probably looking back, probably should have planned a little bit sooner and what I was going to do, so it would have been a bit more smoother. But it wasn't really that hard to go into this, so I didn't really need that much planning. But yeah, like you say, when you're playing, your main aim is, I've got a game today, and then you're looking to the next game, You're not thinking about what I'm going to do when I retire, because always you want to do is perform well on a Saturday. So it's kind of that. Like I said, I've listened to a lot of podcasts since retiring, and a lot of the mindsets, how people kind of like the top performers look into what they're doing, and none of them are thinking about anything else. It's, what am I doing now, and how do I get better at this? And I think I was like that as a player. I think I was doing it right in a way, because you can always adapt, can't you? After, obviously, it's good to plan for the future sometimes, but I think if I would have been kind of thinking about what I was doing after, not concentrating on football, I would have regretted it more after than I would have at the time.
That's really true. I completely get that, and I think because one of the things I've certainly just from doing the podcast and speaking to different people, entrepreneurs, business, whatever that looks like, that ultimately all we should be doing in life, and I guess listening to you talk about that is about being present in the moment. Like if you if you concentrate on where you are right now. Because sometimes as entrepreneurs, business owners, you've got a view of what a goal that you've set yourself and you're trying, and if you're focused too much on that, you miss out that journey and you miss out that. Yeah. I even talk about it with the kids, like, if I'm there with the kids and want to be present with them at that time, if I'm here having a chat with you, I'm here right now having this conversation, you're present in that moment. That's such a, and I guess as a footballer, like you said, it's a great thing to be able to do, that's all you're concentrating on. Am I going to play Saturday? Am I going to get the best out of it? But with that, because I guess with being a footballer, with being a professional athlete, there's so much structure in your everyday, isn't there? When you eat, sleep, get up and train, and your whole day and your whole week structured around getting the best performance. How has that changed? Obviously, with being now in the business world and stuff like that, have you found that transition difficult,
or? Not really, but you kind of do realise how structured you was. I think you just kind of get into that structure and you don't realise how structured it actually is until you stop doing it. I think I'm quite a laid-back person anyway, so I can kind of go, right, I'm at home, I'll chill out. But I think there is a lot of footballers, obviously you hear about it with mental health these days, when that does change, if you're a certain person, I think it can really disrupt your life. I'm kind of lucky that I can kind of go with the flow of things. But on the flip side, if I'm sat in the house sometimes for 2 or 3 hours, my mind's going, I need to get out, I need to go to the gym. I need to get out and be active. So it is difficult when you go from, and I think it is hard. You realise how hard it is to be motivated to go to the gym, to go for a run, stuff like that. Because when you're doing it every day, you take it for granted. Your fitness is there. I go into training, you put your boots on, you're out for an hour, and you don't even realise you've been out for an hour running about. If you try and go to the gym and work hard for an hour, doing that every day is like, oh my God, this is solid. So you get to the next day, you're like, oh, I've got to do that again. So it's kind of like, you do take the training for granted and the fitness. But I do enjoy going to the gym anyway, luckily, and staying active, whether it's going for walks, going for a run is a bit more difficult now because of my injury and stuff, but I'm always out active and I think it's just keeping your mind, like you say, you're present. When you're at the gym, you are present, aren't you? Because you're lifting weights, you're on the treadmill or whatever. And just going back to that, what you said about, I do it sometimes, when you're at home and you're on your phone and you're meant to be talking to your wife or your kids or something and you're not really listening properly. I think it's so easy these days to do that, and time can go by like that and you missed it, haven't you? So I think you've got to be careful with that, and I think people are being more aware these days of that kind of effect, though. So hopefully people can put things into action.
Yeah, no, mate, I totally agree, because it is something I'm guilty of. Like my wife often says, she goes, "You are here, but you're not really here," and I'm like, so it's again, it's for me, the podcast is something that I always ask about it on here, and it's always been quite cathartic for me, and more therapy when I talk to people trying to age how they deal with things and what that looks like, because it does sort of help, because it's really opened my eyes to going, actually, I'm doing X, Y, and Z, and I need to really look at that, and certainly something that's come out of it, certainly nearly 50 episodes now recorded, is certainly along the lines of just one, enjoy the journey, whatever journey that you're on, making sure you, but being present, and so I think, I don't know if you listen, I've obviously listened to the High Performance podcast. He's one of the ones that I'm a big fan of. One that inspired me. You listen to Johnny Wilkinson talk about getting to the highs of, score the winning goal in the Rugby World Cup. You get to that high, and then 30 seconds later you're at a low, and he obviously talks openly about his mental health and the struggles he had with it, but mainly because he's trying to then flip that and make sure that whatever you are, you're present. Again, back to that, being present at every moment, I think is such an important message to try and get across.
Yeah, I think it's massive. It's like I say, these days with you've got so many things that you can do, haven't you? Like literally, you be at home and there could be 10 different things that you're doing. Most of them are all on your phone or online of some sort. So it's kind of like, it is exciting to do other things and to think about business and stuff. And I'm the same now, especially now I've stopped playing. That's kind of my new thing, looking for business opportunities or trying to build my business. And you don't stop thinking, but I think sometimes maybe you have to put like a structure in place where you go certain 2 hours when the kids get home from school, I'm not touching my phone, I'm not thinking about anything else, I'm just here. And then you enjoy them 2 hours more rather than being there for 6 or 7 hours with them, but you're in and out your phone, you're in and out the conversation, you're not really taking in and enjoying it. So I think something that I'm working on as well, to be honest with you, because it is a difficult one.
Yeah, I'll get you. To talk to me about what some of the skills that you've learned from, I guess, being a professional athlete, being within the footballing world, from, like I say, from sort of culture and leadership, and what sort of skills have you taken from sport into now obviously running your own business and stuff? Talk to me about some of that.
I think, like, say, just going off that, the high performance one, a lot of them, what they say is accountability. So being accountable for your decisions. I think I've always had that anyway, to be honest with you. I hate people that blame other things and, always making excuses. So I'll never do that. And what you see with top players that I've played with, no one's ever blaming anybody else. It's like you look in the mirror and go, what could I have done better today? And once you've done that, then maybe you can start asking, you should be doing this, you should be doing that. But it's, first of all, it's what are you working to 100% of yourself? Are you giving everything? So I think it's just basics, hard work, innit? I think if you want to get anywhere in life, you've got to give 100%. So they're the main skill sets that you see from every top player that I've played with. Hard work. That's just number one.
Yeah, mate, 100%. And what sort of stuff do you like with the keen to? With obviously the web sports management, talking to the younger players and helping them and supporting them. What sort of stuff do you talk to them about, or like from your experiences, and how do you help and support them?
It's just day-to-day stuff, really. Anything that can happen at training. So much goes on off the pitch in football, and like I say, especially these days, again with social media and stuff like that, which is probably wasn't really when I was, at Brighton. I don't think it was ever in kind of Instagram, Twitter, stuff like that. So once you was in training, you come away and you could kind of half switch off. Obviously you're always thinking about football, but you don't have to think about what is everybody else saying. So I think these days it's kind of the main thing, just kind of helping them if they've had tough training sessions or they're not in the team. They don't feel like the manager's noticing them. Whether you should go in and speak to the manager, they can ask me that and I'll give my opinion on stuff like that. I remember one time when I was at Brighton, I think it was my first season, and I was out of the team for, it was probably like 7 or 8 weeks where I weren't even on the bench, and I was didn't really know what to do. So it took me about 6 weeks before I went into Gus and I said, Gus, like, what can I do? I had a good chat with him. What can I do in training? What do you need to see from me? How do I get back in the team? And if I can kind of pass that on to my players, maybe within a week, they can maybe go in and start speak to the manager and just, go about it in the right way rather than, going mad, kicking off. And that can obviously damage relationships between player and manager sometimes. So I think just kind of giving feedback of what have I been through? How did I deal with it? Was it the right thing that I did? Was it the wrong thing? And then just kind of laying that back to them, so hopefully they can make up more right decisions than they do wrong ones, really.
Love that. And what was how did you feel at them times, like during your career, at maybe some lower points where you weren't in the team and stuff like that? What was your mindset around that? Did that affect you a lot, or was it always like, look, I'll just keep working, I'll get back in? What was your mindset around that? Did you have any bad points at periods where I'm just not doing anything? Why I'm not being noticed? Or
I think my mindset was always, it made me train harder. If there was any where I weren't giving 100% in a way, if you look back, it gives you that little, if you dropped, what do you need to do to get me back in the team? Does the manager think why does he think I'm not good enough? And it get me a little bit angry, really. So yeah, just kind of put more effort in. Like say, speak to the manager as well. I think you need to know why you're not back in the team, because there's so much goes on in football. It could be one of 10 things why you're not in the team, whether it's something on the pitch, you might have done something off the pitch that you don't know about. You might not be doing stuff right around the training ground, the way you're conducting yourself. The manager might take the ump with you or something, and because you're easily replaceable in football. That's the problem. There's 2-3 players for every position, and at one club, you could probably flip a coin to see which one plays week in, week out. So it's just making sure you're that person who's playing. What do you need to do? How do you get that little advantage over your teammate to get into the spot where obviously there's only one position for one person to play? So I think, I always, if I was out the team, you're just probably thinking more about what you need to do and the things that you need to work on to make sure you are in the team next week or further down the line.
I'll tell you what is actually interesting listening to you talk over the last 20-25 minutes or so is about one thing that's key, and it sounds like obviously you're helping the other the younger players with as well, is communication, which is something that within a business environment is so important. Like if you've got that open level, like to one, have the ability to go and have that conversation with the manager and be in front of them, and just keep that level of communication open, because you know where you stand then, surely. And that's if you've got if you're a good people person and you're able to have those you're able to have them conversations, that in every aspect of life, business, sport, whatever that looks like, communication is such a key value, isn't it?
Yeah, it makes it obviously easier to get to the point of, in football terms, why you're not playing. Like say in the workplace, it might be why's your boss upset with you? I mean, it goes down to everything, doesn't it? You need to know exactly why. And I think, as a footballer and a young footballer, it was daunting, going in to speak to Gus Poyet and asking him, basically, you're kind of kicking off, why am I not playing kind of thing. So it was a massive thing back then. So I think you just kind of got to go in with a bit of a plan, so you're not going in the wrong way. Just ask the right questions of, like say, why am I not playing? What do I need to do? How can I impress you to get back into the team? Stuff like that. Football's like it's high pressure, and you lose your head sometimes, and you see it in the changing rooms. But that always ends up in negative, because if you say something or out of frustration or something like that, things like that can have a it can end your career at a club sometimes, especially like with even these days, you can go online and tweet something and it can end your career, can't it? So, anything these days, you've got to kind of calm yourself down and think about how you're transferring that over to whoever it'll be, your boss or whoever.
And I guess, like you said, probably less so when you was playing, but certainly a lot now. Like that social media element, that's be a tricky place to be in, like that. Surely a lot of clubs obviously got social media things in place and stuff, and like for young players, it's an open book to get in so much trouble, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously it's massive. It's it's a positive for players these days, because they can thank the fans for travelling, communicate how they're feeling, whether the performance has been good, apologise. Sometimes you see a lot of apologies when there's been a bad game, but I'm guessing they probably get about 1,000 messages telling them that they need to apologise or how bad they was or something like that. So I think you definitely need to be on there when you're calm and it's after the storm. If you get on there too quick, I mean, I was never that an angry person, or I can calm myself down pretty quick. So I don't think I would have been ever done anything silly or said anything, but there's a lot of players that I played with that, a fan says something, they're replying back, so and so, and it's just going to cause more problems in it. You might feel better for that 30 seconds that you're typing it, but then in the long run, you're just going to get slated even more.
Absolutely. Oh, mate, listen, it's been fascinating chatting to you, and great sharing the stories and stuff over the years, obviously with your career, and I'm really excited about obviously your new journey and the new business, mate. It sounds really great, and I'm sure you're going to continue and go and absolutely smash it as you used to on the pitch at the Amex.
Cheers, Sam. Yeah, I know. I'd rather be back there, back at the Amex, but you know, this is the next best thing. Watch my players doing the business on the pitch.
Absolutely. Look, mate, we're going to finish with everyone. I've finished with some quick fire questions. So, one piece of advice would you give to your 18-year-old self?
I think even though I probably a little bit younger, where I got kind of doubted, I got released from Oldham, so it would be always believe in your own ability, really. Stay strong, like I say, believe in what you bring to the team, or whether it's the workplace or anything like that. So yeah, believe in what you can offer and be confident with it, because there's a fine line between confidence and your confidence going. So, you know, why be on that wrong end of it when there's no need to be? So yeah, I think just believe in yourself.
Love that. Who's been your biggest inspiration throughout your life, and why?
That's a tough one. I think probably my dad, to be fair. He used to annoy me so much when growing up, because, you know, if I had a bad game, he'd be telling me about it. And to be fair, that used to make me angry. It did probably make me used to play better the next game. But yeah, I think my dad's obviously, mum and dad have always been there watching every game. You know, he was at every bloody Brighton game, travelling 4 or 5 hours down. So they were the people that were always there and kind of pushing me to go on and kind of probably get to where I could get to. Yeah.
Brilliant. Love that. Could you recommend a book or a podcast that you've listened to that's had an impact on you and could recommend to our listeners?
Yeah, well, we was talking about, it's the high performance one, to be honest with you. That's my main one. I'm also listening to Lewis Morgan, who's like a business one. It's probably similar to what you're doing, getting into probably more the financial details and stuff like that of how people kind of create big multi-million-pound businesses, which is kind of something I'm interested in now, obviously after finishing football. But yeah, the mindset ones, like I say, the high performance one is literally for everyone as well. Obviously, it's more like high-end performers, athletes, stuff like that. But they're the same lessons there that anybody can take into it everyday life, really. So I think anybody can listen to that, and if you listen to one episode, you'd probably take loads away from it, because a lot of them echo each other, really. A lot of them are saying the same things and the same values and stuff like that. So yeah, that's brilliant to listen to the top performers speak about what they do day in, day out.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Like, for me, it was the first podcast I ever listened to, and what inspired me to start this, really, if I'm being honest. So yeah, absolutely, I completely agree with you. It's epic. But right, mate. Final question: What is your one rule for living a fulfilled life?
That's a tough one again, isn't it? I think everybody's looking for that, aren't they? But I think it's easy to say just be happy, but kind of do things that make you happy. Don't spend too much time doing mundane stuff if it's not making you happy. You need to kind of get up and make change sometimes, don't you? I think it's easy to get into kind of routines where it's a bit boring, but this is just what I do. No, change it. Do you know what I mean? If there's something that makes you happy, whether it's going out with your mates, going to the gym, make sure you make time for stuff like that, because you need to do what's happy, don't you? What makes you happy.
Love that. Mate, listen, it's been such a pleasure catching up with you after such a long time. And look, next time I'm up there, I'll come and meet you. I'll buy you a beer, and be good to see you. But listen, mate, thanks so much for your time. And wish you every success with a new business.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Thanks for having me on. And yeah, good luck. You got a long way to go. I'm sure you'll do it.
Mate, we're getting there, no drama. Mate, you're a legend. Take care. I'll catch you soon.
Yeah, Sam. Yeah, speak soon. Cheers, Sam. Bye.
But really, what has always been my primary goal from day one is just to look after people. And actually, if you look after people, you treat them with respect, then they'll do business with you and they'll look after you in return. But then it progressed into criminal activity, and it nearly sunk the business, to be honest. I came back from honeymoon in 2013. I'd never taken 3 weeks off so the business had been going for 6 years. And so I took 3 weeks off because I thought, well, I've got Emma running the office, I've got my business partner, and it'll be fine. and something wasn't right when I came back, and gradually this whole web of deceit and fraud started coming to the surface, and it was quite, and it overflowed into our personal lives because we were friends outside of work, and so it was a pretty explosive period. But again, looking back, it's all sort of a learning point. There's always a learning point. Even if we've done everything we could, there's always something we can take from it and think, well, if we did that right at the start, maybe this wouldn't have happened. So I'm always looking at ways to learn from any little ripple or little negative that happens to see how we can then future-proof things a bit better. I'm a minority here in for age and for orientation, but I fit in still. And actually, I'm interesting because of it. They're all the same, and I think a lot of people, whether it's a disability or being an ethnic minority or something that sets you apart, being able to use that as your superpower in business is an incredibly important thing to realise. And the first thing she said was, I wasn't sure if I should do this because it's not legal to be gay in my country. And I suddenly just realised we're so lucky, because when you see someone who's thinking, I don't know for my own personal safety if I should be appearing on this online forum because it's still illegal for me to be who I am in my country, and we're in a recording studio today, she spends her life in those places doing things, and just to have that always hanging over you, that actually the state, the government of the country doesn't provide protection for you or even acknowledge your existence. So that shows you that whether we're in a little bubble here that we all feel safe and happy, there's always a fight going on for equality. It's quite unhealthy to the culture of business if people start thinking that's the only way you're going to be successful, is if you're working 16-hour days and you're absorbing all these things, because that's not compatible with family life for most people. It's not compatible with just a healthy work-life balance. And we all go through periods of graft, but I think consistency is far more important, because if you can survive on 4 hours or 5 hours sleep and do all those things, then great. But I think being consistent, and the only thing I chase is happiness. So success for me just is me being happy, the people around me being happy, and the people in the business being happy.
I believe every business owner has a story to tell. Through seeking true, authentic insights about the entrepreneurial journey, I provide a platform for our peers to share their stories and inspire those that listen. This is the County Business Talk podcast, powered by Picture Book Films.
So I'm going to drop the bomb early here, and said it's not something I've told everyone yet, but I had a recent diagnosis of ADHD. Well, a form of ADHD called ADD, more the attention deficit disorder side rather than with the H, the hyperactivity, their mindset. So just little things in life made me realise, well, if you sort of set a goal for something and you're open to opportunities that know exactly how you're going to get there, or even if you're best qualified to achieve that goal, that positive mindset and visualization is so helpful in terms of environmental sustainability, social sustainability. Because without people feeling empowered to do things better for the environment, then it's all together. That's really important to me. How that makes me feel. All sorts of different emotions. There's some anger there as well, and also sadness with the so many species that we've lost. But the positive side of we are now as businesses, individuals, actually in a time in history where we are aware of what's happened, but we can do something about it, and I think that's really, really exciting. When these people start talking to each other, incredible things can happen. You get that collaboration, and just everything. We're ultimately all connected, part of this one system on planet Earth. So let's embrace it and make the most of it.
I believe every business owner has a story to tell. Through seeking true, authentic insights about the entrepreneurial journey, I provide a platform for our peers to share their stories and inspire those that listen. This is the County Business Talk podcast, powered by Picture Book Films.
Young people can come to the art therapy group every week, and this is a safe, supported, confidential space for them to talk about anything that's important to them. That might be their ongoing chronic health condition, but it could be anything to do with mental health and emotional well-being that's affected on a day-to-day basis because they're living with a condition. Every aspect of their mental health and emotional well-being is impacted and can be supported by coming together in this group, making art together, and having this quiet, supportive space to be honest and really start to feel into what's true for them without pretending. That experience of being heard and listened to and taken seriously means that a young person feels less isolated and can go out from the group feeling more confident, feeling less anxious about their experience and what's true for them.
I was diagnosed with leukemia when I was 2. My treatment lasted 2 years. And then as I got older, about 10, like early teens, I developed some sensory disorders, which hurt a few of like my relationships with my friends and my family. So coming to art therapy was a nice mixture of having artwork and being able to create art in a nice environment, having a really calm space to come to with other people of a similar age to me and who've had similar experiences, and then being able to have Saskia, who I could have advice from, and just talk about anything, get my thoughts out in a really safe, calm space, because coming to art therapy has helped me sort of move away from it, and now I'm in a much stronger place emotionally.
But really what has always been my primary goal from day one is just to look after people. And actually, if you look after people, you treat them with respect, then they'll do business with you and they'll look after you in return. But then it progressed into criminal activity, and it nearly sunk the business, to be honest. I came back from honeymoon in 2013. I'd never taken 3 weeks off so the business had been going for 6 years, and so I took 3 weeks off because I thought, well, I've got Emma running the office, I've got my business partner, and it'll be fine. And something wasn't right when I came back, and gradually this whole web of deceit and fraud started coming to the surface. And yeah, it was quite, and it overflowed into our personal lives because we were friends outside of work, and so it was a pretty explosive period. But again, looking back, it's all sort of a learning point. There's always a learning point. Even if we've done everything we could, there's always something we can take from it and think, well, if we did that right at the start, maybe this wouldn't have happened. So I'm always looking at ways to learn from any little ripple or little negative that happens to see how we can then future-proof things a bit better. I'm a minority here for age and for orientation, but I fit in still, and actually I'm interesting because of it. They're all the same, and I think a lot of people, whether it's a disability or being an ethnic minority or something that sets you apart, being able to use that as your superpower in business is an incredibly important thing to realise. And the first thing she said was, I wasn't sure if I should do this because it's not legal to be gay in my country. And I suddenly just realised we're so lucky, because when you see someone who's thinking, I don't know for my own personal safety if I should be appearing on this online forum because it's still illegal for me to be who I am in my country, and we're in a recording studio today, she spends her life in those places doing things, and just to have that always hanging over you, that actually the state, the government of the country doesn't provide protection for you or even acknowledge your existence. So yeah, that shows you that whether we're in a little bubble here that we all feel safe and happy, there's always a fight going on for equality. It's quite unhealthy to the culture of business if people start thinking that's the only way you're going to be successful, is if you're working 16-hour days and you're absorbing all these things, because that's not compatible with family life for most people. It's not compatible with just a healthy work-life balance. And yeah, we all go through periods of graft, but I think consistency is far more important, because if you can survive on 4 hours or 5 hours sleep and do all those things, then great. But I think being consistent, and the only thing I chase is happiness. So success for me just is me being happy, the people around me being happy, and the people in the business being happy.
I believe every business owner has a story to tell. Through seeking true, authentic insights about the entrepreneurial journey, I provide a platform for our peers to share their stories and inspire those that listen. This is the County Business Talk podcast, powered by Picture Book Films.
So I'm going to drop the bomb early here, and said it's not something I've told everyone yet, but I had a recent diagnosis of ADHD. Well, a form of ADHD called ADD, more the attention deficit disorder side rather than with the H, the hyperactivity, their mindset. So just little things in life made me realise, well, if you sort of set a goal for something and you're open to opportunities, that know exactly how you're going to get there, or even if you're best qualified to achieve that goal, that positive mindset and visualization is so helpful in terms of environmental sustainability, social sustainability. Because without people feeling empowered to do things better for the environment, then it's all together. That's really important to me, how that makes me feel. All sorts of different emotions. There's some anger there as well, and also sadness with the so many species that we've lost. But the positive side of we are now, as businesses, individuals, actually in a time in history where we are aware of what's happened, but we can do something about it, and I think that's really, really exciting. When these people start talking to each other, incredible things can happen. You get that collaboration. And just everything, we're ultimately all connected, part of this one system on planet Earth, so let's embrace it and make the most of it.
I believe every business owner has a story to tell. Through seeking true, authentic insights about the entrepreneurial journey, I provide a platform for our peers to share their stories and inspire those that listen. This is the County Business Talk podcast, powered by Picture Book Films.
Young people can come to the art therapy group every week, and this is a safe, supported, confidential space for them to talk about anything that's important to them. That might be their ongoing chronic health condition, but it could be anything to do with mental health and emotional well-being that's affected on a day-to-day basis because they're living with a condition. Every aspect of their mental health and emotional well-being is impacted and can be supported by coming together in this group, making art together, and having this quiet, supportive space to be honest and really start to feel into what's true for them without pretending. That experience of being heard and listened to and taken seriously means that a young person feels less isolated and can go out from the group feeling more confident, feeling less anxious about their experience and what's true for them.
I was diagnosed with leukemia when I was 2. My treatment lasted 2 years. And then as I got older, about 10, like early teens, I developed some sensory disorders, which hurt a few of like my relationships with my friends and my family. So coming to art therapy was a nice mixture of having artwork and being able to create art in a nice environment, having a really calm space to come to with other people of a similar age to me and who've had similar experiences, and then being able to have Saskia, who I could have advice from, and just talk about anything, get my thoughts out in a really safe, calm space. Because coming to art therapy has helped me sort of move away from it, and now I'm in a much stronger place emotionally.
But really what has always been my primary goal from day one is just to look after people. And actually, if you look after people, you treat them with respect, then they'll do business with you and they'll look after you in return. But then it progressed into criminal activity, and it nearly sunk the business, to be honest. I came back from honeymoon in 2013. I'd never taken 3 weeks off so the business had been going for 6 years. And so I took 3 weeks off because I thought, well, I've got Emma running the office, I've got my business partner, and it'll be fine. And something wasn't right when I came back, and gradually this whole web of deceit and fraud started coming to the surface, and it was quite, and it overflowed into our personal lives because we were friends outside of work, and so it was a pretty explosive period. But again, looking back, it's all sort of a learning point. There's always a learning point. Even if we've done everything we could, there's always something we can take from it and think, well, if we did that right at the start, maybe this wouldn't have happened. So I'm always looking at ways to learn from any little ripple or little negative that happens to see how we can then future-proof things a bit better. I'm a minority here in for age and for orientation, but I fit in still. And actually, I'm interesting because of it. They're all the same, and I think a lot of people, whether it's a disability or being an ethnic minority or something that sets you apart, being able to use that as your superpower in business is an incredibly important thing to realise. And the first thing she said was, I wasn't sure if I should do this because it's not legal to be gay in my country. And I suddenly just realised we're so lucky, because when you see someone who's thinking, I don't know for my own personal safety if I should be appearing on this online forum because it's still illegal for me to be who I am in my country, and we're in a recording studio today, she spends her life in those places doing things, and just to have that always hanging over you that actually the state, the government of the country doesn't provide protection for you or even acknowledge your existence. So that shows you that whether we're in a little bubble here that we all feel safe and happy, there's always a fight going on for equality. But really what has always been my primary goal from day one is just to look after people. And actually, if you look after people, you treat them with respect, then they'll do business with you and they'll look after you in return. But then it progressed into criminal activity, and it nearly sunk the business, to be honest. I came back from honeymoon in 2013. I'd never taken 3 weeks off so the business had been going for 6 years. And so I took 3 weeks off because I thought, well, I've got Emma running the office, I've got my business partner, and it'll be fine. And something wasn't right when I came back, and gradually this whole web of deceit and fraud started coming to the surface, and it was quite, and it overflowed into our personal lives because we were friends outside of work, and Yeah, so it was a pretty explosive period. But again, looking back, it's all a learning point. There's always a learning point. Even if we've done everything we could, there's always something we can take from it and think, well,
we'll make it work. We'll make it work. So we're winning. All right, here we go. We're live. Here we go. So, guest 6 of 24.
Number 6, love it.
Number 6, mate. The legend is Lewis Hatchett. Mate, great to have you on. Thanks so much for coming in. Listen, we're gonna jump straight in.
Yeah,
so
let's do it.
Become a professional cricketer against all the odds. Tell the listeners a little bit about Poland syndrome and your journey.
Yeah, so my mate, first off, thanks for having me on.
Mate,
Just
awesome,
before that, like,
mate.
just great setup here as well. Like, our podcasting as well. Like, I know the kit that comes into it, and it's pretty cool in here.
Yes, mate. This is my happy place.
Yeah, love it.
And they've set it up for because you're a lot more technical minded than me, mate. Let's be honest. I'm a bit of a technophobe when it comes to these things. So they set this up so I can press a button and it works. So
Yeah,
I'm
well, there's
okay
a part of
with
me that's jealous because I have to set it up. Yeah, I have to set it up myself, but I wish I had someone for it. And you've got all the hands behind the scenes. Like, it's ideal.
in that sense because we wouldn't be doing this here if it was down to me pressing buttons. But we're
Yeah,
all good.
but and you're good spirits as well. Like 5 hours in, like it's not bad. The
Unfortunate,
24-hour marathon
I've
is.
I've
got you on the upslope.
I've got some great people coming on to chat about what's not to love
And to energise you, yeah.
And then exactly that. So, mate, I'm great again. It's for coming in the studio as well, and mate, it's just awesome to have you here.
No, I love it. Yeah, let's get into it. I mean, so I'll go through a real short story of it. I'll go through as short as I can possibly give. Usually it's something like a 40 to an hour talk, but let's try and condense it. So I played professional cricket for 6 years at Sussex, like our local town. My home, Sussex, is where I'm from. Even though I've got this Australian accent, everyone's like, the kids are like, "Where's he from in Australia?" Like, no, I am from the south coast of England. But yeah, 6 years, and I unfortunately had to retire in 2016 through injury. But I'd have bitten your arm off if I'd been told that I could have 6 years as a professional athlete, given the fact that when I was born, I was told that I wouldn't play any sport at all. Mum and Dad, as soon as I was born, the doctor diagnosed me with Poland syndrome, which is really fortunate, actually, because I didn't meet another doctor until I was about 22 that knew what my condition was. It just happened to be that doctor that delivered me knew what my condition was and just went, "Oh, it's Poland syndrome." Now, Poland syndrome, for the listeners that don't know what it is a pretty rare condition. 1 in 100,000 people have it. There's no known cause as to why you get it. So, and it's twice more common in men than it is in women. But it is not a genetic thing. It is, from as much as the reading I've done on it, and I don't do too much, but as far as I've gone with it, it's in the 3rd trimester or maybe the 2nd trimester where like an artery gets blocked and it reduces blood flow to a part of the body that doesn't allow this part of the body to form. For me, it means that I'm missing my right pectoral muscle, which is pretty much usually how it manifests, and 2 ribs that are directly behind it. So the only thing that's protecting my upper right portion of lung is just skin. Now, fast forward to professional cricket, the balls are frigging hard, right? Like they move 90 miles an hour. You've only got a split second. I've broken hands trying to catch the damn things. And like, if you get hit, you not only get bruised, but you can break bones. If I was to get hit by a cricket ball, and unfortunately I'm left-handed, so my right side faces the bowler, it could kill me. And I think that the doctor initially didn't know I was going to be a cricketer, but my dad, like, rushing to him, was like, can this young lad, can my firstborn son play any sport? And he was like, no, he won't be able to play that. And actually won't be able to play cricket because he won't be able to turn his arm over. Rugby's out of the question. And I've never played rugby. I've worked with rugby players now, but I don't play rugby or I've ever played it. Madmen. And
I agree.
But I then suddenly started getting into cricket when I was a young lad in the garden with my granddad and my brother, Brad. Obviously, we both know Brad very well.
He always says he was a bit of a better cricketer.
Oh, don't get me started on it. Don't get me started on it. He did a video on my story before, and like, there's a bit that we cut out of it because it was sort of, he was getting a bit ridiculous. He was better than me, if I'm honest. Honestly, he was better than me, but he had the skills. He had just the sort of real ability. And then I just had the drive at the end of the day. And at the end of the day, that's what gets you to being a professional athlete. But we were introduced to cricket just in the garden with Grandad. tennis ball, bat. Mum and dad just sort of like looked at each other and like, let's crack on with it, see how far they can get. And we just loved it, wanted to get into it, went to a local club because our school didn't have it, went to a state school. Cricket has naturally got a private school. It's usually attributed to private schools. But I was at a state school, didn't have it. So we went to a local club, fell in love with it. I just wanted to be an opening bowler, mate. That's all I wanted to do. Just wanted to be a fast opening bowler. That was the thing I was hooked on. There was something about the responsibility.
What age did you
So we started at we got to that club at about 8, 9. I was about 9, and then I can definitely remember being around about 14, and then me just out sitting at dinner table, like slamming my fist on the table, being like, "That's it, I want to be a professional cricketer. I'm in. I'm in. This is what I want to do." Mum and dad going like, "Right, well, what do you want to do?" And that journey was kind of chaotic because you would go to a trial, so you kind of weasel your way into a trial, and the trials are about 100 kids to get in, only 15 spots. And I turned up and there's kids that have got like the best kit. They're like unbelievable. They're bigger, stronger, faster than me. There's no way I'm better than these. I'm in the bottom 15 rather than the top 15 for sure. And I knew that I wouldn't get in based on cricket merit. So I decided over the next 6 weeks of trialing that we were going to have, that every moment I got in front of a coach, I'd ask them a question, I'd nag them, I would just be like, how are they doing this? How can I improve? And the ultimate goal...
Have you always been like quite curious, like as an individual, like in life in general? Have you always been like that, asking questions?
Great question. I think actually from at that moment, it was I want to be at the level of these guys. I know I'm very aware of what I've got, and my parents were quite open and honest about it. Mum was always sometimes a bit protective, but then dad was like, get into it, quite stoic in how he would think. And I think I was curious because I wanted to know the answer, that what would make me as good as everyone else, that top lot. So I think that's where it was from. And I would then go home and find videos on the internet of like some of the best athletes in the world. I was absolutely addicted to adverts of like those motivational adverts that Adidas or Nike would be throwing out, and those things I was just addicted to. And so that just then fueled the fire. It fueled my ability to like be curious, ask questions, show a good attitude. Ultimately, I thought if I can show a good attitude that I want to develop, that might count for something. Get to the day when they're announcing the team, clipboard, just brutal in front of everyone, like get up, stand up, come grab your cap, everyone else go home sort of thing. And it's now probably a text and email that you just sent to, sorry you didn't make it, or yes, you're in. But I was the last name called. I was number 15 called and got in. And Brad got into the junior age group, and we played cricket in the garden, literally sunrise to sunset. In my imaginations, we were turning the garden into like the Hove cricket ground, the MCG, like Lords and things like that. But that's what stoked the fire to get in. I got in to that squad, and then from there, it was about, right, now I'm in a squad of 15. Games come up and only 11 play. I need to stand out again. And I wasn't getting picked. Every week the team sheets would come and I was on the bench carrying drinks, not having an opportunity. And it was but dad then decided, he was like, you got to do something to stand out again. And he decided to give me the phone one day, and the phone number, which was the head coach of Sussex, straight to the top, go to the senior men's coach and just ask if you can go train with them, like see if it'll work. And I was like, mate, I'm 14, 15 years old. Like, this is you mad. Like, so I'd ring them up nervous as hell. Hello, can I come and train with you guys tomorrow? No way. They just refuse and say no. And I'd ring up the next day, come back the next week, ring up, until one day they just went, actually, we've got a couple of guys that are injured, sick. Can you be in tomorrow? And then I'm stuck in a changing room full of like my heroes. And I was no good. I had no right being in that room. No right being in that room.
Where does that like that drive and that determination? Because not many, I can't imagine too many 14-year-olds at that age having that persistence to be able to go, I am going to keep ringing. I'm going to keep ringing every day until I knock down that door.
People think when they ask me that, I get asked it more now, and people think like, oh, he's just born with that tenacity to do that. Yeah. I wasn't. Dad would tell me to do it, and I just kind of turn for mum, be like, do I really have to do this? And mum was like, I think it's for your betterment. So I literally remember being in my parents' room, because that was where we had the home phone. And it was it's like if you took it out of that room, you couldn't get signal. So I'd be stuck in there, and I'd shut the door and be like, right, and I'd be like it was like a film. I was like pacing up and down like a comedy sketch, like rehearsing my lines, like say this, dial the number, delete it. It was terrifying. It would take me about 3 hours to do that call. It's not like I just picked up and be like, this is easy. No way. Like I was genuinely terrified every moment. Not one moment got easier.
You still, and like, one thing I take from that, like massively, and so many listeners, I guess, will resonate with it. But like in life, so much like that comfort zone that we easily sit in a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Most people, most of their lives, sit in that comfort zone, and it's jumping out of that is so difficult. So your comfort zone's there. I don't want to make that call, but you're going, you're stepping out of it every day to try and.
Yeah, but and I think even if you're talking about jumping out of your comfort zone, you got to know what it is that you want to jump. What is the thing that you're going to do to do it? And it was quite strategic, Sam. Like it was quite thought out. So I would actually have a notepad in front of me and like what I want to say. I'd have a script. Like I'd write a script like, "Hi Mark, good to see, how are you? Like it's Lewis Hatchett here. Point 1, 2, 3 that I want to try and get across. Ultimately, one question: Can I come and train with you? You guys, can I come and can I play with you? Like, can I come and do that? Can I have my ball back? Like it's kind of that thing, that kind of like that. But yeah, it wasn't a fact of like let's try something and jump out of my comfort zone. I already was kind of out of my comfort zone with the fact that I was training with kids that were fully able-bodied. I loved underdog stories, and I think. In essence, there may be people listening to this going, well, I don't have a condition and I'm not an underdog. There will be something that you will be able to find in your life where you've been an underdog or you've had the odds against you, and you'll be able to draw on that and use it. It's just figuring out what it is, looking at it and going, I've had this thing happen to me. And ultimately, fast forward to like playing with some of the best players in the world, right? And on my podcast where I've interviewed some of the best in the world, the common theme that's come up is that something bad has happened to them early on, and they have gone through a tough period, and they've lent on it a little bit. They recognise that that's their unique thing. That's their thing that makes them unique. It's kind of, they're a little bit weird, but we're all weird, right? We've all got we've just got to accept which part of us is weird, and then we've got to move past that. But some people, they try to not show that weird part of them or that unique side of them, and they try to hide it behind bravado or external matters and anything to hide it.
Because there's still a narrative out there, isn't there? That's some form of vulnerability is a weakness. So
yeah,
do you know what I mean? Which is, I've just done an episode with Chris Goodman about mental health, and you know. One of the problems with so much mental health is that people don't feel that they're able to, especially amongst men, but that we have to wear that mask. You have to, because being vulnerable is a sign of weakness. And if you've got something that's a bit like you said, whatever that looks like, whatever that weakness is, you don't want to show that because that's vulnerability. And that's
and I mean, even in the moments when I'm like calling up this coach, and then I'm in this training room, I'm in the training facility at the cricket ground with them, and I've like all my heroes are there. You're vulnerable through the fact that you're not at that level, like you're just nowhere near them at that level. And I don't think there's no way in hell I'm sitting there going like, I'm being vulnerable. I'm actually the opposite at that moment. I'm trying to hide a little bit. I'm trying to be strong. And I actually speak to this with, whether it's with clients or anyone, that I'm a massive advocate for being vulnerable, but also there are moments where you do need to show strength. You have to show strength in order to not fake it till you make it or fake it till you become it, but have that genuine belief that I'm willing to fight for this thing that I care so much about. So it's not bravado.
I think that's for me that's where the line is, and that's where the difference is. It's the fact that you go, actually, it's not just bravado. It's not just, it is the fact that I want this so much. I'm willing to fight as much as I can to get to where I want to get to. And that's the belief that, like you said, that inside you, that you go, that's how I'm going to get there. And you've got to sometimes, you put your chest out and go, I'm going to go and get this. And that's what I want.
Yeah, and like I mentioned at the start of it, essentially having a plan, what's the first step that I can do to be this character that I want to be. It's really, really important. I just did a bit of content on my socials recently about support, and a friend of mine who hadn't had support from a friend in the way that she wanted it. But I said, you need to tell someone how you need support, because I'd had that advice given to me. It was really, really good. Like I hadn't told people how I wanted support. people know where to go, like what's the how-to guide, what's the step-by-step process, then at least they've got a thing that they can do, they can try, that gets them from comfort zone to out of it, or from place they don't want to be to place they want to be, essentially.
Yeah. And talk to me then about, like, because obviously you're knocking down the door, you've gone in, you've trained and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Around 16, did you have an injury you told
Yeah.
you couldn't?
Yeah, so I that moment when I got into the changing room, I had, again, no right being there, not being a good enough player, but I thought if I can see what the best are doing, because some of these players are, well, they are at that team at the time, Sussex, from 2000 to 2010, they're one of the most successful teams in cricket history. They had trophies pretty much every year. Team of a decade, and I'm walking in with literally heroes of mine that I was trying to get autographs off the night before, and I thought, do you know what? If I do well or badly, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to try, but I'm also just going to see what they're doing, how they talking, how they training. I'm taking mental notes over and over again, so that I know that when I leave and I go home, I'm doing everything I can to get to that place. I'm running, I'm press ups, I'm doing everything. I'm anything that I need to do, figuring techniques out. And it was just purely an information overload. And then once they let me in once, I turn up again, like foot's in the door, you're not letting me go. And I did that for so long until, about 16. And I got an injury. I was bowling in the nets and just felt this sharp pain in my back. First time I'd ever had to stop playing sport, couldn't walk, move, like agony sitting down. It took 6 months to find that I'd fractured my back. Like I'd had a stress fracture. It was just hidden in this really weird place. But I had to go through the NHS. If I'd been on an academy or anything, that I'd have gone through private care and been able to find it probably sooner. But unfortunately, I wasn't at that level yet. So it took me 6 months to find it, 6 months in a back brace, like going through my A-levels, and then another year of rehabilitation to get my back to where, or my body back. Because in that moment, I realized my body had failed me. I didn't want my body to be the reason why no one could pick me. I wanted it to be, if you couldn't pick me, it could be cricket reasons, that's fine, but not body. Like my physicality is my thing that I'm kind of protective of. So I wanted to make myself the strongest player. So during that time off, and when I wasn't playing, I would nag the coaches to use the facilities. I'd sneak into the gym at the cricket ground. I'd get kicked out at like 11 at night on a Saturday night regularly because I was in there trying to go through my program, get my body stronger. And I just saw in this gym, they had the players' fitness scores and like what they were all scoring. And this is the pro squad. And I just like looked for the number one player and then like rummaged around for this guy's training program, asked the coach, like, what's his training program? Whatever he's doing, I'm doing more of it. I'm just going to get to that level or get close to that level as at a young, because I knew if I can get close at 16, 17, 18 and be impressive, physically impressive, that's at least something I'm impressive at, right? It's one thing that I'm good at.
Again, like listening to that, and I'm obviously I've watched your video a few times, and I think even Brad mentioned like 16, 17, 18, that point in your life, how many of your friends and people out partying, drinking, you're in a gym at 11 o'clock on a Saturday night.
Well, didn't have social media, so really real big advantage. I didn't have anything to distract me too much. But also, girls were fun, but I wasn't like, unless you're getting going to help me get towards my goals, I'm not really too interested at the moment. But I agree. One of the things I tell parents, so if there's anyone listening that's a parent and has a up and coming child that is a child prodigy, maybe at whatever sport it is, and they are below the age of 15, wait until 16 hits, wait until they can drive, wait until they can drink, wait until they can go out, right? Everything. And that then opens up the world, and you then find out a lot about someone when the distractions come in. You find out how much it means, because not only that, and it's now a completely new age for young people, because they've not only got that coming onto them, but then they've got the expectations of others. They've got the expectations of what it should be, how they should act, how they should do things on top of that. So you have to, in my opinion, yes, I was mentally strong to do it through that period, but you got to be even, the Lewis who would have to do it now would have to be even stronger. Like there's so much more to fight off, which is why I'm so keen on with my work to advocate having as many weapons in your armory, having as many tools and people that you can lean on to help you get through that, because it's going to be really hard to do it on your own. Really hard to do it on your own, right? So,
but even without those distractions, there's still like that single-mindedness. That 60, you just like talking about your journey and listening to it up until this point. Like, there's just still that single-mindedness that I am going to become a professional. I'm going to become a professional quicker, no matter what. I'm going to get there.
Yeah, I tell a story of when I was in that period of my life when I was like working hard to build my body up, build my fitness, and one of the things I did was I would go out running, late night runs, and it was winter time, freezing cold, it'd be about 10 o'clock or something, and I was living at home, and I'd be putting on a woolly hat, putting my shoes on. Mum would catch me by the door and be like, "Where are you off? What are you doing? No, don't go out." And be that verbal voice that we all have, that's telling us it's too cold, don't do it, stay in, you shouldn't do it tomorrow, whatever. But she was that physical voice. She's your mum, like, don't go out, don't be silly.
She wanted to protect you.
Yeah, exactly. And I'd be like, no, this is the thing that I've got to do. I'm dedicated. I'm keen to do this. But whilst I was out running, I knew what I would do is I'd run this regular route around the local town and village, and I would write a story in my mind of me making it. So me, like almost like a reporter, Lewis Hatchett, overcome this, beaten XYZ to make it as a professional cricketer with the condition, all against all odds, right? And I'd write that story in my mind, and I would just go around this jog, 5K, like half hour, and just do that over and over again. I'd get to this last little bit of the run. It's like my Rocky moment where it's up a hill, and I'd visualize being handed my cap and signing a contract. And that was my goal. Like I was, again, 15, 16, 17. And then fast forward to when I'm 25, 26 and having retired, The Guardian done an article on my story and exactly how I wanted it, exactly how I wrote it. And I'd got the cap, I got the contract, I signed it. So I'm a big believer in, if you can genuinely see it in your mind, if you can see where it's at the end goal, you can figure out the steps to get there. And genuinely know the journey that you're going to go on. Like, what's it great having a dream of, I want to be a professional athlete, or I want to be a business owner or an entrepreneur and own a massive business. Okay, but can you visualize the cold nights? Can you visualize the lonely hours in an office? Can you visualize the sacrifices you've got to make? Can you even visualize your mates taking a piss out of you for doing something different than not going for a drink with them, having a beer, and you saying no and doing the thing that means the most to you? Can you visualize all of that on the journey to this big end shiny goal at the end of it?
Wow. That for me is like, we're both fans, both listen to the High Performance podcast.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of that. And you listen to people talk on that and that about visualization and talking about high performers and getting to that. And like just listening to this story and which is just fascinating, but how inspiring, just to anything we achieve in life, one's going to be hard work. You know, anything anyone wants to achieve is going to be hard work. It's not just given to us, but to have that, and like I said, for me, it's the visualization, actually seeing where I'm going to get to and what that end goal is, and what I'm really keen to touch on with that as well, because I often talk about this, like that journey and that destination and et cetera, et cetera. But for you, was there that moment you signed that contract? Was that your euphoria moment, or was it that's just the start of my journey?
I think any athlete that tells you that one of their favorite highlights is anything else, or not anything else, but having signed that initial first contract isn't one of their highlights, is lying a little bit. It's a phenomenal feeling. But like that journey for me, like when I came back after my working hard in the gym, I came back and I wasn't the best player by any stretch. The coaches actually didn't rate me. So the season had ended. Actually, I needed another 6 months until I could play cricket. So I went to Australia, hence this accent. And I went out to Adelaide and I fell in love with my team and my mates out there. And I've gone back ever since. But in that journey, but just before I left, I sat down with a coach and said, like, what do I need to do in order to become a professional? Give me a list of things I need to do. So he gave me a list, bloody long list, go away. And I just worked night and day on that again, ticked everything off, come back. But back then, this is 2008. So Facebook was invented the year before. So there's no like being able to show, hey, look how I'm doing, look at making everything look great. It was the odd email just to check in. and just texting mum and dad, making sure I'm okay,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And when I came home, I knew I was better, but they still went with guys who they'd been working with in England. Rightly so. They'd been putting their blood, sweat and tears into those guys. And I just said, look, I want an opportunity. So I sat down with the head coaches and just said, look, give me 3 games in the reserve squad to be the opening bowler. And if I do well in those games, let me carry on doing it. But if I don't, I'll ride off in the sunset. You won't see me again. And I took 21 wickets in 3 games in those 3 games. And they were like, okay, cool, got to keep them on. But then they put me on the bench of the first team. About a month later, I jumped on the bus. I was working in a smoked salmon factory that I've put in petrol in my banged up Fiesta. Put all that to one side, jumped on the bus, packed my bags and started traveling around the country with the team. It was unbelievable. Like, I'm 20 years old now, doing things, but I'm carrying drinks. But we get to this one game in London, and it was highlighted as one of the biggest games of the year because international players were all back. There were 22 players going to be playing in the game, 11 on each side, and 15 of those 22 were from international countries that were playing for their country at the time, whether that was Pakistan, England, West Indies, New Zealand. I was just going to be happy to be sitting on the bench because I was like, I've got the best seat in the house. I might even be running on every now and then with a drink, right? But half an hour before the game, our big overseas player got injured, done his ankle, and then coach comes and says, you got to play. Here's your cap. Here's your shirt. First person you got to bowl to is the England captain. Good luck. I'm like, whoa. Mum and dad flying up on the M25. Like,
What goes through your head at that moment?
Terrified.
Really?
Yeah, I got Andrew
Like
Strauss. I got a bowl to. Like, this is terrifying.
But everything you dreamed of, here it is, and then
Yeah, well, instantly I forgot how to bowl. I was like, how do I do this? No, hold on, I remember. But it's so amazing, like going into, and we can touch on it a bit, like some of the performance psychology stuff. I now know some of the stuff that I was going through. I didn't really know what it was, but I kind of grasped onto something at the time. I remember bowling my first spell, and every technique that I'd thought of on that day just wasn't working. And I remember thinking to myself, just throw it. And I didn't throw it, but in my mind, my body, I started throwing it, and I reverted to this weird technique that I was doing, and I started essentially throwing it in my mind, and it made me bowl well. And I did all right in that game, and then we got to we finished this game, and it was epic to be a part of. And then we go to the second game down the road, and or the next game, and the guy was injured, got back in. I thought, okay, well, I'm going to sit out, and my time's done. But they dropped someone else and kept me in, gave me another opportunity. And I took 5 wickets in the first innings of that game. There's like, so if anyone doesn't know cricket, it's like scoring a hat trick in football. So it was a great moment. And I remember coming off, doing a bit of media, getting applause coming off from the crowd. A shower changed. And then this was the most vivid moment of my life, was the car that I was going into, this green car that I was going to be driving back to the hotel for the night. The coach that I'd been ringing up that had said, we're going to go with these guys, that didn't rate me, that had said no so many times. He said, Lewis, we're going to offer you a 3-year contract. You've done it. And I remember driving back I remember driving home from that game after it had finished. And one of the 2 guys I was driving with were the physio at Sussex and the analyst at the time. And these 2 guys, the physio had been there through all of my injuries. He'd helped me. And he was the guy that I nagged to go in the gyms late at night. And the analyst had known me since I was a real young kid. He'd done a lot of my junior cricket. He'd been there throughout that time as his career progressed. And they both just kind of went silent. They're like, Lewis, we are so proud of you. Wow. And it always brings like shivers down my spine because they're like, we're so proud of you. Not only just because of you getting a contract, but where you've come from, what you've done. And it was the first time I'd ever got verbal recognition for the journey I'd been on. And it knocked me down. Like, I was just so emotional just because it was like that. Oh my God, what have I just done? And looking, it was the first time I got a chance to really look back and go, holy hell, that was one hell of a journey.
Work, that 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, it was worth it.
That is worth it for that moment.
And then essentially your professional career starts, and it is kind of like, now it begins, because now it turns into a job. Now it's people chasing you. You're not chasing something; people are chasing you. You're always chasing yourself then, but you're trying to get into a team. Politics comes into it. It becomes a completely different environment for sure. And some of that fairy tale does get brushed off. But I think.
But do you still look at that? Like, I'm keen to just explore that moment. Just to do you look back and you talk about it now and really go, I really appreciate that moment. That how special that moment was.
Yeah.
To all that hard work and all that, because so many people talk about, you know, achieving certain goals in their life, and then afterwards it's a bit of a downhill. I've achieved that, and it's not what it was, or whatever that looks like. But just actually, really, just genuinely appreciating that moment in that time, and just going, wow, I've achieved something that I knew I'd always get to. And maybe, like you said, how many doubters and people out there that maybe said you never make it, you're never going to get there. Just that, I can only imagine like that feeling of just ultimate pride in yourself. Like you've got these other people telling you, but just in yourself that you've done that.
Yeah, and I get little glimpses every now and then. Like this year, someone told me, one of my coaches that was in when I was a junior, that I was trying to get through the age group squads and stuff like that and trying to fight my way in. I found out that he had said that I was no good. Like he was rubbish. Like but it's little things like that. You just hear these people that had doubted you along the way, and you go, "Oh, kind of brilliant that I didn't hear it." And I always think I was slightly naive to it. I kind of knew people doubted me. I thought, yeah, but I just didn't. It does motivate you. I think it does, to prove people wrong. But I think I was just super naive to it. I liked being blissfully naive to the fact that there were doubters there.
Yeah, mate, fair play. I want to talk about. We delve really into a little bit about mindset, and obviously now you, as a mindset coach, I guess you help people to be more confident.
Yep.
As you have, you know, in who they are, manage their stresses of the profession, and have sort of a positive perspective on life.
Yeah,
I guess, yeah,
100%.
So one thing I read, and obviously I find really fascinating, your ethos around human first, professional second.
Yeah.
So talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, changed it for this podcast slightly. For athlete second, usually. But I tend to believe like you can be a professional, you can be a business athlete, you can be a corporate athlete. It's not. I think when people hear the word athlete, they think you've got to have a body of Adonis, and it's not. It's someone who is trying to be better than they were before. You're just striving to be better, and you enjoy what you do. But yeah, all of this work stemmed from me losing my career. So I got an injury in 2016. Again, it was a worse back injury. This time the fracture was going towards my spinal cord, and the coaches were like, the doctors were like, look, it's not a case of if this will happen, it's a case of when. And there's so many questions around that, whether it was my biomechanics, whether it's my condition. I had, if I look back at it, and if I'm really honest with myself, I had always felt pain when I was playing. You feel pain when you play cricket, but I had never, ever walked onto that pitch with the full confidence that I will probably not get injured today. I always had it in the back of my mind, and I actually think it was a hindrance to my performances because I didn't get essentially full freedom. It's just intense playing at that level. It's the training and everything. But when I finished and I came out of the sport, I recognised that one of the worst questions I could get asked at the time was, "What are you up to, Lou?" I hated it. Like I'd sweat thinking about it. And you saw me. I started working with Brad. I was 26. So Brad had just started Network My Club, and he was starting the business. He was completely on his own. So I said to him, "Look, mate, do you need a hand? I'm obviously ex-pro athlete. You're in sport. I'm happy to put on a suit and help you out and give you the support you probably need in this period of your business. And at the same time, I might figure out what I want to do along the way." I kind of knew I didn't really want to be in that world with Brad, but I was really keen to help my brother out. I had another eye on yoga and mindfulness, and that's where Sport Yogi came from. But I really recognised that I had left all of my identity was on cricket. When someone asked me like, "What are you up to?" or even at those networking meetings, "What do you do?" I would want to answer that with, or I would answer it with, "I'm a former professional athlete," or "I played cricket," or "I'm cricket, right? It was just all athlete or cricket.
You define yourself.
Purely defined myself as an athlete. And that is really where a lot of athletes fall down. You throw everything onto your identity. So I hadn't spent time figuring out who's Lewis, what's he about? And then I started to look at, well, there's so many more characteristics and attributes that I have. I remember in my reviews at Sussex, I would go into them hoping that the coaches would tell me how good a bowler I was, but they would come back to me and say, "You're one of the hardest working, driven, like persistent athletes, consistent we've ever seen." And and I used to go, yeah, all right, but tell me how good I am at bowling. And I forget, and I just dismissed it, and I shouldn't have, because now I go drive, hard work, enthusiasm, passion. I can put that into anything. I can put that into absolutely anything. That's who I am. So
your core value.
That's me. That's what I'm about, right? So in my work that I do, if anyone, we can do this with you now and do it with the listeners. It's an exercise that I do. It's called Human Being, Human Doing. And so all you got to do is you write down a list of two lists. Under human being, you write down all the characteristics, values that you believe you are. Now that could be empathetic, kind, generous, hardworking, committed. List goes on, right? Under human doing, write down all the roles and responsibilities that you have under life. Now you are not only a business owner, podcaster, you're probably a son, a friend, a brother, a dad, right, all of these characteristics you are, right? Maybe even your passions, a surfer, a painter, a dancer, a musician. And when you've got those two lists, you put them side by side, and then you link the characteristic, the human being, with the human doing. So you might then start to find that you are a consistent, a committed golfer, a persistent entrepreneur, a loving partner. And when you do that, you actually can define your values a lot easier. You can define what you're about far easier. You can actually then figure out what your motivations are a lot easier, because you're identifying who you are and the different areas of you that there are. There's not just one thing, there's many things. But with those roles, those human doings that you do, you have many different layers to what you bring to them.
Absolutely. You know what? Listening to you talk about it, there was a podcast I listened to with Dr. Rangan Chatterjee, and he talks very similar about this, and he was saying exactly, because he goes, I define myself as I was a doctor, and then he goes, and I'm a father. So what happens then when something happens and I stop becoming a doctor? What happens when my kids actually get up and leave home? I'm still going to be a father, but I'm not a father figure there because they're not there anymore. So, and exactly, he was talking about it, and I found this fascinating. It's so interesting to hear you talk about it, because it's exactly that. Like, actually, once you've got what your core values are as a person, you then relate that to everything that you do in your life, because that's who you are as a person. You're not then defined by, because that must have been, I just want to quickly go back to that point of when you're told that you're not going to play cricket, that immediate, something you strive so hard to get in, you had 6 years in, but how do you feel at that moment when you're told that you can't play anymore? Talk to me.
I remember the phone call, the physio. So I got injured on July 7th, 2016, because I know that's the last time I wore the Sussex shirt and cap. And I walked off, I had to be kind of helped off the field, because I couldn't, my back had seized up. I was completely spasmed through my legs and things like that. And I remember getting on the physio table, doing some of the tests, because it calmed down by the time I got on the physio table. And I was like, I'm fine, John, like the physio, I'm fine. He goes, mate, I think I've got to send you for an MRI tonight. And I was willing to call up the chairman of Sussex to get him fired for he don't know what he's doing. And I was being such an arsehole that night, but I was just so emotional. And I went home, woke up the next morning, and John physio was calling me. I could tell in his voice. He goes, Lou, you've got a bad fracture in your back. You know what to do. You're going to be shut down for 6 months to a year. Like, this is even if we didn't know the extent of it by then. Went to the doctor, and he was like, look, this is where it's going. And it was, and then had to make the decision, go into the office. But I remember that phone call. He said, look, come in and we'll have a chat. When he told me what the results were, and I went in, and I just walked through the door, and I couldn't even talk to him. I just bawled my eyes out, and I walked out the door, and I was if anyone knows the county ground, I was literally I was on the balcony just crying, and then people were coming. I went down pavilion. I was crying down there, and then my dad rung me to text me to say what happened, and I texted him. I said, I've got another. He said, it's another bad fracture, Dad. And my dad's like I said, a very stoic guy, And he said, "Oh, Lewis, I'm so sorry." It's like the first time I'd ever heard him say that, and it just hit me, like really hit me. And that was it. That was the end. And it's a really tough moment. Like I said, I know the date. I know I last wore the shirt and the cap. I've still got them all. Like they're there. But I always like to look at those moments and think like, well, what did I needed to go through that. I was a very closed off young man when there, and having that experience has made me a very open one. So I actually really look at as much as I can in the positive for it. It's very tough to take myself back to it and just think like, geez, what if, when? And I don't like doing that, but I sit with it. And a lot of people say like, you should never think what if. You should never think like what happened and think badly about your career. And I go, why not? Like, you should be very aware of the negative emotions that you feel in your life, because if you're trying to block them out, if you're trying to get rid of them, you can't learn from anything. You'll hide it. It will manifest itself in someone else. It could become a snappy anger at your partner, your friend, if you've just not really dealt with that emotion. I'm more than happy to say how I was crying through that moment. I'm more than happy to say how much it meant, because, geez, if you want to be a real man and say, well, what are you doing for crying? I go, well, did you go through that journey? Did you go through that? Did anything like that mean enough for you? Cool. Like, this is how hard it was. And that's why it meant a lot.
Look, thanks for sharing that, Mark. I guess I'm keen to look like now where you are now. Like I've known you over the last few years, and just how passionate, enthusiastic, all these values you're talking about, how you come across, and even when, like I said, I remember I was at the Network My Club one when you was there with Brad, and I'm doing some stuff with Brad now, and but just still with a smile on your face and enthusiasm for what you were doing, and I can only imagine deep down how tough maybe that period of your life must have been, when you've strived so hard, got to your dreams, and then it's almost taken away from you. To then be, but then where are you right now, like with all the stuff you've done around sort of mindfulness and mindset? Are you able to almost let go of that period? How do you still feel about
it's
that?
It's tough when I'm kind of involved in the game still. So I play on a Saturday, and it's locally in Sussex, so I'm very, very involved at Sussex at the sub below the pro level, because my injury allows me to play once every weekend. But I think I am at peace with it, in the sense that I know I can't go back to it. I just know I can't. I feel like I can, but there's definitely moments that catch up with me and go, no, Lewis, your body is telling you otherwise, and things like that. So that's good. So then I spoke to someone recently about a book called The Second Mountain. I forget the author of it. I haven't read it. It's on my to-read list. But the concept of the book is around how we conquer one mountain, and that's the mountain that we strive for from a young age. But then once we've conquered it, there's a second mountain, and the second mountain is where we find our real purpose and fulfillment in life. And I genuinely believe now I'm currently climbing my second mountain, and that's the thing that I'm really fulfilled in doing, which is taking all of these lessons, these learnings, the expertise, the diving into performance psychology, building my own businesses and doing that side of it. Whether it's going well or not, it doesn't really matter. It's the fact that I'm enjoying it. But the stuff that I love is mindset coaching, and being able to chat with some amazing people that ultimately have very real and normal issues, but are just put on a pedestal purely through their label that they've got. Hence why you essentially look after that human being first. Like, you just take care of that person first, because that's always going to be there. The roles and the mountains they're climbing are going to change, but the person climbing it isn't going to be consistent. And I know you talk about values and behaviors and things like that, and it's a huge thing to talk about in businesses. And I think, like many allude to on your podcast, like, you can have them on a wall and then be slogans, right? But that exercise that I showed you, the human being, human doing, what it allows you to do is figure out what type of business person you are, what type of athlete you are. Like, every entrepreneur is going to be different. You might be a curious entrepreneur. You might be a dedicated entrepreneur. You might be just a resilient entrepreneur, right? Whatever you define yourself in, do it, because you'll then be able to make better decisions. You'll be able to make partnerships a lot easier, because you're like, this fits me. And my own core values, I have started to really like dive into them and peel them back a little bit. two things that I'm really keen on that I think I look for in people are enthusiasm and curiosity. If you're enthusiastic, I'm all for you. Like, I'm in. Like, if you're curious, I'm in. Like, and then there's little things for me just around being able to like do hard things in hard times and stuff like that. But curiosity and enthusiasm.
It's amazing. What's fascinating, just like your whole story is just so inspiring, and you know how many times I've heard you talk or I've watched your videos, and honoured that you're here and sharing it with me and listening today. Just it's fascinating. There's so many life takeaways that people can get from that. But I guess I guess for me, what's really fascinating is now looking at you as an individual and going, how enthusiastic and optimistic and stuff you are, looking at the stuff that you're doing and finding out actually from my journey and from that story, I can really help and inspire other people when you talk about mindset. Because I'm really keen to, one other thing I'll talk about from a professional athlete point of view is about perfectionism. We talked a little bit about this offline, and I know as professional athletes, you're striving. Like, it sounded like when you're talking about your visualization, you're striving for that perfectionism. But do you, as a professional athlete, use like that? Are you still like that today? Do you think?
Yeah. So perfectionism, I've done a bit of stuff in this, and I've done my own podcast on it. Mainly because I'm doing my master's in performance psychology, and one of the areas that really flicked my switches was perfectionism. Just even so that I did an assignment for that on myself. We were given an opportunity to do it on someone else. I flipped it and said I want to do it on myself. And the question that I was answering was, who am I in regards to perfectionism? Now, perfectionism in a nutshell is split into two things: is perfectionistic strivings and perfectionistic concerns. And if you have high perfectionistic strivings but low perfectionistic concerns, that's essentially an elite performer. And that those perfectionistic strivings are really ripped in there. You can open them up, right? And really at its base level, it is, I have really high standards. And then you start to go into, well, where do those standards come from? Are they self-orientated perfectionisms, but they come from within? Perhaps they're socially prescribed perfectionisms that come from in, or it could be other orientated perfectionisms that are your expectations or hopes for others to be perfect, right? Like that's coaches and leaders sometimes. I want, how many leaders would you have met, right, that would have hired someone and had this feeling of, why are they not at the level that I hope them to be right now? That's your expectation. That's your perfectionism on them. That's what it is. And perfectionism really for young people as well is, we're held in a society where these socially prescribed perfectionisms are at an all-time high. They're frigging everywhere. Like, the expectations of others is absolutely everywhere. What you want to look like, sound like, what you want to achieve. You should have been a millionaire yesterday. Like everything, right? It's just crazy. But the tough thing with perfectionism is it has its drawbacks, which is these high perfectionistic strivings. With that, some of the symptoms can be things like procrastination, can be concerns over mistakes, your doubts over actions, you doubt what you're doing. You might class that as imposter syndrome, right? And I've talked about imposter syndrome before, where I don't think it's a bad thing. I think my contrarian view on it is that imposter syndrome, be grateful for it. If you've got imposter syndrome, be grateful that you've got it, because you're probably in a place of authority or a place of people want to listen to you. And also, you know what you don't know. Imagine if you didn't have it. Imagine if you didn't have imposter syndrome. You'd be going around not thinking you needed to improve. You wouldn't be aware of the standard you want to try and achieve. Therefore, you're probably not a high performer. So it's a different way of looking at it, because people get so wrapped up in the negative emotions that they feel from it and go, well, I'm not here, I'm not there. Well, look at where you are. Look at what you're doing. Look at what you've achieved so far. Right?
That's a lot to do with, like you said, about, like, I hear you talk about gratitude, and I think that's where I think certainly from when I sort of think about that, like that, you get to different points. It's actually being grateful for where you are, looking back at that journey and looking at what you have achieved and where you are, and being grateful for those moments. For me personally, like when I struggle with certain bits like that, I was looking at, I've not achieved so much, but then if you actually stop and go, oh, actually done all right, really, or where you are, and being grateful for that.
Yeah, well, gratitude's an interesting one, isn't it? Because people just say, just be grateful, just be grateful for everything you have. And Amanda Pressgrave, who's a triathlete who was on my podcast.
Yeah.
She did something brilliant, and we were talking about it, and she asks at her, and I'm going to do this for my birthday, so anyone listening that knows my birthday coming up, you might get an early idea, is that instead of people, she asked her friends and family, instead of sending her like a happy birthday, she asked everyone to send her a moment in their life where she had positively impacted them. And she was blown away at the responses that she got. But every single response she could be grateful for. She could be grateful for the person that she had in their lives that would be willing to send that response back. But not only that, grateful for what she was able to give that person, and then everything that had come from it. And that was just like a really great way of tangibly being able to come up with gratitude, because I think a lot of people struggle to figure it out themselves. Ultimately, you do want to just think like, well, if this thing wasn't, or person wasn't in my life, would my life be easier or harder? If it's harder, be grateful for it. That's another way of looking at it.
It's fascinating. Mate, I could talk the whole mindset, and we need another 24 hours just being you just sitting here, mate, and having a chat on it. But it was, mate, it's fascinating. Listen, your whole, like I said, for me, the inspiration of your whole story and is unreal. In all honesty, like when you start from, and it's great to just sit there and talk about from that young age and that mindset and that drive to actually achieving it, and grateful for you sharing that, you know, obviously a painful time as well when you stop playing cricket and then afterwards, but still, like I say, every time I've ever met you, your enthusiasm, optimism, and for everything you do. The podcast is great, the sport yoga that you do is great, and the mindset stuff. So it's, mate, a fascinating journey, and man, the stuff people will take from this episode is amazing. So I'm grateful for you coming on, mate.
Appreciate it. Appreciate coming on.
Well, look, we're going to wrap up with my quick fire questions.
All right, cool.
As I sort of chuck it out. So, one piece of advice would you give to your 18-year-old self?
Oh, don't try to be like your heroes. Just be yourself. I spent a lot of time trying to be like some of the people I was trying to emulate, and dismissed my authentic way of doing it. So I think try and figure out your own. I did figure out my own way, but I spent a lot of time trying to be like other people and do too much of what they were doing. Yeah.
Right. Who's been your biggest inspiration throughout your life, and why?
Oh, it's a tough one. Like my parents have been huge supporters of me. I kind of always think of like who I'm going to be, like that. I'm always inspired by the person that I'm striving to be, which sounds selfish, right? But I am inspired by the person that I possibly can become, and all the things that I can do. That's really inspiring. I'm inspired by people like my brother, that I see him just grinding away at what he's doing, and him doing well, and but ultimately I think where I can be is a real big inspiration for me.
I love that. Such a brilliant, and not one that I've heard before. I ask these questions a lot on the podcast, and I love that. Love that. Could you recommend a book or podcast for our listeners that's had an impact on you?
Yeah, a podcast that's really big. I know you listen to it, Diary of a CEO, but one of his guests, Mo Gawdat. I'm a huge fan of Mo Gawdat. So his podcast in itself, Slow-Mo is really good. I could go frigging miles.
Have you read his book as well, Soul for Happy?
Soul for Happy? No, I haven't. It's on my to read list. But here's my God, yeah. I actually did a tweet recently of my top 10 podcast episodes that I recommend. So if people want to go and find me on Twitter, go delve into a thread that I did recently around my top 10 episodes that I recommend. That was on there for sure.
I'm with you on that. I listen to everything Mo Gawdat.
His story is incredible, right? It's just insane.
His whole mindset around it, and it's but the book definitely. It's a long one. I think I'm not a reader, so I'm all an audio.
Have you got an audio? He reads it, right?
Yeah.
I want to get it because he reads it. He's just a
10
beautiful human being.
Exactly that. Mate, final one. What is your one rule for living a fulfilled life?
Be relentlessly your authentic self.
Love that. What a brilliant way to finish, mate. Again, thank you so much for your support. Thanks for coming in. It's been brilliant. I'm definitely getting you back on for an episode 2.
Yeah,
delve a little bit more into
love
the
it.
mindset stuff. But mate, thanks so much. And that is a wrap, as they say.
Brilliant. Good luck.
Awesome.
So it's 30 years this year since I was in a fire, and I think from the 30 years beyond that point, I was just running into life like head on to kind of almost make up for the stuff that I felt that I'd lost in life. You know, I was never actually on fire, but I was trapped in a garage and had to, like, you know, fight my way out and stuff, and managed to do that. My mum was in the front of the ambulance. My dad was still in the UK and had to fly over. I died like twice on the way. That they stopped they told my mum they were just changing drips and stuff, but really I was flatlining in the back of the ambulance. You know, I was in a coma when I first got there, then I brought out the coma, then it was written across my file in massive red writing, allergic to penicillin. Someone didn't read it. They administered penicillin on me. I nearly died again, so they had to put me back into a coma for another 7 or 10 days. No, not that first day. That first day, hands down, was the hardest day of my entire life. So forget all the massive operations and this and that, and you know, the actual day happened itself. That day was the hardest day. You know, this 30-year journey of me kind of not running away from, you know, the accident that happened to me at 14, but I was like, wow, you've had an amazing ride now, and it was like I just stopped and paused. And if I think of it visually, I imagine the scene in Forrest Gump where Tom Hanks is running, and he's running and running and running and doesn't really know why he's running, and he's not really running away from anything. He's just running and he's thinking, and then one day he's in the middle of the desert and he just stops and he turns around and there's just all these people behind him, and I stopped, I think, in January this year, and I turned back, and just for the first time really kind of looked back with great pride in, bloody hell, Mark, you've actually done all right and you've achieved quite a lot. And I stopped, but then I also saw the people behind me, you know, that I'd gathered along the way, and the incredible network I had, and I was like, okay, yeah, you've now got into that place in life where you're not going to do something purposeful because you feel like you need to justify what's happened to you. I felt like over those 30 years got everything that I needed back from life to finally even up the score with what the universe had thrown him when I was 14.
I believe every business owner has a story to tell. Through seeking true, authentic insights about the entrepreneurial journey, I provide a platform for our peers to share their stories and inspire those that listen. This is the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. It's like there's one script, and so, you know, I can't have an experience without trying to make it positive. That's just not how my brain works. And so I started writing a blog called Not the Blueprint, and that was all about just not fitting in, because I didn't fit in now, because it wasn't like I was desperate for children and I couldn't have them, which was definitely one camp. It wasn't like I was desperate for children and I'd had them, that was another camp. Or I never wanted them, never even tried. I didn't fit in that camp either. I just seemed to sort of fall between the cracks of never really wanted it, did it to try and save a marriage, didn't work out, and lost everything. When we found out we'd lost whatever was there. But it had taken us 2 years to get 7 weeks pregnant, and some people were really dismissive. So when I've told people, sometimes I'm like, "Oh, you're only 7 weeks. You're only 7 weeks." Oh, like they were going to feel sorry for me, and then now they don't. And it's like it's enormous to go through something like that. It's one of the most awful days of my entire life, for sure. So there was definitely some dark days in that time where I just did not know what life was going to look like now, and like who was I without him and without our relationship, and moving houses, and changing jobs, and constantly trying to find the thing that was going to make me feel like I was myself again. And that was really tough. I think it's unrealistic to expect to just be kind of at one level the whole time. Life is ups and downs, and there are times when I can talk about my journey like now and I can be fine, and there's other times where I'll just burst into tears over it. There's a lot to keep processing, and it's a big thing that happened. But I now know the tools that help me, the people that help me, the things that will bring me joy and bring me happiness. And I just really believe that we're here for a good time, not a long time. And so you have to do whatever you've got to do to try and make the time that you do have as precious as possible. That was really important, the fact that we do have a mix of ages, like we're predominantly between 35 and 50, I'd say, but we do have people either side, and I love that as well. I love people and their stories, and I think we can all learn from each other. I just felt that it was the right thing to do, and so I started it, and then I've learned, and I keep learning, and I keep trying, and I keep changing things, and I'm not afraid, because the worst thing that could have ever happened has already happened. A lot like losing my dad, going through the miscarriage and the divorce. It's quite hard to top those things, and so I feel slightly invincible in that regard, because I know that I'm always going to be highly employable. I know that I'm a good person, and I know that I'm only trying to do a good thing. Get it? It's human to go through that, and I think that's the other thing I always want to really promote. We're so good at trying to sort of paper over human emotions, but it's normal to fail. It's normal to be scared. It's normal to be vulnerable. It's normal that everything doesn't go right every time. They're normal things, and we shouldn't be afraid to talk about them.
I believe every business owner has a story to tell. Through seeking true, authentic insights about the entrepreneurial journey, I provide a platform for our peers to share their stories and inspire those that listen. This is the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films.
So it's 30 years this year since I was in a fire, and I think from the 30 years beyond that point, I was just running into life like head on to kind of almost make up for the stuff that I felt that I'd lost in life. I was never actually on fire, but I was trapped in a garage and had to fight my way out and stuff, and managed to do that. My mum was in the front of the ambulance. My dad was still in the UK and had to fly over. I died like twice on the way that they stopped they told my mum they were just changing drips and stuff, but really I was flatlining in the back of the ambulance. I was in a coma when I first got there, then I brought out the coma, then it was written across my file in massive red writing, allergic to penicillin. Someone didn't read it. They administered penicillin on me. I nearly died again, so they had to put me back into a coma for another 7 or 10 days. No, not that first day. That first day, hands down, was the hardest day of my entire life. So forget all the massive operations and this and that, and the actual day happened itself. That day was the hardest day. This 30-year journey of me kind of not running away from the accident that happened to me at 14, but I was like, wow, you've had an amazing ride now. And it was like I just stopped and paused, and if I think of it visually, I imagine the scene in Forrest Gump, where Tom Hanks is running, and he's running and running and running and doesn't really know why he's running, and he's not really running away from anything. He's just running and he's thinking, and then one day he's in the middle of the desert and he just stops and he turns around and there's just all these people behind him, and I stopped, I think, in January this year, and I turned back, and just for the first time really kind of looked back with great pride in, bloody hell, Mark, you've actually done all right and you've achieved quite a lot. And I stopped, but then I also saw the people behind me, you know, that I've gathered along the way, and the incredible network I had, and I was like, okay, yeah, you've now got into that place in life where you're not going to do something purposeful because you feel like you need to justify what's happened to you. I felt like over those 30 years got everything that I needed back from life to finally even up the score with what the universe had thrown him in when I was 14.
I believe every business owner has a story to tell. Through seeking true, authentic insights about the entrepreneurial journey, I provide a platform for our peers to share their stories and inspire those that listen. This is the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's like there's one script, and so, you know, I can't have an experience without trying to make it positive. That's just not how my brain works. And so I started writing a blog called Not the Blueprint, and that was all about just not fitting in, because I didn't fit in now, because it wasn't like I was desperate for children and I couldn't have them, which was definitely one camp. It wasn't like I was desperate for children and I'd had them, that was another camp. Or I never wanted them, never even tried. I didn't fit in that camp either. I just seemed to sort of fall between the cracks of never really wanted it, did it to try and save a marriage, didn't work out, and lost everything. When we found out we'd lost whatever was there. But it had taken us 2 years to get 7 weeks pregnant, and some people were really dismissive. So when I've told people, sometimes I'm like, oh, you're only 7 weeks, oh. Like they were going to feel sorry for me, and then now they don't. And it's like, it's enormous to go through something like that. It's one of the most awful days of my entire life, for sure. So there was definitely some dark days in that time where I just did not know what life was going to look like now. Like who was I without him and without our relationship, and, you know, moving houses and, you know, changing jobs and constantly trying to find the thing that was going to make me feel like I was myself again. And that was really tough. I think it's unrealistic to expect to just be kind of at one level the whole time. You know, life is ups and downs, and there are times when I can talk about my journey like now and I can be fine, and there's other times where I'll just burst into tears over it. There's a lot to keep processing, and it's a big thing that happened. But I now know the tools that help me, the people that help me, you know, the things that will bring me joy and bring me happiness. And I just really believe that we're here for a good time, not a long time. And so you have to do whatever you've got to do to try and make the time that you do have as precious as possible. That was really important, the fact that we do have a mix of ages, like we're predominantly between 35 and 50, I'd say, but we do have people either side, and I love that as well. I love people and their stories, and I think we can all learn from each other. I just felt that it was the right thing to do, and so I started it, and then I've learned, and I keep learning, and I keep trying, and I keep changing things, and I'm not afraid. Because, you know, the worst thing that could have ever happened has already happened. You know, a lot like losing my dad, going through the miscarriage and the divorce, you know, it'd be quite hard to top those things. And so I feel slightly invincible in that regard, because I know that I'm always going to be highly employable. I know that I'm a good person, and I know that I'm only trying to do a good thing. Get it? Like, it's human to go through that, and I think that's the other thing I always want to really promote. We're so good at trying to sort of paper over human emotions, but it's normal to fail. It's normal to be scared. It's normal to be vulnerable. It's normal that everything doesn't go right every time. They're normal things, and we shouldn't be afraid to talk about them.
I believe every business owner has a story to tell. Through seeking true, authentic insights about the entrepreneurial journey, I provide a platform for our peers to share their stories and inspire those that listen. This is the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films.
So it's 30 years this year since I was in a fire, and I think from the 30 years beyond that point, I was just running into life like head on to kind of almost make up for the stuff that I felt that I'd lost in life. I was never actually on fire, but I was trapped in a garage and had to fight my way out and stuff, and managed to do that. My mum was in the front of the ambulance. My dad was still in the UK and had to fly over. I died like twice on the way. That they stopped they told my mum they were just changing drips and stuff, but really I was flatlining in the back of the ambulance. I was in a coma when I first got there, then I brought out the coma, then it was written across my file in massive red writing, allergic to penicillin. Someone didn't read it. They administered penicillin on me. I nearly died again, so they had to put me back into a coma for another 7 or 10 days. No, not that first day. That first day, hands down, was the hardest day of my entire life. So forget all the massive operations and this and that, and the actual day up itself. That day was the hardest day. This 30-year journey of me kind of not running away from the accident that happened to me at 14, but I was like, wow, you've had an amazing ride now, and it was like I just stopped and paused. And if I think of it visually, I imagine the scene in Forrest Gump where Tom Hanks is running. And he's running and running and running and doesn't really know why he's running, and he's not really running away from anything. He's just running and he's thinking, and then one day he's in the middle of the desert and he just stops. And he turns around and there's just all these people behind him. And I stopped, I think, in January this year, and I turned back, and just for the first time really kind of looked back with great pride in, bloody hell, Mark, you've actually done all right and you've achieved quite a lot.
Cool. Lucky number 7.
Lucky numbers. Here we are. Welcome to number 7 guest out of 24. Delighted to welcome an award-winning serial entrepreneur, Austin Okolo.
Thank you for having me, man. Honestly, it's an amazing initiative. Second you told me about it, 24 hours, 24 podcasts, I said I need to get involved.
Oh, mate, it's awesome. Listen, it's really strange. I've been based at Plus X for a while, and I've been following your journey on social media. I watch you on there, and it's such an inspiration on what you've achieved, graduating this year, and businesses that you've set up in that time, which is fascinating, which we're going to delve into. But look, I'm going to start off. I just want to kick straight off and just talk to me a little bit about life growing up, and like where does this entrepreneurial spirit come from? Talk to me about that.
No, it's a good question. I feel like as I've kind of gone older, a lot of life and our experiences linked to our early childhood. Like if you say, like, I can relate. So my dad was a big, good entrepreneur, and I think he really instilled that into me. Obviously came from an athletic background, so opportunities you kind of have to make for yourself. I think that I always saw a work ethic in both my parents, and especially my dad. Watched him grow up as a business owner. He owned the barbershop that I used to go to get my haircuts. I used to get 3 haircuts, and I think that
if looking back now, I think a big part of me looking at entrepreneur as a potential path in life, obviously in the school system, you don't really preach it in schools. So I think the only kind of idea I had as a path for entrepreneurship was through my parents. And I think I've always been entrepreneurial. So I don't know the typical story of selling sweets in school, but I have a very kind of early, history of entrepreneurship. So in school, I think I saw my first item. It was football boots for £10, my friend Tom. And then from then I was like, what? Like I can sell a product and make money from it. And I thought, cool, let me see what else I can sell. Selling my old clothes, my old shoes, like, it's damn decent. But started running out of clothing. I said, what can I do next? So I started selling my friends' clothing and taking commission from it. And it didn't actually work out to this. So what happened, I think twice I got close to selling them their clothing. One time I sold it and I went to my friend, older year, about 2 years older than me. I said, I sold your shoes. Can I get my £10 commission, please? It was like, next time. Obviously being like the younger kind of person, kind of just brushed it aside. Second time I was in London, West London, Hayes, where I grew up, and I went to sell someone's hat for them, and then there was so many stains inside the hat, and I went to the person to give it to them, and he looked at all the stains inside the hat and said, sorry guy, I can't buy this. So in the end, it didn't go to plan, but I always had that kind of entrepreneurship background of like, I enjoyed the fact that I can make money from nothing in terms of selling a product or service.
I love that, and even the fact that I often talk a lot on my podcast, and I've done talks as well, keynote talks about failure. Like it's interesting you say about your dad owning a barbershop. So what brought me to Brighton originally, I used to own a hair salon.
Oh, wow.
I was part of the Tony and Guy group. We done barbering stuff. Never a hairdresser. It's purely a business thing for me. But it didn't work out. So I talk about how I had to close, I had to sell one of my properties, and it was a really tough time. But the things you learn from that, just listening to that early stage from you, going, done a couple of things, didn't work out, but you learn from little bits and pieces on the way, which I find fascinating. But talk to me a little bit. So look, at 18 years old, most kids, most people, I'm generalising a little bit, but generally about partying maybe and getting. But for you, you launched a fashion brand.
Yeah.
So talk, what's the inspiration behind that? From those little bits, thinking, I can actually make some money from.
Yeah, of course. So I want to get into that, and we'll quick on touch on what you mentioned about failure as well, because it's really important for me, for the audience, in that failing forward and failing fast. And I actually read a book called Shoe Dog. I'm an avid book reader, and Shoe Dog was written by the owner of Nike, Phil Knight, about his journey. And one thing he said, he started quite early on the Nike journey, and he said that one lesson he took from it was failing fast and failing forward. And what that means is that maybe me starting my journey young, it meant I could fail fast. So me taking a failure in my venture at 13, 14, 15, because I still got a lot of life left to live to actually, rectify those failures. And I think that the reason why you need to start whatever you're doing early is because it gives you kind of the opportunity to fail fast. Because that means that you still got time to kind of, rectify those failures. I think with my life, that's why I was so early. I've had a lot of failures, but I've been able to fail fast by starting young, so I can rectify it. So really interesting. But
I do want to touch on something actually you mentioned, which I find quite interesting about, like you talk about education, because obviously you went on to university and you studied, you got a degree. Talk about sort of in regard that entrepreneurship it's encouraged a lot more. Like, I'm obviously a lot older than you, and I think I'll go back to when I was at school, and entrepreneurship just wasn't a thing back then, really. It wasn't, and it is encouraged a little bit more in school, but still we're not teaching people about entrepreneurship. Like business in that way about entrepreneurship is not encouraged in that way. Do you agree with that? What's your
like I 100% agree, but I feel like entrepreneurs are the outliers of society in the sense that we can't all be entrepreneurs. People have got to take the jobs, kind of thing. So I understand from like a society's point of view of like you can't kind of make everybody be entrepreneurs, couldn't really work out. But in saying that, I think that there's a lot of entrepreneurs that can go into a work environment and their entrepreneurship can help themselves. I think you can still work with somebody and be like an entrepreneur, because entrepreneurship preaches things like taking risks, which I think you can do within a job. Being creative, marketing, bring ideas to the forefront. I think that you don't need to own a business to be able to have that mindset. And I think maybe educating people on entrepreneurship, rather than being scared that you'll do that and they'll run away, you have no more people to take jobs. Maybe they might still take the jobs, but bring those entrepreneurial traits to that job, which might help you elevate to the next level. More independent thinkers. I think what we need in society nowadays is more independent thinkers and independent thinking. I love reading, so I read a book called Linchpins, and I spoke about the history of kind of like the school system. I spoke about the reason why the school system is how it is, in terms of we all have to dress the same, all do the same exams. It's very like robotic. That's because during the Industrial Revolution, you needed robots because you didn't want anybody to be out of line in their job. Because if they're making things for the Industrial Revolution, it's very systemized. So if you have somebody that now is a bit against the grain and goes against the kind of process, it could be a disaster. But the issue is now we don't live in those times anymore. Now we need a lot more, we've got all sorts of issues, the government, climate change, all these things. We need independent thinkers now. And our education system cultivates people that can't think for themselves, people that, dress like everybody else, do this, do that, told what to do. And I think that one thing that we need to do if you want to make real change and impact in the world is encourage independent thought a lot more. Especially nowadays where jobs are getting becoming robots nowadays, speakers. Maybe back in the day there probably might be someone holding the mic towards us now. All this now, even self-checkout, things like this. So we need people that maybe can take jobs that require more independent thought, because the jobs that require just manual labor are getting taken up by robots.
Yeah, I love that way of thinking. I think I completely agree with you. It's an archaic way. It's interesting you say about that book, Lynchpin. For me, the education system's so archaic in the way that we teach, the way we, we test people with exams and that type of process. People don't necessarily always respond to that well. I wasn't that academic at school, and you sort of look at, but you more creative in that sense. Like you said, being more independent thinkers and encouraging. I love that thought of just encouraging more, not necessarily entrepreneurs, but independent thinkers. And because that for me, that system's got to change. The education system's got to change at the top, isn't it, to filter down, to make that happen, I guess.
Exactly, 100%. I think that there are benefits to the education system. There are some benefits, but especially me, I'm dyslexic. I didn't get diagnosed until I got to university. So I went for my whole childhood doing normal conditions on exams, even though there were certain signs that could be picked up, but they didn't, identify that. And I think that even things like that, where it's because you put everyone in the same bucket. So even me being neurodiverse, I had to do the same exam as somebody that was, different brain. So it's the way it's set up. Like the one size fits all model never works. I've got a degree in genetics, and one thing I learned in school, in uni, was that I think don't quote me on this one, but I think the stat is that 20% of the medication only suits a certain group of I think the medicine we use for paracetamol, things like that, only helps about 20% of people. So there's a percentage of people who the medication doesn't do anything for. Because you can't give somebody one paracetamol, another person expect their body to react to it the same way. And the one size fits all model just never works. And I think our education system is literally the one size fits all. You've got to do the same exam on the same time conditions. And logically speaking, it doesn't make sense because we're all different.
Talk to me about that. Because I find it fascinating, because we're delving into obviously the entrepreneurial stuff in Born to Stand Out and the fashion brand you launched, but you still chose the path of it. Like we're talking about education, you still chose that path of education. Why genetics, and why? Why did you
I think that growing up, maybe because of school, whatever, even though I had entrepreneurial tendencies, I never saw it as actually an option, as a viable option. I think there was a part of me where, and as any young person understands, and I think people love asking this question, but at 18 years old, no one knows what they want to do with their lives. And even at 40, 50, no one knows what they want to do. So I think there's a lot of pressure nowadays on the young generation to know what you want to do, but it's unfair. You need to give people different time to taste different avenues, as you've seen. I think with me, I just thought, there was a next best step. I wanted the experience going to university. Obviously there was peer pressure from my parents as well, who said that this was option. And also, what else was I going to do? I had a brand that was very early doors. I was 18 years old, so I didn't really have any other options. It was just what I was told to do, and I wasn't against it because I knew that it would help me get a job, give me a safety net. It would also give me experience to live by myself. So I was excited for it. And probably the science route, because I think linked to my background in dyslexia, I'm not the best at writing English. I used to dread essays and the writing. If you put me in the law school, I probably would have killed myself because I couldn't just deal with all the reading. And then maths, I wasn't the best at it. I tried to do A-level maths. I think I did it for half a term, and I had to drop out because I was so bad at maths. I even moved school to do maths because the school that I was in, they let me do maths there because I didn't get the grades. So I had to move school to do maths, and I was still bad at it. I remember I was so bad at it that my combined percentage was less than 10%. So usually 10% percentage is a better way to look at things. And you get 50%, but it's 50 out of 25. My score was so bad that even the percentage couldn't save how bad the score was. And I just wasn't good at maths. But I think because science didn't involve any kind of grammar, anything like that, it was more logical thinking and understanding. Even now, I read a lot of books now, and I've already in this podcast said some things I learned from the book, so I'm good at learning, understanding things. I think science, they don't care about your spelling too much, your writing, they just care that you actually understand the content. I think science allowed me to kind of, was the one thing I excelled at, because I could just excel at understanding the content and also just what I was best at, to be honest.
Yeah, I love that. That's really interesting. Look, but you talk to me a little bit about Born to Stand Out. Like,
Yeah.
So what inspired you, like, to 18? I'm gonna launch my own fashion line.
I think it's probably one of the most important skills I think anyone can have is curiosity. I think from a very, very young age, I've always just been curious. I've always been adventurous. Even, you know, selling my products when I was year 7, year 10, I was just very curious. I thought, maybe I can sell this and make money. And I thought, another friend who started a fashion brand in the year above me, I remember, you know, it was on Instagram and he had like this clothing of his own, like, I'd never seen it before, it was like Roman numerals. And I asked him, what is that? And he goes, it's like a fashion brand. I was like, what? You got a fashion brand? I was like, how can I do it? He goes, you got to do this and do that and do that. I was like, okay, cool. It sounds a bit long. Let me leave it. But I think that thought stood the back of my mind for a long time. I was like, that's so cool. He has got a fashion brand. And then when I got to year 13 now, I just said, I'm just going to do it. I'm going to go for it. And even to this day, like, the way I think my life, I just do it. I don't really think failing fast, as I mentioned earlier. Like, you know, I started my YouTube channel last week. I decided I was going to start a YouTube channel a week before. I think a lot of people, they even want to start a YouTube channel for like a year, but I was like, a week before this next step, let's just do it. You know what I'm saying? I think I always had that attitude of like, let's do it, like, see what happens. I've always been looking for an adventure, and I think that's the word right now that I really love is adventure. I think even now I'm always looking for adventures, and I think at that age I thought it would be a good adventure. And then I just, you know, I said, let me start it, see how it goes. I thought if I can buy at the time 15 t-shirts, sell it for £20, it cost me £7 to make it. That's £150 profit. And as at 13 years old, I'm thinking, yeah, like, that's amazing, £150. So I was gonna buy me school lunch for the rest of the month. So yeah, I just went from it, and then I think maybe my talent showed, and just went from strength to strength.
I love it. A couple of things I take out from what you're saying. One, that how curious you are, which is such a brilliant skill to have, I think, to be, because and ultimately as well, being so open-minded for opportunities. There's opportunities out there, and going, actually, I'm going to try that. And like you said, if it doesn't work out, I'll fail fast. I learn from it, and I'll go and do the next thing. But I've always been a believer. I believe life's an opportunity. So for me, I've tried many things, failed, but I'll constantly. I'm a bit of a yes man, so people will say to me, "Do you want to do that?" I go, "Yeah, that sounds like a good idea." So I'd rather do that and try it and go, "It's not worked out" or whatever. But to have that experience, for me, that's such an important thing.
That's the beauty of it. You never know where it might go. That's the beauty of it. I think there was one book that I love, was called How to Be Rich. It was written by the richest man in the world in 1960, and he spoke about business, and he said that, you know, to build a good business, you need this, and need this. You can have all those things, and it might not go to plan. However, that's what gives it life. That's what gives it zest. He used the word, that's what gives it zest. I think not knowing whether it'll work out or not is what makes it fun. I think the fact that we can do something, I think if we knew what we're going to do is going to work out, we would do it, but it wouldn't be as fun and adventurous. I think the beauty is in knowing that I might win, I might lose. That's what makes it fun. I think that's what it's all about.
And then it's because a lot of people, I've had people on the podcast who have, they've sold businesses. I spoke to Kevin Byrne, who sold Checker Trade for 100 million.
Wow.
More money than you ever know what to do with. But you listen to that man talk about that business and how much he sold it for, and yet the passion he had for the business when he was running it, the journey that he was on, that's where his happiness lied. When he got that money, it was just almost an anticlimax.
Exactly.
And you're chasing something, or you feel like you're chasing something. And I always use it in a lot of talks I say about life. Actually, it's a journey, not a destination. And it's such an important thing, and I try, but it's hard to sometimes get in that mindset when you're in that journey and things are not going well. Maybe it's hard to keep that positivity. And
of course,
and trying to enjoy the journey as much as you should, I guess.
100%. I think something I always preach, that fall in love the journey, fall in love the process, because I think we could all relate to a time where we really want something, we got it, and for the same. And that could be as simple as a Christmas present. You really want that, you got it now. And and there's probably things in our life that were a player that once was a couple of years ago. And money, like it's kind of, I feel like these man-made things, like they don't have the real value and the real deep meaning behind it. And I think that's really why when you get a certain amount of money, it's kind of anticlimax, because like, I got it now, but I'm still the same person, kind of thing. I think university is the biggest one in terms of a lot of people, we're all happy for our degrees, but we're kind of like, we got the degree, you work 4 years for it, and you kind of want to feel like something, but you just like,
euphoria,
yeah, but at the same time you just feel like it was just in the day, just like degree kind of what's next now. And because of the fact no matter what you do, you're always gonna get that feeling. That's what the journey matters, and the fun's in the journey, not the destination. I think you look at football, I'm a big football fan. If you look at people going to the final, the fun is actually getting the final, winning the knockout stages, and they win the trophy, and it feels good because like the fun was actually, you know, fighting with your teammates to get to the final. And one thing that I think changed my life recently, which I looked at, was a guy called Jordan Peterson. He's a best-selling author, 12 Rules of Life. He said something very, very profound. I used to always think that happiness is the North Star, but he said something about be as good as you can and play for happiness. They asked him, so why do you do what you do? This is Jordan Peterson, amazing person, travels all over the world, helps people, bestseller. It's like, why do you keep doing what you do? And he goes, to see what happens. That's the reason, was to see what happens, because to have an adventure. And I think that's why I used to think, I should aim for happiness. But I think with happiness I don't think you should aim for that, because there's many reasons. But one of the reasons he does give is because sometimes to be the best person you can be, unhappiness might come of that. As you mentioned, that person went on a journey and it was tough times with it. So on your journey to be happy, there can be unhappy times. And I think that the reason why you can't aim for happiness is because that in life you need balance of. The reason why we have good days is because we had bad days. We appreciate good days because of bad days. I think in life, the balance, and if you're always happy, you can't live like that. I think on a night out when we're always drunk, we're probably the happiest we've ever been, but we made some terrible decisions. And he speaks about how, like, as a psychologist, he's seen people that are chronically happy and their life just tumbles down. And I used to think happiness was the main start, but he says aim to be good. He says that doing what he's doing. He's the example, and I'll use my own example of, like, he says that when he goes around the world, people walk up to him, he changed their lives. He's saying, I was suicidal, I was homicidal, I was all this, and reading your books and your content has changed my life. He says, that doesn't make him happy. Although it's good to help them, but he sees humans at their worst point. He sees people that are triumph, which is incredible, but he still says that at one point this person was suicidal, and he started crying because he's seen people at their worst point. But him kind of striving to be what he is has allowed him to kind of have that impact. So even though it makes him unhappy to see all these people walk up to him and see them at their initial despair, it doesn't make him happy, but he's doing the right thing in terms of helping them through it. And I think that, sometimes when you aim to be the best person you can be, there might be moments in your life where you might be unhappy, but you're doing the right thing, kind of improving lives. And I think even with me, as I grow, there's things that, I'll be honest, I'm very transparent. I try to be transparent as I kind of achieve more success. I feel insecurity in terms of, I feel like I make other people feel insecure. So as I kind of get more successful, I feel like when I talk to people, I make them feel bad. And I feel like it might be wrong, but I feel like that's the feeling I get. But it doesn't mean I have to stop pursuing what I'm pursuing, because I know I'm helping so many people. But that feeling's never going to go away. I feel like I can either be happy and just stop, just so I don't make people insecure, or I can keep striving for greatness. And even though that might come of it, all the bad might come of it, I might not maybe happy, but at least I'm doing what's most important. And I think that when you just aim for happiness, you might not always, happiness doesn't equate to doing the best thing possible. And I think, even as a doctor, you save so many lives, but maybe as a doctor, you might see people pass away, you might see people at their worst state. That might not make you happy, but being a doctor and help people is the most important thing. And I think aim to be as good as you can be, aim to make impact. And if happiness falls upon you, you should be grateful for it. And, that's the way I see it.
Mate, they're very wise words, and I completely agree. And it's really interesting you said, because we're almost taught that we've got to strive for this for happiness. Like that's what society almost says. Oh, you've got to be happy, so you've got to strive for that, and you've got to strive. It's like an emotion that you've got to try and get to. Whereas I guess ultimately, it's actually accepting different emotions. Accepting that I am going to feel sad some days, and I am going to feel emotional some days, and I am going to be angry, but actually they're all different emotions for different parts of the day. Whatever's going on in your life. And I think it's really interesting, because rather than striving for happiness, I guess the ultimate thing that I guess we're all sort of searching for is contentment.
Exactly, yeah. And
I think whatever emotion I'm feeling at that time, as long as I feel fulfilled in that journey, that day, that's where the true happiness may be, or whatever, or true fulfillment lies. I guess that's what for me.
It's like you mentioned, like all those emotions are important. They're there for a reason. One thing I learned at a young age is emotions are call to action. When you feel some emotion, it means that you might need to do something. If you fancy a girl and you feel like you miss her, emotions tell you to go and talk to her. I think that all emotions can be good emotions, and they all got their place. They're there for a reason. I think that if you just strive to be happy all the time, that's not what life's about. You know what I'm saying? And I think, and I feel like when you learn that, you know, you can be sad some days, happy some days, it makes you understand, it makes you kind of do what you need to do regardless. I think that just changed my life in terms of, I used to just feel like I need to be happy, but in the day, I think being as best you can be for yourself and for your family is probably more important than being happy, because happiness is fleeting. But as you mentioned, contentment, fulfillment is what matters most, and an adventure.
Love that. Mate, to talk to you, so look, we're sitting here talking, you graduated earlier this year.
Yeah.
But during studying, so you obviously had Reading with Austin as well.
Yep.
And then you've also launched a networking community.
Yeah,
called the Gen Z
yeah,
Club,
yeah.
which I've followed and I've seen put on some amazing events as
Yeah,
well.
it's crazy.
Studying through that, how do you find the time to then your brand, Reading with Austin, and
Yeah.
how do you juggle all them things?
I think on a bigger level, the things that you love, you make time for. And, you know, I think I love what I do. I think when you enjoy what you do, it's easy to make time for it, kind of thing. So that's the bigger level. But in terms of the nitty gritty, which is important, you know, I've read books like The 4-Hour Work Week, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, and doing things like planning your weeks weekly. A lot of people plan daily, but I think if you look at the quadrant of time, you've got important, urgent, important, non-urgent, not important, urgent, not urgent, not important. And I feel like that kind of book kind of outlined the process. So a lot of people focus on important and urgent, which means you're always putting out fires, because it's important but it's urgent, so you're putting out fires. Whereas what I focus on is the important, non-urgent, so that they never become urgent. So if you focus on important before it becomes urgent, you'll never be putting out fires. You kind of stop the fire altogether. And you know what I'm saying, it's like, you know, if you let a fly into your room, you can leave the door open and try and kill the flies when you come to the room, or you can close the door and prevent the flies coming in the first place. And I think in my life, it's all about, one, doing the important tasks before they become urgent, so I don't have to worry about putting out fires all the time. And two, I think massively is outsourcing. You know, with Gen Z Club, you've got people that kind of do things for us, work for us, and I think outsourcing is the massive part of my life, where I don't need to. One quote that I love is, "Do what you do best and delegate the rest." And I feel like I've mastered delegating the tasks that I might not be great at, or might not have time for, in an effective way. So it's a mixture of planning your weeks efficiently. It's a mixture of delegating when it needs to be, and enjoying what you do as well. And just hard work as well sometimes.
Mate, I'm sitting here, I guess 20 odd years older than you, and you're talking to me and stuff that I struggle with. In honesty, like I spin a lot of plates, run various different businesses, and all stuff that I enjoy doing actually. But I've got a young family as well, and trying to balance them things is tough sometimes. And it's listening to you. And I've read the 4-Hour Work Week as well. It's a great
Yeah.
Tim Ferriss. I follow him as well, and he's fascinating. But yeah, it's fascinating to listen to you talk about it. I'm interested to talk a little bit more about it, because obviously we've got a community as well, county business clubs, and we've built coming up. But I've seen the Gen Z Club and what you've achieved with that. It's phenomenal.
Thank you.
And what's the plans for that moving forward?
So yeah, it's crazy because it came about as just an adventure, as I mentioned. Like all my business have actually come about by an adventure. I never intended to be an entrepreneur until my business started to reach some success. So it came out as an adventure. It originally started on Clubhouse, my friend Denzel Jones and Pokebanks. You might have heard of Pokebanks. He's got 300,000 followers on TikTok. He's quite famous. But yeah, so we, you know, essentially to give background on what Gen Z Club is, we are basically a growth platform for Gen Z to kind of grow, nurture into future leaders and entrepreneurs. We provide monthly network events. We've probably had about 1,600 people come to our events over the past year since starting, and we only started last year. We were nominated for a national award, the Business Excellence Awards, which is next month. Hopefully we win it. And yeah, we've been to all of the UK. We've been to Birmingham, Loughborough, Brighton, this very building here. We sell out events in all these places. Our largest event was in July. We had about 260 Gen Zs come to our event. People travel from Scotland, Germany, Plymouth. It was incredible. And yeah. So what was the question again?
It's just no, I was just that was it. I was fascinated to hear a little bit more about it and what you obviously
Yeah.
doing.
Sorry, I mentioned future plans, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's just about expansion. I think, you know, in our first year we've reached a lot of people, but I think, you know, Gen Z's, we want to help reach more people, and obviously we want to help. Now we understand that from a business point of view, a lot of companies want to target Gen Z's. So now we're working with businesses to help them target Gen Z's in our community. So we're looking to do in the new year now, kind of partner with companies and kind of, because right now we do charge ticket prices for our events because it help cover things, but we want to kind of make the events more free or cheaper so we can get more people in them. So maybe like the 200, 300, 400, 500 people, and then make money through the business kind of partnerships that we make as well. So our plan is to expand in terms of the actual people in the events and the impact we can create.
We should have a chat about
Yeah.
this on another day.
Definitely.
That's really interesting and brilliant. Look, I want to move on as we're coming up. We mentioned about, obviously, both of us mentioned about spinning plates, and as I'm, constantly feeling there's that way of being productive. You do the things that you love doing, and blah blah blah. But what's your thoughts around? I'm keen to find out about your thoughts around sort of hustle culture and the narrative around hustle culture, and maybe the narrative that portrays really.
Yeah, sometimes like hustle culture, sometimes like people like, just working. I think you kind of need to understand like what life's about. There's one book I love, I would highly recommend. It's called The Way of the Superior Man. It's written by an author called David Dider. He speaks about how life isn't about tasks, constant tasks. You need to actually live your life as well. And I think that if you are in the hustle, I think there's one poem for our work with that said the beautiful poem, and it says something along the lines of listen to the music before the song's over. Listen to the music before the song's over. And I think that we can get so caught up in our day-to-day lives and hustling. And as you mentioned earlier, what we're hustling for, when we get there, it's kind of anticlimactic. I think it comes down to enjoying the process of it and listen to the music, like listen to like enjoying the process, enjoying this podcast. I think, I meditate a lot. I try and be present. And feel like as a society, we aren't present enough. And before you know it, we'll be, older. And the moments we should cherish, we don't cherish them. So I urge people that when you are hustling, it's important to, but also cherish the hustle and enjoy the moments, enjoy the sweet moments, and listen to the music before song's over. I think that hustle culture has kind of got the rep now of all in life that matters is hustling, but one, it's not affected to hustle 24/7. I know you're 24 hours a day, no sleep, but generally speaking, you can't live like that.
No, I wouldn't do this every day.
Yeah. So I think, what allows you to be more productive is by taking time away. Same how Tyler Effective People speaks about sharpen the saw. So it's about if you had an axe and you're trying to hit a tree with that axe, the axe will eventually get blunt. Rather than hitting the tree with a blunt axe, you're better off going away, sharpen the axe, and come back again. So many people are trying to attack life with a blunt axe, and attacking life with glass half, what's left in the glass rather than what's best. No, attacking life with what's left of you rather than what's best for you. I think that people into hustle culture should be seen, one, as an important thing, but also equal as a lifestyle balance. Equal, we need to encourage rest culture. I mean, encourage present culture and appreciation culture and gratitude culture. I think there's all words that we should appreciate as well.
And since you say you meditate, do you?
Yeah,
regularly?
every day. Yeah,
Really?
It's changed my life. Yeah.
Really? How long have you been meditating?
Since 2019, honestly, like I went through a period, I think as a young CEO, with a lot of anxiety, like I was very stressed out. I wanted things to work out in my favor. I might steal my friend's water quickly.
Yeah, mate, go for it.
So I'm busy at a very young age. I experience a lot of anxiety, and which comes from, wanting things to work out in your favor, which you all do, but it shouldn't get to the point where it kind of, keeps up at night. And I was at 19 years old, I had a lot of anxiety for some reason. And I started, I thought I couldn't sleep. I said that, I was going to bed on time, but I was just in my bed lying there. I feel like a lot of people might be able to relate to this. I was lying there in bed, and I just couldn't like sleep. And I was thinking, I'm waking up tired, I need to do something about this. So, I think I started meditating, and it helped me sleep. And as I kind of read books now, so I read Principles, written by Ray Dalio, who's like a billionaire. He owns something called Bridgewater or something. I think the largest hedge fund in the world, or something like that. And he speaks about how he does meditation. Spoke about books by David Dider. I thought, let me check it out. So during lockdown, I used to meditate quite often. I kind of saw the way I really looked at life change, and my anxiety went away. Because I think there's a saying that if you live in the past or the past, if you live in the future, you've got anxiety. If you live in the present, you're at peace. And I think that you're only really at peace when you live in the present. And if you look at any kind of situations now, any anxieties, they all come from us thinking about something that hasn't even happened yet. I think that when I started meditating and giving my brain time to refresh itself and give my body time to restart, and just sitting there and just doing nothing, just being present and appreciating the present. I've taken that kind of same meditation into other areas of my life where I can go about my day. And what meditation does is separates you from your thoughts. So when you do meditate, your brain doesn't shut off. You're still thinking, but you can watch your thoughts as opposed to, being affected by them. And I feel a lot of people are controlled by their thoughts, but in the day, thoughts are like clouds. It's like clouds. They come and they go. You get good ones, bad ones. They're just thoughts in the day. They're not you. Your thoughts aren't you. I think that meditation has taught me to separate myself from my thoughts. So if I get a negative thought now, I can just watch it and not kind of be one with it. And I think that that's a really important skill that I recommend everyone kind of masters. Detach yourself from your thoughts, because your thoughts aren't real. Your thoughts just, just thoughts, and what you might think might not come to fruition. So I think meditation is important for me. Even in terms of football, I play some professional football. I just get so nervous before a match. But now just being able to meditate and being present now, I'm not thinking about what might happen, what might go wrong. I'm just thinking about that very moment. And if you look at any athlete, LeBron James mentions it, the reason why they're so good is because they're present in that very moment. That's when you can be the most effective in that moment. I think it's important to practice presence and gratitude.
I completely agree. I listened to one of the podcasts. I listened to a lot of the high performance podcasts, and there was Johnny Wilkinson. You talk about athletes. Johnny Wilkinson talks about exactly that, like how, like, you know, he went through the point of, you know, kicking the winning goal in the Rugby World Cup, and that high that lasts for 30 seconds, and then he hit a real low, because that's all he'd strive for all his life, and he'd hit that high, and he's hit a real low after that, because he's never going to get to that point potentially again. So you go. What he said, he talks exactly about that, about presence, just actually enjoying that moment. So he now, you listen to, he has loads of stuff about mental health, but he talks about being present, and in the way that kicking that goal in the Rugby World Cup, he gets the same joy and satisfaction as he did from doing the washing up, because whatever he's doing at that moment in time, he's present in that. But that, like, again, I always, it becomes like therapy for me, to be honest. That's why I do the podcast. But it worked out. So I often struggle. I don't meditate, and I often struggle to switch off, because you're spinning a plate, your brain's always working, and I struggle to.
That's why you need to meditate.
That's exactly why I need to meditate.
Yeah.
I've looked into, and many people who have come on have exactly that, recommended that, to try and switch that brain off and be able to be. Because, like I said, I've got a young family, and I want to be a good father, I want to be a good husband, as well as a great businessman, and you want to do all of those things. But ultimately, the key is to, whatever you're doing at that moment, like we are right now, sitting in, being present right in this very moment, and actually appreciating that time. And I think that gets lost a lot. It could be, again, back to that hustle culture, and that, you know, being busy, and it's almost like we wear being busy as a badge of honor.
Yeah. And also,
trying to come away from that.
Busy doesn't mean productive as well.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
key.
Yeah, mate, I completely agree with you. Yeah. Be a busy fool.
Yeah, exactly. You could be going nowhere fast.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Look, mate, we're coming towards it. Before we do the quick fire questions, tell me, what does the future hold for Austin?
More adventures. Yeah, I know people have got 5-year goals, and I've got my own goals that I read every single morning, which are important, but I like to kind of put myself in I want to do this, because I like to be detached from, I never know where my life might take me. You know, the Gen Z Club is one of the biggest blessings in my life, but 2 years ago, if you asked me if I have a networking community of thousands of Gen Zs, I wouldn't have thought so, and I wouldn't have wanted that. But obviously now I have it, and I'm grateful for it. So I'd like to put myself in boxes. I had to make sure I'm always progressing 1% every single day, keep accumulating in all areas of my life. But I think the main thing is just more adventures, because that's what life's about.
Mate, absolutely love it. Well, look, we're going to finish with our quick fire questions, as we have on every episode so far. So tell me, one piece of advice would you give to a young entrepreneur starting out?
Oh, one piece of advice is a lot. Entrepreneurship is hard. Practice patience and gratitude. I think that if you look at any success story, anything, Rome wasn't built in a day, but can't be destroyed in a day either. And I think that you really need to practice patience in your business. I think if you look at any successful business owner, 'cause I've got a lot of people around me that have got good business, but they don't realize they start from the age of 16, 15, and it takes time. And I feel like with our generation, especially with social media, people feel like they want it fast. But I'd say practice patience. I'd say, you know, do it, commit to it, and give yourself a time limit for how it can work out. There's too many people are quick to jump ship, whereas no matter what you do, you need to give it time to nurture it. It's like a seed. If you plant a seed, no matter how much you water it, no matter how much food and nutrients you give it, the seed needs time to grow. Like, you can't make a tree grow in 10 days. No matter how much water you put in that seeds, it can't grow in 10 days. I think when you do start out, understand that it's going to take a very, very, very long time. But as long as you're seeing constant results, keep going.
Who has been the biggest inspiration throughout your life, and why?
I say my dad. Yeah, I think Gary Vee's up there as well. You know, I think he's given me this perspective I have in my life, you know, in terms of, you know, just trying to be happy and looking at the details of life that a lot of people don't speak about, like patience, gratitude, look at a different perspective. But I think growing up under my dad and seeing how he kind of operated, you know, he came from nothing. He grew up in Nigeria in a very small village, and he built a great life for himself just literally by working hard. I think that when you got a man who's like a real life success story in your life, I think, and obviously I think he gives me a lot of tough love and good love, and I think, you know, just how other people speak about him, it's just great to see. So I say, like, my dad's big inspiration in my life just because of the man he is.
Mate, you've sort of answered this anyway. as you've told us about lots of books and stuff, but is there a book podcast that you can recommend to our listeners?
It's so hard because
other than the few that
yeah, it's so difficult. Whenever somebody asks my favorite books, I always think I don't have kids, but I said if I did have kids, it would not name my favorite child because it's so difficult. There's so many good ones, but if I can name the quick fire ones, I would say my favorites top of my head are The Power of Habit. I think that one changed my life in terms of it basically tells you how to make a habit, how to break a habit. So like that was the first time I read a book which actually taught me so much. And I said, wow, like I didn't learn this in school. There's so much I don't know. And he said the more you know, the more you realize how stupid you are because you know so much. There's so many things that you don't know, kind of thing. So I say The Power of Habit. I would say 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. I think that book just touched on so many avenues of life. And I honestly think if there's one book you should read, and if you only could read one book, that'll be that book. Because I think what the book speaks about can be applied in so many areas of your life. So I think that book is so powerful. Like it's really, really powerful. Whoever wrote it, I don't know who wrote it, but like they were blessed. Like it was a really So 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, Power of Habit, and I think those are the main two I'd say have had a big impact.
Mate, amazing. Right, last one. Finally, what is your one rule for living a fulfilled life?
My main rule is be consistent or don't do it all. And I think that's so important. I think you cannot build anything without consistency. Like it's impossible. Like consistency, like my friend spoke about, it's like it's kind of like its own frequency. And no matter what you do, you won't get anywhere if you're not consistent. And I feel like whatever I do, until I get the point where I can be consistent with it, I won't start it. Like I won't start a YouTube channel, then not post for a year. I'll start it when I'm ready to post consistently. And even that's like once a month, once a week, but you need to build that kind of momentum, be consistent, otherwise we won't get anywhere. You look at all the biggest companies in the world, all your favorite TV shows, they're all consistent. EastEnders has been consistent for how many years? So people look to inspire to be with certain people, but the very people that they consume are consistent, but they don't be consistent. It's like if EastEnders can be consistent, but you can't be, how are you ever going to get to that level? So in my life, my biggest thing is be consistent, do it consistently, or don't do it all.
Mate, listen, what an absolutely fascinating conversation. Like I said, I've followed you for a while on social media and love the content that you put out and the message that actually from your generation, from Gen Z, and putting that message out there, because I do think that there is a bad narrative out there around, like I say, around hustle culture and that. But listening to you talk and the what you chat about is really, really profound and a really strong important message, not just for that generation, but I'm listening to you and learning from you, which is amazing. So, mate, really grateful for you coming on. Thanks. It was a brilliant episode, and I'd love to catch up with you at another time and we're bouncing some ideas around together.
100%. It's on camera. Thank you so much.
And that is a wrap. Awesome.
Amazing.
She's missed quite a lot of time at school, so she wasn't with her friends. But then after the second Woodland event, Venus, then her terminology changed, and it just seemed that she had a more awareness and more understanding of what her situation was.
Is they're really nice if you feel like you're the only one who has a disability because you can meet other children who have them. I would love to be able to go on more Woodland Wellbeing Day events.
It's like there's one script, and so I can't have an experience without trying to make it positive. That's just not how my brain works. And so I started writing a blog called Not the Blueprint, and that was all about just not fitting in, because I didn't fit in now. Because it wasn't like I was desperate for children and I couldn't have them, which was definitely one camp. It wasn't like I was desperate for children and I'd had them. That was another camp. Or I never wanted them, never even tried. I didn't fit in that camp either. I just seemed to sort of fall between the cracks of never really wanted it, did it to try and save a marriage, didn't work out, and lost everything. When we found out we'd lost whatever was there. But it had taken us 2 years to get 7 weeks pregnant, and some people were really dismissive. So when I've told people, sometimes I'm like, oh, well, you were only 7 weeks. You're only 7 weeks. Oh, like they were going to feel sorry for me, and now they don't. And it's like it's enormous to go through something like that. It's one of the most awful days of my entire life, for sure. So there was definitely some dark days in that time where I just did not know what life was going to look like now. Like who was I without him and without our relationship, and moving houses and changing jobs and constantly trying to find the thing that was going to make me feel like I was myself again. And that was really tough. I think it's unrealistic to expect to just be kind of at one level the whole time. Life is ups and downs, and there are times when I can talk about my journey like now and I can be fine, and there's other times where I'll just burst into tears over it. there's a lot to keep processing, and it's a big thing that happened. But I now know the tools that help me, the people that help me, the things that will bring me joy and bring me happiness. And I just really believe that we're here for a good time, not a long time. And so you have to do whatever you've got to do to try and make the time that you do have as precious as possible. That was really important, the fact that we do have a mix of ages, like we're predominantly between 35 and 50, I'd say, but we do have people either side, and I love that as well. I love people and their stories, and I think we can all learn from each other. I just felt that it was the right thing to do, and so I started it, and then I've learned, and I keep learning, and I keep trying, and I keep changing things, and I'm not afraid, because the worst thing that could have ever happened has already happened. A lot like losing my dad, going through the miscarriage and the divorce. It's quite hard to top those things, and so I feel slightly invincible in that regard, because I know that I'm always going to be highly employable. I know that I'm a good person, and I know that I'm only trying to do a good thing. Get it? It's human to go through that, and I think that's the other thing I always want to really promote. We're so good at trying to sort of paper over human emotions, but it's normal to fail. It's normal to be scared. It's normal to be vulnerable. It's normal that everything doesn't go right every time. They're normal things, and we shouldn't be afraid to talk about them.
I believe every business owner has a story to tell. Through seeking true, authentic insights about the entrepreneurial journey, I provide a platform for our peers to share their stories and inspire those that listen. This is the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films.
So it's 30 years this year since I was in a fire, and I think from the 30 years beyond that point, I was just running into life like head on to kind of almost make up for the stuff that I felt that I'd lost in life. I was never actually on fire, but I was trapped in a garage and had to fight my way out and stuff, and managed to do that. My mum was in the front of the ambulance. My dad was still in the UK and had to fly over. I died twice on the way. That they stopped they told my mum they were just changing drips and stuff, but really I was flatlining in the back of the ambulance. I was in a coma when I first got there, then I brought out the coma, then it was written across my file in massive red writing, allergic to penicillin. Someone didn't read it. They administered penicillin on me. I nearly died again, so they had to put me back into a coma for another 7 or 10 days. No, not that first day. That first day, hands down, was the hardest day of my entire life. So forget all the massive operations and this and that, and the actual day happened itself. That day was the hardest day. This 30-year journey of me kind of not running away from the accident that happened to me at 14, but I was like, wow, you've had an amazing ride now, and it was like I just stopped and paused. And if I think of it visually, I imagine the scene in Forrest Gump where Tom Hanks is running, and he's running and running and running and doesn't really know why he's running, and he's not really running away from anything. He's just running and he's thinking, and then one day he's in the middle of the desert and he just stops and he turns around and there's just all these people behind him, and I stopped, I think, in January this year, and I turned back, and just for the first time really kind of looked back with great pride in, bloody hell, Mark, you've actually done all right and you've achieved quite a lot. And I stopped, but then I also saw the people behind me, that I'd gathered along the way, and the incredible network I had, and I was like, okay, yeah, you've now got into that place in life where you're not going to do something purposeful because you feel like you need to justify what's happened to you. I felt like over those 30 years, got everything that I needed back from life to finally even up the score with what the universe had thrown him when I was 14.
I believe every business owner has a story to tell. Through seeking true, authentic insights about the entrepreneurial journey, I provide a platform for our peers to share their stories and inspire those that listen. This is the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films.
But we are now ready to welcome our host, so please put your hands together for Sam Thomas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, the real stars of the show. Welcome, everyone. Listen, thank you so much for coming. 24-hour podcast, what can I say? I've had some amazing conversations already today, which has been really, truly phenomenal. So I'm really grateful to the guests so far, which has been great. I've been given instructions about a fire exit. Apparently there's 2 fire exits. Is that right, Emma? One there. Go over to B&Q. Is that all right? We're done, right. Good times. Okay, so listen, I'm really grateful for you all for being here. Obviously, these events couldn't happen without, obviously, some amazing sponsors. So, massive thanks to the people at Plus X for hosting me today. Obviously, Creative Pod, EMC, Corporate Finance, Preston Insurance, and the amazing Ridgeview, which I'm sure you've all enjoyed a nice glass of, which I'm trying to stay away from so I can keep on it. But listen, really grateful, and obviously the brilliant team at H2 Productions have been amazing today. Everyone knows I'm a bit of a technophobe, so for me, pressing any buttons doesn't work. Thankfully, they've been in there making sure everything's been running smoothly. Obviously, we're here today. Mainly, I've done this challenge because obviously we want to raise as much money as possible for Rocking Horse. So people know that's a charity very close to my heart. So listen, I've shared my story quite a few times about my beautiful twins over here and Luca, who's a superstar. Basically, when they were born 7 years ago, Sienna come out first. Absolutely amazing. Holding her in my arms, probably the most happy I've ever been. Can't lie, it was a magical moment. Any parents in the room will know what that's like, and it was truly amazing. Within about half an hour, I went from the happiest I'd ever been to probably the most scared I've ever been. Kelly got taken straight down to the emergency room, had an emergency cesarean. Luca come out, he had the cord wrapped around his neck, and had a prolapse cord, and he had to unfortunately go up to the Trevor Mann unit. It was a really scary time. I can't even describe it at that point in my life, but I sat down and spoke to the doctors, and I remember at the time just saying, look, he's in a moderate state at the moment, but depending on how he responds to the treatment will depend on obviously what the outcome is. And there was talks of cerebral palsy, talks of brain damage. It was really quite severe, but most people know me as a bit of an optimist, and my brain pretty much works in one way. And I remember saying to the doctor at the time, I said, look, is there a possibility he's going to be okay? And he said, look, we come one way or the other, but he said, obviously there is a potential that he will be. And I said, that's all I need to hear. And for the next few days, few weeks that we was in hospital, that's all I kept telling myself, and as scary as that was, but I did. And then thankfully, thanks to Rocking Horse, thanks to all the staff and everyone at the Trevor Mann unit and within the Royal Alex, that same doctor, he went for his MRI and he come back and he said to me a few weeks later, actually, Sam, in answer to your question a few weeks ago, Luca's going to be absolutely fine. Up until then, I was all right, but Kelly have attested this. I then fell to my knees, grabbed the doctor, give him a hug, get in here, doctor. And it was a truly, and we was one of the lucky ones. But from that day, I said to myself, whatever I do, I'm going to raise as much money as I can and support this amazing charity and the stuff they do. And actually, to be honest, what brought home to preparing for this today, probably not the best preparation week, to be honest. Took Luca to the park and Sierra on Saturday, and he fell off the monkey bars. And Luca, come on, come and show people you are, and show people what you did. So he fell off the monkey bars and broke his arm. So we, so where did we spend Saturday and Sunday? hospital, that's right. We spent all Saturday and Sunday. So I've actually was awake for 36 hours whilst whilst we were sitting there next to him and hoping him. But again, I was reminded constantly by stickers for all the equipment there from Rocking Horse and all the equipment there that, again, has not only saved my son's life when he was born, but fixed him again at the weekend, and here he is now today. So I think that deserves a bit of a round of applause. Is there anything you want to say? Is there anything you want to say?
Thank you, Rocking Horse.
Well, go and sit down next to Mummy. Well done, mate. Bless him. Didn't think he was going to do that a couple of days ago. Anyway, listen, we are raising as much money as we can. Obviously on your name badges, there is a QR code. If you can scan it, you can make a donation. Listen, grateful for your support and coming down here today. You can donate throughout the day, throughout the evening. I'm going to be there till 12 o'clock tomorrow, so there's plenty of time to do it. But like I say, really, really grateful for your support. And look, we're gonna crack on with the show. So obviously you're not just come here to listen to me waffle on. So we have got a couple of amazing guests that I'm gonna bring onto the stage, some really inspirational stories. Certainly someone I've read a lot about, and I've heard her speak before, and she's absolutely got an incredible story. So my guest tonight, the first one, she started her company from scratch in 2007. The Tiny Box Company is now the UK's largest online gift packaging e-commerce company, with over 700 products and over 100,000 customers, ranging from one-person startups to international corporations. Trauma in her personal life prepared her for the struggles of business. She is Dragon's Den's most successful female entrepreneur to date. The two original investors, Theo Pathetis and Peter Jones, congratulate themselves on recouping 8 times their investment in dividends. I'm delighted to welcome Rachel Watkin to the podcast. Rachel, grab a seat. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I mean, what could be better? Free booze, pizza.
Can't be bad, can't be bad. Well, listen, look, we're going to really appreciate you coming on. It's great. Like I said, I've been fortunate enough to hear you speak before, and a truly inspiring story. So, look, I just want to jump straight in. Talk to me about what life was growing up like for you. Like, you had quite a traumatic childhood and went into care, so let's start there if we can.
God, where do I start? So my mum was married to a guy called James, and it wasn't a very happy marriage because James had realised that he actually wanted to transition and become a woman. Their sex life was non-existent, so my mum started having an affair. I was the result of an affair. And when I was born, I was very blonde, and the rest of the family, my siblings, were all very dark. So it was a bit of a clue, and caused a complete breakdown in their marriage. There was an accident outside our house when I was 8 months old. A boy got run over. My mum went out to go and help the boy, and a few days later, the police came round to our house just to get a statement. And instead of getting a statement from her, they walked in to find my stepdad in my mum's clothing, which back in '71 was completely unacceptable, and me sitting on the floor with no clothes on in December, freezing cold and blue. So they called social services. Social services came, and my stepfather basically threw me at social services like a rugby ball. And I was taken straight to hospital, where I was there for about 5 weeks, we think. And the hospital notes say that I was about to lose my toes if I'd stayed there any longer, and I would have lost my feet within a week. So, moved into care for the next few years.
What's that like being in care and being in that process? Like, what was you,
I've got no idea. I don't remember it.
nothing at all.
I came out when I was about 3. social services had this wise idea to move me back with my parents, because my mum by then had married my real father. My stepfather went through and did transition. We think it was the first case in the UK of 2 women then applying for divorce, because there had been a case previously, but the marriage was just annulled as opposed to an actual divorce case. And yeah, so I was raised by the 3 parents.
Wow. And like, talk about that. Can you talk about that in that childhood and growing up through that period, or?
So my parents were not bad people individually, but the relationship with the 3 of them was just toxic, and they all had seriously bad mental health problems of different varieties. My stepfather, thinking that he was going to have a fantastic life as a female, turned out it was mainly because he was in love with my dad, and obviously my dad was in love with my mum, so there's like this weird tri-relationship, and the children were just in the way. And my dad was a serial entrepreneur, except that the business came to anything, and left this trail of debt and lies. So we just moved all the time. We sort of left that pile of debt, moved into a new home, changed schools. We worked out I'd lived in 13 different houses and been to 9 schools by the time I left.
I'm interested in the fact that you then went down a path of being an entrepreneur, but seeing that and seeing your dad running these different businesses that work, but you still chose that path to go in and be an entrepreneur, knowing what you'd seen from him.
Oh, I went down the complete wrong route first. By 18, I was engaged to a Hells Angel. For those of you that don't know what they are, they're a pretty dodgy biker group. I was arrested for drugs, courtesy of Hotel Maidenhead Nick. Yeah, but later on.
Later on. Well, talk to. So let's move on to that and so where that sort of inspired, because your vision for a fair trade business come from a trip, like you worked in Sierra Leone, Tiriku. Talk to me about that experience and how did you get into that and on that path?
Have you seen the film Blood Diamond?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was filmed, or where it was set was when I was out there. The only difference between reality and that film was that there was no partying.
Yeah, wow.
Sierra Leone at the time, because it was a military coup, Freetown, the capital, was literally being ripped to shreds. There were Ecomogs soldiers with roadblocks sort of every 100 yards, and there was just literally bodies in the street. I was working in the Treasury, and there was gunfire in the distance, and there was lots of names being read out really fast on the radio. And I said to one of the women, you know, what's going on? Is it like horse racing or something? She said, oh no, it's a public execution just outside, 25 people being shot. And they literally had black bags put over their heads and just shot with a magazine each. Mind-blowing stuff. But the point was that the EU was pumping millions and millions of dollars into Sierra Leone to help with the poverty, to help with the war. And actually, so much of it was being siphoned off in corruption. It was unreal. And the poverty on the ground, you've never seen anything like it. So I wanted to do something proactive to help and set up a really early fair trade jewellery business.
Mm. Wow. I'm almost like... The things you've seen, like the things you've sort of described, obviously you've been growing up and then around that as well. Where's your mindset at that point, like in the things that you've seen and from your childhood, from being in Sierra Leone? How do you get your mindset from out of that to go, I'm going to go and then make a difference and I'm going to go and change?
It's going to sound a bit weird, but because my childhood was so extreme, you know, there was a lot of violence, a lot of very unpleasant things happening. I won't say too much because there's children present. but it really wasn't very good. And then, you know, sort of seeing the extremes in Sierra Leone, it doesn't affect me in the same way as it does other people, because I've never known what normal's like. I know that sounds strange, but when you don't have any concept of normality, it doesn't phase you in the same way.
Yeah.
So it's like, let's just go and do something.
It's amazing, because I guess, like, listening to that story and that journey, there's certain people that, you know, you hear many stories about people who have had traumatic childhoods, and then they go down a completely different path, a similar path to that, or whatever. But it's fascinating to hear, and I said I've heard before, but fascinating to hear that story of you and knowing what you've been through and those experiences. But we have a choice at some point in our lives. I guess that's the key message, I think. Certainly what I took out of you the first time I heard you talk, is that we've all got a choice at whatever point that is in life, that we can either go on that path and follow the same routine, or we can.
We have a choice every day, every single day, and that is one of the gifts of life, if you like.
Yeah.
That at whatever point when you think, you know, life's not great, you've got a choice.
Yeah.
And we are, as far as I understand it, I mean, science is always a bit dodgy, isn't it? Apologies, any scientists here. You know, we are one of the few species with a prefrontal cortex where we can visualize and we can imagine what another future looks like. What a gift. We just don't use it enough.
Yeah, I love that. So look, tell me what led you then in 2007, you launched Tiny Box Company. What led to that point?
So, jumped a massive phase from when I left Sierra Leone. I just got really sick and I couldn't work for a number of years, and I literally hit rock bottom. I now know what it means to lose everything. I lost my house, my partner walked out, lost my job, and it took me 4 years before I could work again. And
what was your illness? What did you?
I went in for a routine appendix operation, and something went horribly wrong. I don't know what happened. The hospital lost my notes. And for the first 6 weeks after the operation, I literally had seizures every morning, like a full-on sort of fit. And by the time the doctors, medics arrived, it had passed, you know, and then the same thing would happen the next morning. And this went on for 6 weeks. It took me 9 months before I could walk any further than just to the end of the bathroom and back again to bed.
Wow.
And the worst part of it, I really believe now that the worst thing you can lose is hope. As long as there's hope, you can kind of get through anything. But I had no hope as to whether I was ever going to recover, whether I was ever going to properly walk again or have any kind of life. And I started the fair trade jewellery business because I couldn't work full time. You know, I was still pretty incapacitated. And then I needed jewellery boxes to put my fair trade jewellery in. And it was a start-up. I was working part-time, very limited. And all of the packaging companies wanted 1,000 units of each size box and 10 to 12 week lead time. And I was like, well, I've only got 10 bits of jewellery to start with. You know? This isn't going to work. And I approached so many UK manufacturers, and I was like, what? This is 2007. Why can't I just buy off the shelf? You know, there must be lots of other jewellery companies, and this was the start of the sort of Etsy type era. Yeah. It's like, there must be loads of others that just want ring boxes or necklace boxes or bangle boxes. Why is it so hard?
I just want to go back a little bit just there where you talk about losing hope. I guess like that period, but you still, although you've lost that bit of hope, I guess in a certain aspect, because and it would be fair to say at that point in your life you look back at what's happened and you could easily go down a different path again. I guess to that to what you did go down, and yet you still even as low as you got at that point, you've still then gone, I'm going to start a business that's going to maybe have an impact, or like you say, just to survive, I guess. At a point.
So I guess the defining moment, you know, by the age of 14, I was out of the family home mainly. I was sort of sofa surfing, staying with friends, anything to avoid the parents. When I got really sick, I was forced effectively to go back and live with them because I had lost everything. And actually, it was a great thing because it allowed us to kind of rebuild our relationships. My parents' mental health was a lot better. My stepfather was out of the equation. And there was some kind of stability. And when I was really poorly, it was actually that my mum that said, just get over it. You know, you've got the choice, again, of sitting in bed all day feeling sorry for yourself or just go and do something a bit more positive. I was like, okay, fair comment. Slap on the wrists. And I did a charity auction. It was the first one of its time. It sort of became a thing afterwards, but I wrote to 300 celebrities and said, can you just draw me a picture? Draw me a picture of anything, doesn't matter what, and we'll auction the drawings off. I spent loads of time researching the letters of how I was going to structure it and what I was going to ask, sent them a blank bit of paper, stamped addressed envelope, and 85 of the 300 responded back. Okay. And the next thing I know, I've got a big celebrity art exhibition happening with an auction afterwards. And Jimmy Page from Led Zeppelin came and opened it for me, Didn't know who he was at the time. Bit orcs. Somebody said, we could ask him. I was like, is he famous? Soon found out he was. He absolutely got mobbed because I didn't hire any security because I didn't think he was very famous. But it was sort of moved on from then, okay, I've just got to get over the mental side and just focus on not being ill.
Yeah. But did your mental health suffer at that point? Like, was you, like, during that period prior to your mum sort of saying that? But I just keen to analyse that, like you said, that mindset and that mental health issues around that.
I was a mess. I look back now, I kept a diary in some of those months, and I read them now, and I clearly said I want to die, because living in my bedroom day in, day out with no one being able to tell me whether I will ever have any quality of life again, I'm feeling so utterly drained. If I got out of bed and I sat up for half an hour, that was my energy gone for the day, and I literally couldn't do anything, and it's like being almost like a vegetable and reliant on people around you.
Wow. Well, I want to talk. Obviously, we're going to move on to the Dragon's Den point in a minute, but just then talk to me. So now we've launched. So there was a problem, obviously, getting boxes for your jewellery company, and that's where obviously Tiny Box Company then was born. So just talk to me about the start of that and kicking that off.
So it was a trade fair in Birmingham that I went to that was the final straw, where I'd gone thinking I will find some gift boxes this time. Walked around and found, do you know what, there's nothing. And I just remember sliding down the wall, just going, fine, I'll do it myself. If no one else is going to provide them, I will. And so I spent quite a few months in the British Library looking to see if, in the marketing reports there, whether other people had the same problem as me. They did. So I found suppliers where I could buy in bulk and then just sell online. And I was with a friend in East Grinstead who had like a gift shop, and this bloke came in looking for a gift box. Oh, the irony. And and we got chatting, and he was a very well-known DJ at the time. He was on the Virgin Breakfast Show, and then he moved over to Kiss. And he'd just been fired for taking drugs, drinking too much, hijacking a radio station, and then broadcasting a lot of illicit content in the middle of the night. So he was marched off the premises, sacked, and sent to rehab. And he'd come back from rehab, and that's when I met him in the shop. And I told him what we were doing, and he said, "Oh, I'd love to do with that. Can I come and work with you?" If anyone meets you like that, the answer is no. Just no. I stupidly said yes. Great idea. And he wasn't quite as rehabbed as he could have been. Won't go into any more details. But then realised that he wanted to go and get his girlfriend from Australia. Suddenly went back to Australia. Came back with said girlfriend, who is now his wife, and realised that actually he wanted to be back in broadcasting. So to get himself out, extricate himself from the business, he applied to Dragon's Den, didn't tell me, but thought that it would re-kickstart his career back on TV.
Well, okay.
So, didn't have a clue. BBC then phone up one day saying, got your application, love it. Tell us what you'd like the money for. And I'm just not knowing where to go with this. And Robin Banks was actually in the office that day, and he's just going, blag it, make it up. We need stock, premises, staff. So the next thing I know, we're on Dragon's Den and in front of 5 very stony faces.
Yeah, it was. I've watched the episode obviously a few times, and it was
horrific.
A tough experience.
So when they show it on TV, it's like a 10-minute slot.
Yeah,
we were in there 2.5 hours.
Oh, really? Wow.
It was the hottest day in May. We were melting. My makeup had fallen off. My hair had turned into a frizz ball. I was far more concerned about that than. But they were mean. They were really mean.
Because Duncan Bannatyne grills you, doesn't he? And then he basically says, really criticises, and then he goes, "I'm out." Now, at that point, he's the first Dragon to go, "I'm out." Where's your headspace at that point? You're standing there in front of these people going,
I can't possibly comment on a podcast and live audience. Let's just say rude words were going through my head, but you're playing a game at the end of the day, you know, and they are playing characters to an extent.
Yeah, sure.
And if that didn't appeal to him, he didn't need to be quite so rude, but he was just as rude off camera afterwards.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But did you, so at that point, though, so you've obviously been chucked into that by
Robin,
Robin, yeah. You've been thrown into that position by that. But so did it affect you in the way that you know what, I believe still in this vision, so if these people don't invest, it didn't matter to you, or how did you feel about it in that sense? Was you like...
I didn't expect investment.
Really?
I've been trading a few months, 3-4 months. There was nothing patentable. I had no trading history. I knew less than that much about packaging. My background was software. You know? So I never thought for a minute that any of them would invest because I didn't have any of the normal credentials. I just thought, great marketing window, you know, couple of minutes of national TV, what could be better?
Wow. So you go into something like that with the whole, I'll just wing it and and see what happens, and lo and behold, it actually, because what was really fascinating actually about the I don't know how many people have seen the episode, but watching the episode was really fascinating. Was the term when Peter Jones talks about just actually buying into people. What's one of our things with, obviously I've run county business clubs, and one of our main things that come out of our narrative was around people buy from people, and that really come across in that episode, exactly that you stood up there and actually, irrespective of the business that you was talking about, that they actually bought into you. Not so much Christian, but they bought into you.
Yeah. The way that all of them look at businesses is a lot of the time it's not even about the product. Yeah. It's whether they think that they can turn your business into some kind of cash cow, or, you know, or take it to the next level.
And you obviously you won the investment. I think it was 60,000.
60,000, yeah, for 40% of my business. Don't do it.
But so you say that now. Do you? At the time, was you euphoric about that? Like you've been on Dragon's Den. You've now got 2 entrepreneurs invested money to help your business grow. What was walking out at that point? What was your?
Oh, it blew my mind. I never told them I was ill. I never told them that I didn't actually know whether I'd be able to run the business. small technical hitch. Yeah, I was blown away that they saw potential and that we could potentially, really make something of it.
But we're only a few months in, like you said, you're a few months in going into that. But prior to going on it, did you have a bigger vision for it with Tiny Box? When you first started it, so you're a few months in prior to going on the show, did you believe that it could have been a big business like what you've created? Or?
I've always got big ideas. I realised that there was a bit of I can't think of the word, a dilemma, if you like, between my health and where I saw it, of being like a multi-zillion pound empire. But I thought, well, we'll just worry about that as we go along.
Yeah. It's amazing. I'm just so. But they've obviously then come on board then, and a big help, or talk to me about that process of them then afterwards with Dragons Den. Them.
Who's listening to the podcast? All I'll say is, if anyone ever thinks about doing something like Dragons Den, think really carefully about what you're going to get, because I genuinely thought that I would be mentored, because that's how it's portrayed on TV.
Yeah, absolutely.
But actually what they said to me was that they were going to forward me the money and leave me to run the business. And I was devastated, because I had the classic imposter syndrome. I didn't know anything about packaging anyway, which was a bit of a stumbling block. and I really thought that I would be working. It was very naive of me in hindsight, but I thought I was going to be working in their offices, and and we were all going to run off into the sunset with a huge empire, And the reality was that I was just another.
You said, there you go, good luck.
Yeah, it really was like that.
Wow. But then you've done it. So you've come out of that. Did that then, although you had the imposter syndrome side of stuff, and I'm always keen to talk about it, I think, it's become quite a buzzword recently. A lot of people talk about how we suffer from that. But I do, you still at that point, you then went and have grown it to this big thing. So was it almost like, well, they're not going to support and help, so I've just got to get stuck in and I'm going to make this happen? Did it drive you and spur you more, or?
Yeah, I guess it did. I don't know where it comes from. I don't know whether it's just in my blood or whether it is because of childhood being a little unusual, that I've just got this inbuilt, just got to keep going, keep trying to make things better, and okay, so they're not going to work with me. I'm just going to get on and do it to the best of my ability, and almost like sod them,
Yeah. And I guess another word that could certainly come out of the whole of COVID, I guess, resilience. Entrepreneurs, business owners, a lot of people in the room, we had to be resilient. You've got to bounce back after things. And I think listening to your story from a personal life point of view, the amount of resilience and skills you've had to develop from that to hold you in good stead for running a business, because the ups and downs in a business, I guess in your head, do you think to yourself that actually what I've been through is a lot harder than this?
It's true. If you look at things from a psychological point of view, we've all got our norm and we've all got our comfort zone. And if your comfort zone has been stretched to like huge dimensions, sort of day-to-day running of things is trivial in comparison. So my norm of being able to deal with things is generally, a lot greater capacity than other people around me.
Yeah, sure.
I've had cancer twice in the last 4 years, and the first time I was diagnosed, I sort of did feel a bit sorry for myself when my husband and I had been and got the diagnosis, and I said to him, I'm going to have a day feeling sorry for myself, if that's okay. And he said, yep, you can have a day, and then tomorrow we've just got to get on with it. And that's the attitude you just have to take.
And it's, again, for any business owner, it's such an important lesson to have. You have got to, things do get tough sometimes, and you feel low or down, and you go, I'm stressing out about X, Y, and Z. But
My husband's so sympathetic as well, as you might have gathered from that.
as is my wife, of course. always. I guess, talk to me then about, look, you've been running a business now for 15 years.
Yeah.
We've talked about, obviously, your challenges in your personal. Talk to me about some of the ups and downs in that 15 years of running a business, some of the challenges that you faced.
Where do I start? I built the website, and we were mainly e-commerce online. Google blacklisted us. Now, I didn't even know that was a thing. But suddenly the phone stopped ringing, the orders stopped coming in, and I went to Google and typed in Tiny Box Company. Nothing happened. We'd just gone. And I didn't know that could happen. And it took 3 weeks of research and then getting hold of an expert who said, you've been blacklisted. I'm like, what do you mean I've been blacklisted? How can I be blacklisted? Turned out that somebody had hacked into our website and written what they call white code over my website of inappropriate content that the Google bots had then picked up, and so they just struck me off.
Wow.
But they don't tell you they've struck you off, and you have to appeal and then try and get yourself back on. That could have killed our business because we were e-commerce, and I never got to the bottom of it, of who hacked us or anything like that. So that was my first
challenge.
Real challenge. And then I walked into the premises one day, opened the door, and my desk was floating, as were all the chairs and some of the stock. We'd been flooded so badly. It wasn't like a little flood down there. Everything was literally floating. And of course I opened the door and just...
Wow.
flooding out.
Get the boat out.
Yeah. It was really bad.
Wow.
The first warehouse caught fire. I think there was probably all these signs that perhaps this wasn't the route for me. But I ignored them all anyway. It was a really hot day. There's a theme there. And the warehouse had halogen lights in the ceiling. Health and safety, or when they constructed the building, apparently you're supposed to leave like 12 inches or something between the insulation and the light, and it hadn't. So it had got overheated, the light caught fire and dropped onto cardboard boxes.
Wow.
And literally,
blimey.
So, my dad was actually visiting me that day, and he used to be in the fire brigade. That's the one thing he did actually do. We know that's true. and he said, don't just stand there, dial 999. So I just froze, just watching the flames.
God, unbelievable. That's, by any stretch, there's some challenges along that. Where does COVID fit into that? How does...
So
amongst the many challenges you faced.
So 2018, my sister was unfortunately diagnosed with terminal lung cancer, and I had a hunch. It's the only way I can describe it. And I said to my husband, I would like to just have a full body scan and just see if I'm okay, because there's a gene that runs in our family. 2 days later, the hospital called me and said, we found a tumour. And it was lung cancer. So 2019, I was in Guy's and St Thomas's, where they removed the whole section of my lung, keyhole. And we kind of got through that in 2019. And in early 2020, we went on holiday because I was allowed to travel. And it's like, yes, we're back to normal. Great, lovely holiday in Florida. We did have a very nice time. That was in the end of January, beginning of February. We got COVID. We came back to the UK, and then we got COVID, but didn't know it was COVID. We were pretty poorly for a couple of weeks. Just got everything back on an even keel, and then COVID hit. And our business fell off a cliff instantly. It's the day that Boris said, everyone go home.
Really?
Yeah, our website just stopped. Because, with everybody dealing with a COVID crisis, getting a ring box or a bangle box isn't top of your priority list. So, I mean, I'd like to say it was clever foresight. It wasn't. It was pure fluke that we were geared up with all of the staff having laptops and everything being cloud-based. So all the staff could literally go home that day other than warehouse and production. So operationally wise, we were okay. We just had no orders. And we'd sort of done risk assessment and, you know, and break even to see how much cash how long we could last with no money coming in. And our accountant said, oh, it's okay, you've got 2 to 3 months. And again, just a hunch. My husband and I were at home at the weekend, and I said, something's not right. I'm going to go through those numbers. And I realised that our accountant had missed out £500,000 of committed purchase orders. And suddenly I was
number.
like, we're F star, 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 star. D. Totally screwed. And obviously I had a bit of a meltdown, and husband, being the normal sympathetic husband, said, okay, well, you've had a tantrum now you need to look at how we're going to fix this and move on.
The voice of reason.
Yeah. So actually what we realized was that our key strength is distribution and warehousing, and that most of our customers had lost their livelihood because we supplied the cottage industry, people that make candles, jewellery, all that kind of thing, and suddenly they had no revenue. So I said, I know, I've had an idea, let's build a marketplace online where they can all sell their stuff. We'll dispatch it for them because we're good at that, and they'll still need gift boxes.
Love it.
5 weeks later, we had a platform.
Wow. And that I'm assuming then that saved.
It turned out that we could like shrink some of the POs,
Yeah.
so we weren't overcommitted. And then 3 weeks after COVID, the business just went mad. It was so busy.
Wow, it's amazing. What a turnabout. I mean, when you're up against it and you're stuck in those positions, you're up against stuff. And as entrepreneurs and business owners, the ultimate thing is we're geared to solve problems, I guess, and find solutions, aren't we? And I guess that's one of a big takeaway from that. Like I say, is there ever a point? I listened to your story and your journey. Is there ever a point you've sat there and gone, "Give me a break"?
Yeah, I have. I think the lung cancer was one of those moments because, you know, I'd had all my illness problems beforehand, then breast cancer in 2016. Then in 2017, there was a tumour found on my parathyroid. I didn't even know we had parathyroids. So I had to have my throat slit open for that. That was non-cancerous, but that was 2017. And then cancer again in 2018. I was just like, come on, universe, this is a little unfair here.
You'd be fair to say that.
Yeah. My dad had died in the meantime, and then my sister, as I say, diagnosed, and she died last year. So that 6-year period was just like, come on, universe, this is a little unreasonable.
But you're still going, and like I said, you still, even in through all them times, especially from a business point of view, and when your personal life is struggling with work, I always think that sometimes if we're in business, if you know the business is struggling but your personal life's good, then that's okay, then you can deal with the other. If your business is not doing well and your personal life is the other way around, and you know you can deal with either one of them. But when both are being affected, trying to find the resilience and the strength to pick yourself up, I've just got to get on and got to get on with, like you said, back to what we started talking about, I guess at the start, that always have choices.
Yeah,
you've got to choose to.
I think for me, one of the things that really hit me was, quite frankly, I wouldn't be here if my sister hadn't died, because it was her diagnosis that made me go and get checked. I had no symptoms, and I didn't even realise that with lung cancer, by the time you get the symptoms, it's pretty much too late. You know, in the UK, you have a 14% chance of survival of beyond 5 years if if you've been diagnosed with it. So it was like a heavy burden that, you know, my sister's gone, she's got 2 children, and because of her I'm still here. And it just kind of changed my thinking that you've got to make it count. Whatever you want to do and whatever success looks like to you, just make your time count, as opposed to sitting there feeling sorry for yourself, or, you know, if only I had the courage to change this, if I didn't have imposter syndrome, whatever excuses we feed ourselves with that monkey brain, you know. It's going back to that choice.
Yeah, love that. Well, let's move on and talk about a little bit about then success. What does that look like to you?
So success to me is whatever is important to you and whatever means something to you. You know, Donna, it is Donna, isn't it? Donna was at a lunch with me on Monday, although we didn't know that each other was at the lunch. And Donna said, you know, I felt like, you know, I wasn't worthy to be there. And it's this lack of self-worth that we have, and yet Donna to me is hugely successful, because it's not about money, it's not about you know, building capitalist empires. It's the impact that you have on other people's lives and for the greater good, you know. And we are caught in this capitalist that success must be that I'm driving a pink Lamborghini or you know, having my multi-million-pound house. That's not success. Donna is success to me.
Love that. Love that. Because I talk about it a lot on the podcast in general, about, because I totally agree with you that the narrative around success, because of social media, whatever, the narrative around success is based on you're a successful person based on your financial worth.
Yeah.
And it's
how shallow.
Yeah, it's because the amount of people I've actually spoke to on the podcast who have become multi-millionaires, but the link with that and happiness is far from, like, people will come on. We released an episode on Monday on Mental Health Awareness Day from a guy who has built a multi-million, 120 million turnover company and sold a percentage of it, and you know, got more money than it, but went through a really low point and struggled with mental health. So you just, and analysing that fact of people would see him as a really successful business person or whatever, but it's so, and I'm so passionate, I guess, about trying to change that narrative around what success, exactly that, what success looks like. I think certainly for me, I look at the relationships you build, people in this room who I've been fortunate enough to, you know, surround myself with, and within the business community who support you and do that, I think, and family, and they're the type of things that I guess make someone maybe more successful.
Success is what makes you happy. Yeah. And a lot of the time, success is kind of focusing on a problem that is bigger than you, and whether that's a charity, whether it's a greater cause or whatever. That's success, and often that will lead to happiness, or be a part of happiness. But happiness, you know, it's such a cliche, but happiness really does come from within. It's not, you can't buy it, you can't make it. It's accepting who you are and what you are.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I just want to, as we're on that sort of path and just with a journey, and like I said, we've talked about some of the challenges, but talked about some of the, there's obviously been some highlights throughout the 15 years. Talk to me about a couple of the highlights that have really given you that fulfillment where you've gone, oh, brilliant, like we've done that, or...
So one of those highlights, my husband's particularly proud of this one. You can tell by his face. One of the highlights was we wanted to start manufacturing ourselves, and we sort of approached East Sussex Council and said, you know, can we have any help with this? And they did offer us a loan, but my dad was dying with leukemia at the time, and there was a lot going on, and it was high risk. And then I heard through the grapevine that a factory had gone into liquidation in Cornwall, and that somebody could potentially buy it. So we went down to Cornwall to look at bringing the assets back, or the machinery back, and I said to husband, we could get this one started again. And actually, after he'd got over the initial shock, and sort of said, actually, you know, I've met the people and I think that's a really good idea. It was great. We were able to offer the jobs back to a lot of the people that had lost them. And within a very short period of time, we got it from a loss-making business to a profit-making business, which meant so much to the team, you know. So that was definitely a highlight.
Amazing. And with the teams, you've got about 80 odd staff. Is it 80 staff?
Yeah, there's a few more at the moment because we're just under 100 at the moment, I think, something like that.
I just want to, before we finish up, talk to me a bit about culture within the company. Like, I always find it fascinating, culture. People heard my story many times about I closed the hair salon. It was one of the businesses that didn't work out for me. I think I got the culture wrong. That was something that I felt I failed at, I guess. But I'm keen. Talk to me about the culture within Tiny Box coming out. What have you created there?
Culture is so difficult, so difficult. We are going through the growing pains of being a small business and the buzz and the entrepreneurial excitement you get with that and everybody on board. And we really kind of recultivated that, if you like, during COVID. We were pulling in the same direction. Everybody was heading in the same way. Everyone gets let out in the real world. Half the team have an epiphany that they want to go and do something else. And that culture disintegrated so quickly. And I had so many conversations with other businesses, you know, like, what have I done? And they're going, no, it's the same here. Really, really tough.
Yeah.
So do you know what I've done?
Go on.
I've sacked myself. I have. I've brought in a new CEO.
Really?
Yeah. So I'm moving into sort of more chairperson type role. We've bought another company as well, so going to be focusing on that. But in order to reset the culture, I've had to say, do you know what? I'm not sure I'm the right person on a day-to-day.
That's a great level of self-awareness, I guess, isn't it? From that point of view, to look and go, actually, this is my company, my baby that I've built, but actually being able to let go and go, I'm not the right person to be in that position.
The pivot from being a small company to being much bigger, I think, almost requires specialist knowledge to change the culture, to proceduralize it, you know, and bring in the processes that are required and the foundations to then really take it to the next level.
Yeah.
That's not my skill set. I don't have the attention span.
Amazing. Maybe well, look, I just want to, before we go into our quick fire questions, I just want to ask, what does the future hold for Rachel Watkin?
We've bought another company. I got the paperwork today. Can't say what it is yet because we haven't signed the paperwork.
I thought we was going to get an exclusive then. No,
well, you're kind of exclusive. It's another company that went into liquidation, and it's a passion project because it's all sustainable and ethical items, and we need it as a society. We have to start taking more responsible steps, but it's no good preaching, you know. We need to do something about it rather than just preach. So
love that. Awesome. Well, look, we're going to finish up with our quick fire questions. I've done this on every episode. So one piece of advice would you give to your 18-year-old self?
I would tell my 18-year-old self, do not run off with a Hell's Angel. It's a really bad idea.
Brilliant. Who's been the biggest inspiration throughout your life and why?
So this is really hard because growing up, there was no female entrepreneurs. Well, in fact, you didn't know a lot of entrepreneurs at all. And so the only person that I guess kind of helped influence me was Princess Diana, because she always maintained her dignity. She got thrown so much public abuse and cameras and everything, but you never saw her fighting back. She was never slating people, you know. She just maintained dignity and stayed kind.
Yeah, love that. Okay, awesome. Could you recommend a book or a podcast for our listeners that have had an impact on you?
Anyone heard of Stephanie Shirley? Dame Stephanie Shirley, yeah. Okay, so one person. Dame Stephanie Shirley is an incredible woman, incredible woman. She was a refugee in the war, and 'cause she was German, a German Jew, and she worked in computers. But in the 1950s, as a woman, you were not allowed to work in computers. And she wanted to run her own business. She wanted children. But of course, working and having children at the time, just no, and especially not in computers.
Mm-hmm.
So she set up her own computer business at home. And of course, she couldn't win any contracts. So she renamed herself as Steve and sent all the tenders out and everything under the name of Steve. And she ended up with, I think it was about 300 women, all working at home, coding, doing all the coding, and they coded the black box for Concorde.
Wow.
And her company became a multi-billion pound company by the early 2000s, and no one's ever heard of her. Incredible. So the story is, the book's called Let It Go, and it's by Stephanie Shirley.
Amazing. Love that. Right, finally, what is your one rule for living a fulfilled life?
I have two. Am I allowed to?
Of course, you go for it.
The first one really winds my husband up because I always say, just open doors. Always open doors, because you never know where the opportunities might take you. But the second one is always be kind. Be kind, because you never know what is going on in people's lives, whether they're having a bad day, you know, the history or what they're dealing with. And just be kind.
Brilliant. Love that. Rachel, thank you so much for coming on and sharing your story. It's so inspirational, and I'm sure everyone in the room will agree what an inspiration you are, and listening to your story and the challenges you faced in business and in personal life is amazing. And look, I wish you continued success, happiness, and everything in between. But I don't know if we've got any questions in the room. Have we got anyone that would like a question?
Stunned
Rachel.
silence. Yeah, hi. Me? I just read and learnt, and I've been lucky enough to sort of meet a few really clever people on the way where when I've got really stuck, I'm like, got any ideas on this? And having a great team, because often the team know the answers. They're far more knowledgeable than me on a lot of stuff. And yeah, and it's just been about building foundations at each level. And we stullified our growth. Is stullified a word? Or have I just made that up? Because I wanted the growth to be self-funded. I didn't want us to start being heavily debt-laden or to dilute our investment further. So our average growth, I think, has been 46% year on year, and we've just done it really steadily, but on an upward trajectory.
Amazing.
Hi. The Dragons now have 44%. Because Robin, who was the broadcaster, the company bought him out, so that's that's shrunk back down the shares. So percentage-wise, they now have 44%.
Wow.
I know. Hindsight's. I would also tell my 18-year-old self, don't do Dragon's Den. or do Dragon's Den, but just don't take the money.
Brilliant. Listen, Rachel, thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Please, round of applause for everyone, Rachel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Listen, fascinating conversation, I'm sure, and what an inspirational story. So, look, I'm going to introduce Donna from Rocking Horse as its CEO. Just going to say a few words again about the charity. Donna.
Hello. Yay. Thank you for your talk. It was so interesting. Hi, everybody. I'm Donna. I'm the CEO of Rocking Horse Children's Charity. For those of you who don't know what we do, I'm just going to tell you a little bit about what we do and why it's so important. So Rocking Horse Children's Charity supports thousands of sick and disabled children across Sussex every year. We support babies, children, teenagers and their families at the Royal Alexander Children's Hospital and the Trevor Mann Baby Unit here in Brighton, as well as all of the children's wards and baby units across Sussex. And all of the projects, all the things that we're delivering in those hospitals, the life-saving medical equipment, the first aid training for parents, the groundbreaking research that we fund, the toys in the hospitals for the children to play with, all of the environments and spaces and the additional staff that we pay for to make sure that the children get the best possible care. All of that stuff comes from the doctors and nurses that we work with. They tell us what they need and we go and make sure that it's there and ready for them to use. And what Rocking Horse does really is respond to the issues that the children of Sussex are facing. And what makes it really special about Rocking Horse is that we're there for those smaller things, the bumps, the breaks, the cuts, the scrapes, that all children have at some point in their life. But we are also there when it gets really serious and really specialist. So we are there when the children get cancer. We're there when the babies can't breathe. And we're there when the teenagers are facing suicide. And that's the special thing about Rocking Horse. We do everything. And actually we are able to do that because of incredible people like you in this room. And particularly for incredible people like Sam. So I'm sure most of you know, but Sam does a ridiculous amount of stuff for the charity. He walks and treks and runs and jumps out of planes and organises golf days and puts on 24-hour podcasts for the charity. So I can't thank you enough, Sam, but I'm going to start with a round of applause, because thank you.
Thank you.
And the extra special thing about Sam is he just does it so low-key and without any request for the charity. He just does it, gets on with it, and it's incredible. So thank you, Sam. And thank you to the sponsors and to everybody who donated a prize for the raffle tonight, because what that enables us to do is make sure that every single penny that you give to us goes straight to the charity. We don't have to worry about overheads, we don't have to buy prizes. It's really brilliant. It means 100% of the money can go to those projects that we're running in hospitals. So thank you to the sponsors. I can see you scattered around, and thank you. And thank you for all of you for turning up, because you're the other element of that. People like you who turn up at events and buy tickets and buy raffle prizes and do all that stuff for us, make it all possible. So thank you. Together we are genuinely making Sussex safer. So thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Right. As we mentioned some raffle prizes, I think I've got two little helpers that might help me do the draw. So yeah, so we're going to, hopefully everyone's got some raffle tickets. Have we got the bucket? Have we got? Well, okay, we've got.
Anybody who doesn't have a raffle ticket who would like one, please put your hand up now, and we'll have a couple of minutes and we'll
Yeah,
just
we'll have a few minutes just going around. Put your hand up, we'll come round to you and we'll get some raffle tickets, and then we'll do a little draw and gives people a chance to go. If you want to go and get a drink or have a quick few-minute break, then go to the toilet, and then we'll be back in a few minutes.
Thank you.
you. Thank you.
I had put so many kind of coping mechanisms in place in my life for my own mental health. And then the pandemic, they were gone. And I'm such an extrovert as well. So my experience was all of my coping mechanisms that made me feel good were gone. I got my energy from other people, and all of a sudden I didn't have those other people. And the only way I can describe it is it was like a slow unraveling of my own mental health.
I think it's like we as human beings, we put so much significance on everything, and it's like actually we are all as inconsequential as a grain of sand. And if we live our lives that way, which by that I mean the decisions that we make aren't this colossal thing. They're colossal to us, of course, but in the grand scheme of things, it's like, so if you could make any decision right now with the knowledge that actually this decision isn't this world-breaking thing, what would it be? And she was like, I'd fire all of our clients.
I took the time and I took the space I was being offered, and I got the help I needed, and that has ended up in a neurodiverse diagnosis. So I've been diagnosed with ADHD in November, which was completely undetected my whole life. So I've now got a framework to start to go, why did I find all of these things so difficult? Why have I been navigating these issues my whole life? What is going to help me from a neurodiverse perspective rather than just doing the things that help everyone else? So and I feel like I've come back from that with a much more solid relationship with Sophie, a much more solid relationship with the team, a much better understanding of myself, and a much better framework in my life through which to manage my own mental health. So and that would never have happened if I hadn't just stopped.
But what I've always thought was interesting is that we've got the language we use, like work hard. Like everything has to be hard, and if it's hard, then well done, you're a good person and you deserve whatever. It's like, well, what about ease and flow and being in your joy? What about feeling fulfilled in what you're doing? Like, why is that not what we strive for? Why is like quiet moments lying on your backs contemplating the universe, like that's not laziness, that's really the essence of being alive.
Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here, we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick. Brilliant. Okay, let's move on before I get all choked up. Anyway, right, we're going to move on to the next episode. So this is guest 9 now. We're getting there. It's awesome. So my next guest is the founder of Brandwatch, a digital consumer intelligence company. A company started from scratch in 2006 and has grown over the past 13 years to £100 million revenue with over 500 staff with offices globally. Last year, they sold to Sicyon for $450 million to continue with its ambitions for large-scale growth. This is a truly amazing Sussex success story, and I'm delighted to welcome Giles Palmer to the podcast.
Yes, I'm terrific. Evening all.
Mate, thanks for coming on.
You're very welcome. Pleasure to be here.
Awesome. Look, we're going to dive straight in. I want to know, talk to me. So after founding Brandwatch 13 years ago, you sold
15, yeah.
Mate, got to do my research better, and I've had a long day, mate.
Time's gone past, right, yeah.
But you sold 450 million. I want to go back to the start of your entrepreneurial journey. Talk to me about some of the businesses you started prior to Brandwatch.
I started 2 businesses before Brandwatch. Before that, I came out of university. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I trained as an accountant. I hated that. I went into big companies. I hated that. I ended up at Sky, and I was doing deals when I was at Sky with small companies to bring them onto the Sky Interactive platform. And we were charging them Sky was charging them crazy amounts of money, but the fact that these small companies were getting these exclusive deals with Sky allowed them to raise money at high valuations. And so that was the first. I was 28, 29, and I thought, I'm on the wrong side of this negotiation. I mean, it was obviously a win-win, but they won bigger than we did. So me and a friend of mine went to the guy that was running Sky Interactive, which is now not like it was back then. This was the beginning of interactive TV, and Sky were putting a lot of money into it. And they were thinking that you would be doing your shopping through your TV and your banking through your TV. It's never really happened because now we've got smartphones and so on. So, but back then, this was their idea. What they didn't have was a retailer or a TV tailer or whatever who sold perfumes and cosmetics. So me and my friend Jeremy quit Sky. We put in quite a lot of our own money actually back then, £25,000 each. We went to the guy who was running the Sky business and said, will you give us a deal to sell perfumes and cosmetics through Sky TV? And he said yes. So he said, get some good product and raise $1.5 million and I'll give you a deal. So like I said, we put some money in. We hired some buyers, one from QVC and one from Liberty, and we hired a back-end engineer to build out the kind of the back of the store, if you like. And if we had more time, I'd tell you about some of the pitches that we did. But my friend Jeremy, who I was doing this with, he was part of the sort of, I don't know how better to describe this, it sounds wrong, but sort of the North London Jewish network, if there is such a thing. Anyway, you pull back the curtains on that group of people, and there are some very interesting people there and very wealthy. And so and they're all, a lot of them are retailers. You know, I met one guy who basically runs the world's biggest coat hanger company. They make 70% of the world's coat hangers, one company. Wow. And I met another guy, this guy called Bob Gergen, who we pitched to. He was running this company. He founded it and was the CEO. This company that makes 80% of the world's candles. You know, they own Wax Lyrical, and they, you know, pretty much 4 out of 5 candles that get burnt, this company has made. So we met these crazy people. Met a guy called Clinton Silver. What a cool name that is. He was the cool name. Yeah. We hired him as the non-exec chairman because he was a sort of been there, done that, ex-MD of M&S. So we met all these crazy people. Pitched Bob Gergen at Claridge's, and me and Jeremy got to Claridge's with our laptop for the demo of what we were building. And this guy goes, are you Giles and Jeremy? Yeah. Mr. Gergen will be with you momentarily. Please take a seat over here. So we sat down in Claridge's, and like in this hotel we'd never been to before. And this immaculately dressed 75-year-old man, Bob Gergen, kind of walked up to us in a double-breasted pinstripe suit with a little hanky sticking out of his pocket. And when he smiled, his eyes disappeared and he looked a bit like Kermit the Frog. He was utterly charming. We gave him the pitch and he said, how much you guys looking for? And we said, $1.5 million. And he goes, I love your energy. You remind me of me when I was your age. And we were like, great. He goes, put me down for $750. Talk to my man Jonathan. He can finish up with the details. And we were 28, 29 years old, and we'd just been introduced to the world's biggest candle maker, and he was saying that he was going to put $750,000 into our company. We were just so we went straight to the pub, smoked 2 big cigars, and had a cup, drunk some pints. Thought we were Rockefeller. Love it. But that company was called Five Senses, and what we created, what I realized in that period, that it was 3 months, it only lasted 3 months because it was the end of 99. We raised the money in theory, we raised all of that $1.5 million from basically Jeremy's connections, yeah, some crazy. There's more crazy stories, but I haven't got time for those. But and we got some great product. I know more about perfume cosmetics than I really should. I can tell you, Tweezer Man are the tweezers to buy, just in case you. I still remember all this shit, and it was 20 years ago. But I realized what we created. We had a little office just off Oxford Street. I was living in West London at the time, and the five of us, me, Jeremy, Helen, Kate, and Steve, we were just in there, kind of making this shit up as we went along. And there was like, we were loving it. It was so energizing. It didn't feel like work. It was amazing. And then, we went back to Sky and said, we got the money, we got the product. And he goes, yeah, unfortunately, I've taken it to the Sky board. And they were like, who are these people? And I said, well, they're the guys that used to run our business development team. What do they know about retail? I said, I thought that you didn't know that much about retail. And so the board have said, we need them to have 10 million, not 1.5 million. I'm like, are you kidding me? What are you talking about? And it was .com crash time. Nobody was going to give $10 million to a couple of guys with a laptop. And it was a miracle we got as far as we did.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we never took the money. I lost 25 grand, so did Jeremy, shut the company down. And I realized that, my heart wasn't in it. I didn't want to be a perfumes and cosmetics TV seller. That was not me. It was a goal-hanging company. I was like, oh, look, there's a possible winner there. I'm just going to, try and poke it in the back of the net. And totally the wrong ethos to start a business. But I did realize that what I was born to do was not work at Sky or SmithKline Beecham or being an accountant or all the other stuff I'd done in my 20s. It was to start a business because I just loved it. So then me and Steve, we were talking about, okay, what are we going to do next? And he was like, he was finishing his PhD at Sussex University. He said, I've got these two other mates who've just finished their PhDs. We want to build a technology company that implements open source software because we all believe in the future of software being open source. This was before the cloud, really. But we don't know anything about finance or selling. Do you want to come along and basically be run the finance and sales front of house, and we'll be the engineers? And I said, yeah, I do want to do that. So we put in 5. They all lived in Brighton. I'd never been to Brighton. So we all put in 5 grand. On the 1st of April 2000, April Fool's Day, I got the train down to Brighton to meet my new business partners. I'd never met these two guys before. I like Steve, so I had some hope that he had a good judge of character. Turns out the other two are absolutely wonderful human beings. Anyway, or still are. And I got off the train behind 2 very lovely young Italian women, one of whom turned to the other, and as they were getting off the train, he went, "Profumi di mare," the smell of the sea, which sounds better in Italian, right? Anyway, so that was my first introduction to Brighton, an Italian woman talking about the smell of the sea, walking down to the Old Stein, where we got a little office with no windows on the Old Stein, and I met Ollie and Guillaume, who were these 2 computer scientists, and the 4 of us started the exotically named Runtime Collective Limited. And to this day, Brandwatch is still Runtime Collective Limited.
Really?
So we spent 5 years building open source software and implementing it, extending it, doing all sorts of stuff. I mean, I was doing some coding back then, but I was, I was rubbish. Well, I mean, I did some at university. I did a physics degree, but I was just not a professional software developer. So I stuck to finance and sales and customers, customer management. And we built a whole bunch of different stuff, and we made so many mistakes, but we learned what not to do when you're building software. So we spent 5 years basically training to build software, and also realizing that, what does reuse mean when you're thinking about actually putting your platform together, and so much stuff. One of the founders, Guillaume, one of the smartest guys I've ever met, used to work at the European Space Agency, was genuinely a rocket scientist, spoke 7 languages or something. He was like, I'm not cut out for this commercial stuff. So after about a year, he went back into academia, Ollie had a bit of a screw up with one project, felt a bit guilty, and he said, you know, it cost us quite a lot of money, so he decided to sort of leave. But we had a reunion earlier this year, the four of us. It was wonderful. We went to a restaurant in Brighton. It was just amazing. And me and Steve carried it on for 5 years till end of 2005. Early 2006, and at which point I was like, we were bored. Like we were doing software for local authorities. It was kind of dull. We were doing about 3 million a year. We didn't own the code base. It was all open source. I never really got my head around the open source business model, because I'm like, if we create the best thing in the world, then everybody else is going to use it and install it. And we've taken the cost, but we don't get the benefit. So anyway, we were dreamers. Like at the beginning, the first year, you can think about it, the name Runtime. The first year, we were all paid the same. Everybody got paid the same. And then one of the engineers came up to me at one point and said, my customers are really successful and really profitable, and that chap over there is asleep half the time, and his customers are never make any money. Why are we paid the same? And you know, it was Animal Farm. I mean, genuinely, it was like all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. And we went through the animal farming, journey with Runtime Collective. And then I want to build a product company. So in 2006, I had the idea for Brandwatch, and we'd already built a web crawler, or at least the bones of a web crawler. So we took that and turned that into. Steve wanted to go and join Google and work in their strategy team, and he almost did actually. He joined Google, he ended up at DeepMind, and now he's a VC. I mean, he's another brilliant human being, a lot like Guillaume and Ollie. And so I took it on my own in 2006. So I had some sort of co-founders, but then I sort of founded the Brandwatch thing out of Runtime Collective, if you like. And I took it on my own in 2006 and raised some seed funding, and 15 years later, here we are.
Wow. Oh, mate, I'm really keen to just tap into the first business with the perfumes, and like you said, you stated it quite blasé, like lost 25,000.
Yeah, it's painful as hell.
But like you said, at 28, 29, that first sort of step into entrepreneurship, I guess in that sense, and you go, I've lost £25,000, but what actually that made you think was, I'm going to go and start another business. I'm going to go and...
Yeah, I'm not going to put 25 grand in again.
No.
I had a really supportive wife at the time. She'd started a wash bag business when I was a jobbing accountant, and I supported her at the beginning of that. And she was it was getting, decently successful. So £25,000 was a number for us for sure, but it wasn't like, it didn't kill us. But yeah, there were some pretty tough words said to her, by her to me, about that. You know, you fucking idiot, what are you doing? So yeah, I wasn't going to put another 25 grand in such a speculative way.
But just from your mindset point of view, like, because how do you view that? Like, you view that as a failure? How did you see that? It lit the spark of entrepreneurship for me. I realised there was one other time back in about when I was about 24, and I left the accountancy firm, and I went on to comment to Lloyd's of London, and they gave me quite a big job for a 24-year-old. I was running a team to start with 2, and then it went up to 8 people, and some of the people in that team were like, it was the best team in that whole. There were about 150 people in this project that was happening at Lloyd's, and my team of 8 was the most productive, happiest team. And a couple of the people on the team were like, whatever you do next, we want to come and work with you. And I don't say that to be arrogant. I just say that because I realized then, and then when we did 5 Senses, that what I like doing is working with a group of people and making something, doing something, taking responsibility, and then making it happen. And one of the things that I've got, I don't know where it comes from, but I have the ability to kind of not get too worried about stuff. So I guess I'm thick-skinned, or I don't know what it is, but at the beginning of any journey, any startup,
you need insane amounts of optimism and resilience, and like, today's gonna be amazing, we're gonna crush it today, and you have to believe that and feel it, and for some reason I do. So my partner says that, you know, it annoys her that when I get out of bed in the morning, sometimes I'm like, today's going to be an amazing day. She's like, for God's sake, will you just like calm the hell down and get me a cup of tea? So that energy of like the energy of possibility, maybe, is.
You said about being, you alluded to it a bit earlier, saying about being dreamers. You were dreamers.
I mean, I love it. And then
you've got to have a dream. You've like to build a business, to have a vision for something of this magnitude that you've built with Brandwatch. To have a vision.
If you don't dream, it won't happen, right? Everything that exists in the world that has been touched by, you know, human beings, has started as a thought, right? So, you know, it all starts up here, and then how does it then become manifest in reality? I don't know. Some form of weird voodoo magic, but it's the best thing in the world, isn't it? When you imagine something and then you do it, and it can be something as small as getting fit or changing some habits, or it can be something as big as starting a business and making an impact on hundreds of people's lives. Now, you don't think that. I didn't think that at the beginning. I wasn't thinking, oh, I'm going to start a business, and I never ever thought that it would get to where it got to. But you take one step at a time and you keep going, and it's amazing how far you can go.
Love that. And I think that's it, that everyone you talk to, and many podcasts I've done and spoke to people and podcasts I listen to, but it's not going, I'm going to climb Everest and now I've got to get to the top of that mountain. It's right, I'm going to climb Everest, but I've got to go.
You get depressed. I would get depressed because you're constantly looking up and thinking, God, I'm nowhere near it. You know?
Yeah, just them small steps, isn't it? Small step, everything you do.
Hacking your positivity or tapping into that sense of small achievements. That's why the journey is more important than the destination in anything. You've got to actually enjoy the journey, the process. If you enjoy the journey and the process, then the outcome will take care of itself, and it'll be probably bigger than you were expecting, but it doesn't really matter. If it is great, if it isn't great, it doesn't matter. It's actually the process is where the joy comes from. And actually, selling the company and making some money, that didn't give me, the money gives me zero joy, or not very much. You kind of think it will.
Never money motivated when you started out, would you?
It became less of an issue over time. I was super money motivated when I was paid 35 grand a year and I had child maintenance of 700 quid a month, and I couldn't even, afford to live in much of a place that I could actually bring my kids to. That was, at that point, I was very money motivated. But then as the company got more successful and I got paid more, it became less of an issue. And so my motivation to earn more decreased at that point, really. The thing that motivated me a lot all the way through was this, obviously trying to enjoy the journey, but also this constant sense of failure and fucking up. Because every year, no matter what, something dramatic went wrong. And there were so many times with senior team members that I just, I wasn't really clicking with one or two senior team members pretty much all the way through. Different people, but if you've got a senior team of like whatever, at one point I had 12 people, way too many. But let's say you've got 7. There's probably something going on in the team that's not working well. Maybe it's with you and one of the people. Maybe it's with somebody else on the team. That team is not functioning like absolutely perfect output. And if there's no conflict and everything's harmonious, that's probably not a great output either. So there is almost no like really great operating sort of temperature, pressure, whatever, for a team of people. It's really, I find it really, really hard and really fascinating running teams. So I was constantly thinking, oh God, why can't I get on with this person? Or why won't they do what I want them to do? Or why can't I hear what they're saying? And there was always some shit going on somewhere. And so you're firefighting the whole time. You never feel like you're winning. Like, that's not part of the gig, but you've got to be comfortable with once you get comfortable with that and don't lose motivation, don't lose your work ethic, then it's okay.
Because even with them challenges and them times where you're going, oh, I'm not clicking with that person, not clicking with that, but then, like you said, alluding to the fact that they're just challenges on the way. So you still, as long as you check in with yourself that you're still enjoying that journey at some point. I'm sure there's points.
Yeah, and I wasn't empathetic enough a lot of the time. I wasn't thinking what's going on for them. You know, I didn't put myself in their shoes anywhere near as much as I should have done. I can give excuses like, oh yeah, well my job was hard and I was learning how to do it. And yeah, there's definitely some truth there. But, you know, and there was lots of decisions that we made early on that were not good decisions, and you know, the reverberations of those decisions played out down the years. There's so much stuff that, but all of that, looking at it one way, you see, okay, those were mistakes, that was a painful. Look at it another way, amazing learning opportunities, amazing that your business and the people around you and your customers and so on are helping. If you can just hear it, if you can just open yourself up to it, they're telling you what you need to do to become better at your job, to become a better person, to become just better, and that's great, you know.
Yeah. I'm keen to like growing a company to the magnitude for over 15 years, going to 500 staff. Talk to me about the culture with it at Brandwatch. How do you, especially across different offices, how do you create because culture is the bloodline of a business, and you've got to get a strong culture. How did you create that?
The culture of Brandwatch was set at the beginning of Runtime Collective. Like,
really?
And it you could, I mean, it's a very different company, and you know, pretty much all the people are different, but the ethos that we had about basically looking after each other and being respectful to each other and being transparent with each other, and trying to do your best and improve and make good, honest, fact-based decisions, that persisted throughout. And even, I remember one of our engineers, Tim Owen, saying to me when we took the first VC money, well, it's gonna change this place, isn't it? It's gonna, you know, now we got these sort of VCs coming in, they're probably gonna be money guys and they're gonna change this place, and you know, but it was fun while it lasted, yada yada. And I was like, well, as long as I'm still doing my job, I hope that I don't think it's going to change too much, and it didn't. The 2 points on exporting culture and creating it in different, because we had like 9 offices towards the end. The New York office was set up by one of our staff, Seb Hempstead. Now he's different to me. He's more salesy than me, which is not a bad thing. It's just all good. It's just a different flavor, right? He worked incredibly hard and did an amazing job setting up the New York office, but it had a little bit more of an edge to it, but it was still quite similar, very similar to the Brandwatch HQ culture. I hired somebody to set up our Berlin office, and that office never felt, maybe it does now, but for many years it felt at odds with the rest of the company. It was like putting 2 North magnet poles together. There was some funny, weird something in the Berlin office that was just a complete nightmare. Like, we did employee net promoter score things every quarter, and pretty much it was like mid-30s NPS throughout the whole company. Berlin -10. And it was like, what the fuck is going on? And then +20, and then -10. It's like, it's nuts, this place. What's going on? And then Stuttgart, which was set up by another Brandwatch guy, there was an engineering office, relentlessly +40 for every quarter for every year. It's so weird how and I still don't know why, other than we didn't send somebody from HQ who had a lot of our values, who shared a lot of our values and knew what it felt like to create and, you know, to be in a Brandwatch office. We didn't send somebody to set that up. We got a German guy to set it up, and it just didn't work.
Really? That's right. It's like I find, like, from a culture point of view, like I generally talk about it a lot, because again, I always allude to the salon I closed down because I've got a culture wrong. So it's always a fascinating thing to go from. But what's interesting is knowing that the core values, I guess, that you started from, like you said, from Runtime Collective, that would be the
culture definitely scales, but more complexity you bring into a business, the harder it is, I think. And one of the things that happens that I don't think gets talked about very much, but I think it's absolutely critical as you go from like 0 or like a couple of people to like 500 or 1,000 or more, is boundaries and accountabilities. You can't run a 500-person company anywhere like the way you run a 10-person company. You're 10-person, you're all in it together, you're in one place, the boundaries are as blurry as hell, you go for drinks together afterwards, the accountabilities are fluffy, you're just doing whatever it takes to get it done, you know, and anybody will sweep the floor kind of idea. Now, the idea that anybody will sweep the floor when you're 500 people is still good, but you need boundaries and accountabilities and who's responsible for what, because there's dependencies all over the place, and building those boundaries into an organization and holding people to account, not in a brutal way, but in a completely professional way, is a learnt behavior. Certainly was for me. And also and it was only when we got acquired and I watched people who are really good at that, I realized how shit I was at it, actually. I was like, God, the CEO and the CFO of Cision are really good at accountabilities and being clear and holding their execs to account, but they're doing it in a professional way, supportive way, but very clear. And I was like, God, I wish I'd seen that a few years ago, because I was just super fluffy on that stuff, really.
But still built an amazing company that's done amazing things to get. So that's part of that, like you said, part of that journey and that learning curve for you, I guess.
I mean, I was there throughout, but it wasn't just me that built it, clearly. So I'll take a 500th of the credit for the last year. You know what I mean? It's a group, it's a team game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, talk to me about, like I say, growing that company to that magnitude again over a 15-year period. Talk to me about the challenges. What challenges in that? And I guess raising money as well. Like from the start, you almost gone, and then going into VC as well. That brings its own challenges, I'm assuming.
Well, the first VC round we did was in 2012. So I was pitching February 2012. So I was pitching from about October 11. I didn't know anything about raising VC money apart from Bob Gergen. I'd never had raised money from anybody ever, and Bob was a pushover, it turns out. You know, I got the VC handbook, which is like this, for a list of VCs, and I started thinking, you know, where do I start here? I started calling around, getting in touch with a few. Actually, the angel funding was the most. So I'll come back to the VCs. We'd already raised £1 million in 2 seed rounds, because what we had to build with this massive infrastructure to process all this data that we were collecting was very expensive. We couldn't do it off, you know, without raising quite a lot of money. So I filled out a form for Oxford Business Angels pitch day. So I filled out the form with the idea of Brandwatch. We hadn't even created an MVP at this point. I had some sketches and an idea, and we'd started building it. We had the search engine. We had half of it, probably. Anyway, I filled out this form, and this bloke, Jason, called me up and said, okay, but we did have a bit of annuity revenue from our old customers from the Runtime Collective days. So it was a little bit of a sort of pivot moment in the company's history. So, but I could see we were going to need money. Anyway, so I filled out this form. This bloke called Jason Bull from London C Capital called me up and said, yeah, I'm going to invite you to a pitch day. So I had to go on a 1-day course to learn how to pitch effectively to this group. And it was a room a bit like this, with about 80, you know, as far as I'm aware, high net worth individuals, business angels, and me and Fabrice Rekowski, who's a CTO, basically pitched Brandwatch to them. and at least 10 of them were asleep during my pitch. I noticed none of you are, which is a massive upgrade on that audience. So thank you very much. Good work. So we were one of 7 companies that pitched. We had like 15 minutes. And then after the pitch, just like this, you had a little booth and people would come up and talk to you about your company. And then whatever we raised from those angels, London Sea Capital, which was a government-backed fund, would match. So the guys who started Spannerworks and sold it to iCrossing, Joe Ghosh and Ray Richards, and Anthony Mayfield and Dean Harvey and Neil Han, I can't remember, Jaya Singh, I think is his name. They collectively, I knew them, they're Brighton guys, and they were like, they were into the idea of Brandwatch. You know, I discussed it with them. They'd made some money from their sales, so basically they put in about 100 grand between them. I got another 150 from the angel pitches, and then London Sea Capital put in 250,000. So we had 500,000 in Sea Capital from that first angel pitch, and then I raised another seed round. Basically, some of those guys followed on, and then a wealthy friend of mine put in a £250,000. And so we raised that money from individuals, but it didn't feel like, you know, those people weren't really, well, my friend who put in 250, he was like our non-exec chairman. He was like my mentor, and he was super helpful. But the rest of them were like just silent investors. They all made 30 times their money, which is really good news. But it took a while. Anyway, so the first time we went to VCs, it was a different sort of thing. These are professional investors. They represent funds. It's a different process. So I learnt slowly, but I kind of got into that process. It helped being an accountant because I could be fluent on the numbers. And
I guess that's what they, like from a VC, is that mainly what they focus on?
That and the storytelling, the credibility, and the team and the traction. If you're a decent storyteller and you've got good numbers, you'll be fine.
Yeah, fair play. I want to talk about. I'm intrigued to see your mindset around. So, because most entrepreneurial dream, I guess, is to start an idea, build a business, get it to a valuation, you sell it for $450 million.
I call it a ponycorn. A unicorn. A half a unicorn. Ponycorn. It's cuter than a unicorn.
Like, do you get to that point? Like, where's your mindset at last year when you sold it? Is it a euphoric moment? Are you like, wow?
It was. There's a couple of things. The reason why we sold. Well, we had some inbound inquiries. That's the third time it had happened in the life of the company, and I'd done 15 years. I was like, it starts to get. One of the reasons why we did some mad stuff, like acquired our biggest competitor and integrated technologies, because it does get. I get bored reasonably too quickly, and so we used to throw in risks and new stuff to do because it was more, it kept it interesting, right? But the market that we were operating in was probably only $1 billion, and so we were already over 10% of the market. So the big growth was going to tail off, right? We were not going to be able to continue to grow super quickly unless we made some other strategic sort of changes. So it felt like we probably needed to be part of a bigger software company, and that's like, you just look at software and what happens is that they just roll up bigger. You don't get software companies getting smaller and being successful. It's very weird. Anyway, I kind of thought, okay, at some point we got to sell the company. Plus we had investors, and investors at some point want their money back, right? Times a big number if possible. So exit planning was definitely a thing. It was definitely something that we were thinking about. And then it was like these inbound inquiries came. It was like, okay, let's run a process. I put a target of 450 million on it, and actually it was 80, and we got that 80% cash, 20% stock. And I think the stock that we got in Cision is going to you know, hopefully make a good return. So hopefully it'll be more than that. But we put that target on it, and for me as the founder, it felt like I've written the last chapter of that particular book, and so it just was like, that's good. But not much more than that. I mean, we did celebrate, obviously, but it was more of a feeling of like, I'm glad we got to write the last chapter.
Amazing. And that, what a great way to, I guess, to end, to get to that point where you go, because we want to build something, but to actually be okay with that. I've written a final chapter. I can close the book on that, I guess, and look for whatever it is that next journey or that next chapter for you, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is come. I'm keen to what does the future hold?
I don't know. I'm actually interviewing for a couple of CEO jobs at the moment, and if they're jobs that I think are really interesting and fun, and they want to give them, you know, they think I'm good for it, then maybe that. I was actually speaking to a guy today about on one of them, and I said, I'm reminded of when Steve Redgrave got out of was interviewed after one of the Olympics, and the commentator was like, "How are you feeling? You've just won a gold medal. How are you feeling?" And he said, "Don't ever let me get in this fucking boat ever again." But a year later, he was back training and he did another Olympics. So that's the mindset that I've sort of found myself in, which is that I've done my 10,000 hours. I feel like I'm better at it than I was like 10 years ago, and I want to win another race, sort of thing. I mean, it's not quite as simple as that, but I feel so. I'm exploring some of that stuff. I've got 3 or 4 non-exec things that I'm working on, and young founders in particular who are like 5 to 10 million and are looking to, you know, grow.
Yeah.
And often with software businesses, SaaS businesses in particular, which is what Brandwatch is, on a commercial basis, well, actually from a business, the CEO, the qualities of the CEO definitely show up in the business. I've seen this with the ones I'm working with. And so there's a couple where the products are really good, but they're not really good at selling because the CEOs are a little bit academic, or they're not salespeople.
Yeah,
and then I'm
sure.
working with another one, and the CEO's a magnificent salesperson, like all about selling, but there's just carnage, or not so much carnage, but there's a lot of stuff that has not been taken care of in terms of the product and the onboarding and all sorts of other stuff. So my job with these guys is to try and help them up their game in the areas that they're weak. Because as a CEO, you have to be somewhat of a generalist, right? If you're really weak in one area, it's a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
So when I started doing that, like sort of mentoring non-exec stuff, I started about 18 months ago, just after we sold, actually, in March last year. And I wasn't very good because I was used to having responsibility and accountability, and it's like, right, you just need to do this. I'm like, no, stop telling him what to do. You know, explore it. So now I'd give myself a 7 out of 10 on that stuff, but I was probably a 4 when I started.
Wow, amazing. Well, look, mate, what a fascinating journey, and thank you so much for sharing it with us. And just unbelievable to think of. I think as someone that's, you know, in the start of my journey, I guess, I've run different businesses, some work not, and in that start, but just to speak.
Me too.
And the things we learn from that, I think for me, the great thing about one of the things that many people know how much I love the podcast and sitting and speaking to inspirational people like yourself, and obviously Rachel coming earlier, and just I truly believe everyone's got a story to tell, and whatever part of that journey you're on, we're always there. But to listen to someone that started something, built it 15 years later, sold it for that amazing amount of money, but listen to you talk, it seems like you've enjoyed the journey, and I think that's
mostly. and also, I look back at it, and there aren't that many things that I feel ashamed of. And I just think about my behavior or something I did and think, oh God, I wish I could, that's really embarrassing. There's not that many of those. And that is a relief, actually, because I can talk about it freely. And there's some people that I would have pissed off along the way and vice versa, but mostly I've just got lots of lifelong friends and lots of just joyful and hard memories, as it were. You know, we went through some hard stuff together, and you build such a strong bond with the people that you go through that with, and it's a massive privilege.
Yeah. Amazing. Well, look, we're gonna wrap up with our quick fire questions that I've been pinging at everyone today. So, first one piece of advice would you give to your 18-year-old self?
Move to Silicon Valley. Back then, I mean, I was 18 in 1987. What a great time to move to San Francisco. So yeah.
Okay. Who has been the biggest inspiration throughout your life and why?
Ooh. I think, I don't know. I think lots of different people in different ways. I don't have a single sort of role model I mean, my dad was a massive influence on me, obviously, and my mom, but my dad in particular, he died in 2008, so he hasn't been around for he died before we got Brandwatch started to get going. It's a real sadness, because I remember one of his mates came up to me the other day, about a year ago, and he goes, amazing, Giles, amazing work, well done, mate. And I said, thanks, Jem. He goes, yeah, because your dad never really thought you'd amount to much. He goes, yeah, I remember him saying to me, I'm a bit worried about Giles. He's a nice guy, but I don't think he's really got much lead in his pencil. I'm not worried about him. That I think at 18, 19, that is totally fair enough, actually. But yeah, I mean, I went.
He's looking there now.
I had to go through some.
He's done all right.
Yeah. Did all right in the end, Dad. There we go.
Brilliant. Could you recommend a book or podcast that's had an impact on you?
I read this question earlier on. So, and again, I don't have one, but if I like listening to business books, I like reading fiction and listening to business books. So, if I look at my Audible thing, I'm listening to How the World Really Works right now, which is quite good. The Advantage by Patrick Lencioni, I've told Alex about this, it's just come up here. It's a really good book for startups who are maturing into being scale-ups and want to figure out how to implement strategy. There are other good strategic frameworks, but I used to get asked from about 2008 to 2010, what's our strategy, pretty much every month. I'm like, well, I've told you what it is. What bit don't you understand? And it wasn't until I realized that actually a strategy is a lot more than just saying, okay, this is where we're going. It's actually how you're going to get there, how you're going to succeed. And you really need a good framework, because you don't want to invent that shit yourself. There's no point. So that one was good. I read a book called Ishmael the other day, which is amazing. It's about a gorilla talking to a guy, and that's about sustainability. Super interesting. Build It is a really good book by Glenn Elliott, who started Reward Gateway, about culture, building culture, and rewarding people and recognizing people. And I'll just give you one more. Midlife and the Great Unknown. There we go. That's a bit more philosophical. David White, super interesting book.
Amazing. Thank you. And look, finally, what is your one rule for living a fulfilled life?
It's just the golden rule, really. Just treat other people how you want to be treated. I have one for me specifically, which is try to be more thoughtful. I'm not naturally a very thoughtful person. I'm good at some things, but my partner is incredibly thoughtful, and I frustrate her that I'm not as thoughtful as her. And so, but it's like, I'm good at maths and she's shit at maths, so it's hard work for her to do maths. And I'm like, so when you...
We've all got our strengths.
Yeah. Turn that maths, me, thoughtful you. It's hard for me to be as thoughtful as you. You're just better at it than me. I'm trying. So that's one thing that I constantly try and work on.
Amazing. Mate, listen, thank you so much for your time and coming on. Like I said, what a brilliant story, and I think that deserves a round of applause. Thank you, sir. Just quickly, have we got any questions in the room? Rachel.
Go for it.
Go for it.
Please.
So my first question is, you said that, you know, the culture is very different at the beginning, you know, when you've got a team of 10 and it's all, everybody mucks in and it's just the lines are blurred. So that's exactly where we were. And then we grew quite quickly to like 100 people. How do you not get ruthless when the people that were in the small team, once you start putting the accountability in, and they're clearly not measuring up, but because they were so valuable in that small team to start with, and you get to that point where you've got to start thinking about culling them because you just can't get them to be accountable. How did you get through that? Because I can't. I had to sack myself.
Sack yourself?
Yes, I've sacked myself.
Okay.
Because I couldn't
Do it.
do it.
Okay. So you can coach and get people in who can show you what good accountability meetings look like. You can ask people if they want to mature and develop in that way. And if they don't, and you can't repurpose them in the organization, you're doing them a favor, because the company's only going one way, right? The organization is growing, it's only going to go one way. If they think they can do that, that's often the problem. Well, then that's easy.
Reach their skill level and they can't do the job.
Okay. Well, but again, that not doing their job and not being accountable is slightly different. Okay, that's a capability or I'm searching for the right word, but it's a capability issue, not an accountability issue. They're not up to the scale of the role that they're in right now. So, and they will know this, right? They will know that they are failing, and they're stressed. They're finding it very stressful, and they're working harder and harder and harder. The analogy that I use, and we had it the whole time. I had it with myself, and I had it with other people. That some of the time you're on the wave and you're surfing, and it's all good, and you can do some tricks. Other time the wave is going a little bit too fast, and you're really struggling to keep up with it. And at that point, you've got to upgrade yourself, and that takes a shit ton of work. And if you can do that, then great, you can get back on the wave. If not, then you've got to allow the next person who's going to be better at surfing that wave to get on it and do the job, for your own sake and for the company's sake. And I think that's where non-execs and advisors can come in and be helpful, actually.
Because to me, that's just ruthless.
No, it's not. No, it's not ruthless at all. No, it's not. It's actually the opposite of ruthless. It's incredibly compassionate, because if you don't do that, their life is going to become more and more miserable. It is actually a very compassionate act. What's your second question?
My second question is, you talked about dreaming. Do you actually, or did you, visualise really clearly at each point where you wanted to go to the next level?
Yes.
I've never met a successful person that doesn't create a whole visualisation.
I mean, visualization means different things to different people. We visualized in numbers. I visualized in what the product would actually look like. We visualized what does a customer, what does a good customer interaction look like? What does great employee engagement look like? So there were lots of there's some detail around what visualization means in those specific areas. But for sure, we took everything that was important and we planned it. And part of planning is to kind of like, okay, where are we going? How is this going to look like? I am a visual person, and I like sketching things out. So I love to sketch out what the product was, how it was going to look, and what we were going to build. I found that a lot of fun, and it also helped me explain and work with the product team and the engineers. I'm like, okay, this is what we want. That's what I want. Over time, I did less of that, because you've got a head of product, and if you do that, they're like, will you fuck off out of my department, please? Which is completely fair enough. And that's another thing with accountabilities, actually, and boundaries. If you have to stop doing stuff as well. Otherwise, it gets blurry, and you can't hold somebody else to account if you're doing not just the work, but the thinking and the planning for them. So there's a lot in there. There's a lot to unpack about putting boundaries and accountabilities in. It's not easy. Because when it's the right time, there isn't a time. it's an evolution, and you get to a point where it's just super painful not to do it, and everybody's stressed out and everybody's getting burnt out, and yeah, I've got my own kind of theories about burnout, but it's incredibly important as you scale.
Amazing. Thank you very much.
Sir.
Go for it.
Yeah, of course, but I don't think it's got much to do with a physical thing. I think it maybe manifests as physical, but I think it's nearly all emotional. And so why? What's going on there? Why are you not happy? What are you struggling with? What are these things that keep coming up again and again and again? You're incredibly frustrated and you're blocked. And then I'm just exhausted. So the physical manifestation is the symptom, but it's not the cause in my view. Most of the time.
Cool. Mate, thank you so much. One more round of applause, please. Giles Palmer, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, mate. Brilliant. Awesome. Thank you. Guys, thank you very much for standing around for the second, obviously, live interviews. Brilliant. Listen, a couple of thank yous just before I go up. I've got my next one. I'm going on. We've got quite a few more to go now for the rest of the night. But I'm off to have a chat with one of our sponsors, CEO of Creative Pod, Matt Turner. So, Matt, we're going to pop up in a second. But listen, final massive thank you to obviously everyone for coming. Massive thank you to obviously the sponsors, Plus X, our friends at Ridgeview, Creative Pod, EMC, Preston Insurance, and obviously the guys at H2 Productions, like I said, the technology legends that are keeping me going. My amazing guest, thank you, Rachel, Giles, brilliant. Thank you so much for giving your time and coming in and sharing your absolutely inspirational stories with us. Jackie Ashwood is somewhere in the house. My long-suffering colleague, he's still plugging away with me. Thank you. And Xavier taking the photos, obviously the amazing Rocking Horse charity. Listen, thank you for supporting me. Thank you for keep going, keep chucking them donations, keep chucking that link out. We'll nick a few more quid before 12 o'clock tomorrow, I'm sure. And everyone has a story to tell. I'm going to go on to listen to a few more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I had put so many kind of coping mechanisms in place in my life for my own mental health, and then the pandemic they were gone. And I'm such an extrovert as well, so my experience was all of my coping mechanisms that made me feel good were gone. I got my energy from other people, and all of a sudden I didn't have those other people. And the only way I can describe it is it was like a slow unraveling of my own mental health.
I think it's like we as human beings, we put so much significance on everything, and it's like actually we are all as inconsequential as a grain of sand. And if we live our lives that way, which by that I mean the decisions that we make aren't this colossal thing. They're colossal to us, of course, but in the grand scheme of things, it's like, so if you could make any decision right now with the knowledge that actually this decision isn't this world-breaking thing, what would it be? And she was like, I'd fire all of our clients.
I took the time and I took the space I was being offered, and I got the help I needed, and that has ended up in a neurodiverse diagnosis. So I've been diagnosed with ADHD in November, which was completely undetected my whole life. So I've now got a framework to start to go, why did I find all of these things so difficult? Why have I been navigating these issues my whole life? What is going to help me from a neurodiverse perspective rather than just doing the things that help everyone else? So and I feel like I've come back from that with a much more solid relationship with Sophie, a much more solid relationship with the team, a much better understanding of myself, and a much better framework in my life through which to manage my own mental health. So and that would never have happened if I hadn't just stopped.
But what I've always thought was interesting is that we've got the language we use, like work hard. Like everything has to be hard, and if it's hard, then well.
Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here, we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick.
Mate, we're live.
Hello, mate.
Awesome. What can I say, mate? Here we are. Guest number 10. Sponsors and the legend that is Matt Turner.
Hope I don't disappoint.
Mate, listen, so grateful. One, obviously, for your support of everything I do, and it's been amazing working with you, obviously, over the last year as well with County Business Clubs and what you guys do. But I've been waiting to do this for a while. It's been great to actually be part of this, not only sponsoring it and getting involved, but coming in there and having a chat with me, because I've known you for many years now, and
long time.
Seen the journey and the growth. And for me, I think you really encapsulate what an entrepreneur is all about. And I love it, like in the story and just your ethos. That's we connected the first time we met, and I think you continually inspire me. So I'm so grateful to have you on, and we're going to jump straight in. Tell the listeners a little bit about your story, your career.
Where do I start? I guess, with Creative Pod, we're a full service marketing agency where we are now. We didn't start that way, and we're now knocking on 30 people. And I started it back in 2006, and I started it in my bedroom. I was 20 at the time. It was just before my 21st birthday. I left school when I was 15. I had 3 jobs. Got from every single job. I always say, like, in business, you should never have any regrets, because you made that decision for a reason, for good, for bad. I always say my only regret is I've never had a leaving do. Never had a leaving do. And that's quite depressing, really, isn't it? So, yeah, literally, I started Creative Pod. I'll never forget, the last time I was sacked.
You was 20 when you started.
Yeah.
So,
Friday the 31st of March 2006. That was the last time I was sacked. I started Creative on the 1st of April.
But then from a young age, did you then think that when you started out in a career in work, did you then think, I'm not going to do that, I'm going to start my own thing?
Always, from like the age of 14,
really?
13, 14, always knew.
Where does that come from, that entrepreneur?
I don't know, because you got to think, back then there wasn't the internet, there wasn't all this sort of bullshit reality TV where everything's made to look easy, like Apprentice and Dragon's Den and things like that. I think there was just this inner drive that I wanted to be something. That I wanted to be independent. I wanted to be financially free. I understood about money from a very young age. I came from quite a poor family.
So did money motivate you?
Yeah.
That was what.
Yeah, I think it did.
Motivate you to start.
I think at the time I associated money with success. And now it's different, because people always just say money doesn't buy you happiness, and I'd always say, well, I'd like to find out first. Before I make that decision. Let me just find out first. And no, people are right. Money doesn't buy you happiness. I think money buys you comfort, and it certainly buys you opportunities, but it doesn't it doesn't bring you happiness. I think it comes with a lot more responsibilities. The more noughts, the more responsibilities that come with it. And yeah, no, I started Creative Pod within, crikey, 9 months. I'd built it up on my own, no portfolio. You know, people were still paying for ISDN back then. There was no social media. And I would say within a year, I'd moved out of the bedroom. I'd gone into serviced offices. And then within, I don't know, within sort of 2.5 years, I was probably hitting 300 grand turnover just on my own. And then my biggest client was about 80% of that. And then the recession hit, if you remember, in 2008.
Yeah.
I would say like the business went flat overnight, you know, literally lost the business overnight. I ended up going on holiday. I know if no one's going to die,
So you're what,
I was going on holiday. So I was like 21, knocking on 23 when the recession hit.
Recession hit.
I had
business
no
collapsed.
idea or experience as to what a recession even meant. So that naivety probably saved me to a certain degree. And then went on holiday to Dubai. Ended up winning a 100 grand project on holiday by literally overhearing a couple of people talking about sort of rebrand website, and pitched my wares to them and ended up winning this project. Signed a contract, had to do it all up front, didn't get paid a penny unless we delivered it. It was like, unless I delivered it was like an apprentice challenge. Flew home, got stuff printed, flew back. I mean, it's mental. And then I ended up staying for probably the best part of 2 years. Came back in 2010, won Young Entrepreneur of the Year. Didn't expect to win Young Entrepreneur of the Year. I had no staff or nothing. I really didn't think I'd achieve very much, if I'm brutally honest. And then a drunken awards ceremony, a journalist interviewed me and said, "What are you going to do next?" And I said, "Why don't you quit your job as a journalist at the County Times and start a business with me?" And she did. And we started a non-for-profit company called Young Starter Talent. That was a drunken idea that we said we'd only do once to prove a point, and it was to inspire and find the next young entrepreneur. And back then, young entrepreneurs were still criminals. They weren't cool like they are now. And we did it, and we delivered it. And you know, sponsors wanted us to continue. So I doubled the price and they all say yes. And the following year, I doubled it again and they all said yes. And it just kept growing and growing and growing and growing. And now I look back and I know we've had more than 500-600 kids come through it and start their first company. Some little buggers have gone on to make millions. You know,
Who's that young lad? I met one. There was a young lad done like cupcakes or something, did he? Oh,
Gingerbread, was that Sam?
Yeah,
You know, he went on to do really well. Jubilee Bakes, Harry Damon from Cocktail Connoisseurs. There have been so many. Even Ben Jeffries from Influencer, Timothy Armu. You know, some really, influential and successful youngsters have come out of that.
I want to just go back a little bit. So you start a business, collapses, you go on holiday. 22, 23 to Dubai and win a couple of clients, come back and then go and live in Dubai for a couple of years. Is that just being young and, like you said, naive and just going, I'm going to wing this and I'm going to make it happen? Or just that what strikes me from you, I've known you, I guess that belief that I'm going to do it. I'm just going to make that
What's
happen.
the worst that can happen? Like, I must admit, like, I look back and I think, crikey, I just bought my first flat. I bought my first flat at 18. I'd worked 2 jobs, a full-time job in London and a night job in Hawley. I was working, burning the candle. So I've always burnt the candle at both ends. I've always had phenomenal work ethic. And as a result, I had a mortgage, 5 grand in the bank, no job, no income, no clients, not very much security. I've only ever worked for dickheads and only ever seen people do it wrong. So I guess my blueprint was when everyone turned left, I made sure I turned right. And okay, you make mistakes as you do along the way, but as long as the mistake doesn't kill you, you get the confidence, and then you go again, you go again, and it grows. And
it's those trip ups, those mistakes, whatever they look like, failures, whatever people call them, but that's the learning part, isn't it?
That's the best bit.
It's the journey.
Yeah, that's the best. A sailor never learns anything in calm seas. Never. And I quite like the fight. I quite like the hustle, the stress.
I look at what you've achieved now and what you built, and I actually, don't get me wrong, I'm sure it'd be devastating, like if you lose the creative group and Creative Pod and something happened and the business didn't go. But I just, getting to know you as I do, there's a feeling inside. You go, just do it again.
Just start something else.
Just can't start.
With all that knowledge and contacts and wisdom and everything else, I'll start something else. Definitely. I don't know what, but you know,
just that calm. Like, you always got this calm. And correct me if I'm sure you're not always like this. Maybe you are. I don't know, but always got this calmness about you. I just can't make it happen. And the way you come up with ideas, I'll sit around the table with you. Like I said, not only working with you the last year, I suppose, but being around you over the years, and we're sitting around a table at lunch somewhere, and you just come up with ideas, and they're just like, and yeah, we can do that, and that's how we're going to make that happen. I love that thought process about that.
Don't ask me how it happens. I couldn't tell you. It's just one of those things that happen. Yeah, there's no science to it. There's no magic to it. You know, it's like I guess it's no different to when you see somebody sing. That's what they do. You know, that's how their brain works. That's their little gift. Like, everyone's got this like little gift, and my little gift is coming up with those ideas and piecing the puzzle together and skinning the cat differently to everybody else, and that's kind of like my little gift. I'm not very good at everything else, but you know, that bit you can rely on.
Yeah. One of the best things I'll say, so I probably had this question down that I'd written down probably for ages, because the second you come on a podcast, I knew that this is one of the ones I wanted to say. So you alluded to it just now about no dickheads. Sign on your wall in your office, which I've had a great picture next to, saying no dickheads. Tell me about that mantra.
Well, so I guess first and foremost, it's probably our terms and conditions. And there is, it's worth pointing out to anybody listening, there is an asterisk and a small please. So we are polite. You know, there are things in life that slow you down, and they're all dickheads. And if you went away from here and the only thing you took from it was this, that you sat down and you wrote a list of every single toxic person in your life, even if it's your own mum, and then over a period of time, you make it your number one priority to remove them from your life, I promise you, your mental health will be better, your bank balance will be better, just your whole well-being will be better. Everything about you will be better. But the thing is, people are so used to having those people around them in their life, and they're not used to rejecting people and exiting people out of their life, that they tolerate it. And no.
But the same. So you're the same with that in all aspects, and not just in business, but in your personal life.
Every single aspect: clients, staff, friends, family, suppliers. You know, and I've even had clients email me, good clients, and say, "Look, I've got these issues. I've got to talk to you about them. Otherwise, you're going to think I'm a dickhead." So it's having that as our kind of like mantra has enabled clients to stop and think. It's enabled staff to think. It's enabled me to, I can be a dickhead sometimes. Not very often, but then again, And also the other thing is that we've had people walk into the office and go, "Oh, that's very childish." I'm like, "Brilliant! You've just saved us both an hour of our lives. See you later."
Really,
that's it. And like, or I'll say, "So you want to work with dickheads?" And the problem is as well is that dickheads are friends with dickheads. So if you don't remove the dickheads, they will just bring more dickheads into your life. And if you think, and then you can't get out of it, it's a bit like if all your friends are drug addicts, they're just going to introduce more and more and more and more drug addicts into your circle. So you've got to get rid of them. You've got to bin them. Get them out of your life.
When did you get to that point in your life where you thought, this is having a negative? Because I mean, look, we joke about it, and I know me and you've had a few jokes enough. I do find it funny, but there is some really valid and serious points, because ultimately, when did you get to a point in your life where you look at it and you go, "These people are actually having a negative influence on me. I need to look at that."
I think when you're a really positive person, you don't necessarily notice the negativity around you all the time, or you become really accepting that that's the way that person is, just a miserable bastard, and it's your job to accept it. And then I reckon around the time my son was born, that's probably when I started to change, perspective started to change. You've got to remember I was, 50% shareholder and co-owner of, Crawley Town Football Club for a period of time. And as we all know in football, there's a lot of dickheads. So I think it got to the stage where I accidentally started removing them by not tolerating it anymore, and then realizing actually I'm quite good without these people in my life. what does it look like with less of them?
Yeah.
And
did you actually go? I'm right.
yeah, at the end of every year, in my diary, I write a little hall of fame of the people that have been a dickhead that year. And actually, I must admit, it's a lot smaller than it used to be.
Because you've removed
So many of them. There was one year in particular, I think it was 2017. That was a vintage year. And I mean, I was probably onto 2 pages, and that 2016, 2017 sort of period was when I really kicked into gear. And I've almost become sort of a little bit infamous for it, you know? And it works. It works so well in every sense. It really is a game changer.
For you, then, I guess, as an individual, like, just a more happier, content,
Yeah,
fulfilled,
less drama. You know, and also the other thing is that I don't think people realise that. I think the human brain's a bit like a sponge, so like it just soaks up the crap around it constantly, and you'd be amazed when you kind of take that negativity and, you know, that narrow-mindedness, or, you know, you can tell it, that sort of person. They're always glass half empty. It's always, what about this and what about that, and then if there is anything good to celebrate or to acknowledge, there's always a negative to it.
Yeah.
And you need those people away. You've got to get them out of your life in every sense.
It's so fascinating because I look at it and lucky I try to surround myself with those positive people, but when you actually really sit down and look at it, because ultimately I am that person. I'm positive, always a glass. I'm an optimist. Always will be. People say, "He's got a smile on his face." That's how I am. And I genuinely, of course, I have low points, and we all have dark time, whatever that looks like. But you ultimately try and look at the best. You listen to that Rachel Watkin, who's
she's been through it. I wouldn't sit on an aeroplane with her. She has really been through the mill.
I had to ask that question. I was like, wow, you like, do you ever sit there and just go, give me a break? You know what I mean? Because it was, but because there's always someone worse off. So that's how I feel very blessed and lucky in the position I'm in, and I feel, you know, as much as tough times or whatever. But it's so interesting to listen to you talk about them when you actually do look and think, actually people that actually drain you a little bit,
or hold you back or put you down, you know. And sometimes you don't even realise that they do it. You know, you don't even see it.
Because you accept, like you said, it's interesting. You almost get to a point where you've accepted that person is how they are, so that's okay then.
Yeah,
actually, it's not.
It's almost justified.
Yeah,
and it shouldn't be.
No
dickheads.
Love that. Talk to me. Look, over the last 2 decades of running your own business, what's been the biggest challenges?
I think there's so many. I would probably say, I mean, I'm not 40 yet, so, you know, nearly half my life has been dedicated to enterprise and entrepreneurship and community and charity and all the rest of it. I'll probably say the biggest challenge is myself.
In what way?
In the sense that you know you can do it, you know you want to do it, but you can't. It takes time. You know, it's like a toddler trying to pick up a 1 kilo weight. You will be able to lift it, but just not now. And you don't know what you don't know, so you have to go through all the shit to become out the other end and be brilliant. And that just takes time, and you can't speed it up. You can't accelerate it. You can't, you know, you can't pay somebody else to do it for you. You have to do it yourself. So therefore, although you're probably your biggest strength in the early days, you're by far your biggest weakness. And aside from me, I would say people in general. People are that strange, they're different. You know, I've had many amazing people come into my life. I've had some terrible, awful, horrible dickheads come into my life. And that's a learning curve. That's a real learning curve. And that's probably the 2 biggest challenges. Because everything else doesn't really matter, because society is built on relationships. It's built on people. So they're always going to be your biggest challenges.
Because again, I've alluded to a couple of times downstairs about being in the salon. I found it so difficult managing. I'd like to think of myself as a reasonably nice person. And I think you go into being a business owner, and I was a leader, but I think I was crap boss, if I'm being honest. Like, I look at
I
that
used to be a crap boss.
because you think I just do that or what? And I just went. I talk about culture and blah 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 and all them things, but ultimately for me, I think I wasn't a great leader. As I say, I tried to be a boss and not a leader. I think there was a difference. But when the hardest thing about running a business was people, managing those people, because you're putting blood, sweat, and tears into something, and someone doesn't. I accepted after a while that it's not their business; they're not going to do that. But I am paying them to do a job, so just do your job at least, or whatever.
Yeah, turn up.
That's the turn up. I guess that's it. Like, just be there. But listening to you say about them challenges over the period is the hardest thing about is people.
Yeah, and I would probably say I've changed as a leader or a boss or a business person, definitely.
And what? And because again, we're delving into. I want to talk about culture because obviously we've had the privilege of working with the Creative Pod team over the last year, and at each touch point, no matter who I speak to, all great. And so
thank goodness
you've created, like, you've just been away on like a client weekend. You took people away, and I constantly see posts where the whole group go away and do stuff together, and that team building and that ethic that you built up. Is that something you've learned over the last few years? That changed quite a lot then, do you think?
I think COVID was a big accelerant of that, because for the first time ever we were all, all fragmented across our homes and things like that. So we had to kind of pull together as a team and things like, and from that perspective, you have to communicate more. You have to make a little bit of effort, and actions speak louder than words. And I think COVID enabled the team to see what I do for a living, rather than just sort of post the photos, have lunch, and then go home. They actually can see the effort that goes in. And we did a little exercise, and we worked out that for nearly 16 years, I've won a client a week for 16 years. So that level of, and you've got to think that our clients aren't paying, 200 quid a month. They're paying 1,500, 5 grand, 10 grand a month, and to win one every single week and onboard them and look after them and support them. Yeah, it's a big responsibility. And I guess like when all your clients are growing on that, entrepreneurial journey, I'm in the fortunate position where I effectively get to play Monopoly with everybody else's money. And I get to see them all playing the same game very, very differently. So you can learn from that, and you can advise and so on and so forth, and everybody wins. And for me, that's really important. Everybody has got to win. If one person doesn't win, then it's a wonky table. It's not. It doesn't work. So everyone's got to win.
Love that analogy.
And you've got to lead from the front. So I'm very transparent with the team. When it's good, I tell them it's good. When it's shit, I tell them it's shit.
See, I remember.
I show them how much it costs to run the company. I show them how much it costs per hour to run a company. And then the whole thing, especially with marketing and design and creativity, is that it's either taken for granted because it's like, well, why didn't I think of that? It's so simple, it's so obvious, but you didn't. And the other side of it is also empowering people. So it's okay to make mistakes. Like, you will, working with me, you will scratch your knees. You really will, but you'll never break your neck. And there's a massive, massive difference. And you'll never be bollocked for scratching your knees. It's a learning curve. You're never going to be brilliant without making mistakes. Would Gareth Southgate become English manager if he hadn't missed a penalty? I don't know. Maybe not. We'll never know. You have to go through that to understand that. And the other thing is that.
Are you like that with your? Sorry, I'm going to cut across, but are you like that with your kids as well, like to allow them to make mistakes?
Yeah, they're going to have to make mistakes. Definitely. Yeah, 100%. Otherwise, they'll become pretentious little shits, won't they? They'll be expectant, they'll be privileged, which is why, again, with the kids, they do a lot of the charity work with me. They come to charity dues with me. They come to the office and have to work pretty hard for nothing. I think every year all of our Christmas cards are inserted into envelopes by my 6-year-old son. I think last year a couple of people got 2 Christmas cards in their envelopes. But again, it's work ethic. And I think work ethic has to be taught at a really, really, really young age. And if you miss it, oh man, it's so difficult to kind of instill it. And the problem is that with marketing, it's all about service and creativity and that experience. And very rarely do you hire a professional service that you talk to every other day, or at least once a week, twice a week. You know, your accountant might be once a month, once a quarter. Your lawyer when you're being a naughty boy. You know, it shouldn't be that often. So with marketing, it's very, very much a collaborative relationship. And one of the things I've been I've drilled into the team is that if we were a restaurant, and I correlate what we do to a restaurant, the environments are very, very similar, we would have a Michelin star. We're not the Harvester. There's no salad bar. There is no refills. You know, it's about the show, the creativity, the attention to detail, the relationship, the rapport. So what we do every quarter, the whole team nominate 2 colleagues that have gone over and above from a service perspective. And then those 2 colleagues I take to a Michelin star restaurant of their choice.
Really?
Yeah. I'm thinking next quarter, the rest of the team, I might send them to the Harvester. Just to really prove a point. Yeah, for sure. But and then that's been something that's worked fantastically well in the business, because it's not the sort of thing that everybody gets the opportunity to do. It's again very creative, and I openly say to them, if we have a shit night tonight, that's exactly how our clients feel. So let's hope we don't. And it's been a game changer. Again, tiny little things just to make people think differently. But I'm killing lots of birds with one stone. I'm getting good PR out of it. My team are being recognised for it. You know, I'd have to, because another night I haven't got to cook. It's bringing the team together. It's recognising clients like it. You know, it wins across the board, and it works for us. It really does work for us.
It's amazing, because I remember actually. I remember talking to you through lockdown. Again, one of the reasons we're good friends, I think you just reached out, Sam, how you doing? Just catch up, what's going on? And we just caught up on the phone and had a catch up, where are you, anything I can do to help, and that type of thing. It was brilliant to have that chat with you. But it was what was really inspiring for me, because it was a tough time at the thing. I was just about to launch County Business Clubs, I hadn't quite launched properly. Obviously, firm boards had stopped completely, but what was brilliant was actually talking to you, and I had things we're doing all right, mate. We've done this, X, Y, and Z, but not in that, we're doing really great, but just it was what I needed to hear, actually. Like, actually, it's great. And I wanted to, and I think we've done a feature on it after we've done a little Q&A about, you know, some changes you made through COVID and how you sort of started to, you actually then turned a different corner and grew the business through lockdown, didn't you?
Yeah, I guess for me, COVID and lockdown, and I would regularly tell the team that not everybody died when the Titanic sank. And if as a team we had to throw a few ladies and babies and children out the way to get onto the life raft, that's what we were doing. You know, we were not going to go down with the ship. And when I look at a lot of our competitors who shrank or struggled or weren't as digital as they thought they were, or they had gone and bought Porsches the quarter before, you know, all of those sort of things then had a knock-on effect when Armageddon finally struck. And we stuck together, we kept it real, we were, you know, completely honest and transparent with everyone.
I think that was one of the...
And we got our shit together and delivered.
But one of the main things I remember taking out of our conversation when you rang me that day was, because I asked you about, I said, how have you dealt with the team? You said, I've been completely transparent. I said, we need to, this is, from a financial point of view, this is what we need to make. This is what it costs to run a business. This is what we need to do.
I even did a little calculator in Excel, a little kind of simulator to show them how long it would be until we ran out of money. And I was like, right, we've got 7 months in the bank ready to go. If we don't receive another penny coming in, you're all paid until November or whenever it was. And then November came and said, oh no, we've got another year. And then the rest was history, you know, it was just one off the other. But, you know, and also I decided as well quite early on that if everyone was going to go left, I was going right. So all my competitors stopped marketing and sponsoring and advertising. I doubled down. And now I still do those sponsorship and marketing. They can't have those slots. So you slowly suffocate your competitors because they were narrow-minded or short-sighted.
But again, back to that entrepreneurial spirit and just thinking a little bit differently and thinking outside the box from that point of view, isn't it? It's like you said, how many people you listen to, and people come on this podcast and talk about growing businesses in a recession or in a downturn because they're able to see little gaps and go, actually, everyone's panicking a bit here and going, I can't do that, can't do that, can't do that. We should go, well, if everyone's doing that, and I'll go the opposite way.
Yeah.
And
I always remember as a kid, you know, it was the August bank holiday. Me and my brother would always nag our parents to go to Thorpe Park. And the reply was, we're not going because it'll be packed.
Yeah.
And honestly, I used to sit there thinking, shit, if everybody's parents are saying, no, we're not going because it's packed, it must be empty. Like, no one can be there. And that was kind of like the way I looked at stuff. Like, if everyone said no, then the people that actually had a yes must be filling their boots, you know? So for me, it's easier to kind of, that curiosity piece, you know, let's see what happens. Let's explore it. Let's take that risk.
And it just seems like that, just your attitude towards all that, like that fear. There's no fear of failure. There's no, like I said, just that calmness about you. There's not like, that might happen, and if that does, I'm worried about what's going to happen.
It'll be fine. It'll be absolutely fine. You know, even when financially, like anyone who's when money gets tough, you still find the money from somewhere. Like, it does happen, and you get a lucky break. And that's why you have to stay positive, because if you don't stay positive, you miss your lucky breaks. You know, if you're too busy licking your wounds, you don't look up and see what's in front of you. And sometimes you just got to crack on.
Love that. You're right, you know, because like I said, we all go through ups and downs in that journey, and you know, I've been there where you go, you sort of sit in there, being a positive person, and you still sit there and go, this ain't really working, or blah blah blah, and you worry about, and that money's not coming in. But actually, if you just pull your head up a little bit, roll your sleeves up, and go, I just got to go and make that happen. You got to make it happen.
Yeah,
go and find that next pound.
For me, as long as on my tombstone said he tried, that's good enough. Because if you don't try, you'll never know. So as long as you try, what's the worst that can happen? And I think the problem is that everybody thinks the grass is greener on the other side. And sometimes it is, it genuinely is. But what very few people realise is it also needs cutting. Do you know what I mean? The grass needs cutting on both sides, regardless how green it is. And that's where people go wrong.
Mate, I love your analogies. That's gold. That is gold. I'm going to use that one.
You
I'm
can
putting
have
that
it
in the
for
back
free.
pocket. I'll
Yeah,
put
do
that in the
that.
back pocket. Where, as a charity. What? Talk to me about some of the challenges, but talk to me about a highlight of your business journey. Like,
there's been so many. Honestly, there's
but
been.
do you celebrate those small wins? Do you look at that and go,
I probably didn't in the beginning, you know, because onto the next thing. So you don't.
I've been to the office, the trophy cabinets.
Yeah, it's
big,
pretty
mate.
full, isn't it? But we really do, and we do as a family as well. We share those experiences and make that kind of part of our family culture, I guess. The highs, I mean, there's so many, and I would say that being an entrepreneur actually is a bit similar to being like a drug addict. Like, the highs are unbelievably high, and you're almost addicted to them, but the lows are soul destroyingly low, and as much as you should get off, you can't, and you go again and again and again, and it's a vicious circle. I've got lots of highs in all the different kind of departments of my career, I guess. So yeah, from the football club, you know, I can remember there was a day where for the first time I got to sit down with John Gregory, who was our manager at Crawley, and I remember, and you'll be old enough to remember this actually, I remember I must have been 13, 14. And part of my art homework, I drew a picture of John Gregory and Andrei Kanchelskis. Do you remember him? Yeah. And all those years later, you know, you're now sitting in front of him, and you know, there's pinch me moments. There's been so many of them.
Did you, and at those points, you look back now and go, oh, that was a good moment. But because I'm conscious always of trying to, I talk about a bit about being present, something I don't think I'm very good at, and I'm trying to learn and be better at, but being present in the moment and actually appreciate
better than I was.
Because you talk about it, I've been loads of highs and that, but when you look back now, do you go, did I appreciate that at that time? Was you grateful for that at that time? Did you take in that moment and go, this was brilliant? Or was it, yeah, great, next one?
A mixed bag, I would say. You know, there were the really, really pinch me moments. I definitely definitely, you know, enjoyed them and remembered them, and you know, and often would have conversations with myself as the moment is happening. Like I can remember when I think I won Business Person of the Year, and I was about 26, 27, and I got invited to the House of Parliament. And I can remember we had a dinner, and the MP, you know, made me stand up, and everybody applauded me. I can remember looking around the room thinking, how the fuck did I get here? You know, 10 years ago, I was in a maths class getting detention, and now I've got the good and the great celebrating me. Like, how the hell did this happen? And there's been many a moment where I've looked around the room and thought, shit, how did this happen? You know, be careful what you wish for. I literally cannot explain how I got into this situation.
So, like, but then points that is there that we talked about, a couple of people mentioned it tonight about imposter syndrome. Like, ever that feeling? Do you ever feel like, oh, what's your thought process when you're in that moment? You go, what am I doing here?
Yeah. Imposter syndrome is a bit of a wanky thing to say. Do you know what I mean? It's like you're not.
It's become a bit of a buzzword, isn't it?
Yeah.
Imposter syndrome.
For me, I use football a lot as an analogy.
Yeah.
And when you go from youth squad to first team, there's a first few months where it's like, wow, I'm playing alongside the legends.
Yeah.
And then there becomes a point in your career where it's, well, of course I'm on the team sheet because I'm bloody good, and I've earned the right to be on the team sheet, and I've earned the right. And I think the key with that imposter syndrome, if you're going to call it that, is knowing when you've earned the right to be there, and without it being arrogant as well, because you're genuinely contributing something towards somebody or a situation.
That's a lot like to do, self-belief, confidence, that you're, like you said, you go, we've all been there in that moment, should I be here, or whatever, and then actually realising, no, I deserve to be here. I deserve it. And like you said, not in an arrogant way, but just in a...
And imposter syndrome is just an insecurity of not knowing all the answers to the questions that you might be asked, because people are scared to say, well, I don't know. You know, we're not the oracle of knowledge. You know, you can't just expect it just to keep coming out. So, yeah, if I don't know the answer, I'll tell you I don't know the answer. I'll call you tomorrow with the answer. You haven't got to know everything now. That's, society and culture for you.
Talk to me about, you obviously young family. We'll poke a little bit about this on, but work-life balance. What does that look like for you? If you got to a stage,
what does that mean?
That's the other thing.
What does that mean?
But because you're a busy man, you're similar to me. We go to a lot of events. It's part of what we do. Part of one that we like doing, but it's part of the nature of the business that we're in. You've got to be out and about and do them things. But with a young family, well, do you have a work-life balance? Do you think has that got better since you've grown a team a bit more?
That's a really good question. You know, work-life balance is a bit like, there's kind of like a romantic expectance of what that should look like, but it's not the same for everybody else. Like, if that works for you and that provides you with a balanced life, then that's your work-life balance. And people say, oh, when you go on holiday, you've got to switch everything off and you've got to unplug yourself and this and the other. And it's like, well, that's an extremity. That's not a balance, because what you're going to have is a massive load of anxiety leading up to your holiday, anxiety whilst you're on holiday, wondering what the hell and what shit's going on behind you, and then a phenomenal amount of crap as you come back to pick up. So then it's like, well, what's the point in going on holiday? But then you haven't got work-life balance. So there's this vicious cycle of you never having work-life balance. So, like, for instance, if I go on holiday, when I'm on holiday, I will check my emails, but it will usually be like when the kids are having breakfast or the wife's in the shower, or do you know what I mean? And it's like, right, I've got a spare 40 minutes. I can bang out a few emails, or I can just delete the ones that I need to scan read. And then when I come back off holiday, rather than spending 2 days wading through 800 emails, I've got 12 emails that I need a proper reply to. And those 12 people already know I'm on holiday, and they will get a proper reply in a few days' time. That's a better balance than unplugging yourself completely and tying yourself up in knots to unplug yourself and then plug yourself in.
I'm exactly the same as that.
And I'm always, and then for me, like, the balanced piece, it's fun, isn't it? When people talk to you about work-life balance, it's all about everybody else.
Yeah.
And then they say, but what about your life balance as you as an individual? Well, you can't do both. You can't make everybody else happy and yourself happy and cane it. Like, there's just not enough time in the day.
Yeah.
So it has to be done in a way that works for like everybody in your bubble.
Yeah.
So like, for instance, if the wife and the kids were asleep by 10:30, I'm a night owl. I'm not an early riser.
Yeah.
So like, I quite like tinkering in 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, tinkering with numbers, research, strategy, but I'm always home for dinner. Apart from tonight, because you've kept me up all night. Bath and bed, all that type of stuff. School, parents' evening was last night. I'm present. Parents' evening, nativity, sports day, all that sort of stuff. I'm present.
And because you run your own business and you've got that freedom to make those choices. That's I guess for me, it's as tough as it is sometimes, and you are out late and you do get up early and then go to a breakfast and you're here and there and blah blah blah. At the same time, I do go. I'll be around to pick them up from school. I will go and see that thing, and it is that. And the other thing that I find it really interesting around the whole work balance thing is actually when you love your business and you love what you do.
It's not a job.
It's not like I'll put the podcast and I'll sit up on a Sunday night and they've been edited and I'll get it ready for Monday when they're going out and blah blah blah. But I actually love that because I love listening back to what I've just
created. Yeah.
He's amazing. So that doesn't feel like work to me. This doesn't feel like work to me. This is I love this.
Yeah, exactly.
So you go, actually, that is my balance because I'm doing something I enjoy doing. If everyone else is asleep, because I've been trying to change that a little bit now because I'm an early riser. I just don't sleep basically. I'm a night owl and then I'll get up
I think the problem is calling it work and life balance.
Yeah.
It should be work balance and then life balance.
I think just balancing. Like if you're balancing, if you're happy with the input that you put into your business, you're happy with the input that you put in at home and with kids and friends.
It's about communication, though, isn't it? Like in any part of your life and setting those expectations. So if you need to say to your wife, Saturday, write me off, I'm sleeping. I'm going to go to bed on Friday. I will see you on Sunday. If you don't communicate that, then you're going to have problems because you're either going to be woken up at the crack of dawn and you're going to be pissed off, or people are going to think you're a lazy oaf, and it still doesn't help. You've got to have that line of communication, whether it be good or whether it be bad. There has to be that open dialogue of communication, and it's funny, we're sort of just come out of award season, I guess, and there's all the dick swinging and entrepreneur of the year and this, that, and the other, and aren't I Billy Big Balls for growing the business and selling the business and all the rest of it. But actually, the one group of people that are completely unrecognised are the partners of entrepreneurs because they have to see it all. And there's nothing they can do about it. They can't really contribute towards it. They're always the last to be rewarded. And then when you are out in the wild, in the public, they're in the shadows because people are there to talk to you, not them. And they're always known as Sam's wife or Matt's wife, not who they actually are. And I think that can take a lot of damage in a relationship. It needs to be talked about, it needs to be discussed. They're the true heroes, the partners, because without them, we couldn't do our job.
Yeah. And it's like we mentioned earlier about Kelly coming down, which was nice. And and I did mention it at the end that it's I see sometimes her face when I go, I've got this idea. And
No, another one.
It's like, again,
Yeah.
what are you doing now? Okay, I'm going to do a triathlon then. I'm going to do this then, and I get it. I do get it, but I think part of it that's just who I am, and I don't think I'm ever going to change. I love life's an opportunity, and I love to think I want to push the boundaries and try them different things. And if I stop doing it, it wouldn't be.
If it makes you happy, I always think about wives of people who are adventurers, climb Everest and
Neil Dawn.
All those sort of people, and their wives know that's what makes them happy. That's what makes them tick. And if they don't let them do it, it will just make them resentful and miserable, and even worse than they already are. So that you need to have that communication support network around you, otherwise it falls apart.
And that communication, the key, like listening to you talk, like even about the business and about like it strikes me that you're a good communicator. Like,
I try.
Like, but we look at the culture you create within the company. and that alone really, and the transparency that you've got with the team.
Yeah.
I said that blew me away a little bit when you phoned me during lockdown. You was like, mate, I sat them down and said, this is how much we've got, 7 months to go. This is what we need to earn. This is what, I was like a bit like, blimey. But amazing.
And then look at the biggest cost. Where's the biggest cost to coal? Oh, it's the staff. You know, and we don't want to go down that route. So what are we going to do about it? You know, I think as well with COVID, it enabled me to row at the same speed as the team. So for the first time in whatever, I would say the boat was going very straight and very fast because I was rowing at the pace that the team were comfortable with, rather than me constantly trying to drag people along with me. And when I look at, when you look at the black and white of it, from our 2019 financial year to our 22 financial year, we're probably close to 4.5 times the size from a financial perspective.
Wow.
You know, our headcount pre-COVID was 9 of us, I think. Our headcount post-COVID is nearly 30 of us. Yeah.
It's phenomenal. That is phenomenal.
And it's little things, because I can't see them all sat in front of me. It doesn't make me anxious. You know, whereas if you go to an office and you see a floor full of people, you think, shit, who's paying for all of this? Whereas if you can't see it, it's like it's not real.
Mate, tell me, what does the future hold for Matt Turner?
You know what? That's a really difficult question for me, because what I think is going to happen next week, normally something even bigger happens. So it's really, really hard to even answer that question. What I'd like the future to hold is I'm quite happy with where I am. And like, again, you'll speak to a lot of entrepreneurs and business people, and it's these wanky growth and money and this, and no one ever speaks about contentment. Everyone talks about happiness, but the problem with happiness is it's almost like it's a very short-term endorphin. Like,
it's an emotion.
Yeah,
Happiness is an emotion.
it's like that feeling after you've had something really nice to eat, or after your team score a goal, or after you've had a cigarette or had sex, or that kind of like impulse piece. Whereas contentment lasts for a lot longer. And I'm really content with where I'm at. I'm quite happy with the pace we're moving at. And yeah, it's fast, but it's comfortable and it's controllable and it's manageable. And I feel like I've done my apprenticeship now. You know, I feel I've earned my stripes. I'd definitely like to continue the charitable work that I do, you know, for Chestnut, Rocking Horse Star Trust, Martlets, St Barnabas, St Peter's and St James. You know, the list is Wolo, you know, it's extensive. And I really enjoy the charity work that I do. I also see it as my karma in society, you know.
Yeah, of course.
So if I like, we'll take Rocking Horse and Chestnut.
Yeah.
Kids have been through Rocking Horse because they've been put back together a couple of times. I never want the kids to go through Chestnut, but I'm happy for both to have my time and my money. So it's like a karma thing. And I thoroughly enjoy it. I really love doing the charity work.
Like, we talk about it a lot, and you can tell that passion that you've got for charity work and one of that.
Yeah.
Give something back. And you've done it for many years, like since I've known you.
Long time. More than 12 years or so. Yeah. Love it.
Exciting times.
Very much so.
Well, look, we're going to finish off, as you know, with our quick fire questions.
Go for it.
One piece of advice you give to your 18-year-old self.
Learn to say no.
Love that.
Yeah, tell people to fuck off. Yeah. Just say no. You know, if you don't fancy it, say no. You know,
I've got to get better at that.
You look back, you spend so much of your time pleasing other people, and you're miserable because you're trying to make everybody else happy. Just say no.
Yeah, love that. Who's been the biggest inspiration throughout your life, and why?
I don't think there's been a single person. I would say at different stages in my life, there's been different people, whether that be my children or my wife or clients or a member of staff. You know, there's always been somebody or something that you respect. And inspiration, I think, is quite a big word. But definitely, like, figureheads that I've respected on my journey. I think there's been many people, but not one single person.
Could you recommend a book or podcast to our listeners? Has that an impact on you?
I'd like to say I read all the time. I mean, a book a day. But
I'm not a reader. I'm not a reader.
the last
I
thing
listen,
I probably read was an in-flight magazine on an EasyJet flight to somewhere cheap and cheerful, if I'm brutally honest. Podcast-wise, I've been listening to John Richards' podcasts. You know John quite well.
Really nice.
And I like,
Fascinating.
John's way of thinking and his process. And people should look him up. He's a really interesting guy.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. Finally, what is your one rule for living a fulfilled life?
Laugh. You got to laugh. Like, you think how long we've known each other. You think how many times we see each other. Sometimes we see each other in a week more than we see our wives. Every time we see each other, we laugh. And whether it's good, whether it's bad, whether it's depressing, sometimes you've got to laugh at the bad shit because it's just like, fine. But you've got to laugh. The more you laugh, I think, it just gives you that kick. It's like having a little hit of something. Laughter, I do think, actually can get rid of a lot of problems, which is strange because most comedians suffer with depression. So, maybe that's not necessarily the right route. But if somebody else is making you laugh, then I think it's definitely a good thing. Got to laugh more. Life's too short.
Thank you so much. Listen,
thank you for having me.
For everything, all your support for whatever I've done over the years with sponsorship, but working with you as well, and your amazing team has been amazing.
Superstars.
It's like I said, for knowing you and seeing your journey, and now having you on and having a chat to you about it, and just you, mate. In all honesty, people ask me who inspire me, and it's the people surrounding in the business community, and you're certainly one of them.
That's really kind. Thank you so much.
I'm really grateful for your support and coming on and sharing your story and continually inspiring me, mate. So thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
And that, as they say, sir, is a wrap.
Thank you very much.
Awesome.
So I think there should be a concept of emotional profit.
Yeah.
So emotional profit won't be measured by a number, because that's very sort of old-fashioned and very binary. It'll be measured by colours. And there will be a colour of emotional profit, depending on various makeup of what makes up emotional profit. Green credentials, carbon neutralness, engagement with team, engagement with clients, engagement with corporate social responsibility, all of those sort of things. So things that people do already, but bringing them all together and calling it emotional profit. And I'd love to get the opportunity of speaking to some large companies and saying, measure your emotional profit, because the financial profits will follow. And maybe people might at some stage, have a different view of actually what it means to be successful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is the future, right? People watching kind of on-demand TV, the younger generation, they don't want to sit down in front of a TV and wait till 8 o'clock to watch the show that they want to watch. They want to watch what they want, when they want, and different type of content, not very professionally produced and edited content. They want really raw, really relatable content. And he said it's going to be massive, and he was a very early kind of believer, and I believed in him and believed in what he was saying, so I thought, actually, I don't want to miss this. So it was really an element of right place, right time. I was always used to measure success via kind of numbers, quantifiable, whether it's turnover or profit or materialistic items, but actually kind of reaching a point in my own career. I think becoming a dad, I think last year was incredibly busy for me. I got married, I had a baby, and I launched 2 new businesses, right? And it was a bit chaotic, and coming through that, it's some of the non-quantifiable things that actually I think matter most.
Sam, how's it going, mate?
Gordon, how are you, mate? You okay?
I'm good, mate. I'm good.
Mate, sorry, we're running a little bit behind. Little bit behind schedule, mate.
Aye. Well, the amount of messing about I done, mate, trying to get this booked. Don't blame you.
Mate, no, it's all good. No, mate, not at all. So listen, I'm sorry, but yeah, we done the live show part of it downstairs in front of the audience. We all went a bit, we just a couple of little delays with one of the people coming in, so it just put us a little bit behind. But we'll be all right. We're back in the game, and mate, appreciate you waiting around. So top man.
No worries, mate. No worries. Is my reception all right?
Yeah. Good. Can you hear me? Okay.
Aye, I've got you, mate. But it's just I'm in a hotel at the minute, mate. So I don't know if the Wi-Fi is any good or not.
Yeah, no, mate, I can hear you. You're all good. You're all good. So we're winning. We're winning. Well, look, mate, let's jump straight in. Tell me a little bit about, obviously, as a professional footballer. Tell me a little bit about football growing up for you.
So for me, mate, like football growing up was just about having fun. I was never put under any pressure from my family. My dad played football. I used to go and watch football with him, watch his football. So it's just having fun and enjoying myself, really. But when I look back on my sort of early days as a young player, all I can think of is that side of it, how good it was. I remember different things, like goals that I scored, or events that we won, or the friendship that I had with the guys that have stuck with me for a lifetime. So no, it was just about enjoying myself, mate, and sort of enjoying playing football.
Love that. When did you get to that point where you thought, I'm going to make a career out of this? Like, when did you get picked up? At what age was that?
Fair, mate. Through your childhood, you get moments where you can go for trials and you go picked up and you go and play a game for them or a game for them. But for me, my first sort of real professional club was when I was about 14, 15. When I joined Motherwell, who were the SPL at the time. And I used to play on a Sunday, but I'd play on a Saturday morning with my school, Saturday afternoon with my club team, and then I'd play on a Sunday with Motherwell. And there was no sort of sign of, he's been on his feet too much, or his workload's been too heavy, like the young lads today. So I'd play 3 games in a weekend, and then sort of go again, train 3-4 times a week. And if I wasn't training, I'd be playing football with my friends. So, and that was just sort of the way that it was for me back then.
I love that.
But to be fair, mate, I must say as well, when I got to that stage, even when I was playing with Motherwell, because when you're growing up, there's always a critic. You're always getting rejection. You're always he's a bit tall, or he's a bit small, or he's a bit left-footed. He's not got a right foot. He's quick. He's slow. So there's always something that people are pointing out. He needs to do this. He needs to do that. So I never ever felt like I was ever going to play professional football, because there was so many different people saying different things to all the boys were in the same boat. And back then, we never had social media, and there was less pressure on us then. But at the same time, you could feel the pressure coming through, the clubs, I'm not sure if you should play there because he's this, or he's that. But I started off as a striker and gradually moved back into midfield. Aye. I used to be a striker, then I moved back into midfield. Then I would be wide midfield. Then I was back to centre back, and it was only when I really got to centre back that I started to really get recognition. But I wanted to be a striker, and score the goals and get the glory. But unfortunately, I just wasn't good enough, mate.
Mate, a leader at the back, though. That's what you were, a leader at the back.
I know. When I think back, mate, like, I just think back with pride. Honestly, I can't explain. Now that I've retired, you look back with like sort of rose-tinted glasses a wee bit. But when I look back on my career, like, there's very few things that you can really pick on. Like, I should have done that. I should have done this. But when I look back, it's just pride, mate.
Because I tell you one thing, I guess that I'd be keen to ask you, and looking at, like, I talk to entrepreneurs a lot and business owners, and we just had a couple of interviews just now, and people talking about the importance of enjoying the journey and all that. And I guess as a footballer, like many childhood boys' dreams to want to become a footballer, and to do that, do you look back at the career, like you said, and go, I enjoyed every moment of that period and that lifestyle of playing professional football?
I do now, but when you're in it, I never. I loved playing football even when I was a player, but I think there's always pressure. People kind of underestimate the pressure that these guys are under, and it's only getting worse. And there's always a level of pressure that's put upon you that you put upon yourself. It might be there's a young player coming through the youths that's a top talent that, I'm not going to give up my jersey easy. So it's like, I'm going to show them. I'm going to make sure that he's nowhere near it, that lad. So then there's loads of things that go in through your head that you look back and think, I should have probably relaxed. Now looking back, and when I look and think, I've achieved this, I've done that. I played for 18 years professionally. I look back and think, why did I not relax a wee bit during the time? But if I did relax, I might not have had the career I did, because I was sort of always striving for more. And as soon as you take your foot off the gas, mate, you're yesterday's news, and somebody's going to be working harder than you. Somebody's going to come in and take your place, and you're done.
Yeah, I get it, because I guess football, I guess it is like you said, things change in football so much. Like you said, you can be having a great run, and then 2 or 3 bad games, and all of a sudden you're on the bench, you're not playing, and you're going, what's going on? Do you know what I mean? And that must be a difficult period, like you said, to play a professional career for, like you say, 18 years at that level and that top level as well. Like I say, playing club, country. Talk to me about some of the highlights. Talk to me about some of the highlights of the career over 18 years.
I think, to be fair, mate, like when I look back, the thing that sticks out in my head any time that if I think, look, what was my biggest achievement? For me, it was definitely playing for Scotland. There was no bigger thing for me, but because I feel that it wasn't just for me, I feel that it was kind of like for all my family and all my friends that I grew up playing football with. It was kind of for all of us. When I made my debut for Scotland, for example, like the amount of messages I had for people that I hadn't heard for years, like, remember you used to play football here, remember you used to do that there, now look at you. So, like, people were proud of me for doing that. So I felt like it was it wasn't just for me, that it was for my friends and family. But a personal highlight would have probably been, like, for me, like, when I made my debut for Scotland, and then I made my competitive debut. So they're the kind of things that I look back and think, it's like surreal thinking about it now.
Because I guess, like you said, as a childhood dream, we all had that. I had that dream. I love to play. Remember watching England losing 1990 in the World Cup. I remember saying to me, "Oh man, I'm going to play for England one day," and that was a dream. But to do that, and you had that dream as a young lad, and then you've had to actually achieve it. What an amazing feeling of euphoria! Like, and they're the points, I guess, that you always touch on, and you look at your life and career highlights and stuff like that. That you go, how much do you really sit there and be grateful for that, and be present in that moment and really take it in? But it must be difficult with, like you said, with the pressure, because you want to play well as well. You're playing for Scotland, so you want to play well as well. So it's that.
I'll tell you what, mate. The pressure that I felt in those games is something that I can't explain.
Really?
It's because when I went back to Scotland, obviously when I was playing for Scotland, I was playing for Brighton, so I would go back up from Brighton, and in Scotland, like, Brighton's a brilliant club, and it's so well run, and it's doing great, and like they're in the Premier League now, and like they're flying, and you know the infrastructure and all that they've got in place there is fantastic. But for people in Scotland, it's all about the SPL and playing for Rangers or Celtic. They don't really know how big a club Brighton would be. So for me, like, leading the team out for the first game at the Amex is a massive highlight in terms of looking back on my career and thinking, oh, it was unbelievable, like the support we had and like the atmosphere, and then the late goal. It couldn't have went any better. But for like my friends and family, it was like, mate, you're just playing a game against Doncaster. It's a big deal. Do you know what I mean? So they don't really see the sort of they don't feel it. You know, they don't live it day to day. They don't live in the community. Like, they speak to fans and like they know how people are feeling about the new stadium. Like, oh, buzzing, we're back in the Championship. They don't feel that. Whereas I felt it, so it was a big day for me, but not for them. Whereas when I played for Scotland, it was like a big day for them and me. So I was getting loads of messages like, oh, good luck, good luck. And then when you go into that, you just, as you say, all you want to do is come out of it. Just don't mess up. That's all you're thinking. Like, just come out of this like with a bit of respect, so my family can walk down the street. My dad can hold his head up high going for a pint with his friends. You're not thinking about playing a blinder. You're just thinking, just get through this game. But thankfully for me, mate, the manager at the time was brilliant, and he was really good in terms of encouraging me just to go and play my game. So I managed to do pretty well, and aye, mate, it was a dream come true.
Love that. It's interesting you talk about that first game at the Amex. So Bucks was on earlier. I was talking to Will earlier. He come on and we was talking about that moment as well. I was there and it was brilliant. Like you said, there was so many fans. Like, you obviously remember, I had the salon at the time, so people would come in and you're talking to the community who have used to watch people at the Goldstone and the Withdean, and then all of a sudden you're at the Amex and you're in the Championship and you get that last minute goal, and what a magical day. Like, and Will said, he was saying like, that was just because of, like you said, because it not just necessarily for you as a team and where you were, but the euphoria of the whole community, the whole of Brighton, not just in the Amex, but you walking through the streets and stuff like that afterwards. Just that everyone, it was such a buzz around it, wasn't there, at the time?
Oh, mate, brilliant. I mean, I'd done a few interviews before I arrived at Brighton, and I had no idea the size of the club, none. You know, I've been attached to the club now for years, but at the time when I first arrived, I had no idea the size that the club was and what could be, because obviously I've just played against them at the Withdean, and all of a sudden we'll get this fantastic new stadium, and it's like, oh, we're going to fill that. And I'm kind of like, aye, all right. You know, like, you don't really know because you don't know, you don't live it. And then all of a sudden you come down and like, I think we could fill that. Like, we get promotion, like, with a good team at the time, a brilliant manager. And then like next thing you know, we're playing at the Amex and the place is packed, and they've never looked back since, to be honest.
Yeah. No, it's an amazing space. It really is. Yes, but it was brilliant. It was a brilliant period that first year there as well, and being up there, and you know, I had the salon and you and the lads coming in, and we go up to the ground and watch some of the games, and it was just a brilliant time to watch football, be part of Brighton, and be within that community. It was pretty awesome. It was pretty awesome.
I know. I think, to be fair, as the club's grown, and it's natural that the club's more of a sort of corporate machine now. You know, because they're in the Premier League, you know, like the players aren't as accessible as we were then. But I mean, back then, like, you know, we were, as you say, we're coming in for a haircut, going for coffees, going for lunch. Like, there was no issues with us, and we were all great, good lads. It was a brilliant squad of players that we had at the time. And
even got the best played some golf, mate, didn't we?
Aye, well, I tried. Should I say I tried?
You still play?
No, no, mate, I've not played for a while. Getting old, mate, my back's in tatters, so I try and look after myself as much as I can. But golf, it's not at the top of my list, mate, to be fair.
Fair enough. Mate, talk to me. I want to talk about, obviously, through your playing career, who is the best manager you played under and why?
So, I was thinking, like, when we discussed this, like, I think when you're a footballer, you take good and bad, and I'm currently like doing studying, and I'm studying a module about leadership, and it talks about leadership, but most of your learning comes from, like, I would say, like, the negative things. Like, I'm definitely not doing that. You know, that's shocking. I'm never going to do that. But like, you take something from every manager. But my best, or my favourite manager was Gus Poyet. He sort of brought me into the club, but the way that he wanted to play just aligned with, like, my strengths. So it helped me. I helped him, but he helped me, if that makes sense. So he was wanting to pass the ball, and I was like, that was what I loved doing. So, like, all right, I'll happily pass the ball. And if you give it away, don't worry, I'll take the blame. Oh, brilliant! I'll pass it all day. Don't worry about that. So his sort of beliefs and my sort of strengths, it just sort of aligned perfectly, and with a brilliant team and really good sort of people around us. But he was a manager that just sort of brought the best out in a lot of people, and I really enjoyed my time when he was a manager, to be fair.
Yeah. No, what like you're talking about now, obviously you studying sort of leadership and stuff, and I guess as a captain as well, you're ultimately a leader as well on that pitch. So what, did you take any skills from Gus that you, I guess, took on the pitch, but also that you sort of use now?
I think the one thing that stood out with Gus, more so than I'd had previously, and again, it's just my experiences, but previously my managers, I would say, were, if you were in the team and you're doing well, you would get, you know, the arm round you, how's it going, everything going all right. But if you weren't in the team and you weren't doing well, it was more like you never really spoke to the manager a lot. The manager was a manager. There was a real element of it. He's the boss, we are players, we follow his instruction. Whereas Gus treated everyone very similar. Like, he would speak to me the same way he did my 16-year-old lad who was just coming through the youth, and he got to know people, and I just always felt like it was a really good way to be. Like, he'd get to know people about, oh, how's everything going with you, and have you passed your driving test? And then he'd speak to me about my family, and he knew a wee bit about us, and he was just a good guy. And he was a brilliant manager. So that's the kind of thing that I took for him. I just thought, you know what, the level of respect the lads had for him, because, like, he would get to know you, he would understand you, but I'll tell you what, he was not to be crossed. So he was one of these guys, he was great around the place, happy, but as soon as he wanted to tell you something, he would just tell you exactly what he thought. So, and again, I really respected that. I respected that there was no grey area. If you were rubbish, he would tell you you're rubbish. If you were great, he would tell you you were great. And he would just, no matter who you were, he would tell you, which I just really liked.
That's that level of communication, I guess, at that level, it's so key, isn't it? For whatever, like I said, whatever level of player you are, whether you're the captain or you're a 16-year-old lad coming through, that level of communication, such a key thing from any leader, I guess, from a leadership point of view.
I think for him, I mean, I knew that I had a good chance of playing in the games. You know, I was a captain of the team. I was doing well. I knew Gus liked me. But for the younger lads, you know yourself, if you're a young employee or you've just started at a new company or whatever, you don't really know how what the boss thinks of you, or does he like me? Does he know? Does he want me to do this? Does he want me to do that? Whereas Gus was like, he would get to know them. They felt more relaxed around them. Oh, he spoke to me today. You know, a wee small thing like that for a young pro is quite a big deal. So the fact that he was taking the time to speak to these young guys, getting to know them, getting to know their name, for example, my first manager that I had at Kilmarnock would never know the reserve team names, never mind some of the first team players. So the fact that Gus knew everybody and knew a wee bit about them was the kind of person that he was. Like, he wanted to get to know you, wanted to make you feel comfortable and welcome. But at the same time, as soon as you're on that pitch, if you never done what he wanted you to do, he was quite happy to tell you in no uncertain terms.
But like you said, I guess some people do respond, like you yourself, you like people to speak and be direct about that. Other people maybe they go into their shell a little bit after they have someone speaks to them in that direct manner. I guess it's just about knowing people, isn't it? It's just man management's quite a key thing, I guess, especially in that changing room. But I guess I relate that a lot to business as well, like to build a strong team and a strong culture. The relationship with that, with football especially, and with business, but to create a really strong culture, you've got to have that strong leader, and you've got to be able to communicate with those people, haven't you? And that's where that similarities come.
No, for sure. And I think within any team, you need a diverse, different type of person that brings different things. I mean, that's one of the things that I'm looking at now. Like, as a captain, I was a great follower. But so I followed the manager told me this is what we're doing, this is why we're doing it, and I'm on the pitch, I'm the manager's voice on the pitch, and I was like, you know, a dog with a bone. This is what we're doing, this is why we're doing it, and if you don't do it, I'm going to tell you. And like, I was just constantly organising, pushing in a direction that was set by the manager, and I was really good at that. So he sets the direction, I'm just pushing the lads to different places and organising within that. So like anything, but you need different types of people. Like if everyone was like me in the team, it would have been carnage, because we'd end up fighting on the pitch because everybody's shouting at each other, and you need people that take instruction. All right, you calm down, and you need calm people. So I think the blend is really important that you've got within your team, and I think again, it's important when you're building a team that you try and look at that.
Yeah. Was you always growing up through the ranks of football? You obviously captain at Brighton, but was you always a leader on the pitch? Was that always your role? Did you think even from a young age was you like that?
Even if I wasn't the captain, I'd be a leader, because you need more than one leader within the starting 11. You need as many leaders as you can, and hopefully you've got different types of leaders within that environment. That one person wears the armband, but you're looking for like maybe 2 or 3 guys in there that are going to like sort of pull the team together. And I would always be that. You know, I would always take that role on, that you take the responsibility. I'm going to do this because this is the way we're going and this is why we're doing it. And if you fell away from that, or you didn't do what was expected of you, then I'll tell you. But then you've got somebody else within the team that will put their arm, don't worry about him, he's a dick, do you know what I mean? Well, let's go this way. But I took that role on, and I didn't mind upsetting people, whereas like, I knew there was other people within the squad that would then pick people back up and move forward. And the lads knew it was only when I was on the pitch, or the training pitch. You know, off the field, you've seen it yourself, like we're all good friends and we got on great and we'll have a laugh. And, you know, I love my time, like having a laugh with the lads. I still keep in touch with many of them now. But you need a good diverse mix, I think, and as many leaders as possible. But as I say, I'll go and play 5-a-sides now, and I'll be exactly the same now playing 5-a-sides as I was when I was playing for Scotland or Brighton in front of how many other fans.
You want to win? I'll go and get out there. I'm going to win, and you're going to do that. You get
there. I actually don't know why I can't. Like, I genuinely go into things like, no, I don't enjoy it if I don't win, which is a real strange thing, because I'm just playing 5-a-side. And it's a big deal if you win or not. I need to try and relax a wee bit, mate.
It's that competitive nature of you, mate. You can't get rid of it. You can't shake it off. It must come from to actually. I was talking to Lewis Hatchett earlier, former cricketer at Sussex, and actually to get to the top of your game and to play to become a professional athlete, you've got to have that competitive nature. I mean, you've got to have that drive and ambition and that hard work ethic to get there. Because if you don't, you're not going to become an elite athlete or get to that high level. And, you can relate that to business, I guess, in a certain way as well. You get to the top of your game, whatever high performance or that high level you want to achieve, you've got to put in that work ethic. You've got to believe and have that competitive edge, or you've got to have something that fire in your belly to be able to go and achieve it.
I know. I think everyone who plays at an elite level has got like a super strength or one main attribute that really stands them apart from somebody else. But it's like, once you've got that main attribute, that this is him, he's really quick, or he's really strong, or he's got an amazing right foot or left foot. It's like what the rest of the game every manager that you've played under wants different things from you, different things with and without the ball. It's like, how adaptable can you be? And I think growing up through sport, you become adaptable, you become resilient, because that's massive in sport now, to be resilient and take the knocks. But hard work, and one of the worst things you could ever say to me would be, you didn't work hard enough, because it's a basic requirement for me. So if I felt like if somebody wasn't working hard enough and they'd all this talent, I would make sure that they knew, and I would tell them, and I would speak to them on a level and say, like, you're doing this, you're throwing away your career because you're not working hard enough. Like, do you understand? I'm trying, the manager doesn't like me. I heard the guy speaking earlier about making excuses, but I would definitely tell them, because you've got one shot at it, and hard work's like a given for me. Everyone should just work as hard as they can.
I love that. Now, look, coming to watch you as many times as I did, like, without fail, every game, you'd leave it all on the pitch. Like, you no matter what, whether like you'd come off and I'd speak to you sometimes, like, I didn't have a great game or whatever, but you'd give 100%, and you've left everything on there always.
No, I know. And that's the thing as well. See, like, even just being self-aware. Let's see, when you play poorly, like, everybody has bad games. Everybody makes mistakes. But being able to say, do you know what, I've done this, I should have done that. Being self-aware, that's another step. It's like, you're aware enough, like, you need to do better. If you're not doing better, you're going to lose your place. So again, that goes back to, like, the fear element. It wasn't like me. I said this in a previous podcast that I'd done. Like, most of my time, like, playing football, it was a fear of not playing. It was like, oh, Donkey's coming through. Nah, he's not taking my place. He can stay on the bench, or he's not taking my. I'm going to work harder. I'm doubling down. I'm on it. He's not getting my place. I'm going to make sure. So, like, there's things like that, and then as you move through, it's like, oh, the next thing. Oh no, he's that. I'm going to do this. So it's like, it's kind of, there's a fear there that you don't want to let anyone down. You don't want to let yourself down. You don't want to let the fans down, the club. And you're just like, no, I'm going to work harder and harder. And as you get older, there's more questions on you as well. So, but no, mate, it's some career at back. As I said earlier, there's elements that I wish I'd enjoyed more. I wish I enjoyed the wins more, because I never enjoyed winning as much as I probably should have, especially when things got serious. When I was a young lad, 20-odd-year-old, playing for Kilmarnock, winning in the SPL, I was like buzzing for the next 5 days. Then I got to a point where it was like, oh, no, we're going to the Premier League. Right, that's that game, done, next. I never enjoyed it. It was just like, right, this is my goal. I'm going there. And like, I was so focused on it that I didn't really enjoy the small wins of the season, where you're getting the wins, 3 points on a Saturday.
Yeah, it's really interesting to hear that. Because again, I'll relate it back to sort of business and the people I've talking to over, with entrepreneurs and exactly that type of thing. You're on this journey, you're trying to get somewhere, but if you're not enjoying that process, you've got to enjoy the process. And like you said, enjoy the process, but enjoy that journey. Not worry about the destination, what that end goal is, whether it be Premier League, whether it be I'm growing a business to 100 million turnover, whatever those things are. As long as you're enjoying that process along the way, that's where, and being present, I guess, in them moments, that's where it's key, isn't it? That's where we get fulfillment from.
Yeah, and that's definitely the thing that I give advice. Obviously, I'm looking after young players now, and I'll say, enjoy this. It's really important you enjoy this moment, because like, I was like so fixated on, like, as you say, I wasn't present in the now. I'm looking at the future. No, I'm going there. This is where I'm going, and this is where we're going as a team. Whereas, like, really, you should enjoy the small wins, if you like, the week to week, game to game, 3 points. But I did at the beginning. I definitely did. I was buzzing with it, but then gradually as things got more serious, and like, we had a real, we're going. Like, then there was more responsibility on me as a person, so I didn't want to, like, all right, does everybody want to do this because we've won a game? You led by example, and it's like, no, I won that game, it's on to the next one. So, but looking back, I definitely took that role of the leader, but at the same time, I wish there was times where I did relax a wee bit more and enjoyed the wins.
Are you still there, mate? Hello, you still there, mate? Hello, you there?
Mate.
Still there? Good times.
I'm still here.
You all right?
I'm still here. Have you?
Mate.
Aye.
Yeah. You froze a bit there, but no, all good. Well, I want to just talk to me a little bit about life after football, then. So that because you're still linked with the Albion, obviously still working as pathway development manager there. Talk to me about that.
So I started off. So life after football. When I retired, mate, I felt at the time was right. I've played for 18 years. I wasn't enjoying it anymore. And I know it sounds crazy to say that, but I was playing football and I wasn't getting old. And what I loved about football was getting on the ball and making passes. And it got to a point where I wasn't doing that. And I thought, you know what? I'm like 37, 30. I'm not enjoying this. I'm just going to stop playing. But I was still fit. So because I made the decision on my own terms, I felt like, no, this is the time's right to step off into something else. But after a couple of months, I was like really regretting my decision, thinking like, why did I do that? Like, why not just keep playing somewhere, anywhere? Because I can still play. I was still fit. And then I really started to miss football because I thought, I've had enough. I want to take some time out. I've got my own car business that I've been running for a number of years. And I thought I'll just focus on that, something totally different for football. And after a couple of months, I was like, nah, I just want over football. So thankfully, I done a game for BBC Sussex on the radio, and Johnny asked me, like, what's next? And I was like, well, I'm not sure. I'm not one of these guys either that puts it all over social media, retired and all that. I just sort of quietly drifted off into the sunset, mate. So and I didn't need to label anything. And then Johnny asked me like what was next, and I said, no, that's me. I'm finished with it. I'm done. And then through the conversation, like came another conversation for the club saying, like, do you want to do something for us? So obviously from that I started scouting for the club, and I really enjoyed being back involved. And then gradually my role got bigger at the scout, and then I started helping David with the loan players, David Weir. And I really enjoyed that because I've got my coaching badges, and I thought I could maybe go into coaching. But then this sort of, I was really enjoying it. And then I got it, the actual job, but I love it. I really enjoy it. The lads, you know, I've walked in their shoes. I've been on loan. I've had many downs, many ups. I know how they feel. So there's no better person for the lads to speak to than somebody that's been through it themselves. And obviously I've got the connection for the club, which is great. I know exactly where the club's coming from and what we're trying to achieve. And the lads are good young lads. So no, I'm really enjoying it.
Oh, mate, it's awesome. It's great, obviously, that you're still linked with the club, and because, like I said, it's brilliant. Obviously, having the privilege of watching you over that period and being involved, it's such an exciting time, and it's quite. But talk to me a little bit about because you talked about a leadership course you're doing as well at the moment. Is that right?
Well, I'm actually doing my masters in sport directorship. And I've only just started it, mate. So I've only started it a couple of months back, but the first module is about leadership. And I found it fascinating, I must say, mate. Like, a lot of the things that I would do on the football field is what most people would class as terrible leadership. Because it's just like you're shouting ball in, you're getting in people's faces, it's just crazy. But a lot of good comes from that. So I don't mind having these awkward conversations and having conflict with people. I don't mind it, whereas some people do. But then on the flip side of that, I'm learning more about myself and like what makes me tick, and why do I feel that that's the right way, or why does it feel the right way on the pitch? Because it's basically like when my emotions are up and I care about something, I'm in it. And it was when I'm basically across that line, it's like there's no going back.
Yeah, I love that. I think, like, from I guess listening to that and that sort of the help that you were able to with the younger lads in the team. Do you see the same attitude amongst the younger lads that like we just spoke about with you, and that determination, that drive and passion to win and compete? And I'm not gonna give up. If someone's coming in and they're not getting my jersey, do you see that within the team there, within the young lads?
I think things have. I mean, my journey was, I had lots of sort of setbacks as a young kid, a young player. I didn't feel, as I said earlier, that I'm going to the top. That would never have entered my mouth. If my dad said to me, "Who are you going to play for?" I would, I'm going to play for Scotland and Rangers one day. But I would never sit in front of my friends and say, "I'm going to the top, lads. See you later. See you up there. If you make it, great. I'm going." That would never be my mentality. I was like, I'm just going to give it my all and see where it takes me. Whereas I think a lot of the younger players now, especially when they're in elite environments, they've been sort of tall their whole life, if that makes sense. They've been the best. Anything they've done, they've been the best. It's easy for him, under 10s to under 15s, they've been the best. They've never really felt, not all of them, but a lot of them haven't really felt rejection. And all of a sudden they get to a point where it's like the standard's so high, I think they're not really prepared for that rejection. And it's sometimes good to have the rejection put upon them at a younger age so they can actually deal with it and think, right, how did that feel? What am I going through? How do I improve? Right? How do I manage my emotions? All that sort of stuff. So I think part of the job is actually like sort of, when they go on loan, it's not always about we want them to go on loan and score X amount of goals or keep 25 clean sheets. It's actually like, how did you feel when you were getting sort of a senior player was talking down to you? How did you feel when you played rubbish? How did you feel when the manager took you out of the team? All these things are like really crucial for a player's development. And of course, it's great when it works out and they go and play fantastically well and score the goals, and then they're on to the next thing. But one thing I can guarantee you, anybody, is that within football you'll always have periods of rejection. You're playing terrible, nobody likes you, you're getting booed by the fans, you're getting stick on social media. There'll always be a period of that. So it's like, how well do you deal with that? And that will determine how quickly you can get over it and move on.
It's that bit, those things in life that where things aren't going great, that build resilience, isn't it? The resilience has become a word that we've used so much when I talk to on a podcast, especially coming out of something like COVID, that we had to be resilient to bounce back after that. So many business owners were thrown into this is shit, bloody hell, what are we going to do? Like, you know what I mean? We're in a tough period, but you got to bounce back. You look at so. I think that's such an important lesson. Like, even you got young kids as well, the girls and stuff like that. Like, actually, that thing around failure or making mistakes or how you respond to those, and what actually builds you as an individual, isn't it? That's what we're trying to get to. And I guess I'm assuming that's what you're alluding to with those players, because, like I said, they've probably gone through their lives of having it all going well and then don't know how to deal with something that, when things are not going right, and that's where mental health issues come in, I guess, and stuff like that.
I think it's even tougher now with the likes of social media, because there's young players now, even at under 18 level, have got a following on social media, because they're attached to a certain club, whether it's Brighton, Man City, Man United. That people will follow them, see what they're doing, see what kind of boots they're wearing, see what kind of clothes they're wearing, that type of thing. And there'll be people on there that will always give them sort of recognition and build them up. Oh, you were great today, or you're the best. And they start to, I think some young people in general start to really need that. And need other people's sort of approval, if you like. And I think that can be a danger, because all of a sudden, what the media's like, and and I'm not even talking about football, I'm talking, you're saying about work. All of a sudden it comes crashing down, like, oh, they're terrible, everybody's on that, oh, you're terrible, you're rubbish, your clothes are terrible, what are they boots all about? Before you know it, you're getting stick left, right and centre, and you can't come away from it. Whereas I think having that resilience, you're not relying on other people's approval. You're not relying on sort of somebody you don't know telling you how good you are. You know, for me, all I needed was my mum and dad and my manager and my wife to say, "Nah, do you know what? You done all right. You done well. That's enough."
Yeah.
I didn't need X amount of people telling me on social media that I was great. All I needed was a couple. Likewise, if I was terrible, all I needed was a couple of people to say, "Do you know what? You were terrible today. I know." You know, I didn't need anyone else telling me. If somebody else told me, I'm like, you know, then it's going to be like, why do you think it's all right for me to say that to me? But that's the challenge for young people that are all over social media now.
Them external factors now, it is like, and again, even taking it away from football, like you say, with that the younger generation that they're on there and got to get this amount of likes and this amount of followers and this amount of people on there, and that external validation from other people, like just we crave that. If I post something and I've got enough, like and they get down about that, and like it blows my mind really, because like you said, from obviously I use social media now, but it's not got the impact on me that it does on that younger generation, and especially I guess as a footballer, like you say, that them young lads, because they build up so much following because they're associated with a club, that they constantly bombarded on Twitter, whatever that looks like. And like you said, again, build back to resilience. You've got to have quite a thick skin, I guess, and from rejection, from those external factors, trying to switch off from them and building that resilience. And is that it? And I guess is that part of your role to help them with those skills and stuff?
To be honest with you, you know, you don't want the lads to go and have a terrible time. You know, you want them to go out and experience and have all the best. Like, you play great, the manager's great, the lads are great. There's no issues, and you can sort of build them up to a point where, right, okay, you're ready for the next step. Yeah. But the first step on the ladder, from sort of youth football to senior football, is a huge. It's a huge step. It's a huge transition for players to go through, and I think the more positive role models they've got around them, the more people that are around them that are real, if you like, they're not telling them what they want to hear, the better it will be for them, the better experience. Like, you know, I sometimes look at players and think, well, I don't know how they're going to react. I don't know how they're going to be when the sort of rejection comes. They've probably never been through it. They're probably the best you're the best player. They play with England. They're doing this, that, and the next thing, and then all of a sudden, like, you're not good enough. Really? It's the first time it's ever been said to me. I'm like 19-year-old. So, like, you know, I'm thankful. I'm thankful, mate, that I had rejections for like a really young age, and I felt shocking and like, what? Because the rejections I had then built me to a point where, as I say, I didn't need somebody else to tell me, but then getting a coach or a manager, like these young lads might go out and get a coach or a manager that believes in them, and even that, it's life changing. So you've got the negative, but you've also got the positive. All of a sudden, you've got a guy saying, "Do you know what? You can do this, you can do that," and having somebody who's like a figurehead at a football club telling you, "You're going to go and do this. Don't worry about it. Like, you're this, you're that." That gives the young lads like huge belief.
Yeah, I love that. We all go through life and we meet people that have an impact on us and help change, shape, mould us, or whatever that looks like. And mate, that's really, like you said, especially with football, like you say, that's only got to be that one manager to take that belief in someone and change their path and give them that confidence to move on.
And it's really I think it is really difficult, but as I say, because like, we were actually debating, it was nothing to do with Brighton, we were actually debating like player signings, you know, the transfer window, and we're saying like, you know, people are desperate to get these players in, and like, for example, the lad that went to Man United, Anthony, and it's like, Ajax want him, and Man United want him, but you know, whether it works out at Man United or not, but he'll be getting told coming in the door, you're the best thing, you're going to be the starting, you're going to be number one, you're going to be this, you're going to be that, whether it works out or not. And then he comes in like 2 months later, it's like, I've moved country, I'm in a new club, you promised me one thing. I'm not saying he's not going to play, but you know, if it doesn't work out, you know, it's life changing for that lad as well.
Yeah, of course.
It's through the whole career.
Yeah. Mate, listen, we're coming towards the end, mate. I want to tell me what's the future hold for Gordon Greer?
To be honest, mate, I'm really enjoying what I'm doing now, and I'm just going to work as hard as I can, what I've done throughout my playing career, and just see where it takes me. As I said to you about 10 minutes ago, I'm not one of these guys that's going to tell you I'm going to be here, there, or anywhere. I'm just going to keep working away, mate, working hard and giving it up my all and seeing where I end up.
Love that, mate. Well, look, we're gonna finish as I have with every episode with just some quick fire questions. So, tell me what one piece of advice would you give to your 18-year-old self?
For me, I would definitely say to believe in yourself more. I touched on it a wee bit earlier on, just saying that, you know, looking back, after looking back, what I did achieve as a footballer and the longevity I had, I wish I believed in myself at a younger age. But again, as I said, that's a negative, but then a negative can turn into a positive later on, because you know, I don't think the negativity around football affected me as much as it did other people. So, but I would definitely say to believe in myself more.
Love that. Who's been the biggest inspiration in your life and why?
I think for me, again, looking back, probably most people would say this is my parents. You know, my dad, with the football side of it, I'm basically a younger version of my dad now. And then my mum, she's a nurturing, caring one. My dad's like, no, you need to do this, you need to do that. This is how you get to here. This is where. And then, you know, so I would say that for me, the biggest, you know, influence on my life are definitely my parents.
Could you, if you listen to podcasts, read books, what could you recommend a podcast or book to our listeners that's had an impact on you?
To be honest with you, mate, I'm not a massive reader, and I'm going through that MSD at the moment, and the whole reading situation is not a great thing. I'm reading and I'm thinking about something else, so I need to zone out. I need to take half an hour out before I even start reading. But I love listening to the podcast, like the High Performance podcast. Obviously, I'm not recommending it, but that's a podcast that I will listen to now and again, and I really like the Diary of the CEO as well. But they're two of the massive ones that most people would have heard of. So apart from that, mate, I've got nothing for you.
I love that. They're my two favourites, so we're on the same page with that, mate. All good. Listen, finally, what's your one rule for living a fulfilled life?
What the hell? I think, mate, to try and enjoy the moment. You know, we spoke about it earlier. Try and live in the moment and enjoy what you're doing. You know, you should enjoy what you're doing and enjoy your life. Years ago, you don't want to live to work. You want to sort of work to live. You want to live and enjoy yourself. So I would say I'm trying to find the balance. You know, I'm quite all in. So I'm trying to find that balance. Like, I've got young children, my wife, you know, you've got your family thing, you've got your work thing. So try to find a real happy medium, but to enjoy what you're doing and enjoy your family. And I would say that's the key for me. If I'm getting all that, if I get all those things right, mate, I'm happy.
Mate, I love that. Listen, I'm so grateful for your time, mate. I appreciate it's a late one, and I know you travelled, you're in a hotel, and look, I'm just so grateful for you taking the time out. And look, known you for many years now, and got to know each other when you used to come in a salon and go, and I've seen you up in Manchester and stuff, and just always supported me and stuff I've done. So I'm just really grateful and humbled, mate. So thanks for giving up your time today and coming on, and it's great to chat to you. And next time I'm up in Manchester or you're down here, we'll have to catch up for a beer.
Definitely, mate, and it's an absolute pleasure. I think what you're doing is fantastic, mate, so anytime.
You're a legend, mate. All the best. I'll catch up with you soon.
Take care.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, mate. Cheers.
Brilliant. Cheers, mate. Bye-bye.
9 months in, I'm like, you know, oh my God, what have I done? And also, you know, my personal life's imploded. I don't know if I should say this on a podcast, but within the space of a year, I lost my family, my house, and my business. A co-working space on the moon, and it's good that you got that, Sam. It's brilliant. But you know, the point of that is that there's no limits to what we can achieve. You know, the limit is what we set it to be. So why not be the first co-working space on the moon? We talk about Freedom Works as a bus, and I want the bus to get as far as it can with as many people on the bus. Work isn't. It's not work is there and home is there, which is where I was at. You know, it's like actually work has an impact on that. You're going to make the most of those summers on this planet. You need to enjoy what you're doing and look back on it and go, actually, at least I had a go.
Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here, we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick. Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here, we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick.
So your actions and your behaviours flow to make your expectations happen. So now, a lot of people get a pipe dream or a great idea confused with an expectation. I could say to you, Sam, would you like to go on a safari one day? You'll probably go, yeah, that will be great. Yeah. Are you planning on doing it in the next 12 months? Well, no. So you're not on the internet. But as soon as that dream starts to become an expectation, you'll start to do the things that will make it happen.
Love it. Yeah,
it's really simple.
Yeah.
So a challenge to everyone out there, what are you expecting in the next 6 to 12 months?
Yeah.
If you're expecting if you're expecting recession, guess what? Your actions and behaviours will flow to make it happen. If you're expecting success, guess what? Your actions and your behaviours will flow to make it happen.
Hi, my name is Freddie. I'm 12. I love coming to the swimming group because it helps with my mental health and just coming out weekly, and the sea's not even that cold.
Months in, I'm like, you know, oh my God, what have I done? And also, you know, my personal life's imploded. I don't know if I should say this on a podcast, but within the space of a year, I lost my family, my house, and my business. A co-working space on the moon, and it's good that you got that, Sam. It's brilliant. But you know, the point of that is that there's no limits to what we can achieve. You know, the limit is what we set it to be. So why not be the first co-working space on the moon? We talk about Freedom Works as a bus, and I want the bus to get as far as it can with as many people on the bus. Work isn't. It's not work is there and home is there, which is where I was at. You know, it's like actually work has an impact on that. You're going to make the most of those summers on this planet. You need to enjoy what you're doing and look back on it and go, actually, at least I had a go.
Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here, we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick. Welcome to the County Business Talks podcast, powered by Picture Book Films. Here, we're going to be talking to entrepreneurs and business owners from across Sussex, delving into the mindsets of what makes them really tick.
So your actions and your behaviours flow to make your expectations happen. So now, a lot of people get a pipe dream or a great idea confused with an expectation. I could say to you, Sam, would you like to go on a safari one day? You'll probably go, yeah, that will be great.
Yeah.
Are you?
Hello. Welcome to my guest 12 of 24 of the podcast. We're halfway there, Lee. We're halfway there.
Amazing.
Welcome, Lee Otterson Walter. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you very much. I'm very excited.
It's so great to have you on. So thank you for kind of. We've obviously got to know each other over the last few months. We was working with Freedom Works and in that space, and amazing. Listening to some of the stuff that you've done was fascinating. So great to have you on and have this conversation. So look, we're gonna jump straight in, tell listeners a little bit about your story and your career.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me. It's exciting. I've been following your podcast for quite a long time now, and I enjoy listening to the stories that people share with you. So, big breath. My story is that I was born in South Africa, and I lived there until I was 19. So life in South Africa was tricky. It was during the apartheid era when I was born. So growing up, it was a difficult place to be. There were lots of things that were going on around that sat very uncomfortably with me, even as a very young child. My family life wasn't brilliant. It was often, we were poor. So there was a lot of poverty. There was a lot of alcoholism. There was a lot of, it was very unsettled, I think, for most of it. My childhood wasn't an amazing experience. So by the time I was 16, I left home and I moved out. And by the time I was 19, I left the country and I came to England. And initially it was, my own. So I worked, I think the year between 18 and sort of 19, I worked in a restaurant for hours and hours and hours every week to save up money. And eventually I had enough money to buy a plane ticket. And that was it. I packed my backpack and got on a plane and arrived in England. So I left South Africa. It was 35 degrees. I got off the plane. It was 3 degrees. I'd never been at 3 degrees before. So a shock.
What was your relationship like with your parents at that time? What did they think about you getting up?
I mean, by that stage, I lived on my own for the last 3 years. So when I left home, it was a difficult relationship. I never really had a particularly positive relationship with my parents. There was a lot of neglect in childhood. A lot of my childhood I don't remember. There are sort of huge chunks of it that I've just completely kind of blocked out of my memory. It was nothing really. There wasn't a conversation about it. That was my, what I wanted to do next with my life. And so I did it, and arrived in England, and it was scary and exciting. And, it's like I'd seen it so much on TV before, and you've seen images of, Piccadilly Circus, and then coming out of the underground station and standing in front of this building that you've seen on TV for years was incredible. So it's kind of where it started.
it's a brave thing to do at 19 years old to leave the country, don't it? And did you have people in the UK that you knew, or?
So yes and no. I have two brothers, and one is 11 years older than me. The other one is 14 years older than me. And I hadn't seen both of them since I was about 8. So by the time I was 8, they'd both left the house and left the country. And so one of my brothers was living in Brighton at the time, and I hadn't seen him. So I think I was 8 or 9 the last time I saw him. And then I turned up as a 19-year-old on his doorstep and was sort of, hi, you know, I'm here to stay. And it took about 5 years for us to get to know each other as adults. I didn't live with him for the whole of the 5 years. I stayed with him for about 3 months, but it was an interesting time because we had to get to know each other as strangers. You know, we were related by blood, but we had no history together.
Yeah. Well, so talk to them about, I guess, career-wise and stuff. So you've come over to, what area did you go into then, and talk to me a little bit about that and work-wise from that period.
So my first job in England was working in a factory in Hove. And that was, I think it's something I will never, ever forget. It was the most difficult job I've ever done, purely from a kind of boredom factor. So I remember I was working on an assembly line and putting together circuit boards. And it was, I think, 8 or 9 hours a day of literally a repetitive movement of putting tiny little pieces into a green board. And I remember having to, when I went to the loo, sort of trying to make it last a whole 5 minutes in the toilet, just so that was 5 minutes that I didn't have to be sitting at that, you know, at that desk doing that job. So that was tricky. So I did that for about 3 months just to save up some money. And then I moved up to London and I started working in Harrods. Okay. And for me, I think if I look back, that was the beginning of, I think, the making of me in terms of customer service. So where I learned to really, really understand your customer, what it is that they want, how they want to be spoken to, how they want to be served, you know, what's important to them, and about creating a customer experience, not just fulfilling a function.
Yeah, sure. And so how long was you there at Harrods for?
So I was there for probably 2.5, nearly 3 years in total. But after about 6 months, I applied for a position on a management training program in Harrods. And there was, I think, 2,000 applicants, and they selected 4 people, and I was one of the 4. So it was catering, management, and corporate hospitality. And so over a period of about a year, I got to work in every single department in Harrods, which was amazing. But also work with top chefs from all over the world. Amazing mentors, and it's such an interesting place to work in terms of the history and just the clientele that they have. There's so much secrecy around how they run the business, and it was a great place to learn. They had at the time, I think, 17 restaurants. So I worked in all of the restaurants, in every single, you know, position within the restaurant, so I could learn the business as a whole. And then after a year, I was done with my course, and it was, time to move on.
Yeah. Like, growing up then, obviously, we've been a difficult job, but had you had any sort of ambitions, or what was your thought process about what I want to do growing up? Was there anything that you had in mind that you really wanted to do? Or?
No. So I think growing up, it was a funny thing because we never talked about the future in my house ever. So there was never any discussion about plans, even, you know, in 3 months' time, let alone in a year's time or when you're older. There was never any hope for anything else. Life was always very difficult, both financially and emotionally. And so we never really talked about it. And so for me, I didn't have anything to aspire to. And even if I did, you know, there was no point in talking about it anyway because nobody was interested. So for me, it was about getting out. That was my initial motivation, getting out of that environment and creating a life for myself somewhere else. And then that just kind of continued throughout my sort of late teens and into my 20s. It was all about making a better life for me.
Yeah, I love that. I want to move on to talking about, obviously, something we both share, obviously, a real passion for is building communities. So talk to me about, I want to obviously fast forward a little bit and talk a little bit about the inspiration behind Worthy Mums and Dads that you launched in 2012. Talk to me about that.
So 2012, I had 3 very young children. I had, what was it, nearly a 6-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 2-year-old. And my husband worked for the emergency services at the time, and so he was working horrific shifts. And it was lonely. It was really, really lonely. It was overwhelming to have 3 kids, 3 young children.
Sure.
My daughter, it's interesting because when you were talking about Luca earlier and his story, so my daughter does have cerebral palsy. And whilst she, there's a spectrum, isn't there? And some, some children have many, many challenges, very difficult, life-changing challenges, and some children are mildly affected. I'm lucky that she's mildly affected, or she's lucky that she's mildly affected in that she doesn't have any physical disabilities. But when she was born, she everything seemed fine. The birth was a difficult birth, and she was born by emergency cesarean as well. So when I heard your story earlier, it kind of brought back a lot of those memories for me. But we didn't know early on, so it's only kind of as she was reaching different milestones, or supposed to be reaching different milestones in her early childhood, that we noticed that she wasn't. And so she was diagnosed when she was 3 with hemiplegia, and that what resulted from that was her needing to have a lot of input from physiotherapists, from occupational therapists, from speech and language therapists. And it was lonely. It was a really lonely journey. I didn't have parents around to support me. We didn't have a network of people that we could rely on to say, can you pick the kids up from school, or can you pick the kids up from nursery? So Worthing Mums and Dads was born out of a need for a community, for a tribe of people where I could go, even if it wasn't in real life, just to say, I'm having a really tough day today as a parent, or, has anyone else experienced this, or I'm feeling this, I'm feeling lonely, I'm feeling isolated, I'm feeling overwhelmed, and having a tribe of people who could really relate to that and offer support in a very non-judgmental environment. So it started with about 5 people, and now we're a community of about just over 20,000.
Wow, that is a phenomenal statistic. What's fascinating, actually, listening to that around I guess for a lot of people I've sort of spoke to, and you heard me obviously speaking earlier with Charles about entrepreneurs and business owners, or whatever it is, that ultimately a lot of things are born out of having a problem, and trying to find a solution for that problem, and listening to that, like building a community from something you just want to reach out and need people around you to, and like I said, that passion we both share for community, I guess, is that certainly, I guess, out of lockdown as well, like, we realised that we need to be around people, and we need people in us. It's such a valuable thing. But I'd like to start that from that small thing, and at the start, where there was just sort of 5 of you, but that gave you what you needed in relation to support.
It really did, because I was really isolated, and I think when you know what it's like when your kids are little, and whilst I didn't have twins. You have twins, but having 3 so close together, I had a 4-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a newborn, all at the same time. And at the same time, my husband started working away from home up in northeast London, so he was away probably 4 days a week, and he'd stay overnight. So it was just me and the kids, and it was lonely. And I think that was what I needed. I built the community because that's what I needed. I needed people to be there for me, but also I wanted to be there for other people who might have been experiencing isolation as well.
Yeah, and I think, again, you sort of reach out and actually being able to, firstly, be brave enough to go, I'm setting this up because, for whatever reason, because I'm just looking for support, and look at the whole vulnerability and people being able to communicate a little bit better and be able to show vulnerability, and that it's not weakness, it's just, and because I can imagine, I even see it like sometimes with Kelly's a very honest person, and but on the WhatsApp groups with the mums at school, and it can sometimes be that, you've got to portray yourself as, we've got all our stuff together and everything's okay.
It's parenting Olympics, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's such a toxic.
It's dangerous. It's a really dangerous environment. I think where even if other people aren't judging you, you're judging yourself against other people as a parent, and you feel like you're not coping and everyone else is coping, and you don't want to be judged. You don't want to feel like you're failing your children. You don't want to feel like you can't cope with everything that you need to cope with. And I think I say women, but because it's majority women who stay home with their kids, you know, they think that they've got to raise the babies and keep on top of the laundry and have a sparkling clean house and, you know, produce a Michelin star meal every night before their other half gets home and, you know, teach the kids, you know, British Sign Language and all the rest of it by the end of the day, and walk the dog and cut the grass and whatever it is. And actually you don't have to do any of those things. And it's about learning that you don't have to do any of those things, that actually if you get up, you know, in the morning and you manage to keep all the kids alive all day and everybody goes to bed happy, then that's enough.
It's such a powerful narrative to talk about, because I completely agree, and you know, love you to chat to Kelly more about that, because I remember especially at those early stages, she would constantly criticise herself, and like you said, I'm just not doing
not
enough.
Good enough.
Yeah, just and again, we've, I guess, you know, we've got quite a nice little community in Saltdean and it's lovely, but we haven't got a family network necessarily down here because everyone's back up in Essex still. So it was a really difficult, and I was out working a lot. So the nature of the business I do out of an evening, so I went through a really tough time. So for you to create something along those lines, is, like I say, firsthand I could see how much that would have been needed, I guess, even in sort of Brighton. But and how has it grown from? So talk to me about what sort of things do you do within the community?
So I remember the day when somebody invited one of their friends into our group, and I saw the request come through, and my initial reaction was, how dare you invite someone into our private sanctuary that I've created? And about 5 seconds later, I thought, actually, how nice is that you think so much of this group that you want to invite other people in to benefit from it. And then it just kind of grew from there. So people would invite people that they knew. We'd talk about things that were, you know, topical, meaningful. Maybe it was something like, is it stripy jumper day on Monday at school? Or, you know, deeper things like, you know, I'm home with my 2-week-old baby. I can't even go to the toilet. The baby won't stop crying. I haven't had a shower in 3 days. You know, and it's just overwhelming, and I hate my life. And you're supposed to be joyful, and you're supposed to be happy, and you're supposed to bond with your baby straight away, because that's what the media tells you, that's what television tells you. But actually I don't feel that way. And to have other people come and say, I don't feel that way either. And it's so, yeah, it's just liberating, because you release all of that guilt, because, you know, as a parent, your whole life is dominated by guilt. You're either not doing enough, or you're not doing the right things, or you're not, you know, it's just guilt. It's guilt driven, and it shouldn't be that way. So once people started joining the community, it gained momentum quite quickly. We had to take on a moderator after a year to help me, because it was getting too busy. And then it just grew and grew and grew and grew. And so fast forward, 11 years, maybe nearly 12 years, have a team of 5 moderators that help in the background. And I think right from the beginning, I've always been really clear, because I skipped out a bit earlier, but I have a long history of working in social media. So I started working, and when my daughter was just 6 months old, I started working for a social media agency in Brighton. Sorry, Brighton is late now, in London. And I was there for 9.5 years while she was little, and I had my other 2 children. And what I learned during that time was about people's behavior online, how they talk to one another, what's important to them. I worked on a variety of different accounts. I worked for a lot of charities. I worked for a lot of retailers. But it was all to do with user-generated content. So what people write when they're online, what people write when people aren't watching them. And I learned a lot from that. So a lot of the lessons that I learned from that, and the sort of guidelines that were put in place, I carried over to my community. So from the beginning, it's been about keeping it nice, keeping it respectful, keeping it non-judgmental, keeping it a safe space for people to come and share their stories, share their problems, ask for help in an environment where there is no danger of negative repercussion. And so that's always been really fundamental in the beginning, putting those boundaries in place and making it safe, and where people don't conform, and I use that word carefully, but where they don't conform, they're not invited to stay. Because if you're vulnerable and you're in an environment like that, and you feel like you can't share because people will react negatively or not be supportive, then you're not going to share, and then then it's pointless.
And then you're back into the WhatsApp groups with
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We're, oh yeah, my son or daughter has done X, Y, and Z. They got this in the test, and they starve of the week and all that. And I'm not trying to say that that's so negative that you should celebrate when your kids do well, of course. But there's certain environments that you can do, and I think that sort of one-upmanship
just makes people feel bad. It's lovely. You're right. It is lovely to celebrate your children's achievements, but I think there is a way that you can do it where it's not negatively impacting other people. I had a child who tried her hardest every single day of her life all the way through school and didn't win the awards and didn't get nominated for Star of the Week and, didn't get to bring the class hamster home. And, all of those things, she didn't get it because she didn't meet the expectations that were set by children who were more able than her in certain areas. And so for her, it was devastating, to hear other people had, got Star of the Week for the 5th time this year or whatever it was, and she didn't. So it's a really difficult one. And even within your family unit, we have 3 very different children, and differently abled children as well. And you have to be really mindful of how you celebrate each one of their achievements in front of the other one, because it's delicate. It's and I think celebrating enough for the person who is being celebrated, but not too much so you're hurting the person that isn't being celebrated. It's a fine balance.
It really is, and we constantly question, because obviously, again, having twins, there's a constant comparison.
Yeah, of course.
Together, they're doing the same age, again to the same. And I talked about it recently on one of the podcasts. I think Sienna's very much like Kelly. She's very academic. She'll read. You get up in the morning, she's reading. She's sitting down, she's reading. She comes home from school, she's walking along the street reading. Like, she loves it. So I love that, obviously. But we've been contacted about Lucas, and he's a little bit behind in it. I just don't think he just doesn't engage necessarily the way that she does in school.
Maybe he just doesn't like reading.
Yeah, and
that's okay.
But that's what I mean. For me, I got a little bit frustrated because I wasn't overly academic. I done okay at school. I wasn't overly academic, and I just think because he didn't do great in his SATs, which they're being tested at 7 years old, which blows my mind a little bit.
Yeah.
But I'm like, it's just, I think there's that element that, of course, we want to go, oh, well done, Sienna, that's great, you got started, you keep reading, you're doing really well. But that he's being labelled at 7 years old, he's a little bit behind. And that's that negative mindset that's going into him. Frustrates me. So I'm like, no, he's just not engaging right now with how they're teaching or what the curriculum that he's going down. And I think, like you said, there's that balance that you've got as a parent. It's like exactly what you're saying. There's that balance that you've got to try and get right, which is tricky. So.
It is really hard, and I think as an outsider, when you look in on that situation, it's really easy to say, well, that's not fair. The person who is being celebrated should have every right to be celebrated, and actually, the other person just needs to suck it up. But in reality, sometimes it's not possible for them to do that, and there are so many other aspects to consider as well, and you need to consider how damaging that might be for your other little person in the long term. And now in my 40s, I recognize how much I'm dealing with now that started when I was a child. And I think many of us do that. You go through your childhood, and then your teens, and then your 20s and your 30s, and then you spend your 40s in therapy fixing all the things that happened before. So I'm really conscious of that when I'm with my kids.
Okay, so you sort of touched on it there. Do you look back at, from where you are now, are you looking back at your childhood and questioning a lot of those things that happen to you and stuff now, and does that shape how you as a parent are as well?
100%.
Really?
Yeah, 100%. I can say in all honesty that as a parent, I don't always get it right. None of us do. But I wake up every single day and I try my best. I really do try my best. I try to be a mindful parent. I try to think through everything that I say and everything that I do and the way that I interact with my kids, because I'm fully aware of the impact that it has on your mental health long term. And so much damage can be caused so easily. So for me, I try to parent purposefully for that reason, because my childhood was awful, really awful. And so I parent in the opposite way to what my parents did.
That's again, I alluded a bit earlier, I guess, when sort of talking with Rachel, that we've got choices in life, aren't we? We can become, you know, a product of our environment. So you brought up in that way, so you then carry on that journey with your kids and go along that, or you break that mold and go, I'm not going down that route.
And choose something else.
Do this, and this is, I'm not going to make those mistakes, so I'm not going to do it. And you learn from that experience, and that's such an amazing, I guess, an amazing thing to be able to do, like to it, because like I said, I do believe we'll have a choice at some point, but that is sometimes it just for circumstances push us in that direction, which is, that's all we know, so that's how we do it. But to hear you talk about it and check in with yourself and think, I'm gonna be the opposite to that, and I'm gonna give my kids an amazing life and be there for them, and love them. It's an amazing thing.
It's not always easy, and I don't always get it right. And I think your kids, as a parent, your kids have an amazing ability to hold a big mirror up to you and show you exactly who you are as a person. And sometimes I open my mouth and my mother's voice comes out, and those aren't great moments. But I also think you need to learn that it's okay to apologize to your children, and it's important to apologize to your children if you have been, unfair or unjust or impatient with a decision based on limited facts. It's important to say sorry, because not only are you acknowledging your mistake, error, whatever you want to call it, you're teaching them humility, and you're teaching them that actually it's okay to mess up sometimes, as long as you recognize it, and it's how you fix it that's important.
I completely agree with you, and I try. I don't always get it right, but certainly try and have those levels of communication with the kids and go, actually, I'm really sorry, Daddy's done wrong there, I've made a mistake or whatever that. I think it's okay to do that.
Definitely.
But I want to, with the community side of things, I really want to, because it's something, again, that I said I'm so passionate about. What do you believe is the key to building the staggering numbers of building that community of what you have done in the last 11 years? But what do you think is the key to building such a strong community? Yeah?
I thought hard about this when you sent the question before, and I think for me the first one is really understanding who your audience is, and really, really, really understanding who they are, not understanding who you think they are. The second thing is, I think it's important to be authentic and bring your authentic self. If you're going to do it properly. And I think for a community to really work, it has to be value driven. So based on values, and stick to your values as well. Don't be, distracted by shiny objects. But I think those are the key ingredients for me, and what that has done for me and what that continues to do is build and maintain a really loyal audience, one that sticks with you, one that engages with you, because there's a difference between an engaging audience and one that engages with you. Those are two different things. But I'd say those are probably the key elements for me.
I do love it, because I do, like I said, I think certainly from an engagement point of view, it's fine to maybe go, we've got this amount of numbers in our community, but actually only that amount of people actually engage with us. So like you said, that it can, on the face of things, sometimes things can look nice and shiny, and we've got this thing, but
don't be dazzled by the numbers, because they're less meaningful than the impact your content has. And for me, words are really powerful, and you have to be really careful how you use them, because they have the ability to do really great things, and they have the ability to cause a lot of damage. So use them carefully.
I guess one thing I want to really want to take from that is, I think I always go back to the whole culture side of stuff, and I think if you've got, same within a business or home life, whatever it is, if you create a strong culture within that company, you've got some values there, and you stick to them. So what I found fascinating, what you mentioned earlier about, if someone comes into the community, we could take everyone in, all come in,
Yeah.
our numbers go up, and we're 50,000 members.
Yeah.
But actually, you know what? You've come in and had a negative impact on that, and you've whereas if you've got those core values and that culture, I guess
Yeah.
like in a company, that's and you stick to those, it will grow organically, and it will.
But more importantly, it'll grow with the right people,
Yeah.
because not everybody is your person, and that's okay. You're not going to be everyone's person, and they're not going to be yours. You know, some people may look at our community and say, wow, you've been going 11, 12 years and you've only got 20,000 people in your community. And yes, I may only have 20,000 in the community, but they are the right people for that community. They're the people who, you know, have values that are aligned to ours. They speak to people respectfully. They're engaging. They're supportive. They're non-judgmental. They're inclusive. They're kind. That really came out in the pandemic. Really, like I just saw such amazing humanity come out in the community, with offers of support. It was the first place. I mean, I get this all the time. I met somebody in a co-working space one day, and I introduced myself, and she said, "Oh, you know, what do you do?" And I said, "Oh, you know, I do this and that, and I have this community online." And she said, "Oh, what's the community?" And I said, "It's Worthing Mums and Dads." And she started crying, and she hugged me, and she grabbed me, and she was squeezing me, and she was crying all over me, which made me cry. And then she said, "I'm so sorry." She said, "I feel like I'm meeting a celebrity." And I said, "That's absolutely ridiculous." And she said, "Your community is the first thing I look at when I wake up in the morning. It's the first thing I look at." It, you know, when we moved to the area with very young children, we felt lost. We felt like aliens that had landed on the moon. And your community created a sense of belonging for us. It was a place where we could come and get advice, you know, where to find a nursery, which schools were the best, which area to move to. You know, we made friends, we made real life friends from your community. We can come there and ask advice on things. We can find information about, you know, holiday clubs or childminders or whatever it is. And she said, every single day when I wake up, your community is the first thing I look at when I open my eyes. And that was really, really moving.
Wow, absolutely. As you're talking to me about it, I can't. For me, running a business, a community, whatever it is you do, we want to try and do things with some validation. And again, you heard me talk about it earlier about how we measure success, and that there's so much that narrative out there about measuring success on what financial gain people have. But listening to stories like that, for me, that's success. That is where true success lies, in those relationships you've forged or spaces that you've created for people to be able to forge those relationships.
A lifeline for some people.
Yeah.
You know, so, and especially since Facebook changed and in groups you have the option to post anonymously, that has opened up so many doors for people who are in very vulnerable situations, people going through domestic violence, people going through marriage breakdowns, people going through, you know, horrific experiences with their children. They can come there and they can be vulnerable and they can be honest and they can, you know, seek advice, and they can be very, very clear on, you know, what it is that they're struggling with, and they can be open and honest without any fear of any comeback from anybody. And that's what that community provides.
Such an amazing thing. I'm really intrigued, actually. I just want to delve in a little bit, looking at you listen to your childhood and I guess the negative experience you've had from that, to come in and be a mother figure or created something like this, where you built something where you want to share love, and that's such an amazing turnaround. I'm just keen. Is it like you talked about the inspiration behind it earlier, of that obviously it was a need, there was a problem there, but when you analyse it and look into it, do you think it goes deeper than that there was from that negative in your childhood, that's why you've created this? And really,
definitely, I didn't know it at the time, I do now. But yeah, definitely, I crave love all the time. I love loving and I love being loved, and I say I'm fortunate. I'm not fortunate, and I'll kind of validate that in a second. But I'm fortunate enough to be extremely loved. I'm in a wonderful marriage with a man who adores me, and I'm really grateful for that. I have a wonderful relationship with my children. Not every day, I've got 3 teens in the house, so it's hard. But fundamentally, it's brilliant. The relationships that I have with my friends, my circle of friends, I've had for many, many, many years, the vast majority of them more than 10, 15 years. And they're the type of friendships where if they called one day and said, I need a kidney, you'd be like, where do I need to be at what time? You know, those, and I love that. I love that feeling. I think that's all you have at the end of your life. You know, you can be as successful as you want, whatever that looks like for you. You can make all the money in the world if that's what motivates you. But at the end of your life, when you have nothing, all you have is love, and all you have is the relationships with the people in your life that you've built over that time. And that's it. You know, all the money in the world is not going to help you at that point. So for me, that's my focus.
It's a beautiful thing to say, and so relevant, I think, and so I run a podcast and I talk to various different entrepreneurs, business owners, and look, we had Giles on earlier, just sold for $450 million or whatever that looks like, and always been a very ambitious person, I think, and I'm on a bit of a journey, I think, of self-discovery really for myself. Hence, this is the cathartic therapy of the podcast that I run, I guess, because I'm constantly asking these type of questions. And I always ask about success and what that looks like. But actually, what we're really searching for is love and happiness.
Yeah.
And I'm just questioning a lot about, I guess, myself at the moment and the paths I'm on and the journeys I'm going on. And I look around and I think, I go back to the time when I was 40, which I've shared a couple of times on the podcast, where I was really low point and felt really down because I hadn't achieved stuff, and et cetera, et cetera. But then if I died tomorrow, I was surrounded by actually people who loved me and like family were here tonight, and people in the business community who support me and so loving towards me. And I got the same as you. I've got friends who I've grown up with actually who do exactly that. They die for me the next day, and that, God, if I measured my success based on the relationships I've built, well, I'm doing all right, and I'm okay with that. I think that's and there's the other part of me that's torn with this. Do I need to achieve something else? And there's a real mixture there. And what I actually want to be is this person here where we're just discussing again. I'm really content and happy with that, and fighting off this other thing on my shoulder going, you know, you need to still do more. You need to prove something to, whether it's myself or someone else, I don't know.
Maybe you're setting, I get it. And maybe you're setting your goals by other people's expectations or other people's perception of what success means. And what success means, I mean, listening to Giles and Rachel earlier was amazing. I mean, really amazing. But you know, with the greatest respect to Giles, I couldn't think of anything worse than having a company with 500 people. The immense responsibility of that would actually probably kill me. You know, £450 million, it sounds great. No, thank you. No, thank you. Not for me. It's not that I don't think money is great. I think money is amazing. You can do brilliant things with money. You can change lives with money. It's, you know, it's not a dirty word. Money is great. No. It's not what motivates me. It doesn't mean I don't need money. Everyone needs money, but it's not the driving force for me. And I think, you know, for you, you need to set your goals by your standards and by your values and what's important to you, and try not to focus on, you know, how other people measure it. And if, you know, if making money or an amount of money, whatever that figure is actually not the driving force for you, if the driving force is spending more time with the people you love, or, you know, doing good, creating good in the world, then do that.
Yeah. That's great advice. I love it. Thank you. Look, just before we come towards a couple of little bits towards the end, just talk to me about some of the, again, challenges in your personal life, but through you know, through challenges through running business journeys and in the social media world and your career. Talk to me about some of the challenges that you faced over your career.
So there's been loads. So also in 2012, same year, I started a business. So at the same time that I started a community. the reason I started the business was because as a mother with 3 children, 6, 4 and 2, I was completely unemployable. You know, my daughter had hospital appointments all the time. I needed, you know, complete flexibility in terms of when I needed to pop out during the day to take her here, there and everywhere. And it wasn't possible to find an employer that that would be that accommodating, you know. So that's why I started the business. I started it to service a need. So I found it was an educational travel business. I identified a need or a gap in the market, you know, let's call it that. And I did a lot of research. So a lot of research into what those clients wanted, what they needed, what their pain points were, who they were, how much disposable income they had, where I could, you know, position myself within the market. So that went on probably nearly for about a year before the business really kind of took off. The first year we did a sort of a few test cases. My main market was in northern Italy, so I used to bring clients over from Italy to the UK, and we sort of tweaked a little bit here and there, and we created an offer that was amazing. It was an amazing offer. There was nobody else who offered anything at the standard that we did, and so we were able to charge a premium price for what we did. So from the first year to the second year, we had I think it was a 95% return rate on clients, and then the year after that, we had a 65% return of the original clients came back again for that year, and so on and so on. So within about, I can't remember the numbers because it's ages ago, but probably about year 4, we were turning over 6 figures. From a little tiny seasonal business that started off from my kitchen table, and it turned into a really successful business. It was tiring, but it ticked lots of boxes for me in terms of fulfillment and challenge, and actually most days in the beginning were really challenging. And you know, I didn't go to university, I didn't go to business school, I didn't have a mentor, I didn't have parents who had their own businesses. So every day was learning, you know, learning. And some days you messed up and some days were great. And some days you spent money on stuff you shouldn't have spent money on. But it was good. It was a business that I was really proud of. And then 2020 came. And in February 2020, COVID hit northern Italy, which was my client base. And so by the beginning of March, I knew that my business was going to die. And it was just a case of how long I was going to keep it on life support. So, yeah, I'd say 2020 to 2021 was a very difficult year for me. That was 2 seasons for us. So 2020 was 1 season, 2021 was another season. We got some grants from the government, which was great. We changed the business model to an online business model as much as we could. But then when I sort of sat down and looked at it, it wasn't the business I started. It wasn't the business I created. It wasn't what I loved. I was doing something as a kind of runner-up, and I didn't love it. And so when we were looking at a 3rd season, again, that was severely impacted, I sat down with my husband and just said, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm done, and that's okay. And that was tough. It was tough to give up something that I'd spent 10 years building.
That is really tough, but getting to that point, I guess, obviously we know that good mutual friend of ours, Jeremy Jacobs, obviously took similar just after lockdown, sort of had to do that, but it's a brave thing to be able to do, isn't it? Recognise when something actually when you look at it, no fault of your own, how many people I spoke to on here and you go, you know, plan and do this. Who had global pandemic?
You can't plan for that. Exactly. No, so you can't.
That's something completely out of your control. But how do you view the business then? Now, do you look back on it fondly? That I've grew something great, and it got to a point that just couldn't go on anymore, and that's a chapter that you've closed the book on, and you're okay with that, or?
I am now. I'm really okay with it now.
Yeah.
I wasn't in the beginning. I think it was like somebody died, and it was unexpected. It was shock. I hope you've never dealt with grief, but if you have, it's that you go through the stages of grief. There's, first the shock, then there's the disbelief, then there's the bargaining. You want to bargain with it. Then there's acceptance, and then there's, sorrow and grieving. And you go through all of those processes when your business dies, in the way that mine died, because it's unexpected. So it was hard. It was hard in the beginning. There was a lot of shame around it, huge amounts of shame. There was a lot of
So did you feel like it failed then?
Yeah, totally responsible. Even though, you look back now and you say, of course I wasn't responsible. I didn't create COVID, but you feel responsible because you've let so many people down. You've let so many people down. The situation has let so many people down. But it was also, it was difficult. It was a difficult time because my clients reacted very badly. Understandably, some of them got very nasty, some of them threatened legal action. So on top of the trauma of losing the business, I had to then fight with my clients, and that again was unexpected and very difficult and very expensive. So yeah, it was hard in the beginning, but now I see that actually it was necessary for that to happen, because if I was really honest, I'd fallen out of love with the business a couple of years before that, but I would have stayed out of obligation, out of a sense of duty, because you don't want to let people down. So this forced me to make a decision that actually was the right decision for me. Yeah.
That's great. I think so. Tell me then, where because obviously we met. You was at obviously at Freedom Works for a bit, and now talk to me about now and the future for you.
Well, it's a difficult one. I've actually gone back into employment for the first time in over 10 years. And there's a number of reasons for that. One, my kids are so much older and they don't need me to be around as much as they did when they were younger. Two, it was, I think, about financial stability. So I think having gone through so much trauma financially, and when we closed the business, we had to sell our house, and that was really crappy. Yeah, we had to sell our house that had been our home, the only home that our children had known their whole lives. And it was beautiful. We'd made the most beautiful, beautiful home for them. And then we had to tell them we were moving, and that was hard. And I think all of the kind of stress and anxiety around money was so overwhelming that actually for me to go back into employment is such a relief. And it's great, actually. It's challenging. It's busy, and I've got a lot to learn, but I've gone back into an industry that I worked in 20 years ago, and it actually feels like coming home. It's quite nice. Yeah.
I didn't realise that about the house as well, and because it's tough. We had to, when I shut the salon, we had to sell we had 2 properties at a time. A flat we'd had for many years, but a home that we had, and we ended up selling a house. And it's, again, I look back at those times, and I felt like I'd failed.
Yeah, you do.
You feel like you let people down. Kelly had not made that decision to start a business and have to sell a property and rent them for a long period of time after. But
that's rubbish.
What's your mindset like around that at that moment where you got to sit down with your husband and say, look, closing the business and this is what's happening, and then you have to sell the house and stuff like that. Where's your headspace at that?
It comes back to shame again. You feel so ashamed. I felt so ashamed that I had failed. There's a lot of negative self-talk that went on. So it was all around disappointment, about failure, about shame, about guilt, about not being able to forgive yourself. And actually, none of those things help you. None of those feelings serve you. And, as Rachel was saying earlier tonight, you allow yourself to wallow for a period of time. And I did. I had a really good go at it. And then one day you're just like, okay, enough. Like we've felt sad, we've cried, we've had a complete breakdown about it. And now we need to move forward because this is not serving us as a family. It was hard for my kids, really hard. And even now, I feel great now, and personally, I can say, I drive past the house. It's in the same town that we live in. I drive past it, and I feel nothing. I don't feel sad. I don't feel, I wish we were still there. I feel nothing. There's no emotion. I love our home. Our new home is lovely. It's much smaller than the old one, but actually, I feel more connected to my kids, and as a family, I think we're more connected because we're forced to be in a smaller space together. Whereas before, the other house was too big. And it got to the point where, you know, the kids would disappear off into their rooms and we couldn't see them, we couldn't hear them, you know, so it's really changed our family dynamic, and I love it. I love where we are.
Amazing. Lee, thank you, listen, for sharing your whole story so openly and honestly with me, and it's so inspiring to listen to you. And you know when you meet people and you have a connection, you think, oh, just for the first time I met you, I felt that way, and listening to your story in more depth and just makes me love you even more. Honestly,
Oh, it's completely mutual.
You're an amazing person, you really are. And I think what you've actually, looking at all, like you said, talk about failure and them things, but looking at what you've created with the Worthy Mums and Dads alone, for me, and listening to nothing to do with financial and other success, what the purpose and what you've achieved with that is far outweighs anything when it comes to money and financial success. That for me is true success.
Thank you.
And that's an amazing thing to be really, really proud of our and amazing. Well, look, we're gonna finish up as always with our quick fire questions. You know about. So look, what one piece of advice do you give to your 18-year-old self?
Wait, because what you're experiencing now is not how it's always going to be.
Who's been your biggest inspiration throughout your life and why?
I think every woman who has ever started a business while holding a baby on her hip and cooking a roast dinner and making Halloween costumes and baking a birthday cake all at the same time.
Absolutely love that. Could you recommend a book or a podcast for your listeners that's had an impact on you?
There's a theme here. I love women, and I think women are amazing, and I think they're resilient and strong and brilliant and capable of so much more than they think they are. So for me, there's a podcast, it's very American, but there's a lady called Tracy Litt, and she does a podcast called What Would She Do? And for women, it's brilliant. It just taps into all of those feelings of insecurity or not enoughness, or and she's really, really direct about how she talks about it, and it's about learning to accept yourself and learning to be kind to yourself and learning to put tools in place to help you feel better about you and about the work that you're doing. So that's one. Books, I loved Shoe Dog, Story of Nike. I loved it. I thought it was beautifully written and a real story of bravery and a bit of winging it, and a lot of hard work. I love that one. And I think for anyone starting out in business, I would recommend Profit First. It's an amazing book. It's so simple by the time, and even the author says this, by the time you get sort of 20 pages in, he's already told you the punchline, but then he goes into more depth later in the book, and it's all about, you know, with your financials of your business, putting your profit aside first before you pay anyone else, before you pay your suppliers, before you pay anybody. You put your profit in a separate account first, and it's about segmenting those pots of money so that when you get to the end of the month, you don't go, oh, well, there's no money left for me. Yeah, it's a good one.
That's interesting. Oh, definitely look at that. Thank you. Well, look, final one. What's your one rule for living a fulfilled life?
Surround yourself with positive people, and it's okay to have a culling exercise every now and then to remove negative people from your life.
Our previous guest, Matt Turner. Do you know Matt from Creative Pod?
I don't think so.
We talked about this very subject about toxic people. He's quite funny. He said exactly that about having a cull.
Yeah.
Every year.
I do 12 months. Me too. Yeah, 12-month cull. I think when I was 27, I came out of a really, really destructive relationship. And I moved house and I changed jobs and I changed my mobile number. And those people that I didn't want in my life, I just didn't tell them I was moving. And it was the single most cathartic thing I have ever done in my life, because it gave me an opportunity to completely reset and to then forge my life in a way that I wanted to, with only the positive people that I wanted in it.
Love that.
Brutal, but effective.
Yeah. He goes to his offices and he's got a sign on the wall that says no tickets.
Yeah.
And that is exactly, he said,
yeah.
I won't work with them, I won't employ them,
I won't have him in my life. No clients, anything, and that's it.
Good for him.
He goes with
Words to live by, definitely. Thank you for
so
having
much.
me.
It's been amazing. I've really, really enjoyed it.
Me too. Thank you,
for your
Sam.
support. So, and that, as they say, is a wrap
For now.
for now. Thank you so much.